No one supports my lofty ambitions. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's summit, realm, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation. Wang Bin traversed into the realm of cultivation, discovering that the caves of fortune and spiritual stone veins were monopolized by major sects. With all resources claimed, the path ahead appeared bleak, until he looked up and noticed the sun shining brightly above. Was this not a source of energy? Chapter 1. The City Lord at the outset. At the majestic and imposing edge of the Beast Mountain range lies a city known as Baiyun City. Within the city, a middle-aged man, bearing a weathered visage and hollow, lifeless eyes, sat quietly upon the main seat of the city lord's estate, resembling a statue devoid of spirit. This man appeared to be in his 30s or 50s, possessing a somewhat effeminate charm, his frame frail, as if a gust of wind could easily topple him. Indeed, Wang Bin had transmigrated, and unexpectedly, he had taken over the body of the unfortunate Qing Mu, who had failed to advance beyond the mid-foundation stage. Qing Mu could scarcely recall his true name. Ever since entering the cultivation world and practicing the Qing Mu secret art, he had adopted the name Qing Mu. In the past 2 days, Wang Bin gradually came to accept this reality, diligently sorting through Qing Mu's memories. Originally an ordinary rogue cultivator, Qing Mu possessed the 3 spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire, with talents that could only be deemed mediocre. Among his spiritual roots, the wood root predominated, prompting his choice to primarily cultivate the widely circulated Qing Mu secret art to the age of 80. He fortuitously succeeded in establishing his foundation with an inferior quality foundation pill, thus acquiring a lifespan of 200 years. During that time, he was quite the sensation among his circle of rogue cultivators, receiving much acclaim. This inflated his self-confidence, leading him to believe that attaining the golden core was within reach, prompting him to intensify his training. However, 20 years later, he came to a sobering realization that all these aspirations were mere illusions. Over those 2 decades, he ventured into the Beast Mountain range multiple times in search of more cultivation resources, often narrowly escaping death. It was these near-death experiences that starkly revealed the harsh reality to him. In simpler terms, his arduous journey in cultivation was primarily hindered by his poverty. Unable to afford the necessary pills that in the world of cultivation, expenses were astonishingly high, and they escalated with time. The spiritual mountains and blessed lands, rich in spiritual energy, had long been claimed by prestigious sections. Moreover, all the various mines and spiritual veins in the cultivation world were under someone's ownership. Even the smaller mines and veins, deemed insignificant by major sects, were occupied by minor families. He had never anticipated that the cultivation realm was as rife with social intricacies as the mundane world. These smaller families controlled resources that larger sects dismissed, yet if a rogue cultivator dared to seize them, it would inevitably invoke the wrath of their powerful backers, ultimately entangling them with a disciple or elder from a major sect. Survival for rogue cultivators was exceedingly arduous, and Qing Mu had contemplated pursuing a career as an alchemist, formation master, or talisman master. Regrettably, he lacked the requisite spiritual stones to learn these trades or receive mentorship from esteemed masters. Left with no choice, he occasionally took on odd jobs, or risked his life in the Beast Mountain to gather herbs and hunt beasts to procure the resources necessary for cultivation. In this endeavor, the risks were proportional to the rewards. Each action was fraught with significant peril. He often considered resorting to theft. But each time, his inadequate strength, poor equipment, and overwhelming fear restrained him from taking action. To pursue his dream of attaining the golden core, Qing Mu reluctantly chose to sell his freedom and join the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. He became an outer servant of the alliance, stationed at Baiyun City on the fringes of the Beast Mountain range, earning an annual salary of 2,000 inferior spiritual stones. Since he was not a prodigy nurtured by the alliance from a young age, possessed mediocre talent, and lacked social acumen, he had little opportunity for advancement. He had no chance to learn the core techniques of the sect, and was ultimately assigned to this desolate location. He became the city lord of Baiyun City in the Beast Mountain range. However, this title merely entailed overseeing a small marketplace. This marketplace served as a resting point for cultivators en route to the Beast Mountain, functioning primarily as a lookout post. Should large-scale beast invasions occur, he would be responsible for notifying the higher-ups. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly sparse, with only a secondary spiritual vein beneath. Aside from the energy needed to maintain the formation, the remaining spiritual energy was more than sufficient for 3 or 4 foundation stage cultivators. This was one reason Qing Mu initially chose to join the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. After all, as a foundation stage rogue cultivator, one typically either rented a cave dwelling in a major city or set up a gathering formation, both of which required a substantial expenditure of spiritual stones. Qing Mu spent his hard-earned salary accumulated over 20 years, totaling 50,000 spiritual stones, sometimes even squeezing the cultivators in the city to purchase a broken mirror pill. That he had hoped to use this pill to break through to the mid-foundation stage, but unfortunately, his preparations were insufficient at the critical moment of breakthrough. The lack of spiritual energy prevented the formation of the foundation spiritual platform, leading to his eventual failure. Multiple meridians in his body ruptured, and at that moment, he lacked the funds to buy a meridian protection pill. To afford one, he would need to save up for another decade. He had contemplated taking a risk, but ultimately met his demise. At that moment, Wang Bin, having transmigrated, occupied his body. After assimilating these memories, Wang Bin felt a profound sense of empathy. He had never imagined that the cultivation realm, much like his previous life, was rife with monopolized resources. Here, the competition for resources was even more intense, and without legal protection, one could easily meet with fatal consequences. Ordinary cultivators had little hope of rising, and the plight of rogue cultivators was particularly dire. Wang Bin had been in this world for 2 days, yet he had not heard the legendary system's voice. It seemed he was devoid of such fortune and could only reluctantly accept this harsh reality. However, upon reflection, his current situation was not entirely bleak. After all, this was a wondrous world of cultivation, where anything was possible. Moreover, he had transmigrated directly into the body of a foundation stage cultivator, albeit one aged 120. Yet, he could still live for another 80 years. In his past life, he had seemingly perished at 30. Who would repay his mortgage? Who would inherit his wife? His phone? Wait, what if someone checked the contents of his phone? His entire legacy. Alas, now, Wang Bin faced the singular challenge of the numerous ruptures in this body's meridians, severely impacting his strength. Though death was not imminent, he could not unleash the full potential expected of a foundation stage cultivator. Would he have to wait several years to amass enough spiritual stones to purchase a renewal pill? Or perhaps he could exploit the scattered cultivators beneath him to acquire some spirit stones? Alternatively, he might dare to venture into the Beast Mountain range to hunt a few foundational stage beasts. The entirety of a foundational stage beast could fetch upwards of 10,000 spirit stones, not to mention the wealth inherent within the beast itself. A single successful hunt could suffice. Yet, could he truly defeat one? This Qingmu had only mastered some rudimentary wood-based spells, and his equipment was woefully inadequate. Although Wang Bin possessed these memories in his mind, he had never before wielded these skills. The most valuable possessions Qingmu owned were a low-grade magical robe, a medium-grade flying sword, a medium-grade shield for self-preservation, and a pair of low-grade boots. Even if he sold all these items together, they wouldn't fetch 1,000 spirit stones. His situation was indeed dire. His storage bag held a mishmash of items, none of which were worth much. Chapter 2. A dark thought emerges. In truth, Wang Bin was a person of little ambition in his previous life. However, he harbored a fear of death, along with an aversion to pain, cold, and heat. Coupled with the fact that this body's meridians were severed, leading to considerable discomfort, he realized he must first procure a rejuvenation pill to mend his injuries. He began to meticulously sift through Qingmu's memories, searching for means to acquire several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Could he collect advance rent from the shops in the weaving market? But that was under the jurisdiction of the Merchant Alliance, which had strict regulations regarding quantities. Perhaps he could borrow some spirit stones from a pawnshop in a moment of need? Did the cultivation world even have such a service? Just then, a flash of inspiration struck him. It seemed that the array eye of Baiyun City was outfitted with a reserve of 100,000 spirit stones. When the city's protective array came under siege and the spirit vein's energy supply dwindled, cultivators could input spirit energy to replenish it or directly contribute spirit stones to maintain the array. Those 100,000 spirit stones were strategic resources meant for dire moments, and only he, as the city lord, possessed the authority to access the array eye and retrieve them. This plan seemed feasible, as long as no one from the Merchant Alliance came to inspect, who would notice the absence of spirit stones, unless the array malfunctioned and they sent someone for maintenance, or if beasts attacked the city. Only then could it be discovered. With this thought in mind, Wang Bin felt a surge of excitement. To think he had just traversed into the cultivation realm and was already contemplating the misappropriation of public funds. How delightful. Considering his current position, at least he was a city lord, with a dozen subordinates, albeit all were merely Qi refinement stage cultivators. In his previous life, he had only served as a health committee member. Why not simply take the 100,000 spirit stones, then under the guise of the city lord, collect the future rents from shops in the weaving market and dismantle the entire array for profit? He could abscond with the funds, roaming freely across the world, unrestrained and at leisure. If he could sell this secondary spirit vein beneath him, he would strike it rich, potentially amassing 1,000,000 spirit stones. With such a wealth of spirit stones converted into cultivation resources, he could not only reach the golden core stage directly, but could certainly achieve perfection in the foundational stage. The mere thought ignited a thrill within him. Without hesitation, Wang Bin rose and made his way to the backyard. He recalled Qingmu's memories and rummaged through his storage bag until he retrieved an array flag. Holding it in his hand, he examined it closely. The flagpole was slender, crafted from a peculiar material, while the flag's surface was adorned with vibrant runes, exuding an air of mystery and elegance that appeared astonishingly magical. Yet Wang Bin was entirely ignorant of its principles. Following the method stored in Qingmu's memories, he infused his spirit power into the flag and waved it, causing a luminous portal to materialize in the center of the backyard, shimmering with rippling layers of light. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through. Within this small space, a three-dimensional projection of the entire city emerged, astonishingly beautiful. There were 18 array bases present, an extraordinary sight. It resembled a 3D movie from his previous life, yet Wang Bin had no understanding of the underlying mechanics. The basic arrays known to Qingmu were nowhere near this remarkable. After observing intently for a while and still failing to grasp the concept, he decided to abandon the pursuit. This protective mountain array was far too intricate, seemingly a conglomeration of offensive, defensive, illusionary, and spirit-gathering functions. It was overwhelmingly complex, leaving Wang Bin utterly baffled. Fortunately, he discovered a storage bag tucked away in the corner. Upon opening it, he was elated to find 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones within. In the cultivation world, the exchange rate for spirit stones typically stood at 100 low-grade spirit stones could be traded for 1 medium-grade spirit stone and 100 medium-grade spirit stones for 1 high-grade spirit stone. As for top-grade spirit stones, he had never laid eyes on one, rendering them irrelevant to his considerations. Moreover, rarity dictated value. The scarcer the resource, the more precious it became. Beyond their use as currency, spirit stones possessed numerous practical applications, such as setting up arrays during daily cultivation or breakthroughs, and various other cultivation-related arts. Wang Bin clutched the storage bag tightly, counting the 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. His eyes sparkled with excitement. These gleaming stones seemed to possess a magnetic allure. He stood there for a full minute, hesitating. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. If he dared to abscond with the funds, the Four Seas Merchant Alliance would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. As a modern individual, newly arrived in this unfamiliar land, his temperament was untested. In his previous life, he had only hunted fish and frogs. Now thrust into the brutal world of cultivation, could he truly escape? Fleeing to the Beast Mountain Range? Absolutely not. That would be far too perilous. What about running elsewhere? According to Qingmu's memories, the Four Seas Merchant Alliance governed billions of miles of territory. For a mere foundational cultivator like him, it would take years to escape their grasp. The shade of the great tree offered comfort. Perhaps he should reconsider and observe the situation further. Patience was prudent. Having just arrived in the cultivation realm, it would be wise to bide his time, especially since he had no enemies at present. He would familiarize himself with this world and refuse to believe that, with his accumulated knowledge from 2 realms, he could not earn spirit stones here. Upon reflection, the position of an outer deacon within the Four Seas Merchant Alliance was quite appealing, akin to being a civil servant in his previous life, ensuring safety within his own territory. Chapter 3. The strong never complain about their environment. The weak remain weak regardless of their surroundings. In the subsequent 2 months, Wang Bin devoted himself wholeheartedly to understanding the world of cultivation. He experienced the exhilarating sensation of sword flight, where the wind whispered in his ears and freedom stretched beneath his feet. It felt as though he had become the most carefree individual in existence, with mountains and rivers rushing by beneath him, intensifying his yearning for cultivation. He witnessed the marvels of spells, with various elements manipulated by cultivators as if they were performing magic, fiery flames, icy frost, and formations that could instantly alter the environment. Wang Bin also began to familiarize himself with the spells of the Greenwood Society. After a period of practice, he felt compelled to test his skills and ventured to the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range to challenge a Chi refinement stage pig demon. However, the reality of his endeavor differed significantly from his expectations. The pig demon was enormous, towering at 3 meters, with bristles like steel needles. Its tusks were half a meter long, glinting ominously, and it regarded him with wariness, exuding a foul odor that suggested at least 30 years without dental care. Its fierce gaze and menacing aura suggested it could charge at any moment to bite. Fortunately, as a foundation establishment stage cultivator, Wang Bin possessed a considerable advantage in strength over the pig demon. Otherwise, he would have found himself in dire straits. Despite his foundation establishment cultivation, he had traversed from modern society, where his theoretical knowledge might suffice, yet when it came to actual combat, he found himself flustered, casting spells haphazardly and lacking the composure he had during practice. Thankfully, The significant disparity in strength between the foundation establishment and chi refinement stages allowed him to fly on his sword, ensuring he emerged from the encounter relatively unscathed. During these 2 months, Wang Bin also gained an in-depth understanding of Baiyun City, which he governed. He had 2 assistants, one named Qinjun, a chi refinement stage cultivator at the 9th level, possessing 4 spiritual roots and serving as an outer disciple of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. At 70 years old, Qinjun remained single, wholly dedicated to reaching foundation establishment. For many years, he had quietly amassed spirit stones, hoping to save enough to purchase a foundation establishment pill and become a foundation establishment cultivator. Qinjun was known for his steadfast character and unwavering pursuit of the Tao, taking his responsibilities seriously as the leader of Baiyun City's security team, diligently overseeing the city's patrols and safety. The other assistant, Huang Yukai, was also 70 years of age, a chi refinement stage cultivator at the 8th level, with 3 spiritual roots. Having come to terms with the reality of his situation, Huang Yukai felt that achieving foundation establishment was beyond his reach and thus abandoned cultivation altogether. He chose instead to marry 7 ordinary women and father a dozen children. In the world of cultivation, for male cultivators like him, finding a female cultivator as a partner was nearly impossible. However, marrying ordinary women proved to be a feasible option. After all, cultivators earned spirit stones, and a single low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 taels of gold, an amount that many ordinary people could not hope to earn in a lifetime. Among Huang Youtsai's children, there is a 5-year-old son who possesses the rare 3 spiritual roots, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Presently, Huang Yukai has relinquished his own cultivation, redirecting his efforts towards accumulating spirit stones, with the intention of laying a solid foundation for his son's future path in cultivation. Furthermore, he toils diligently each night, yearning to bear more children, hoping that fortune may smile upon him one day, granting him a child with dual spiritual roots or even a heavenly spiritual root, which could potentially alter their fate, should that day ever arrive. And the higher-ups at headquarters take a liking to his child and accept him as a disciple. He, as the father, might also reap the benefits, possibly receiving rewards that could enable him to establish his own foundation. The remaining dozen or so members of Baiyun City are a collection of recruited loose cultivators, all at the early to mid stages of chi refinement. This locale is relatively remote, with a correspondingly thin concentration of spiritual energy. However, this is not entirely disadvantageous. The adjacent Beast Mountain range also suffers from a scarcity of spiritual energy, with resources and spiritual herbs of subpar quality, making it difficult to nurture powerful beast entities. For decades, there has been no large-scale conflict between Baiyun City and the Beast Mountain range, rendering the area relatively safe. After all, most foundation-building beasts possess a certain level of intelligence, aware of how to seek benefit and avoid harm, and thus refrain from instigating conflict, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. 1,000 miles away from Baiyun City lies Shihai City, the largest cultivation city within a 50,000-mile radius, and one of the 4 major cities under the jurisdiction of the Shihai Merchant Alliance. It is said that the headquarters of the Shihai Merchant Alliance is presided over by a formidable being at the transformation stage, wielding immense influence over a vast territory, managing billions of miles of land and harboring over 100,000 cultivators. As for the number of mortals, they are so numerous that no one has taken the time to tally them. Regarding the number of sects outside the Shihai Merchant Alliance, Wang Bin is rather uninformed. He only knows that the place he currently resides in seems to be called the Jinling continent. Given his current lowly status as a foundation-building cultivator, he feels unqualified to delve into such matters. Wang Bin has also heard that the oceanic expanse of this entire continent surpasses that of the land, with the seas being a realm entirely dominated by beast entities. In this cultivation world, the conflict between humans and beasts has never ceased, as both parties regard each other as prey, rendering the prospect of peaceful coexistence a mere fantasy. Wang Bin initially joined the Shihai Merchant Alliance at its branch in Shihai City, eventually being assigned to Baiyun City. In truth, the air throughout the cultivation realm is suffused with spiritual energy. However, the concentration varies across different regions. It is precisely for this reason that the crops cultivated by mortals yield bountiful harvests, alleviating any concerns of hunger. And natural disasters such as droughts or floods are virtually non-existent. In the event of drought, a simple spell cast by a cultivator can easily remedy the situation. Additionally, there exists an unwritten rule within the cultivation world that prohibits cultivators from wantonly killing mortals. Should a cultivator dare to breach this rule and engage in mass slaughter, they would face a united retaliation and extermination from the entire mortal race. Ultimately, it is the mortal beings who form the foundation of the human race's continuity, and there exists no direct conflict of interest between cultivators and ordinary people. As for the origin of this rule, it has faded into obscurity over time. Known to but a few, Nonetheless, cultivators adhere to it. Wang Bin devoted 2 months to comprehensively understanding these circumstances. Yet he could not unearth a swift method for amassing spirit stones. In truth, the quickest means of acquiring wealth would undoubtedly be through direct robbery, murder, and plundering treasures, ambushing solitary cultivators along the way. Regrettably, this method was promptly dismissed by Wang Bin without hesitation. Firstly, most low-level cultivators were even poorer than he, offering little profit. Secondly, he was not inclined to oppress the weak, harboring a yearning for the noble sentiment of assisting the disadvantaged. As for robbing those stronger than himself, that would be tantamount to courting death, a notion he need not entertain. Furthermore, resources such as ores, spiritual mountains, spiritual veins, and medicinal gardens were invariably owned. And given his current prowess, he lacked the audacity to provoke them. The prices in the shops of West Sea City were exorbitant, rendering him unable to afford even basic necessities, let alone rent properties for income. Although the Beast Mountain range might conceal numerous opportunities, the inherent dangers were self-evident, and he dared not venture there lightly, for he had a healthy fear of death. The knowledge he acquired before his traversal proved nearly useless in this realm of cultivation. At least so far, he had not discovered any practical application. Had he found himself in an ancient feudal dynasty, skills such as paper-making, sugar production, salt refinement, or gunpowder creation might have held some value, but in the current context of the cultivation world, such knowledge seemed rather superfluous. During this period, Wang Bin racked his brain, contemplating various methods, yet arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry found no utility in this realm of cultivation. In the eyes of cultivators, their foremost concerns revolved around treasures capable of enhancing their cultivation, rare items that could prolong life, cultivation techniques, spirit stones, and an array of miraculous elixirs. Naturally, Wang Bin also coveted these items. Throughout this time, he combed through extensive materials, seeking opportunities within. To him, the path of cultivation was, in essence, a journey of accumulating resources and comprehending the principles of the Tao. While innate spiritual roots were undoubtedly significant, even those with inferior qualities were not devoid of the possibility of resurgence. Even cultivators deemed to possess 5 spiritual roots, considered inferior, could aspire to ascend to higher realms, provided they were willing to invest in cultivation resources. Moreover, the cultivation world boasted an assortment of extraordinary techniques, elixirs for enhancing cultivation, pills for breaking through bottlenecks, formations aiding training, spiritual veins, and treasures capable of altering one's destiny. Unfortunately, Wang Bin's humble status precluded him from accessing such wonders, particularly those that could extend life. Some rare materials could even grant several centuries of longevity. Among the records he perused, he discovered that the 10,000-year crimson fruit could bestow an additional 3 centuries of life upon a nascent soul cultivator, a fact that left him deeply envious. On that day, Wang Bin, idly passing the time, glanced up at the sky and noticed that the sun appeared exceptionally large, its brilliance piercing his eyes painfully. He murmured to himself, "What a magnificent sun!" As his voice grew louder, he exclaimed, "Haha, why is the sun in this realm of cultivation so enormous?" His excitement escalated, leading him into hearty laughter, which eventually subsided after a considerable time. Pondering within himself, he wondered if the proximity of this cultivation realm to the sun was the reason for its size. Yet, he could not comprehend why he felt no heat. After much contemplation, he decided to dismiss the thought as irrelevant to his own affairs. However, at that very moment, a flurry of inspiration surged through his mind. With such a colossal sun, could solar energy be harnessed for electricity? But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he found himself momentarily stunned. Electricity? What purpose would it serve? He sank back into contemplation. Moreover, he vaguely recalled the principles of electricity generation. It would certainly take him a considerable amount of time to devise a practical application. Even if he were to generate electricity, would he install meters in every cultivator's home to charge for usage? Clearly, this was impractical, as it would not yield any spirit stones. He needed to conceive a method that would be beneficial to cultivators. Suddenly, an idea struck him. After all, solar energy is a form of power, and spirit stones could also be considered a source of energy. Might there be cultivators, or even demons whose techniques could necessitate solar energy? Just as he pondered this, he felt his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Nevertheless, since solar energy is indeed a power source, could it not serve as a substitute for spirit stones in operating formations and flying vessels? After all, the consumption of spirit stones for flight is substantial. And with this realization, Wang Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound enthusiasm for long, his smile faded within half an hour. He recognized that, although the idea was promising, its realization would be exceedingly challenging. Firstly, at his current level, he had no access to flying vessels. Additionally, numerous technical issues remained unresolved, Given his present capabilities, such a grand endeavor seemed far beyond reach. He was neither a formation master nor a weaponsmith, and to modify a flying vessel according to his vision, he would first need to collect solar energy, create batteries for storage, and then release the electrical energy to propel the vessel, an undertaking that seemed utterly impractical. Before his arrival in this realm, aircraft fuel and the fuel for various large transport vehicles were gasoline, and the endurance of electric power was short-lived, lacking in explosive potential. Was he to innovate these technologies within the realm of cultivation? He pondered, feeling that his intellect was insufficient for such tasks. Although becoming a foundational-level cultivator had enhanced his mental acuity significantly, he still felt far from capable of executing such a complex project alone. With this thought, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him, and he sighed, muttering to himself, Indeed, the strong never complain about their circumstances, the weak remain weak, no matter where they are. Chapter 4. The mindset of the impoverished time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Wang Bin occasionally engaged in his cultivation, yet more often than not, he wandered the city or scoured various tomes, welcoming all manner of texts, whether they be tales of strange occurrences or manuals of cultivation. One day, he was engrossed in a volume titled Compendium of Beasts, thoroughly captivated by its content. Master of the city, Chun Jun seeks an audience, came the sudden voice of Chun Jun from outside. Enter, Wang Bin responded, and shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s stepped inside, clad in a gray Taoist robe. His countenance bore a hint of awkwardness. Upon entering, he respectfully clasped his hands in a gesture of deference, a customary salute from a lower-tier cultivator to one of higher standing. Master of the city, I report to you that I have recently sensed a loosening in my cultivation, suggesting I am on the verge of achieving a breakthrough to the great perfection of the Qi refinement stage. I humbly request a half-month leave, along with permission to utilize the Foundation Establishment Training Chamber for 10 days, Chun Jun declared. Oh, Wang Bin raised an eyebrow slightly, lowering his gaze to review the details. You have served as the patrol captain in Baiyun City for 5 years, earning an annual salary of 200 spiritual stones, in addition to 5 days of training time in the Foundation Establishment Chamber each year. As such, you have accumulated a total of 25 days of chamber usage. Why squander this time on a minor breakthrough instead of saving it for your Foundation establishment? I yearn to break through as soon as possible, Chun Jun earnestly replied. I will turn 71 next year, and time is of the essence. If I reach 80 without achieving Foundation establishment, my vitality will decline, and my hopes will become even more tenuous. He possessed mediocre talent, lacked influential connections, and had not encountered a single stroke of fortune in over 50 years of cultivation. Today, while on patrol, an unexpected surge of inspiration had struck him, leading him to recognize a fortuitous opportunity for a breakthrough, which he was determined to seize. Initially, he had intended to conserve the training chamber time for when he reached the Foundation establishment stage, but during a conversation with Huang Yukai while patrolling, he learned that Huang had welcomed another son, which intensified his sense of urgency. He understood that should he fail to break through this time, he would lose several more years, rendering his hopes of achieving Foundation establishment exceedingly slim. Very well, your request is granted. Coordinate your patrol duties with Huang Yukai, and proceed to the training chamber number 2. I shall lift the restrictions. You may enter at your discretion, Wang Bin instructed. As he observed Chun Jun's departing figure, an epiphany struck Wang Bin, revealing a notion for effortlessly acquiring spiritual stones. Baiyun City was situated atop a secondary spiritual vein, the energy of which not only sustained the city's array, but also offered a significant surplus. When the Grand Array was originally established, the Array Master had constructed 4 Foundation establishment training chambers at the critical nodes of the spiritual vein, specifically designated for the use of cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage. After all, the higher a cultivator's realm, the greater their demand for spiritual energy during their practice. One of the advantages of Wang Bin stationed in Baiyun City is the immediate access to the Foundation building training rooms on this secondary spiritual vein. This is likely the reason Baiyun City appointed him, a Foundation building cultivator, to oversee the area. Golden Core cultivators cannot cultivate here, as the spiritual energy from a secondary vein is utterly insufficient for their needs. This presents a lucrative opportunity, Wang Bin mused, as renting out all 4 Foundation building training rooms would surely result in a windfall of spirit stones. As for his own cultivation, he thought with a chuckle, he could set that aside for now. Earning spirit stones took precedence. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a fundamental principle. One must maintain a tranquil state of mind during practice, allowing for a deeper comprehension of the mysteries of the universe, thus facilitating the absorption of spiritual power and gradual elevation of one's realm. It is also said that during cultivation, one should cultivate an ethereal mindset, free from distractions, ensuring a smooth progression unimpeded by negative emotions or errant thoughts. Yet, Wang Bin, despite being an exemplary young man, found himself ensnared by the vices of the internet. Each time he settled down to meditate, a myriad of chaotic images would involuntarily invade his mind. The myriad temptations he had encountered online resurfaced now that he had become a foundation-building cultivator, his memory sharpened, and forgotten recollections flooding back. The scenes from various short videos he had saved on his phone would periodically flash through his mind, overwhelming him with distractions, rendering it impossible to focus on his cultivation. Damn it, even in this new world, I am still plagued by such trivialities. Those short videos truly are a bane. Wang Bin cursed inwardly. However, Wang Bin was also aware that to rent out the foundation-building training rooms and earn spirit stones, two issues needed addressing. The first was the accountability from the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, though it seemed there were no explicit prohibitions against such actions. What does it matter? Wang Bin thought. This place is a remote backwater, far removed from authority. What is there to fear? I am in urgent need of spirit stones, and I shall act first and worry later. Surely nothing grave will occur, even if trouble does arise. He could always distribute a portion of the spirit stones to appease any dissent. The second issue pertained to the rental pricing. Theoretically, the higher the price, the better. Yet, one must also consider the practical circumstances. The permanent residents of Baiyun City number barely 100, all in the qi refining stage. And aside from the occasional passing foundation-building cultivators, Wang Bin was rather unfamiliar with the market conditions. It appeared he would need to inquire further. With Chun Jun in seclusion, Wang Bin had no choice but to seek out Huang Yukai. He instinctively reached into his pocket to retrieve his phone to make a call. But as his hand delved into his pocket, he suddenly recalled, with a curse under his breath, that he was now in the realm of cultivation, and such devices were non-existent here. Immediately, he became aware of a peculiar issue within the vast expanse of the Lord's estate. There was not a single servant available to attend to his needs. It appeared that a mindset of poverty lingered even after ascending to the position of a lord. He had yet to embrace the privileges of his status. Wang Bin shook his head in resignation, recognizing that Qing Mu was indeed a diligent ascetic, neglecting such matters. Having been an ordinary citizen in the modern world, he had never been catered to by servants, so he did not initially perceive anything amiss. It was absurd. Preoccupied with accumulating spirit stones, he had let essential matters slip his mind. He mused to himself that although he was now an elder in the foundation establishment stage, over a century old, and exiled to such a wild and untamed land, surely his status surpassed that of a mere mortal emperor? Setting aside the 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, at the very least, he ought to take 7 wives, matching the exploits of that scoundrel Wei Xiaobao. Moreover, as he ventured into this realm of cultivation, he should leave some legacy behind, perhaps fathering 10 or 8 sons to carry on the Wang surname, ensuring his journey here was not in vain. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Bin quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Pa, such frivolous notions clutter my thoughts. How could he hope to cultivate in peace with such distractions? Nevertheless, he swiftly regained his composure, deciding to first recruit 100 maidservants and select 7 from among them as wives. The pressing matter at hand was to earn spirit stones and restore his internal meridians. Otherwise, no matter how many wives he had, they would be of little use if his mind became troubled and he fell into demonic practices. Just as he prepared to take flight on his sword to seek out Huang Yukai, he suddenly remembered the 2 guards stationed at the entrance of the Lord's estate. What were their names, he wondered. He searched through Qing Mu's memories, but found no clarity. Therefore, Wang Bin sent a message to one of the guards, instructing him to summon Vice Captain Huang. Chapter 5. The Spirit Stone Earning Plan as Wang Bin arranged to find Huang Yukai. Another brilliant idea for wealth sprang to life in his mind, one that promised long-lasting profit. He pondered whether it was possible to invent a communication device, perhaps a unique jade talisman. Each cultivator could acquire one, inscribing their spiritual mark upon it to facilitate long-distance conversation and the transmission of messages and intelligence. If he could enhance it further, perhaps even a positioning feature could be developed. In that case, he could establish a commercial alliance named Mobile Communication. He would charge all users of the jade talismans a fee in spirit stones each month. The mere thought of such a venture sent a thrill through him. With an abundance of spirit stones, what rare cultivation resources would be beyond his reach? The path to immortality would shine brightly ahead. Lost in his reverie, Wang Bin could not help but smile, internally praising himself. Indeed, I am a commercial genius. Just as he sat there, engrossed in thought, the Lord, Huang Yukai, arrived to report, inquiring what commands the Lord had for him. The voice of Huang Yukai echoed from outside the door. Huang Yukai, prepare the tea. Wang Bin instinctively called out, only to realize in an instant that there were no servants in the Lord's residence. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to clear his throat before continuing. Ahem. Yukai, I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. Recently, I have perceived that the defenses of Baiyun City are somewhat lacking. Should a beast emerge from the wilderness, it could pose a significant threat to our safety. I intended to petition Shihai City for a sum of spirit stones to fortify our walls and enhance our formations. Yet I harbor doubts about the likelihood of approval from above. Thus, we must devise our own solutions. Upon hearing this, Huang Youcai's heart sank. Surely he does not intend to withhold my meager salary. Having already been assigned to this remote location, my pay is already woefully inadequate. He had heard that the Lord of Qingmu City was a man of integrity, a diligent cultivator who cared little for worldly matters. Has he uncovered my secret dealings on the side? Huang Youcai pondered, feeling uneasy. For years, they had managed to coexist peacefully. Yet today it seemed the Lord was intent on exploiting him. In truth, he was not overly concerned. After all, he relied on his own hard work for cultivation. He had even grown reluctant to consume the spirit-gathering pills, saving every resource with the hope of purchasing a few cultivation-enhancing pills for his son when he turned 10. But now that the Lord had spoken, what choice did he have? The Lord was his superior, a foundational cultivator. Dealing with him would be as easy as squashing an ant. With a sigh, Huang Youcai clenched his teeth and lowered his head, saying, I am willing to contribute 500 low-grade spirit stones for the construction of Baiyun City. As you are aware, my annual salary is merely 180 spirit stones. And I have 7 wives and numerous children to support. One of my sons has already been identified with 3 spiritual roots, all of whom require spirit stones for their training. This 500 spirit stones represent the majority of my savings. Yet I am willing to do my part in combating the beast threat. Huang Youcai kept his head bowed, speaking with fervor while concealing his pained expression, his heart bleeding internally. Wang Bin, seated in the Lord's position, was momentarily taken aback by Huang Youcai's words, not expecting him to misunderstand his intentions and offer a voluntary donation of 500 spirit stones. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, Wang Bin felt a stir of temptation at the prospect. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. After spending years in modern society consuming short videos, he had gleaned many insights. He understood that a boss who exploits his subordinates cannot endure for long nor achieve greatness. Furthermore, this was the realm of cultivation, devoid of laws to safeguard individuals. A world dominated by personal strength and fierce competition, where fortunes could shift in the blink of an eye. Should there come a day when Huang Youcai encounters a stroke of fortune, surpassing his current abilities and returning to seek vengeance, it could indeed spell trouble. Moreover, Huang Youcai has a son gifted with 3 spiritual roots. Should his son achieve greatness, it would complicate matters further. Furthermore, for a mere 500 spirit stones, it truly is not worth jeopardizing his current plans. Haha, Youcai, your intentions alone suffice. How could this city lord be such a person? Wang Bin chuckled, stating his thoughts. Our Baiyun City has 4 foundational cultivation rooms, correct? Since they lie idle, I sought your counsel. If I were to rent them out, what do you think would be a reasonable daily rate in spirit stones? After all, for those aspiring to break through minor realms, cultivating in a place rich in spiritual energy significantly enhances their chances of success. Wouldn't you agree? Haha. Upon hearing this, Huang Youcai felt a wave of relief wash over him, secretly grateful that the Lord was not demanding spirit stones from him. It seemed the matter pertained to renting out the foundational cultivation rooms of the city lord's residence. During his time in the sect, he had often experienced the withholding of cultivation resources by those in authority, so his initial concern was that the city lord might act similarly. In truth, while he could manage to part with 500 spirit stones if necessary, he feared the precedent it would set for further demands, and he was reluctant to resist. Now that he understood the situation, he felt entirely at ease. As for whether renting the cultivation rooms would undermine the prestige of the Seahai Merchant Alliance, that was beyond his purview. As long as his spirit stones remained untouched, he was content. After careful consideration, Huang Youcai replied, Your Excellency, based on my observations over the years in Baiyun City, the spiritual energy within the foundational cultivation rooms is remarkably dense for Qi refinement practitioners, greatly aiding their breakthroughs to minor realms. Personally, I believe a rental price of 50 low-grade spirit stones per day is quite reasonable. After all, meditating in the foundational cultivation rooms not only provides abundant spiritual energy, but is also extremely safe. 50 low-grade spirit stones is truly not exorbitant. Listening to Huang Youcai's analysis, Wang Bin nodded thoughtfully, though a hint of concern lingered as he inquired, Youcai, might this price be too steep? Consider this. You are an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner and the vice-captain of Baiyun City S-Guard, yet your annual salary amounts to only 180 spirit stones. Renting the cultivation room for a day at 50 spirit stones seems rather excessive, does it not? Reporting to you, my lord, both Captain Shun and I are outer disciples of the Seahai Merchant Alliance. In addition to our regular salaries, we earn contribution points that can be exchanged for various precious items upon returning to Shihai City. Furthermore, the typical Qi refinement practitioners in Baiyun City, unlike myself, who do not plan to pursue further cultivation, are often quite affluent, especially those daring enough to venture into the Beast Mountain range. They hunt magical beasts or gather herbs on the periphery, and although the risks are considerable, the rewards are substantial. Moreover, breaking through a minor realm often requires several years, ample time for them to accumulate spirit stones. In Baiyun City, the number of cultivators is relatively scarce. In contrast, in Shihai City, the rental fee for a foundation building training room amounts to 200 spirit stones per day, and one must endure long queues, although our own people are exempt from this inconvenience. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that venturing into the Beast Mountain range could be so profitable. Chapter 6. The sated mind yearns for desire. Although he had gleaned from the memories of the esteemed Qingmu that the Beast Mountain range harbors terrifying dangers, he must concede that viewing another's recollections is akin to watching a film. Even though the perilous scenes depicted were heart-stopping, for him, as an observer, they felt as fleeting as a gentle breeze, and soon after, the fear would quietly dissipate. The prospect of such substantial rewards from adventuring in the Beast Mountain range ignited within him an uncontrollable excitement. The thrill of slaying monsters and leveling up had once been his most cherished pastime in the realm of role-playing games. Reflecting on his youth, he recalled how he could spend days and nights without sleep, wholly immersed in the exhilarating pursuit of upgrading and acquiring equipment. This was largely due to the unexpected surprises that accompanied such endeavors. Should he stumble upon an extraordinary opportunity, inadvertently falling into a mysterious relic or trespassing into an esteemed elder's cave, he might inherit a considerable fortune. Any artifact discovered could be valued in superior spirit stones. Thus, it seemed he could directly realize his dream of wealth. Particularly within the Beast Mountain range, the rare treasures and resources were often unrecognized by the savage beasts that roamed, resulting in the wastage of countless precious materials. Moreover, with his recent fascination with the fantastical world of cultivation, the mere thought of such enchanting scenarios filled his heart with an indescribable exhilaration. He could not help but ponder whether he should bravely embark on this adventure once his body had fully recovered. With eager anticipation, he gazed intently at Huang Yukai, who, in turn, was puzzled by Qingmu's expression. However, he dared not speculate too much and, after racking his brain for details, finally spoke. Although Baiyun City is merely a small town, it remains a significant waypoint. Every day, dozens of cultivators enter and exit the Beast Mountain range, and this figure only accounts for those passing through our direction. I cannot recall the exact number, but I know that over the lengthy span of 10 years since his arrival in Baiyun City, he has made the acquaintance of 13 fellow cultivators. Of these, 12 lacked any particular skills, and in desperation, they were compelled to venture into the Beast Mountain range to procure the resources they needed. However, it is rather poignant to note that only 5 companions remain visible, while the other 8 have seemingly vanished into the abyss, never to return. Whether they were devoured by ferocious beasts or quietly departed through another route remains a mystery. It was only after witnessing the brutal reality of the cultivation world that I prudently resolved to marry and raise a family, opting for a life of relative stability. Alas, a sigh escaped my lips, laden with helplessness and reflection. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through Wang Bin as he distinctly felt his heart skip several beats. Good heavens! He recalled the terrifying encounter he had months ago with a pig demon at the Qi refinement stage. Moreover, the perilous nature of the Beast Mountain range was staggering. Of the 12 who ventured inside, a mere 4 had survived, yielding a staggering mortality rate of 6,666. This was truly alarming and left him thoroughly shaken. Pursuing monster upgrades? No, thank you. It seemed he was better suited to being a merchant of materials, profiting through buying low and selling high, while also renting out foundation building training rooms to earn a modest sum of spirit stones, striving to reach the golden core stage in due time. He felt compelled to swiftly divert from this harrowing topic to avoid sinking into a more awkward predicament. You, Kai, will handle the rental of the foundation building training rooms alongside Qinjun. You may decide how to proceed, but I require 90% of the profits, leaving a fraction for you to share. Wang Bin spoke with unwavering conviction. Thank you, esteemed Lord Xie. I assure you, I will see this matter through. Your guidance is a debt I can never forget, Huang Yukai exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat in excitement. There are 4 foundation building training rooms in total. If he could manage to rent out one each day, he would earn 2 spirit stones, totaling over 700 stones annually. Indeed, he had mentally calculated this, planning to share 2 stones each time with Qinjun and allocate an extra stone for their subordinates. After all, they were outer disciples of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, with higher cultivation levels, so it was only fair to distribute a bit more. In that moment, his previously subdued ambition began to stir once more. An additional 700 spirit stones each year would significantly enhance his chances of successfully establishing his foundation. With his aptitude, securing a foundation building pill would grant him at least a 50% chance of success. This was nothing short of a life-altering opportunity. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Huang Yukai could no longer contain his excitement. He was eager to rally his subordinates and spread this exhilarating news far and wide, hoping to enlist a few companions to rent out the training rooms immediately. In that instant, he felt a renewed sense of hope toward the path of greatness. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, as if the long-standing barriers to his cultivation were beginning to yield, the lord of the city had no further instructions, and his subordinate, Huang Yukai, respectfully stated, "I shall attend to my duties now." "Wait a moment. There is another matter," Wang Bin replied, a slight frown marring his brow. "You haven't noticed how desolate my lordship's residence is, have you?" Huang Yukai abruptly lifted his head. A look of astonishment etched across his face as he gazed at the lord. "My lord, do you wish for some guards and attendants? I shall make arrangements at once." Cough, cough. This made Wang Bin feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, in the realm of cultivation, most practitioners focused primarily on their training, lacking the finesse for observing subtle cues or ingratiating themselves. At this moment, Wang Bin set aside his pride. "Yukai, I have already reached the age of 120 this year, and am merely at the early stage of foundation establishment. The hope of attaining the golden core path is rather slim. It is time to prepare for contingencies. Observing your current situation, I must admit to feeling a tinge of envy. Do you understand?" Wang Bin's tone carried an unspoken understanding that only men might grasp. Oh, I understand, my lord." Huang Yukai instantly comprehended, though he felt somewhat speechless. So, the lord was seeking a companion. He could have simply stated it outright. However, had he not always heard that the lord was a solitary cultivator, devoted solely to the path? Upon reflection, Huang Yukai grasped the situation. He had once been similarly engrossed in his own cultivation, but after realizing the futility of the path, he had requested a transfer to Baiyun City, where he took multiple wives. With this thought in mind, he cautiously glanced at the lord, and upon seeing no sign of anger, he slowly spoke, "My lord, the task you have requested may prove somewhat complicated. If it is merely a matter of ordinary mortal women, be they the daughter of a general, a woman of renown in the martial world, a princess from noble families, or even a princess of the emperor, none of these would pose a problem. Given your identity as a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, if you let slip a word, they would eagerly gravitate towards you. Among my wives, I have both a princess and a noblewoman. However, your circumstances differ from mine. You have reached the foundation establishment stage, which marks a qualitative distinction from ordinary mortals, particularly concerning physical resilience. If your intended partner is merely a common woman, the chances of conception are exceedingly slim, and the likelihood of birthing a child with spiritual roots is even less. I consider myself fortunate, yet as a cultivator's realm ascends, the chances of conception diminish further. Though I only stand at the 7th or 8th layer of chi refinement, if measured by combat prowess, I could contend with hundreds of mortals. While my physical strength surpasses that of an ordinary person, I still belong to the mortal realm. Furthermore, having procured certain elixirs to aid in conception, I have not encountered significant issues in bearing children. Thus, if you seek a companion, it would be prudent to consider fellow cultivators or martial artists among mortals. Additionally, procuring some elixirs from the Four Seas Merchant Alliance in Shihai City would be advisable. So, how would you like to proceed with this matter? Shall I first summon 10 mortal maidens for your approval? As for finding female cultivators as partners, I can merely assist in disseminating this information. Beyond that, I am powerless, as all my women are but mortals." Wang Bin felt rather embarrassed upon hearing this. Fortunately, he was aware that Qing Mu's reputation was that of an ascetic, and it was not unusual for someone unfamiliar with the cultivation world to lack certain knowledge. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, focusing primarily on the training room," Wang Bin replied with resignation. Chapter 7. The Spirit Stones. And so the time passed quietly. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, they finally arrived at the crucial moment to assess the profits garnered from renting out the foundation building training rooms. The first rays of morning sunlight had just begun to grace the earth when Chen Jun and Huang Yukai eagerly arrived at the Lord's manor. However, at that moment, Lord Wang Bin remained deeply ensconced in slumber. They dared not disturb him, and thus patiently waited in silence within the hall. Wang Bin had long been accustomed to a nocturnal lifestyle. The thought of sitting in meditation for days on end like other ordinary cultivators, or even secluding himself for months, was utterly unfathomable to him. Each day, he merely executed his primary cultivation technique, the Qing Mu Ju, for a single cycle, deeming it sufficient. His leisurely and carefree disposition, devoid of any entertainment, left him feeling immensely bored. As an hour gradually passed, Wang Bin finally sauntered into the hall. He waved his hand lightly, signaling for everyone to proceed with the matter at hand. Upon noticing this, Huang Yukai immediately bowed respectfully and reported, "My lord, the rental situation of the training rooms has exceeded all expectations. Each day, a steady stream of individuals comes to rent them, and now we even require a queue for waiting. We possess 4 training rooms. Aside from the initial days when few were aware, resulting in a couple of vacancies. And the 10 days Commander Chen utilized them. The rest of the time, they have been at full capacity. As of today, we have rented them out 99 times this month. Here are 4,950 spirit stones. As he spoke, Huang Yukai produced a storage bag, gently levitating it with spiritual energy, and slowly presented it before the Lord. Wang Bin accepted the storage bag and scanned its contents with his divine sense, discovering it indeed brimming with glistening spirit stones. A surge of ecstatic joy welled up within him. The profits were astonishingly abundant, equivalent to 2 years' worth of his salary. He could not help but inwardly lament the foolishness of his predecessor, Qing Mu. Had he acted sooner and purchased a pulse safeguarding pill for 20,000 spirit stones, Wang Bin would not have found himself in this predicament. Excellent work, he declared. As agreed, 1/10 of the profits belongs to you. Here are 500 spirit stones. Take them and divide amongst yourselves. Wang Bin retrieved his share from the storage bag and, in a display of commitment to his promise, tossed the remaining 500 spirit stones, along with the storage bag, to Huang Yukai. When one partakes of the feast, it is only fitting that the subordinates savor the broth. After all, these matters were all undertaken by them. Moreover, everyone benefited and managed to avoid numerous unnecessary troubles. Though he had never held a leadership position before, he grasped this principle. Yet, his heart was laden with doubts. Baiyun City comprised merely over 100 cultivators, while the remaining thousands were mortals. How could they possibly possess such wealth? Huang Yukai seemed to discern Wang Bin's perplexity and took the initiative to elucidate. The lord of the city may be unaware that within a radius of 10,000 miles, our cultivation chambers for foundation establishment are the most affordable. Those cultivators venturing into the Beast Mountain range, upon learning of this, are more than willing to rent our facilities. In fact, this month, Baiyun City has also seen an influx of cultivators temporarily residing here, adding to its vibrancy. The primary clientele consists of the cultivators from the small families within a 1,000-mile radius. Particularly, some families lack even a single primary spirit vein, relying solely on the sparse spiritual energy in the air for their cultivation. Whenever they are on the brink of a breakthrough, they gather enough spirit stones to rent a spirit vein cultivation chamber in the market for their advancement. Alas, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Chen Jun stood quietly to the side, remaining silent. The rental business of the cultivation chambers was managed by Huang Yukai, aside from his daily patrol duties. He spent the remainder of his time cultivating near the chambers. Huang Yukai did not harbor any anger, understanding that his low cultivation level was the reason for this. Wang Bin offered them a few words of praise, yet he refrained from commenting on their cultivation levels, as he himself was only partially knowledgeable. Seeing Huang Yukai nodding incessantly, Wang Bin could no longer contain himself. Yukai, where's my maid? It has been a month. Look at the city lord's mansion. It is unattended, the flowers are wilting, and dust covers many areas. You do not expect me to personally wield the wind-clearing technique for cleaning, do you? Huang Yukai found himself momentarily at a loss for words, pondering how the city lord could be so impatient. However, he quickly explained, My lord, it is unjust. I disseminated the news on the very day I returned, even sending my wife to personally assist you in finding suitable maidens. They must possess both beauty and family standing. They are all mortals, even if some possess a modicum of martial prowess. The distance of 1,000 miles means that traveling by horse or carriage will take at least a month or two, provided the journey is smooth. Upon hearing this explanation, Wang Bin's expression faltered, his impatience evident. Very well, just arrange it promptly. Have no female cultivators come forward to volunteer as maids for the city lord's mansion? Huang Yukai awkwardly chuckled twice and replied, My lord, it would be easier if we were in the heart of the merchant alliance. A female cultivator of the qi refining stage, if lacking in aptitude, could still serve a foundation establishment cultivator as a junior. However, we find ourselves at the edge of the Demon Beast Mountain range, where adventurers are primarily cultivators wholly dedicated to their path. Thus, Wang Bin discerned Huang Youcai's implication. The talented female cultivators had long since departed, leaving behind only the ruthless individuals who deemed him unworthy. A sense of melancholy washed over him. After all, he was a dignified cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, albeit merely in its early phase. He had not anticipated that finding a female cultivator of equal standing in the realm of cultivation would prove so challenging. With a sigh, he waved dismissively, saying, Very well. Let us focus on matters concerning the training room. The rest is of little consequence. Proceed with your tasks. After Huang Yukai and Chen Jun exited the city lord's manor, they walked until they were beyond the range of the foundation establishment cultivator's spiritual sensing, finally arriving at the patrol team's encampment. It was only then that Huang Yukai cautiously retrieved his storage bag, emptying its contents onto the table. The sight of the glistening spirit stones ignited a spark of greed in his eyes. Commander Chen, the city lord has graciously awarded us 500 spirit stones for our own distribution. My proposal is that we each take 40%. which amounts to 200 spirit stones apiece, while the remaining 100 should be allocated to our subordinates. I wonder if leasing the foundation establishment training rooms of the city Lord's Manor might entail any complications. It's prudent to ensure everyone receives a share for peace of mind. Moreover, the monthly earnings equate to my annual salary, bringing me closer to my own foundation establishment. Chen Jun hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. He had already reached the perfected qi refining stage and was merely lacking a single foundation establishment pill. Currently, he had amassed over 10,000 spirit stones. Yet he required several tens of thousands more to purchase the pill. He was still deliberating whether to venture into the Demon Beast Mountain range for further risk. Noticing Chen Jun's indecision, Huang Yukai assumed he was dissatisfied with the proposed allocation and quickly clarified, "Commander, I recognize my cultivation level is low, and it may seem greedy for me to propose an equal share. However, my duties involve patrolling as well as managing the training room, which consumes a considerable amount of my cultivation time each day. You need not concern yourself with these matters. I will assist you in overseeing the patrol team. As long as no significant issues arise, I assure you I will not disturb you. Focus solely on your foundation establishment. Once you succeed, you may provide for your younger brothers." "Good lad, I concur. Once I achieve foundation establishment, I shall not forget your assistance." Chen Jun expressed his satisfaction with Huang Youcai's performance. Receiving 200 spirit stones without any labor was akin to receiving an entire year's salary, and it did not impede his own cultivation, a most advantageous arrangement. Furthermore, he was not particularly adept at interpersonal dealings. Everyone was in high spirits. Once the spirit stones were distributed, the entire patrol team rejoiced. Who would not be pleased with a windfall of spirit stones, especially with the prospect of monthly distributions to come? Chapter 8. Arrival in Shihai City after Huang Yukai and Chen Jun departed. Wang Bin slowly and cautiously poured the spirit stones from his storage bag. The pile of shimmering stones immediately captured his attention, and a look of astonishment filled his eyes. Unable to contain his excitement, he meticulously recounted them once more to confirm the accuracy of the total, precisely 4,450 spirit stones. The spirit stones are breathtakingly beautiful, their glimmering radiance seemingly infused with an endless mystery and allure, evoking an instinctive fondness within one's heart at first glance. Upon reflection, accumulating 500 spirit stones in just a month suggests that, if this trend continues, over 50,000 could be amassed in a year. Yet, his regular annual salary amounts to a mere 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is woefully inadequate for a foundation-building cultivator. Presently, through the rental of a foundation training chamber, his annual income astonishingly equals what he earned in the past 2 decades. This stark contrast fills him with profound contemplation. With such an abundance of spirit stones, he could afford to purchase a rejuvenation pill. Currently at the 3rd layer of the foundation stage, a breakthrough to the next layer would elevate him to the mid-foundation stage. Moreover, should the breakthrough proceed smoothly, it is possible that he may even forego the need for the rejuvenation pill altogether. However, thoughts of Qingmu's plight fill Wang Bin with doubt and unease. Qingmu merely attempted to transcend a minor realm, yet not only did he fail, he lost his life in the process. This is exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that someone employed incomprehensible, mysterious means to covertly harm the esteemed Qingmu? In his recollection, Qingmu did not seem to possess any formidable enemies. If that individual discovers that Qingmu still lives, would they not strike again? This notion sends a chill of peril down Wang Bin's spine. Suddenly alert, he rises abruptly. His expression tense as he retrieves a formation flag from his chest and glances around in a panic. However, he quickly remembers that he is a foundation-building cultivator and possesses the ability to probe with his spiritual sense. Thus, he concentrates and meticulously scans the vicinity within several hundred meters. Yet, the lingering anxiety compels him to repeat the scan multiple times. Yet still, he uncovers no issues. Could it be that he is merely being paranoid? Nonetheless, the ominous feeling persists, refusing to leave his mind. He resolves that regardless of the presence of enemies, preparation is essential. After a fierce internal struggle, he grits his teeth and finally decides to withdraw 100,000 spirit stones from the formation eye. He is acutely aware that retrieving these stones to procure a rejuvenation pill to mend his injuries will restore his combat prowess at the foundation stage, granting him a measure of self-defense, thus significantly improving his situation. Furthermore, acquiring a protection pill and a broken mirror pill would enable him to directly break through to the mid-foundation stage, greatly enhancing his strength. Additionally, he intends to ascertain whether there are any other life-saving tools available in Shihai City. As for the unauthorized use of the 100,000 spirit stones without higher approval, he feels helpless. Even if he were to follow protocol and apply formally, it is certain that permission would be unequivocally denied. For now, this course of action must suffice. He will replenish the stones once he has earned them, prioritizing the preservation of his life. Resolute in his decision, he promptly informs Chun-Jun and the others, earnestly advising them to keep a vigilant watch over Baiyun City. Subsequently, he resolutely ascended upon his flying sword, soaring towards the heavens. The journey from White Cloud City to West Sea City spanned over 10,000 miles. With his nascent foundation cultivation, supplemented by a mid-grade magical flying sword, theoretically, traversing 2,000 to 3,000 miles a day was feasible. However, continuous flight without respite would inevitably deplete his spiritual energy, and his body bore injuries yet to heal. Thus, he must judiciously manage his spiritual power, ensuring it did not run dry. A halt for recovery was essential after utilizing even half of it, for safety was paramount. Although the path ahead was devoid of formidable demonic beasts, in Wang Bin's mind, cultivators often posed a greater threat than such creatures. In the desolate wilderness, being ambushed as a harbinger of wealth was not an impossibility. To mitigate this peril, he deliberately donned the attire of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, providing at least a semblance of deterrence against most cultivators. Yet, scarcely 2 hours into his sword flight, Wang Bin began to tire. The initial thrill had waned, leaving behind an interminable monotony compounded by the necessity of standing, which weighed heavily upon him. He could not help but daydream about acquiring a flying boat, where he could sit comfortably without the burden of sustaining a protective shield against the wind with his spiritual energy. A flying ship would be even more delightful, allowing him to travel in the company of beauty, indulging in wine and feasting. What a blissful existence that would be. Alas, fantasies remained mere figments, and he could only shake his head in resignation, continuing on his arduous journey. Each day, he endeavored to choose routes frequented by others, thereby enhancing his safety. He traveled by day and rested by night, and after a protracted 7 days, Wang Bin finally arrived at the majestic West Sea City. It was rumored that West Sea City was established atop a substantial 4th-level spiritual vein, with the Four Seas Merchant Alliance subsequently embedding 2 additional 4th-level veins underground. This rendered the spiritual energy in West Sea City remarkably dense, making it a coveted destination for numerous cultivators. Presently, the city was under the watchful eye of a nascent soul cultivator, and Qing Mu dared not inquire about the specifics. As a mere peripheral member of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, such matters were beyond his reach. Upon reaching the city gates, he observed that even the guards stationed there consisted of 2 cultivators at the foundation level. After waiting in line for a spell, he discovered that entry to the city required the surrender of 10 spirit stones, along with a stipulation prohibiting stays exceeding 3 days. Should one wish to remain longer, it was necessary to obtain an identity token and pay a fee, reminiscent of the temporary residence permits of yore. Fortunately, as a member of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, Qing Mu was exempt from the city entry fee and time restrictions. However, it was mandated that cultivators below the Golden Core stage were prohibited from flying within the city. Indeed, every realm mirrors one another. In grand locales, myriad regulations abound, imposing various restrictions that elicited a sigh from him. West Sea City was divided into an inner and outer city. The inner city essentially served as a branch of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, boasting far more concentrated spiritual energy, inhabited by inner disciples, elders, and their families. The outer city is constructed around the inner city, serving as a realm for scattered cultivators, family members, and outer disciples. However, even in the outer city, the concentration of spiritual energy surpasses that of Baiyun City by a considerable margin. This city, though termed a city, is indeed vast, comparable in size to a sect's mountain peak, evoking a profound sense of awe upon first glance. Chapter 9. Duxiaya Wang Bin, well acquainted with the surroundings, arrived at the establishment of the Sihai Merchant Alliance. Undoubtedly, this was the renowned shop of the illustrious Sihai Merchant Alliance. From its very name, one can discern that it is a formidable entity primarily engaged in commercial trade. In this fantastical world, the notion of class distinctions is non-existent, and the ideal of equality remains a distant fantasy. Here, everything hinges upon the strength of one's abilities. Within the extensive dominion of the Sihai Merchant Alliance, all business domains capable of generating spirit stones are predominantly under their control. It is said that the Sihai Merchant Alliance ranks among the pinnacle forces of the cultivation world, with their commercial influence stretching far and wide. Rumors even suggest that they engage in frequent trade with the demon race. However, Wang Bin has yet to verify these claims, and such matters presently hold little relevance to him. In this bustling city, the number of mortals is not insignificant, often exceeding that of cultivators. After all, even children born to powerful cultivators may not necessarily possess the talent for cultivation. During Wang Bin's journey to the Sihai Merchant Alliance, he encountered over 100 foundation-building cultivators within just a short hour. Alas, in this place, he felt no sense of superiority whatsoever. By contrast, his own Baiyun City felt more favorable, as he held absolute authority there. Yet, upon arriving at the Sihai Merchant Alliance, he was genuinely astonished by the sight before him. The scale of this establishment was even more colossal than that of Baiyun City. The structure loomed high and magnificent, sprawling across several acres. Its immense form resembled a slumbering giant, exuding an awe-inspiring sense of oppression. The walls were constructed from uniform azure stones, each meticulously carved, fitting together seamlessly, emanating an ancient and weighty aura. The entrance to the shop was extraordinarily wide, with 2 gates forged from fine iron, adorned with enigmatic runes that seemed to silently narrate the profound heritage of this establishment. Amidst the bustling and lively cultivation market, other shops appeared like stars surrounding a brilliant moon, clustering closely around this grand establishment. In comparison, the ordinary shops appeared particularly diminutive and humble, while the establishment of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding an unparalleled aura of magnificence. The entrance bustled with a continuous flow of individuals, as a multitude of cultivators streamed in with unceasing fervor. The attendants at the door were exceedingly busy, nonetheless. They greeted each guest with unwavering enthusiasm. Inside the shop, a cacophony of voices filled the air, bargaining, exclamations of admiration, and animated discussions intertwined to create a scene of remarkable liveliness. This vibrant atmosphere further augmented the shop's air of authority and grandeur. Upon entering, Wang Bin was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, as if he had been transported into a vast ocean of vitality. Within the store, cultivators meticulously selected their goods, while others engaged in dialogue with the staff, each face radiating excitement and anticipation. As Wang Bin stepped inside, he was approached by a graceful female cultivator in the qi refinement stage. Her alluring figure was strikingly captivating. With a respectful smile, she addressed him, "Esteemed Uncle Master, I am Du Xiaoya, an outer sect disciple. How may I assist you in your purchases? Should I be unable to fulfill your request, I can certainly report to the manager." With a mere glance at Wang Bin's attire, Du Xiaoya accurately deduced his status as an outer sect steward. Wang Bin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This young woman had attained the 7th level of qi refinement, likely here to gain experience. Her beauty and figure were of exceptional quality, making it a pity that, despite her current respectful demeanor and radiant smile, she would probably not regard him favorably if he sought her as a companion. "I require some medicinal pills. Please guide me," he stated. Du Xiaoya led Wang Bin to a serene private room and thoughtfully prepared a cup of spiritual tea for him. It was Wang Bin's first experience with such tea. Merely inhaling its refreshing aroma cleared his mind significantly. The scent was both fresh and natural, intoxicating in its allure. What a remarkable treasure! Regrettably, in the past, the austere Qingmu real person could barely afford to spend a single spirit stone, let alone indulge in such luxurious items essential for cultivation. After taking a delicate sip of tea, Wang Bin endeavored to maintain an air of composure, aware that he could not appear foolish at this moment. "I need a revitalizing pill, a meridian protection pill, and a breaking through pill for the foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing Wang Bin's request, Du Xiaoya promptly replied, "Esteemed Uncle Master, we have all these pills readily available in the shop. The revitalizing pill is priced at 100 spirit stones, the meridian protection pill at 200 spirit stones, and the breaking through pill is relatively more expensive, costing 500 spirit stones. The total for these 3 types of pills amounts to 800 mid-grade spirit stones. As an outer steward of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, you are entitled to a discount of 5 at our establishment, amounting to a total of 760 medium-grade spirit stones." At first, Wang Bin thought he had misheard. Such a low price? However, he quickly realized he was mistaken. When converted, 760 medium-grade spirit stones equate to a staggering 76,000 low-grade spirit stones. This realization dampened his initial excitement. "Not a problem. Please bring me the items," he instructed. Once Du Xiaoya stepped out, Wang Bin promptly finished his cup of spirit tea and poured himself another. When Du Xiaoya returned with 3 porcelain vials, Wang Bin casually inspected them, relying on the memories of Qingmu Zhenren, and found no issues. After all, the Four Seas Merchant Alliance upheld a certain level of integrity in such matters. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Bin inquired further, "What elixirs do you have to expedite the foundation building stage of cultivation?" Du Xiaoya replied, "Master Uncle, we currently only have one type of elixir suitable for foundation building cultivation, the True Yuan Pill. Consuming 1 True Yuan Pill increases the efficiency of meditation for foundation building cultivators by 50% for the following month. Each True Yuan Pill is priced at 20 medium-grade spirit stones, with a minimum purchase of 10. How many would you like? For other more effective elixirs, you would need to exchange contribution points at the merit hall." Wang Bin remained silent, feigning deep thought, while inwardly, he cursed vehemently. Damn it, this is exorbitantly expensive. His annual salary amounted to merely 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, which translates to only 20 medium-grade spirit stones. This amount is barely sufficient for a single True Yuan Pill. leaving him utterly exasperated. Indeed, without ample funds, the path of cultivation becomes exceedingly arduous. Was Qingmu's method of cultivation flawed? Had he truly relied solely on arduous practice to reach the foundation-building stage? With a resigned sigh, Wang Bin glanced at the 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones in his storage bag and decided to postpone the purchase of elixirs for now. Take me to see the items available for foundation building. I wish to explore what else I might need. Enlighten me and provide me with some motivation to earn spirit stones, and I shall return to support your business. Ha ha ha, Master Uncle, you are quite the humorist. You are already a foundation-building cultivator. Do not let my words, which may seem trivial, deceive you. In truth, my annual salary, including commissions, barely exceeds 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, equating to just over 20 medium-grade spirit stones. It will take me 20 years of saving, along with contribution points from the sect, to even have the chance to exchange for a foundation pill within the sect. That would merely grant me a glimpse at the threshold of foundation building. Should I fail in this endeavor, I would have no choice but to seek a senior to marry, provided they could offer me a foundation pill. With that, Du Xiaoya cast a meaningful glance at Wang Bin before turning and sauntering out. Chapter 10. The life-saving artifact. After quietly listening to Du Xiaoya's remarks, Wang Bin was overtaken by an indescribable sense of helplessness and silence. He inwardly grumbled. What on earth is this? You, a mere cultivator at the qi refining stage, receive an annual stipend that surpasses even my own as a respectable foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, you have the luxury of residing in the safety of Shihai City, a place devoid of any threats to your life. Contemplating this, Wang Bin felt the injustice of fate weighing heavily upon him, intensifying his feelings of frustration. What amused him further was the unmistakable implication in Du Xiaoya's words that she would only consider marrying a foundation establishment cultivator if her own attempts at establishing her foundation failed. And as if that were not enough, her proposed bride price was an exceedingly precious foundation establishment pill. Wang Bin could not help but mutter to himself. Does she truly believe she is adorned with gilded edges? Such lofty demands. However, when his gaze inadvertently settled upon Du Xiaoya, who was gracefully swaying her hips as she walked ahead, he found himself inexplicably intrigued by her proposition. Her graceful figure, charming demeanor, transcendent aura, and striking curves stirred a subtle quickening of his heartbeat. He pondered to himself that if he were to accumulate a substantial amount of spirit stones in the future, taking such a delightful concubine might not be out of the question. After all, in his 2 lifetimes, he had yet to savor the company of a celestial maiden. Reflecting on this, Wang Bin lamented that indeed, poverty had confined his imagination. Alas, system, where art thou? He silently called out in his mind, yet received no reply. It seemed he could not rely on the system and would have to delve into the intricacies of solar energy on his own. He had once envisioned a grand project that would allow him to receive spirit stones from the comfort of his home through long-distance communication, but under his current circumstances, it appeared utterly unattainable. In contrast, the idea of creating an internal power system for a spacecraft seemed comparatively more feasible. Du Xiaoya's character was undeniably commendable, and her reliability in tasks was refreshing. Within her purview, she enthusiastically guided Wang Bin through an array of artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and even rune treasures available for foundation establishment cultivators. This excursion opened Wang Bin's eyes to a world of possibilities. With his limited experience, he identified several pieces of equipment among the treasures that he deemed essential, particularly a few life-saving artifacts that captivated his interest. The first that caught his eye was the Feiyun shuttle, a low-grade flying artifact. The shuttle resembled an exquisitely crafted small boat, its hull meticulously forged from a special lightweight material and adorned with runes for acceleration and defense. Regrettably, it could only accommodate 2 passengers. The speed of the flying cloud shuttle is astonishing, allowing foundation establishment cultivators to traverse vast distances in an exceptionally brief period, significantly reducing travel time. Furthermore, it possesses a degree of defensive capability, capable of warding off aerial dangers such as attacks from flying demonic beasts or adverse weather conditions. When the acceleration formation is fully activated, it can even achieve speeds comparable to those of a nascent golden core cultivator in full flight within a short span. Undoubtedly, this flying cloud shuttle is an essential artifact for both routine journeys and hasty escapes. However, upon seeing the price tag of 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones, Wang Bin could only sigh resignedly, for it was indeed exorbitant. Next, there are the Gale Boots, another low-grade spiritual artifact, classified as a unique footwear. The surface of the boots is embedded with precious spirit source stones, which absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and convert it into momentum, greatly enhancing the mobility of cultivators. The Gale Boots not only enable foundation establishment cultivators to evade enemy attacks with greater agility during combat, but also conserve stamina during long treks or explorations of complex terrains. In critical moments, infusing a substantial amount of spiritual energy into the boots can significantly boost speed, making them a life-saving artifact in battle. The price of the Gale boots is relatively more affordable than that of the Flying Cloud shuttle, listed at 1,500 medium-grade spirit stones. Though Wang Bin still found himself unable to purchase them, nonetheless, he firmly etched their details in his memory. Additionally, there is the Shield Talisman, which, when activated, swiftly conjures a semi-transparent energy shield before the user. This shield boasts considerable defensive power, capable of blocking spell attacks from Foundation Establishment cultivators, such as Fireball, Ice Spike, and Lightning techniques. The shield can disperse, absorb, or even rebound the energy from spell attacks, effectively safeguarding the user from magical harm. The duration and defensive strength of the Shield Talisman vary depending on the talisman's grade and the user's cultivation level. After careful consideration, Wang Bin ultimately spent 100 medium-grade spirit stones to acquire a Shield Talisman for self-preservation. As for other talismans like the Speed Talisman, Explosion Talisman, and Flame Burst Talisman, he refrained from purchasing them due to his limited finances. Master Uncle, this talisman is a remnant of a mid-stage Golden Core Elder's life essence, crafted to leave a strategic reserve for his family as his lifespan waned. It encapsulates a portion of the power of his innate treasure, the primordial spirit shield, sealed within specialized talisman paper. An appraiser from the Merchant Alliance has verified its efficacy. Upon activation, it generates a protective energy shield around the user. This shield can withstand physical attacks from Golden Core cultivators, such as strikes from blades and staffs, and effectively block spell attacks like fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning. This spiritual shield can endure attacks from those below the mid-stage Golden Core for half an hour before its energy is depleted. Of course, even if no attacks occur after use, the spiritual shield will dissipate after an hour. The Talisman of the Golden Elixir Realm can be utilized thrice. It is undeniably a precious artifact for Foundation Establishment practitioners seeking to safeguard their lives. Each day, I find myself drawn to observe it. After Du Xiaoya passionately elucidated the merits of this talisman, she and Wang Bin stood silently by the display case, their eyes fixated on the artifact, brimming with desire. However, the price inscribed upon it was utterly outrageous, a staggering 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Such a sum is far beyond the means of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. After a while, Wang Bin regained his composure, reminiscent of his previous life. Certain things, once he comprehended that he would never have the opportunity to possess them in this lifetime, ceased to hold significance. His curiosity was piqued by the principles underlying this talisman. It seemed akin to the rudimentary artificial intelligence of his past life, and he pondered how it was achieved. In his heart, he mused that if he could unravel the workings of this talisman, many future endeavors would be considerably simplified. Du Xiaoya then guided him to several other talismans endowed with formidable functions, all suitable for Foundation Establishment cultivators, each boasting impressive capabilities. These talismans possessed numerous advantages, yet they shared a singular common flaw. Wang Bin could not afford any of them. Alas, his heart was heavy with resignation and melancholy. Chapter 11. The prices in Shihai City. After meticulously browsing an array of goods, Wang Bin began earnestly cataloging the prices of various equipment. Magical tools, as the most rudimentary weapons for cultivators, are typically wielded by those of lower tiers. These magical tools can generally be categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and top-grade classifications. Low-grade magical tools exhibit relatively modest power, as their materials and crafting techniques are rather ordinary. In contrast, top-grade magical tools are immensely powerful within their category. Crafting such exceptional tools often necessitates superior materials and unparalleled refinement skills. Typically, magical tools are primarily utilized by Qi refining stage cultivators, with prices fluctuating widely from several hundred inferior spirit stones to 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Only those with unique functionalities may exceed the 10,000 spirit stone threshold. Next, we turn to the standard spiritual artifacts for Foundation Establishment cultivators. The classification of spiritual artifacts is generally divided into inferior, middle, and superior grades, with top-grade artifacts also in existence. Most top-grade spiritual artifacts are the byproducts of failed attempts by Golden Elixir cultivators during the crafting of magical tools. Despite being deemed failures, their potency far surpasses that of superior-grade artifacts due to the materials employed. Spiritual artifacts possess a unique sentience, allowing for superior communication and synergy with their masters, thereby unleashing greater power. The materials used for their crafting are typically exceedingly rare, and the refinement process is notably intricate. In general, the inferior-grade standard flying sword ranks as the most affordable of all spiritual artifacts, demanding 900,000 inferior spirit stones internally, while the external selling price is uniformly set at 100,000 spirit stones. At this moment, Wang Bin truly grasped the profound poverty of Qingmu. A dignified Foundation Establishment practitioner, yet devoid of even a low-grade spiritual weapon. It appears that his ascension to this level of cultivation was significantly influenced by luck. As for spiritual weapons of other grades, their prices are even more exorbitant. Among these, the most affordable are offensive weapons like flying swords. Defensive spiritual weapons of the same grade are priced higher, while those meant for travel and survival are the most costly. Typically, the price of spiritual weapons ranges from 500,000 low-grade spirit stones to the upper limits. Lastly, there are talismans, whose prices begin at a minimum of 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. For instance, life-saving talismans like the Primordial Spirit Shield are priced at an astonishing 1 million spirit stones. Alas, one cannot help but lament that Qingmu's circumstances are indeed dire, lacking even a single low-grade spiritual weapon. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment and golden core stages, the conventional unit of currency for transactions shifts to mid-grade spirit stones. 1 million low-grade spirit stones merely converts to a mere 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Wang had previously believed that Qingmu's poverty was an isolated case. But now he reflects that his excessive reading of novels led him to think it unrealistic for protagonists to challenge adversaries of higher ranks so effortlessly. In truth, such scenarios are indeed plausible. If a chi refinement practitioner were adorned with luxurious gear and possessed advanced techniques, it would not be inconceivable for them to overpower a destitute foundation establishment cultivator like Qingmu. Master Uncle, allow me to show you something remarkable. At that moment, Du Xiaoye's voice suddenly chimed in, imbued with an air of mystery. Having served in the Four Seas Merchant Alliance for a decade, she possessed exceptional skills in reading people. She instantly discerned that Qingmu was not affluent, and he was the most gentle and respectful foundation establishment practitioner she had encountered. After all, the disparity in their strengths was immense, akin to the way cultivators perceive mortals. Moreover, with her keen insight, she easily perceived Qingmu's financial struggles. As a senior foundation establishment practitioner, he astonishingly lacked even a single spiritual weapon. Were it not for his attire indicating his role as an outer sect steward of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, she might have mistaken him for a wandering cultivator. Nevertheless, Du Xiaoye desired to forge a connection with the esteemed Qingmu. After all, regardless of his circumstances, he remained a foundation establishment practitioner, vastly superior to her. Thus, she wished to introduce him as something worthwhile. She led Wang Bin to a room labeled storage, and after navigating through twists and turns, they finally arrived at their destination. Du Xiaoye pointed to 2 silver orbs resting in a corner cabinet and introduced, Master Uncle, behold these 2 silver-white orbs. They are known as Thunder Calamity Pearls. After the master appraiser in the store examined the 2 beads, it was determined that if they were detonated within a 10-meter radius of a cultivator, even one at the peak of the foundation establishment stage could meet their demise. Furthermore, the explosion radius extends over 100 meters. Regrettably, these thunder destruction beads lack a method of control and can only be thrown by hand. Given the reflexes of a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, it is nearly impossible to hit a target, which is why they are stored in this miscellaneous room. These beads have been here for quite some time, unsold. It is not that the seniors at the foundation establishment stage lack the funds to purchase them. Rather, they are primarily concerned about the risk of being harmed during the throw, potentially resulting in their own destruction. Each thunder destruction bead is priced at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, but they are undoubtedly invaluable for survival. Seeing the look of astonishment on Master Qingmu's face as he stared at the thunder destruction beads in silence, Du Xiaoye felt a surge of anxiety, fearing he might be upset. Thus, she hastily conveyed her thoughts. Master Uncle, I truly do not wish to endanger you. I have already devised a method for utilizing the thunder destruction beads. For instance, we could bury one at a certain location underground, then lure the beasts to that spot, and subsequently use a spell to attack the bead from a distance. Would that not be effective? With careful planning, it would undoubtedly be worth the investment. My cultivation is still too low, and I am uncertain if I will ever reach the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, I remain safe in Shihai City as a disciple of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. My primary goal is to save money for my foundation establishment, which is why I am introducing these thunder destruction beads to you. Wang Bin, emerging from his reverie, was momentarily illuminated by a glimmer of joy, his heart brimming with elation. The sight of the thunder destruction beads had instantly opened a floodgate of ideas within him. If he could realize even a few of these notions, prosperity would surely follow. Buy them. I want both, and include them in my bill with the elixirs. Haha. Xiaoye, I am exceedingly fond of these thunder destruction beads. They are of paramount importance to me as I am stationed near the Beast Mountain range. Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, Du Xiaoye felt a wave of relief wash over her. Seeing the joy on Master Qingmu's face brought her immense happiness as well. Not only had she successfully closed this deal, but she had also gained the gratitude of a senior at the foundation establishment stage. Although it may seem insignificant at present, it is undoubtedly a valuable connection. There is no downside. At the very least, when Master Qingmu next visits the store, he will surely seek her out. Chapter 12. Hall of Merits. Du Xiaoya led Qingmu to the front desk of the shop, preparing to finalize their purchases. The Foundation Establishment Breaking Realm Pill, valued at 500 medium-grade spiritual stones, emanates a mysterious and potent aura. The Rejuvenation Pill, priced at 100 medium-grade spiritual stones, possesses miraculous healing properties that restore vitality. The Meridian Protection Pill, costing 200 medium-grade spiritual stones, safeguards the meridians from harm during combat or cultivation. The Foundation Establishment Shield Talisman, also valued at 100 medium-grade spiritual stones, can conjure a robust shield in critical moments to fend off enemy attacks. And the two Thunder Fiend Pearls, totaling 100 medium-grade spiritual stones, harbor a chilling power of lightning. The total price of these items amounts to 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. Qingmu calmly produced his identity token from the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, which granted him a discount of 5%, allowing him to ultimately pay 950 medium-grade spiritual stones. Thus, the 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones appropriated from the formation were entirely expended in this transaction. After the settlement was complete, Du Xiaoya escorted Master Qingmu out of the shop. At that moment, Wang Bin instinctively remarked, "Leave a phone number so I can find you next time." Du Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback before she quickly responded, "Did you mean to leave an address? I live in the city. If you need anything, just come to the shop and look for me." Although Du Xiaoya was unaware of what a phone was, her keen intuition allowed her to grasp Wang Bin's intent. It dawned on Wang Bin that he had become accustomed to flirting and felt a tinge of embarrassment. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved 10 medium-grade spiritual stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Du Xiaoya. "Consider this a tip. Please accept it. Do not think it too little. Let it serve as support for your Foundation Establishment Pill. Master is not wealthy." Du Xiaoya hesitated for a moment as she gazed at the 10 medium-grade spiritual stones, but soon reached out to accept them. "Thank you, Master." Her face radiated with joy. As fortune flows, so does happiness. With blessings comes tranquility. When Wang Bin departed, he did not forget to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Holding the 10 medium-grade spiritual stones, Du Xiaoya felt a surge of delight. These stones were equivalent to half a year's salary. Master Qingmu was indeed generous, and coupled with her commission from this sale, she had earned quite a sum. Reflecting on the moment Master Qingmu first entered the shop, she was grateful that a colleague had discerned his humble attire and had refrained from attending to him. He spoke with a gentle tone, displayed great generosity, and his words were poetic, though he was somewhat lacking in riches for a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Du Xiaoya carefully placed the spiritual stones into her storage pouch, cast a glance at Master Qingmu's departing figure, and then turned to resume her work, diligently saving to purchase the necessities for her Foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Wang Bin was filled with uncontainable joy. He felt that the spiritual stones he had given Du Xiaoya were far too meager. The Thunder Fiend Pearl had truly surprised him. Wasn't it simply electricity? Though the power may vary, it is, in essence, the same phenomenon. The realm of cultivation astonishingly harbors individuals capable of storing lightning within a diminutive orb, which can even explode with sufficient force to slay a Foundation Establishment cultivator. In that instant, he discerned a monumental business opportunity. Upon returning, he could investigate the materials encasing the Thunder Pearl, generate electricity, and store it within, an endeavor he was indeed adept at. Of course, large-scale operations would require further study. In due course, he envisioned mass-producing Thunder Pearls, potentially increasing their size tenfold or even 100-fold. Would that not allow him to obliterate even Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators? The mere thought ignited a fervor within Wang Bin. It seems that Du Xiaoya possesses a fortune-bringing aura, at least for him. No, once he earns a fortune, he must certainly take her as a concubine. He chuckled to himself. Qingmu then set his course towards the Hall of Merits. This time, he resolved to recuperate from his injuries in Shihai City and strive to advance his cultivation to the mid-Foundation establishment stage before returning. Traveling while injured was far too perilous. He had long contemplated replacing his current cultivation method, the Qingmu technique. This technique was evidently one employed by mere passers-by, reaching its limit upon achieving full Foundation establishment, with a training speed and power that were rather mediocre, leaving him quite vexed. After traversing for an hour, the illustrious Hall of Merits finally came into view. Shihai City was indeed vast, and cultivators below the Golden Core stage were prohibited from flying. Fortunately, the Hall of Merits was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals present, including those working at the windows. It was understandable, for in the world of cultivation, a cultivator's meditation could span months, who would visit the hall daily to exchange items. Wang Bin approached one of the windows, where a Foundation establishment deacon was on duty, his cultivation at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. "Senior brother, I am stationed in Baiyan City. Qingmu. I wish to check my sect contribution points and explore the wood attribute techniques available for my cultivation." Upon finishing his request, Wang Bin handed over his identity token. The deacon accepted the token and placed it upon a small array beside him. Instantly, a compact display emerged. After a brief glance, he remarked, "Qing Mu, you are at the early foundation establishment stage, stationed in Baiyun City for 21 years, with a contribution of 210 points. As for the wood attribute techniques you can cultivate, refer to the Jade Slip. It contains a catalog of items available for exchange." With that, he handed Wang Bin a Jade Slip, which he instinctively accepted. A profound astonishment washed over Wang Bin. Was this akin to a computer? The ability to directly query data? The array in the cultivation realm was astonishingly advanced. His curiosity bubbled within him, yearning to inquire about the underlying principles, yet he refrained. Asking would yield no fruitful answers. Alas, utilizing his spiritual sense, Wang Bin entered the Jade Slip to investigate, finding it indeed reminiscent of a computer display, albeit with a somewhat monotonous hue. The table for redeeming contribution points in the Four Seas Merchant Alliance is divided into numerous categories: secret techniques, materials, herbs, blueprints, magical treasures, miscellaneous items, and formations. Wang Bin casually utilized his spiritual consciousness to select magical treasures, which immediately revealed a new index: magical tools, spiritual tools, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures. When he attempted to access the spiritual treasures, a prompt indicated insufficient permissions, and the magical treasures remained inaccessible as well. Thus, he turned his attention to magical tools, leading to further subdivisions of weapons, armor, and others. Curiosity piqued. He clicked on weapons, discovering various types and grades of magical instruments, including swords, daggers, and staffs. Notably, he found that with just 10 contribution points, he could exchange for an exquisite magical weapon, far superior to those he currently possessed. Intrigued, he also explored other items and indeed uncovered several that captured his interest. Heavenly Restoration Pill, a renowned elixir for enhancing spiritual roots. It can rectify impurities in spiritual roots, refining innate spiritual attributes, thereby increasing the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption and circulation, which in turn accelerates cultivation speed and the likelihood of breakthroughs. However, its effects may be limited for cultivators above the nascent soul stage. Marrow Cleansing Pill. This elixir primarily functions to wash the marrow and purify the essence, improving the cultivator's physique and spiritual roots to some extent. By expelling impurities and negative energies from the body, it renders the spiritual roots more pristine and translucent, thus elevating their quality. It is important to note that the process of cleansing is often excruciating, demanding considerable willpower and endurance from the cultivator. Spirit Condensation Pill. This aids in gathering and purifying the spiritual energy contained within the spiritual roots, enhancing their sensitivity and affinity. After consumption, cultivators can more effortlessly sense and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, resulting in a noticeable enhancement of their spiritual roots. With prolonged use, it can gradually improve the innate talent of the spiritual roots, allowing cultivators to progress further on their cultivation journey. Creation Pill. While its primary function is to assist cultivators in breaking through barriers, it also has a beneficial effect on spiritual roots. Upon consumption, it induces a trance, allowing cultivators to experience higher realms of understanding, during which their spiritual roots undergo a transformative enhancement, making them more suited for advanced techniques and spells. Spiritual Source Pill. This provides a continuous supply of spiritual energy nourishment to the spiritual roots, akin to establishing a spiritual energy spring within them. With long-term consumption of the Spiritual Source Pill, the spiritual roots gradually grow stronger under ample spiritual energy, enhancing their level and potential. This elixir is particularly effective for cultivators with weaker foundational spiritual roots and lower energy absorption capabilities, facilitating rapid elevation of their spiritual strength. To his astonishment, there were 5 types of elixirs for enhancing spiritual roots, all available for exchange, yet regrettably, only inner disciples were qualified to redeem them, and there were limitations on quantities. Chapter 13. Techniques. Wang Bin unexpectedly discovered 2 lightning attribute techniques within the techniques directory, revealing that cultivators could directly unleash lightning through their training. This revelation prompted him to question the relevance of his initial research into artificial electricity. Lightning Introduction Technique. This is a fundamental lightning technique. Through the application of specialized techniques and mental disciplines, one can harness the subtle forces of lightning from the natural world into one's own body, gradually acclimating to the power of lightning, thereby establishing a foundation for its subsequent manipulation. The method of cultivation is as follows. Firstly, one must sense the lightning. During thunderstorms or in areas where electrical energy is particularly active, one should calm the mind and concentrate on perceiving the elemental forces of lightning in the air. Feel the fluctuations of lightning and the flow of energy, and attempt to establish a delicate connection with the surrounding electrical energies. This stage requires the cultivator to possess a strong capacity for mental perception, which may necessitate prolonged practice and exploration to achieve. Next comes the internalization of lightning. Once one can perceive the electrical energies, one employs special techniques, akin to creating a gravitational vortex within, to gently draw the faint forces of lightning from the surroundings into the body. This process must be approached with utmost caution, as the energy of lightning possesses formidable destructive power. Introducing too much energy too quickly could inflict severe harm upon the body. Thus, initially, only a minuscule amount of lightning energy should be brought in. Finally, one must refine the lightning. The lightning energy introduced into the body will surge chaotically, necessitating the application of mental techniques to guide this energy to specific meridians and acupoints, allowing the body to gradually assimilate and refine the lightning. During this refining process, one will experience intense sensations of prickling and tingling, which signify the collision and fusion of the lightning energy with the body's own energy. The cultivator must endure this discomfort and continuously adjust their mental techniques to expedite the refining process. The incantation for the mental technique requires the exchange of 1,000 contribution points, a reasonable price, although one must possess a lightning attribute spiritual root to learn it. Furthermore, this technique can only be cultivated to the early stages of the golden core realm. Subsequent techniques require reaching the golden core stage for further exchange. The Four Seas Merchant Alliance employs these techniques to exert tight control over its subordinates, utilizing methods that are strikingly familiar and more ruthless than the schemes of real estate. The second text is the body refinement technique, Thunderlight Body Forging Technique. This method utilizes the power of lightning to exercise and strengthen the body, enabling it to endure greater amounts of lightning energy while enhancing strength, speed, and agility. In conjunction with the mental techniques, one must maintain a tranquil and focused mindset during the practice of Thunderlight Body Forging. The mental techniques assist cultivators in better controlling the flow of lightning, preventing it from spiraling out of control within the body and causing harm. Simultaneously, these techniques help fuse the power of lightning with the cultivator's own strength, thereby enhancing the effectiveness of the training. This too requires only 1,000 contribution points, which is quite favorable and without special prerequisites, significantly increasing physical strength post-cultivation. Alas, it is prohibitively expensive, necessitating a century of contributions at Bayan City. By then, he may very well have aged beyond his years. After satisfying his curiosity, he finally discovered the urgently needed wood attribute technique, Imu Divine Art, which bears a name that appears quite formidable. This technique emphasizes the refinement and application of the energy of Imu. As a wood element in the 5 elements, Imu possesses the characteristic of perpetual vitality. The cultivator, through the application of unique techniques and mental disciplines, draws the ethereal energy of the wood element into their being, constantly honing their meridians and dantian. This process imbues their spiritual power with the vitality and resilience characteristic of wood. In combat, the cultivator can unleash formidable wood elemental energy, which not only possesses immense offensive capabilities, but also allows for healing and restoration of oneself or allies, embodying a harmonious blend of offense and defense within the wood attribute cultivations. The Qingling transformation technique emphasizes a profound comprehension and transmutation of wood elemental energy. Practitioners must seek out environments rich in wood elemental essence, engaging in communion with the flora around them to perceive the spirit of wood. Upon reaching an advanced stage of mastery, cultivators can harness the forces of nature to invoke potent spells, such as summoning colossal wood spirits for battle or utilizing the power of plants to ensnare adversaries. Moreover, this technique significantly enhances auxiliary skills such as alchemy and artifact forging, improving both the success rate and quality of elixirs, as well as augmenting the wood attributes of magical artifacts. The withering and flourishing life and death technique centers on the cyclical nature of wood's decay and renewal, embodying the essence of life and death. Practitioners must traverse the realms between existence and oblivion, grasping the impermanence and cyclical patterns of life. Throughout their cultivation journey, their spiritual power will oscillate between states of vitality and dormancy, at times brimming with life, and at others, quietly restrained. This unique fluctuation in spiritual energy grants the cultivator an element of surprise in combat, enabling them to unleash overwhelming power at unexpected moments. Additionally, this technique demands a high level of mental fortitude, as only those who have attained a certain state of mind can truly master it. The Spirit Wood Heart Sutra primarily focuses on nurturing and strengthening the cultivator's intrinsic spiritual roots. The wood attribute roots serve as the foundation for cultivating wood-based techniques, and the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra continually awakens the latent potential within these roots, rendering them more pure and powerful. By silently reciting the Heart Sutra's incantations, Practitioners guide their spiritual energy in a perpetual cycle within their bodies, nurturing their roots. As the roots grow stronger, the cultivator's understanding and application of wood attribute techniques become increasingly adept, significantly accelerating their cultivation speed. Furthermore, the potency of the roots attracts greater concentrations of wood elemental energy to the cultivator's vicinity, creating a virtuous cycle. Even the table of contents appears formidable, especially the Spirit Wood Heart Sutra, which can gradually enhance the spiritual roots without any prerequisites, costing merely 1,000 contribution points. However, it requires the practitioner to remain stationed in Baiyun City for an additional 80 years. Wait a moment, 80 years? At present, the body of Master Qingmu is already 120 years old, and after 80 years, it will reach 200, just at the brink of their lifespan. How perplexing. The Yi-Wood divine art, seemingly less impressive at just 400 contribution points, raises concerns. Brother, what if we lack enough contribution points? Wangbin speculated that alternative methods must exist to acquire contribution points, as few could redeem them through regular tasks. This would not bode well for the sect's development. Akin to selling a house where only the down payment is necessary. 10 medium-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. Wang Bin was rendered speechless upon hearing the news. After all the deliberation, it was still a matter concerning spirit stones. Sigh, senior brother, please exchange that mid-grade spirit weapon, the ice shield, for me. The one that costs 200 contribution points. The cultivation methods are too exorbitant. We shall discuss them later. This decision was a result of Wang Bin's careful consideration. With limited contribution points, it would be wiser to fortify himself rather than continue saving for a cultivation technique. Other spirit weapons seemed too risky for him. He prioritized defense for a greater sense of security. Preserving his life was paramount, and unlike Qingmu, he had already conceived ideas for harnessing solar energy, long-distance communication, and even mass-producing Thunder Pearl to earn spirit stones in the future. I'll retrieve it shortly. After the senior brother finished speaking, he stood up and went to the back. Chapter 14. Mid-Foundation Establishment. At this moment, Wang Bin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The contribution points demanded by these techniques were indeed daunting, leaving him disheartened. The gap was too vast, and it was best to set such thoughts aside for the time being. In the past, he had immersed himself in various character development games, understanding that it was wise to enhance one's own strength before anything else. After all, in this realm of cultivation filled with unknowns and dangers, safeguarding one's life was of utmost importance. The ice shield, though merely a mid-grade spirit weapon, could be utilized after some refinement. As long as the wielder possessed sufficient spiritual energy, it would be difficult for a Foundation Establishment cultivator to breach its defenses. Furthermore, the shield itself was remarkably robust, and its inherent ice attribute effectively mitigated the force of incoming attacks. Undoubtedly, this ice shield was a rare treasure for him at present, a true lifesaver. Before long, Wang Bin successfully acquired the ice shield. When he retrieved it from his storage bag, he was astonished by its size. The shield stood an impressive 2 meters tall and was 1.5 meters wide, resembling a turtle shell with a slight curvature. This design could redirect the trajectory of attacks to some extent, thus alleviating the damage sustained. One must admit, the design of the ice shield was exceptionally rational. Even more astonishing was that after channeling a bit of spiritual energy, he could feel a gentle chill emanating from the shield. Wang Bin curiously examined it for a while before storing the ice shield back in his bag. Then, Wang Bin inquired, "Senior brother, I wish to practice in the Foundation Establishment training room for a while." The senior brother replied, "Yes, that is permissible. You have 21 days of free time. If you exceed this duration, it will cost you 1 contribution point per day. You may use training room number 38. Wang Bin promptly expressed his gratitude and, following the senior brother's guidance, successfully located training room number 38. He gently pushed open the door, revealing a stone chamber measuring only 3 to 4 square meters. To his surprise, there was not even a ventilation window. However, the array within continuously emitted wisps of spiritual energy. Wang Bin paid little heed to this. He activated the defensive array and then closed the door. He settled into a cross-legged position in the center of the cultivation chamber, preparing to embark on a breakthrough. Wang Bin first diligently practiced the Qingmu Ju for a full cycle, before cautiously retrieving a rejuvenation pill. He gazed at the pill in his hand, and after a brief moment, swallowed it whole. Upon ingesting the rejuvenation pill, he immediately sensed it dissolve in his mouth. Soon after, a wave of warmth rapidly spread throughout his body. This warm current flowed like spring water cascading from his throat, gradually permeating his limbs and bones. Wherever this warmth reached, the chill and discomfort caused by his damaged meridians dissipated like snow melting under the gentle sun. The sensation was akin to standing beneath the comforting rays of the sun on a frigid winter day, enveloped in a soothing warmth from within. As the medicinal properties of the pill continued to take effect, the pain gradually subsided. Initially sharp, the pain transformed into a dull ache, which then morphed into a vague soreness. Ultimately, this discomfort vanished, replaced by a sense of ease, as if a heavy burden had been suddenly lifted from his shoulders. After the passing of an incense stick's duration, Wang Bin could distinctly feel the damaged meridians beginning to mend under the nourishing effects of the pill. The previously severed and broken meridians now resembled parched earth rejuvenated by nourishing rain, bursting back to life. The meridians healed at a slow yet stable pace, and he could sense a slight tingling sensation, indicating that they were self-repairing and growing. As time progressed, the flow within the meridians improved, and the circulation of spiritual energy within his body gradually returned to normal. At this moment, Wang Bin felt invigorated, a powerful sensation welling up within him. He couldn't help but exclaim how extraordinarily comfortable this feeling was. Upon reflecting on the passage of time, he realized that 3 days had already elapsed. Moreover, his legs and feet showed no signs of numbness. Truly, as a cultivator, the body's ability to recover is formidable. This marked the first time Wang Bin had closed himself off for more than a day since arriving in the realm of cultivation. The experience was simply delightful. After contemplating for a moment, he silently resolved to directly advance to the mid-foundation stage before emerging. Now, all preparations were in place. Wang Bin once again practiced the Qingmu Ju for a full cycle, then began compressing the spiritual energy within his dantian. As the energy was compressed, he gradually felt the strain. It was only at this juncture that he produced a mirror-breaking pill and swallowed it in one swift motion. Instantly, he felt an influx of exceptionally pure spiritual power surging into his dantian. Under the influence of this power, the transformation of spiritual energy from gaseous to liquid state within his dantian accelerated significantly. The entire process proceeded remarkably smoothly. However, during the compression of the spiritual power, Wang Bin sensed immense pressure bearing down on his dantian meridians. The sensation was overwhelming, as if his body were on the verge of bursting. Yet, he understood the necessity of gritting his teeth and persistently adjusting the rhythm of his spiritual energy circulation. In that moment, a thought suddenly crossed Wang Bin's mind. Indeed, the path of cultivation demands an exceptionally high physical resilience from practitioners. It appeared that Qingmu's physical strength was struggling under such immense pressure. He sensed that in certain areas, his skin was nearly seeping blood. His meridians were also throbbing painfully, as if they might rupture at any moment. It seemed evident that Qingmu's previous failure to break through was largely due to this inadequacy. Insufficient physical strength necessitated the use of a boundary-breaking pill to assist in compressing spiritual energy, alongside a pulse-protecting pill to safeguard the meridians. With this in mind, Wang Bin hastily consumed the pulse-protecting pill. As its efficacy took effect, a warm current coursed through his meridians, gradually bringing a refreshing sensation to the areas of discomfort, alleviating the throbbing pain. Indeed, the expense on the pulse-protecting pill proved worthwhile, exhibiting remarkably evident results. As the spiritual energy continued to compress and transform, a vague circular form of a spiritual platform began to manifest within Wang Bin's core upon reaching a certain threshold. Following the instructions of his cultivation technique, he diligently shaped this platform with his consciousness, gradually solidifying its form. Time passed without Wang Bin's awareness, and at last, a circular spiritual platform hovered steadily within his dantian. This platform exuded a sense of completeness and harmony, symbolizing the gradual fulfillment of a practitioner's cultivation journey, allowing for the even circulation and storage of spiritual energy. The circular platform radiated a gentle glow, embodying the tranquility and stability of the practitioner's mindset. For foundational practitioners, this circular platform facilitates a better balance in the output of spiritual energy during combat, enhancing the stability and longevity of their spells. Wang Bin's spiritual platform was quite ordinary. It bore no resemblance to the legendary lotus platforms or sword-shaped variants. After all, he was cultivating a rather commonplace technique, the Qingmu method. Thus, possessing an ordinary spiritual platform was to be expected. Nevertheless, this marked a significant milestone in his progression to the mid-foundational stage. Fortunately, Wang Bin had adequately prepared this time. Otherwise, he would have faced yet another failure. It appears that if he aspires to advance further along the path of immortality, he must engage in the dual cultivation of both technique and physique. Perhaps this is indeed the correct approach to cultivation. The synergy between technique and physique is essential. A robust body can accommodate greater spiritual energy and endure more substantial pressure. The daily circulation of spiritual energy nourishes the practitioner's physical form. However, the resources required for dual cultivation are considerable. It stands to reason that the core disciples nurtured by the sect are likely engaged in such dual practices. Alas, this brings us back to the same conclusion: money. Truly, it is the root of all evils. Chapter 15. A fortuitous discovery? At long last, Wang Bin successfully entered the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Upon reflecting on the process of this breakthrough, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that it had taken merely 20 days. One must admit, this speed is indeed remarkably swift. This accomplishment was primarily due to the ample preparation of elixirs, which provided a solid foundation for his advancement. As Wang Bin leisurely departed from the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, he felt an unparalleled sense of elation. As if the sky above him had become more azure and the air around him remarkably fresh. For reasons unknown, a sudden inspiration struck him, accompanied by a powerful premonition that today might indeed be his lucky day. Vivid images of protagonists from novels surged through his mind, often depicting them stumbling upon enviable treasures during their first visit to bustling markets, whether it be a dusty artifact or a formidable weapon of great power. With this thought, a fervent flame ignited within Wang Bin's heart, invigorating his spirit. He mused that, with his unique perspective and rich experiences straddling two realms, he might truly uncover a remarkable opportunity in this market brimming with possibilities. If fortune favored him in finding a damaged artifact belonging to an elderly master, it would be akin to ascending a celestial ladder, propelling him towards unprecedented heights and ensuring an unobstructed path in his cultivation journey. With such splendid aspirations in his heart, Wang Bin eagerly inquired with passers-by for directions to his desired destination and then strode confidently toward the promising locale. This much-anticipated place was located not far from the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, a lively market in Shihai City where cultivators gathered. The area was teeming with people, exuding an atmosphere rich with vitality and exuberance. Rows of neatly arranged shops lined the streets, displaying a dazzling array of eclectic goods, anything one could imagine. These establishments were operated by various factions or members of merchant alliances who congregated an assortment of precious items here. The wares primarily consisted of elixirs and magical artifacts essential for cultivators, each clearly priced for easy comprehension. However, it was precisely this transparency that rendered the chances of uncovering hidden treasures virtually non-existent. Wang Bin cast a hasty glance at the offerings, shaking his head in resignation before turning away. He understood that in such a place, the prospect of discovering genuine treasures at a bargain was almost hopeless. As he traversed this bustling thoroughfare, he soon reached the area where vendors set up their stalls. This space contrasted sharply with the shops, brimming with an eclectic assortment of whimsical items. Here, there were no ostentatious signs or orderly displays, only simple stalls where vendors casually laid out their possessions, awaiting discerning customers. This is truly where one might stumble upon hidden treasures, for the vendors here are mostly wandering cultivators or fortunate adventurers who have obtained various mysterious items from unknown places, bringing them here in hopes of a fortuitous encounter. With a heart full of anticipation, Wang Bin weaved through the stalls, his gaze sharp as a discerning detector, scanning the items on display in search of buried gems. At one stall, he encountered a collection of ancient artifacts, each radiating an enigmatic aura, as if whispering tales of their former grandeur. Among them were short swords, small cauldrons, and jade pendants, each possessing a unique shape and intricate patterns that beckon one to delve deeper. Wang Bin first picked up a short sword, carefully imbuing it with a trace of spiritual energy. The sword trembled slightly, emanating a faint glow, yet it was evidently not a high-grade artifact. Discreetly, he set the sword down, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet he did not relinquish hope. Next, he examined a small cauldron adorned with mysterious engravings, its complex patterns seemingly harboring endless secrets. Wang Bin scrutinized it closely, attempting to discern any clues, but ultimately found nothing remarkable. Reluctantly, he covertly channeled spiritual energy into the cauldron, yet it remained unresponsive. In tales, such cauldrons often yield hidden treasures, yet this one appeared rather unremarkable, leaving Wang Bin perplexed. The vendor, a gaunt old man with a weathered face, possessed a keen glint in his eyes that hinted at his astuteness. Clearly, he too was a foundation-building cultivator, suggesting he had garnered some experience on the path of cultivation. Noticing Wang Bin's interest in the artifacts, he enthusiastically began to elaborate. Esteemed friend, the artifacts at my stall are all sourced from ancient ruins, each possessing a unique story. Perhaps one holds the treasure you seek. Wang Bin merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further, continuing to sift through the offerings. He understood well that in such scenarios, revealing his true thoughts too readily could lead to inflated prices from the vendor. In truth, he harbored a modicum of interest in the small cauldron. He had just exerted a considerable amount of force to test it, and the cauldron had shown no reaction, indicating that its material was sufficiently durable. This sparked a notion within him that the cauldron might not be as ordinary as it appeared. Should the price be reasonable, he resolved to acquire it. He refrained from employing cliché tactics, such as pretending to be interested in other items in hopes of persuading the vendor to throw in the cauldron as a bonus after a deal was struck. He felt that such methods were both cumbersome and uncertain in their success. Esteemed friend, how many spirit stones for this small cauldron? Wang Bin finally inquired, unable to contain himself any longer. It seems you are quite knowledgeable, the vendor replied. This cauldron was unearthed from a ruin. Although I have yet to discover its function, the material is remarkably sturdy. It could be a treasure, at the very least a spiritual artifact. Let us settle on that, the vendor declared, extending a single finger. Wang Bin cautiously inquired, 1,000 spiritual stones? 10,000. The vendor shot him a displeased glance. Wang Bin found himself at a loss for words. The price was rather steep. Yet, an instinctive sense lingered within him that this cauldron was a remarkable item. Unfortunately, he possessed only over 8,000 spiritual stones, which fell short of the required sum for this modest cauldron. Thus, for the first time in his life, he mustered the audacity to negotiate. He understood that in such transactions, one must not yield easily. With patience, it was possible to acquire one's desired item at a reasonable price. After a vigorous exchange of offers and counteroffers, both parties exerted their utmost efforts. The vendor attempted to inflate the price, while Wang Bin sought every means to lower it. Ultimately, after a lengthy negotiation, the price was settled at 5,000 spiritual stones. Both parties felt a sense of satisfaction, believing they had struck a favorable deal. Wang Bin was convinced this was a valuable item. Although he was yet unaware of its precise function, he trusted his intuition. The vendor, on the other hand, had discovered the cauldron in the storage bag of an unfortunate soul, and after some study, had deemed it useless yet robust. He felt it was still a worthwhile item. For over a decade, he had displayed it at the market during his trips to Shihai City, but it had never sold. To his surprise, it was finally sold today, and the 5,000 mid-grade spiritual stones could suffice to elevate him to the peak of foundation establishment. However, when the vendor beheld the spiritual stones Wang Bin presented from his storage bag, his expression shifted abruptly. The aura of his mid-stage foundation establishment momentarily flickered, as though a tempest were about to arise. This was particularly significant in Shihai City, known for its strict regulations and order, where any recklessness could lead to severe repercussions. Furthermore, the individual before him was clad in the attire of the Shihai Mountain's steward, heightening his caution, suppressing his simmering anger. He gritted his teeth and addressed Wang Bin. My friend, are you jesting with me? What purpose does presenting 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones serve? I specified 5,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. What? 5,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Are you joking? You wish to sell an artifact of which you are entirely ignorant for 5,000 mid-grade spiritual stones? Do you take me for a fool? Wang Bin feigned outrage, sweeping away as he felt increasingly exasperated. How absurd. The vendor's greed was outrageous. Was this even a bargain? 5,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Even if he were sold, it wouldn't be worth such an amount. Moreover, the crux of the matter was that he lacked that many spiritual stones, leaving him engulfed in disappointment and rage. Feeling deceived by the vendor, following this unpleasant exchange, Wang Bin wandered through the street. He observed that most of the items sold at these stalls were comparable to those in the shops, albeit at relatively lower prices. However, the items at the stall lack any guarantee of quality. Their worth relies solely on one's discerning eye. This, regrettably, is a weakness for Wang Bin, as he lacks the keen insight and extensive experience required to accurately assess the value of these objects. Moreover, he is truly financially constrained, without sufficient funds to take risks on uncertain acquisitions. Simultaneously, he has come to a harsh realization. At the foundation building stage, the valuation unit for the items used by cultivators defaults to medium-grade spirit stones. By this exchange rate, he currently possesses merely 80 medium-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. Any item that appears to hold even a glimmer of potential value is beyond his financial reach, while the rest are merely trinkets suitable for the chi refining stage, offering little utility to him. Alas, it is time to return. It is better to accumulate the 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones needed for the defensive array's focal point in Baiyun City before pursuing anything else. With a resigned sigh, Wang Bin felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he did not relinquish hope. He understood that on the path of cultivation, opportunities invariably accompany challenges. With relentless effort, he would one day discover treasures meant for him. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one word: poverty. Chapter 16. Assessing one's resources. Wang Bin stood in a corner of Shihai City, quietly contemplating his situation. He had initially hoped to uncover hidden treasures upon his arrival, but after some exploration, it became evident that such hopes were in vain. Given this, the purpose of his visit to Shihai City had largely been fulfilled, prompting him to decide on his return journey. He mused to himself, a golden nest or a silver nest is no match for one's own doghouse. In Baiyun City, he wielded considerable influence, living a life of utmost ease and comfort. Every blade of grass and every brick and tile there instilled in him a profound sense of belonging. In Baiyun City, he could pursue his desires without concern for others' opinions. This liberating existence was something he found elusive elsewhere. As Wang Bin embarked on his journey home, weary yet resolute, he finally returned to the familiar confines of Baiyun City. Upon entering, he eagerly sought out Chen Jun and Huang Yukai to inquire about recent happenings in Baiyun City. Upon receiving assurances that all was well, his anxieties were finally alleviated. Subsequently, Wang Bin returned to the city lord's residence, the place where he routinely managed affairs and practiced cultivation. Seated in the spacious room, he meticulously began to inventory his entire wealth, assessing his assets to chart the course of his future cultivation journey. At present, Wang Bin's cultivation level stood at the 4th layer of the foundation building stage, commonly referred to as the mid-foundation stage. His primary cultivation method was the Qingmu Ju, a standard wood attribute technique. While its power and cultivation speed were relatively average, its gentle and safe nature provided him with a solid foundation on his path of cultivation. In terms of spells, in addition to the nearly universal flying sword technique that all cultivators master, he had also acquired several unique wood attribute spells. Among his most formidable spells, the Ivy Binding technique stands out as his most powerful. This spell possesses the extraordinary ability to summon resilient vines, imbued with formidable binding strength. These vines appear almost sentient, rapidly emerging from the ground or surrounding flora to ensnare foes with astonishing swiftness. Enemies ensnared by the vines find their movements severely restricted, making escape exceedingly difficult. In the heat of battle, this spell grants practitioners invaluable moments for offense or evasion. Furthermore, it can be employed in tandem with allies to control adversaries before delivering a decisive blow. The Ivy Binding technique proves especially effective against agile or melee-oriented foes. However, this spell is not without its limitations. It faces environmental constraints. In arid deserts, the absence of vegetation hinders vine growth, while in aquatic settings, their development is significantly obstructed. In aerial contexts, the spell is nearly rendered ineffective. Absent unique ivy seeds, the spell becomes rather impractical in such environments. The Wooden Spirit Shield is also one of Wang Bin's essential spells. By harnessing wood element spiritual energy, he can create a protective layer that resembles a shield around his body. This shield, composed of condensed wood element spiritual essence, offers a degree of defense. It can withstand physical attacks and some magical assaults, providing reliable protection for the practitioner. Compared to shields of other elements, the Wooden Spirit Shield exhibits superior resilience and self-repair capabilities. When under attack, the wood element spiritual energy within the shield flows automatically, swiftly mending the damaged areas, thus enhancing the longevity of its defense. In the face of mass assaults or formidable adversaries, the Wooden Spirit Shield offers effective protection, granting practitioners a greater chance of survival in perilous battles. The Spirit Wood healing technique epitomizes the vitality and vigor of the wood element. Wang Bin can infuse wood element spiritual energy into the body of the wounded, awakening their innate self-healing abilities. Under the influence of this miraculous energy, the wounds of the injured heal at an accelerated pace, while their stamina and vitality rapidly restore. For practitioners or allies injured in combat, the Spirit Wood healing technique serves as a vital supportive spell, enabling them to regain their combat effectiveness and continue contributing to the team's victory. Moreover, this spell also possesses purifying and healing effects for those afflicted by poison or malevolent forces, showcasing its broad applicability. The Wooden Spike Assault is another of Wang Bin's favorite spells. Although its power may not be immense, it can be cast instantaneously. He can summon the surrounding wood element spiritual energy to coalesce into sharp wooden spikes in an instant. These spikes can emerge suddenly from the ground, trees, or even the air, launching at enemies with remarkable speed. The quantity, size, and velocity of the spikes depend on the practitioner's magical strength and spell proficiency. The merit of this spell lies in its swift activation and the element of surprise it brings, enabling it to inflict damage upon adversaries in unforeseen circumstances. When engaging in ranged attacks or ambushes, the Wooden Spike Assault technique proves to be an exceptionally effective method, leaving foes defenseless. The Spirit Wood Acceleration technique is primarily utilized to hasten the growth and reproduction of plants. In combat, Wang Bin can employ this spell to induce rapid growth of surrounding flora, thereby creating natural barriers or traps. For instance, he may cause the branches of trees to grow swiftly and intertwine, obstructing the advance of his enemies, or he might allow vines on the ground to spread rapidly, ensnaring foes and restricting their mobility. Furthermore, the Spirit Wood Acceleration technique can also be harnessed to procure special botanical resources, such as swiftly cultivating plants with medicinal properties or unique functions, thus providing greater assistance to himself and his allies. Overall, this spell is considered auxiliary in nature. However, when applied in the appropriate environment, it can exhibit immense efficacy. Particularly within wooded areas, Wang Bin can fully exploit the advantages of this spell, gaining the upper hand in battle. Wang Bin's possessions are indeed meager. Upon careful inventory, he found he possessed 500 low-grade spirit stones, which might be deemed a modest fortune by lower-tier cultivators. Yet for Wang Bin, who aspires to higher realms, it is woefully insufficient. Among his equipment, the mid-grade spirit artifact, the ice shield, stands as his most valuable possession. The ice shield emanates an aura of chill, capable of deflecting attacks from enemies at critical moments. Additionally, he owns a low-grade magic robe, a mid-grade flying sword, and a pair of magic boots. While these items may prove somewhat useful during the chi refinement stage, they render him somewhat inadequate when confronting adversaries of the foundation establishment stage. Wang Bin also possesses a shield talisman, which can defend against the attacks of foundation establishment cultivators for a brief period, affording him a precious opportunity to escape in perilous situations. He carries 2 storage bags, one of his own and another that was included as a bonus when he purchased items from the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. The complementary storage bag is only 1 cubic in size, offering limited space, whereas Wang Bin's own bag provides a 10 cubic capacity for storing a greater number of items. Within these storage bags lie various trinkets and elixirs, yet all are tailored for chi refinement cultivators, lacking any items of significant value, much to Wang Bin's dismay. As for secondary professions, Wang Bin possesses no skills whatsoever. He is only capable of setting up the basic spirit gathering array and concealment array, 2 formations that are exceedingly common among loose cultivators, as nearly every solitary practitioner learns them. During cultivation, the spirit gathering array is essential for concentrating the sparse spiritual energy in the air, thereby enhancing the efficiency of his practice. The art of concealment is to mask one's presence while resting in the wilderness, rendering it difficult for adversaries to discern one's existence. In times of peril, this technique proves invaluable, enabling one to evade pursuers. Although these 2 formations are straightforward and practical, they fall woefully short of Wang Bin's aspirations for the future. After meticulously assessing his belongings, he exhaled a profound sigh. It was evident that, with his current resources, the prospect of embarking on the path to the golden core was exceedingly bleak. If all goes as anticipated, he has another 70 or 80 years to live. In truth, such a life is not without its merits. Living peacefully for the remainder of his days could be considered a form of happiness. Yet, deep within his heart, he was consumed by a sense of dissatisfaction. Having arrived in this wondrous realm of cultivation, he yearned not to languish in mediocrity, for he craved the pursuit of loftier realms and the exploration of the unknown. However, reality was unforgiving. It felt as though he had returned to his previous life, where his future was laid bare before him, devoid of surprise or anticipation. Nevertheless, Wang Bin did not resign himself to despair. He understood that, with spirit stones in hand, he could alter his fate. Presently, his income derived from only 2 sources. The first was his post in Baiyun City, which afforded him an annual stipend of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 contribution points to his sect. This remuneration was dishearteningly paltry, leaving him feeling somewhat powerless. The second source stemmed from renting out 4 foundational cultivation rooms located at the Spirit Vein node in Baiyun City. Each room commanded a daily rental of 50 low-grade spirit stones, with an ideal scenario yielding 200 stones per day. However, he had to allocate 10% to his subordinates. So averaging his daily income at 100 low-grade spirit stones would culminate in an annual total of 36,000 stones. This income was comparatively promising. Indeed, merely securing a position within a formidable faction and employing a bit of ingenuity could yield far greater rewards than his meager salary. Over a decade, this would amount to 360,000 low-grade spirit stones, a prospect that ignited a glimmer of hope in Wang Bin's heart. As long as he maintained a low profile and avoided drawing attention, coupled with prudent management of his income and expenditures, there remained a possibility of progression along the path of cultivation. Furthermore, the endeavor of researching the Thunder Pearl appeared equally promising. Wang Bin recalled the formidable power of exploding batteries. Although he lacked knowledge on battery creation, if he could decode the materials enveloping the Thunder Pearl to store lightning, would that not suffice? He believed that with diligent study, he would inevitably uncover a path to breakthrough. Indeed, as long as his resolve did not falter, solutions would invariably outnumber challenges. Wang Bin silently vowed to carve out a realm of his own along the path of cultivation, determined to ensure that his presence in this world would not go unnoticed. Chapter 17. Offering advice. Having just completed an inventory of his possessions, Wang Bin now found himself in a state of anticipation for the future, tinged with a touch of uncertainty. In a moment of leisure, a sudden thought surged within Wang Bin's mind, prompting him to rise and inspect the status of his cultivation chambers. After all, this was his primary source of income, and it was imperative that it remained unblemished. The foundational cultivation rooms were situated within the city lord's estate. However, due to Wang Bin's disdain for the bustling noise, He cleverly employed a formation to isolate them from the outside world. This arrangement not only ensured a tranquil environment for cultivation, but also provided users with an enhanced atmosphere for their practice. As Wang Bin approached the entrance of the cultivation room, he was taken aback by the scene that greeted him. There sat Huang Yukai, leisurely enjoying a cup of tea, exuding an air of relaxation. Beside him was a voluptuous beauty, a young woman gently massaging his shoulders. This sight evoked a deep sense of reflection in Wang Bin. It seemed that Huang Yukai was living a life far more comfortable than his own as the city lord. Noticing the arrival of the city lord, Huang Yukai swiftly rose to his feet and bowed respectfully. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "This is one of my wives, Qin Hongyu. I brought her here to the foundational cultivation room, hoping the abundant spiritual energy might extend her life." Wang Bin nodded slightly, allowing his gaze to linger momentarily on Qin Hongyu. "You may remain here, provided it does not disrupt the cultivation room's activities." "How are things progressing in the cultivation rooms?" Huang Yukai responded promptly. "My lord, they are currently at full capacity, with a waiting list extending 2 weeks into the future. Alas, we have only 4 foundational cultivation rooms." At this, Wang Bin's lips involuntarily twitched. In truth, he yearned to establish more cultivation rooms. However, he understood the potential envy that could arise from such an expansion, inevitably inviting trouble. For rooms sufficed, any more would surely provoke jealousy and ensuing complications. Huang Yukai, upon hearing this, readily concurred. "Indeed, I have been too greedy." Wang Bin strolled slowly around the cultivation room, meticulously observing his surroundings. With the stability of his income source confirmed, his previously anxious heart began to relax. Just as he was about to depart, Qin Hongyu suddenly called out to him, "My lord, please wait. I have a lucrative idea to share with you." This exclamation startled Huang Yukai. Though the city lord was known for his good temper, it was audacious for a mere mortal like his wife to address a cultivator directly. Wang Bin halted, turning slowly to focus on Qin Hongyu once more. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that such beauty was bound to Huang Yukai. Yet, what did it matter that she was merely a mortal? "Speak," he urged. "If your suggestion can yield me spiritual stones, you shall be well rewarded." His tone carried a hint of anticipation. Qin Hongyu lowered her head slightly, appearing somewhat anxious. "My lord, it is rather inconvenient to speak here, don't you think?" Wang Bin pondered briefly and found Qin Hongyu's assessment to be quite reasonable. "You too follow me." He swiftly waved a flag. An luminous portal appeared not far from the door. Without hesitation, the 3 stepped into the portal, instantly arriving in the backyard of the lord's residence. The cultivation chamber was indeed located in the backyard, but it was concealed by a formation, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to detect. Noticing the absence of others, Qin Hongyu summoned her courage and spoke. "My lord, my family has been brewing wine for generations. I am aware that when wine is heated to a certain degree, it transforms into vapor, and when cooled, it reverts to liquid. My husband once mentioned that the air we breathe is permeated with spiritual energy, albeit sparse, yet inexhaustible. Especially in the foundation-building cultivation chamber, the spiritual energy is exceedingly dense. If we could directly convert this spiritual energy into spiritual liquid, it would undoubtedly yield immense profit." Wang Bin's heart jolted at her words. How could I have not considered this? Immense profit, he thought. Does this mean he is on the verge of striking it rich? However, his rationality quickly restored his composure. There must be some catch. Otherwise, such a fortuitous opportunity could not possibly fall to him. Moreover, what exactly is spiritual liquid? What purpose does it serve? Wang Bin fell silent and shifted his gaze to Huang Yukai, knowing that he would likely possess some knowledge on the matter. "My lord, please do not be angry. My humble wife is but a mortal and lacks profound insight. She has mentioned this method, which I too have contemplated. Her family is a merchant house from 1,000 miles away in the Qin kingdom. After their business flourished, it drew the attention of cultivators seeking their wealth. Thus, her father arranged her marriage to me, while also offering an annual tribute of 1,000 taels of gold for my protection over the Qin family. Upon seeing Han Yu's remarkable beauty, I consented. As for the method she spoke of, I have arranged a spirit-gathering formation before. Initially, we used 3 low-grade spirit stones to gather the spiritual energy, and despite our efforts, we could not transform any of the energy into liquid. We suspected the concentration was insufficient, so I resolutely utilized 108 spirit stones to set up a spirit-gathering formation. The concentration of spiritual energy therein matched that of this foundation-building cultivation chamber. We toiled for half a day and indeed collected a few drops of liquid, only to discover it was merely water. Disheartened, we gave up. Later, during a task in Sihai City, I consulted the archives at the Merit Hall. There are indeed methods to transform spiritual energy into spiritual liquid, but it requires the intervention of a nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, the costs far exceed the value of the spiritual liquid, and it demands a significant amount of time. Only core disciples of sects or the progeny of powerful beings can afford to utilize spiritual liquid for cultivation. It is said that cultivating with spiritual liquid is exponentially faster than conventional meditation. Coupled with the innate talents of those prodigies, their acquisition of suitable advanced techniques, a proper cultivation environment, elixirs, and guidance from formidable mentors, it is no wonder that some attain the golden core stage within a century. Alas, Huang Yukai recounted the entire sequence of events with a tone imbued with resignation. Wang Bin instinctively nodded. Huang Yukai indeed made a valid point. Wait, this issue seems solvable. Modern technology possesses various compression machines, and he vaguely recalled the underlying principles. However, where would the high concentration of spiritual energy come from? Could it be sourced from these 4 foundational cultivation rooms? Or would he need to set up a spiritual gathering formation himself? No, those foundational cultivation rooms were too conspicuous. And they were not his own. He merely resided in Baiyun City. If someone with a higher cultivation level were to arrive, wouldn't that expose him? The risks were considerable. Yukai, what is the price of a drop of spiritual liquid? Wang Bin inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Yukai replied, My lord, the market price I have gathered is 100 medium-grade spirit stones per drop. Although it contains a comparable amount of spiritual energy to a medium-grade spirit stone, the ease of refining energy from the spiritual liquid is 100-fold greater. Thus, it commands such a high price, and it greatly aids in breakthroughs for lower realms. During battles, it allows for rapid replenishment of internal spiritual power, and it can be utilized for alchemy and artifact forging, even for those in the golden core stage. Consuming the spiritual liquid directly is far more effective than refining energy from spirit stones. As for us, those on the fringes, it's futile to even consider it. Wealth alone cannot procure it, and it's far too impractical. Moreover, that is merely the market price I learned of. In reality, it is even more expensive. And without connections, one cannot acquire the spiritual liquid at all. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin quickly calculated in his mind. Haha, what a fortune. A drop of spiritual liquid can sell for 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Mind you, medium-grade. And that is merely the market price. This is a path to prosperity. Chapter 18. Life-giving pill. At this moment, Wang Bin was undergoing an experience that could potentially alter his future. Cultivators at the nascent soul stage could compress spiritual energy directly into liquid form, and Wang Bin pondered the reasons behind this. It must be due to the profound cultivation level of nascent soul cultivators, whose magical power reached unfathomable heights. With such formidable magical energy, they could forcibly compress spiritual energy into liquid. Wang Bin gently stroked his chin, lost in deep contemplation. If he could devise a compression device to convert high-concentration spiritual energy into liquid form, it seemed entirely plausible. It should be quite simple, he mused internally. However, how exactly could this compression device be constructed? This indeed required thorough contemplation. Previously, he had only glimpsed a rough principle while scrolling through short videos. Now, as a foundational cultivator, his memory had significantly improved. Through careful recollection, he could still remember the general concept. The deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more exhilarated Wang Bin became. This was a rhythm that promised wealth. He felt a surge of hope on his path to the golden core stage. It is worth noting that a spiritual gathering formation arranged with 108 low-grade spirit stones could achieve a spiritual energy concentration equivalent to that of a foundational cultivation room. Moreover, according to the information retrieved by Huang Yukai in the Hall of Merit, the total spiritual energy contained in a middle-grade spirit stone is roughly equivalent to that found in a single drop of spirit liquid. Does this not imply a staggering profit margin? My goodness, if he were to cultivate to the realm of the nascent soul, would it not be a certainty? At this moment, Wang Bin gazed at Qin Hongyu, his eyes brimming with an increasing fondness. This Qin Hongyu, indeed, is a benefactor destined to cross his path. One glance reveals her as a woman who brings fortune to her husband. Alas, she is already married, and to none other than his loyal subordinate. Even more regrettably, she is but a mere mortal. Wang Bin made an effort to dispel the inappropriate and wicked thoughts that crept into his mind. After all, Huang Yukai is his subordinate, who has always devoted himself wholeheartedly to his service. Wang Bin is certainly not a man like Chao Mengda. Nevertheless, he must not allow the couple to perceive the thoughts that linger in his heart. Qin Hongyu, your idea is remarkably insightful and has inspired me greatly. As a token of my appreciation, I shall reward you with a life essence pill. This pill possesses miraculous effects, capable of invigorating the human body and enhancing vitality, significantly promoting the regeneration and repair of bodily tissues. For an ordinary person, consuming a life essence pill will lead to a remarkable enhancement of various bodily functions, resulting in a more robust life force and thus extending one's lifespan. Typically, a common individual may live an additional 10 to 20 years after consumption. If I recall correctly, the life essence pill costs only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. Yukai, go and purchase one for your wife. You may take the spirit stones from my cultivation chamber's allocation. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Qin Hongyu exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she hurriedly knelt in gratitude. A few hundred spirit stones. She had only heard of the life essence pill before. While it may hold little significance for cultivators, it is an irresistible temptation for ordinary people. Consuming the pill could grant her at least an extra decade of life. Her father had always wished to acquire one, yet he could never manage to do so. Furthermore, the life essence pill is exceedingly expensive as a mere mortal. Should he dare to enter the market for cultivators with a few hundred spirit stones, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Wang Bin observed the exquisite woman kneeling before him in heartfelt gratitude, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. It is a pity, however, that she is already married. Yet, if she were not married, if she were not a matron, she would lack this unique aura. It is indeed a source of inner conflict. Nevertheless, Qin Hongyu's assistance today has proven invaluable, even if the couple remains unaware of this fact. However, he cannot simply dismiss her contribution lightly. Yet, he must also refrain from bestowing too much. After all, she is but a mortal. Bestowing excessive gifts may not necessarily benefit her and could even endanger her life. Wang Bin pondered briefly before slowly stating, since your family hails from a lineage of winemakers, I implore you to craft a spiritual elixir for me. Although your family has historically produced ordinary wines, I trust there are many fundamental similarities. Infusing the medicinal properties of elixirs into the beverage should suffice. I shall allocate a starting fund of 1,000 inferior spirit stones for your research. Should you require assistance, seek out Huang Yukai, with a cap of 10,000 inferior spirit stones. If you exhaust the 10,000 and still yield no results, we shall consider this matter concluded. Upon hearing these words, Qin Hongyu felt an overwhelming joy. She had long harbored such aspirations, yet lacked the necessary funds. Her family did indeed earn several tens of thousands of taels of silver annually, but when converted to gold, it amounted to mere hundreds, and subsequently to only a handful of spirit stones. Moreover, with her father having several sons, her position as a daughter seemed insignificant. The most basic materials for brewing spiritual liquor, even the lowest grade spirit rice, required 1 spirit stone per pound, an expense she could not afford. Although she had broached the subject with Huang Yukai, her request was declined, primarily due to her lack of a brewing formula and the need for experimentation, compounded by her status as a mere mortal. Her husband, Huang Yukai, was also just an ordinary cultivator in the qi refining stage, lacking the surplus funds for her experiments. Dear Yukai, you must take this matter to heart. If successful, our family will possess a legacy of winemaking, easing the path for future generations in their cultivation. Should it fail, it matters not, as the spirit stones are drawn from the city lord's coffers. Thank you, city lord. Thank you, city lord. Huang Yukai, equally elated, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He privately lamented that had he been directly awarded 10,000 spirit stones, his chances of successfully establishing a foundation would have increased significantly. Chapter 19. An urge for wine. Wang Bin merely uttered a few encouraging words before allowing the couple to depart, filled with gratitude and trepidation. In truth, he felt little turbulence within regarding Qin Hongyu's potential success in brewing spiritual wine. His actions stemmed more from a sense of gratitude towards her. After all, her idea had been like a glimmer of hope in darkness, opening a new door to wealth for him. Now, Wang Bin resembled a fortunate soul clutching a treasure map, having discovered a path to ascendancy. Those once valuable small ventures, like winemaking, had become trivial, failing to capture his interest any longer. Yet, wine held a peculiar allure for him. Merely conjuring the image of wine in his mind caused an invisible hand to gently tug at his throat, prompting an involuntary swallow. Reflecting on the past, in that mundane world devoid of celestial wonders, Wang Bin had once been a distinguished figure within the taverns. The fine liquor flows effortlessly down his throat, while beer is consumed as casually as water, a sensation he fondly reminisces about. Yet, who would have imagined that upon entering the realm of cultivation, both smoke and drink would seem like relics of a bygone world, utterly estranged from him? Upon reflection, this is not a transformation of his own being, but rather a characteristic of the body he now inhabits, Qingmu, which bears no dependency on such mundane indulgences. With his eyes closed, Wang Bin delves deeply into Qingmu's memories, as if leafing through an ancient and enigmatic tome. As the recollections unfold, the reasons become clear. The original owner of this body, Qingmu, led a life steeped in austerity, akin to a solitary ascetic navigating through darkness, bearing the burdens of material scarcity for the elusive path of cultivation. For the first 80 years, all his energy was devoted to amassing spirit stones to procure foundation-building pills. Each spirit stone encapsulated countless droplets of sweat and hardship. Upon finally achieving foundation establishment, he anticipated a moment of respite, only to confront new aspirations that lay before him. In recent decades, he resumed the frugal existence to acquire breakthrough pills, continuing to struggle along the arduous path of cultivation. In the world of cultivators, a unique set of survival principles prevails. Upon becoming a cultivator, one's dietary habits require meticulous attention. The foods of the mundane world are akin to sweet poisons for cultivators, offering no enhancement to their practice. Rather, they leave behind various impurities upon entering the body. These impurities act as hidden adversaries, eroding the cultivator's body and spiritual energy, necessitating immense time and effort for their expulsion. Certainly, if one possesses ample resources to indulge in spirit rice, beast meat, and spirit wine daily, the cultivation journey would accelerate akin to riding a fast train. Yet, such a luxurious lifestyle is for Qingmu as unattainable as the stars in the sky, brilliant yet distant. He can only bury these beautiful dreams deep within his heart, continuing to live a life of hardship. Some desires, like demons sealed within the heart, can remain suppressed, invisible until an opportunity arises to trigger them, unleashing a torrent of emotion. For Wang Bin, alcohol embodies such a desire. At this moment, his yearning for drink proliferates within him like rampant weeds, beyond his control. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately employs the sword flight technique. Beneath his feet, the flying sword glimmers, transforming into a streak of light. In mere moments, he arrives at the outskirts of Baiyun City. At the heart of the outer city stands an exceptionally prominent inn, towering 5 stories high, reminiscent of a luxurious palace amidst the mundane world. Each layer of the walls is adorned with golden embellishments, which shimmer under the sunlight, exuding an air of sophistication and grandeur. Above the entrance of the inn, a rustic plaque bears the 4 characters Yun Lai Inn, inscribed in a style that dances like a dragon and phoenix, seemingly infused with an enigmatic power. As Wang Bin alighted at the entrance, a frown creased his brow, his heart brimming with astonishment. He found it hard to fathom that such a magnificent edifice could exist in this remote little town. His gaze slowly traversed the walls and decorations of the inn, and an unsettling thought flickered through his mind. If a beast were to attack, would this exquisite structure not be reduced to ruins in an instant? However, this notion was fleeting, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, merely stirring a ripple in his consciousness. For soon, he unearthed the answer from Qingmu's vast ocean of memories. This was a world of cultivators, where power reigned supreme. Those cultivators wielding extraordinary techniques were akin to giants endowed with divine strength. Take, for instance, the construction of this inn, a cultivator adept in earth-based techniques, in conjunction with one skilled in wood-based techniques, could conjure astonishing miracles. They would only require half a day's time to raise this imposing inn from the ground. As for the exquisite decorations within, every detail was crafted to perfection, reminiscent of a masterpiece of art. Wang Bin's familiarity with these matters stemmed from his previous involvement in similar projects. Each time he participated in such endeavors, he would earn around 10 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. Moreover, on the day of the inn's grand opening, he would be warmly welcomed as a distinguished guest by the hospitable proprietors, indulging in a sumptuous complimentary feast. Those were truly cherished memories, easy work devoid of peril, accompanied by generous rewards and culinary delights. As soon as Wang Bin touched down, his formidable spiritual sense enveloped the entire inn like unseen tendrils. He resembled a mysterious observer with X-ray vision, capturing every detail within the establishment. Inside the grand hall of the inn, several cultivators were gathered around tables, engaged in hushed conversations or hearty merriment, relishing this rare moment of leisure. By the window on the 2nd floor, a cultivator donning a conical hat sat in quiet contemplation. This individual emanated a subtle aura of early foundation cultivation, yet Wang Bin merely glanced at him and did not dwell on it further. Wang Bin's arrival was akin to a boulder hurled into a serene lake, instantly shattering the tranquility of the inn. The innkeeper, Chen Dalei, a slightly portly man with a beaming smile, sensed Wang Bin's formidable presence and promptly set aside his tasks, rushing to the entrance to greet him. In that moment, his late-stage qi cultivation was displayed in full force, his speed akin to a gust of wind. Chapter 20. Heroic Wine. Welcome, esteemed lord of the city, to our humble establishment. Please come in. Chen Dalei greeted with an effusive smile, his voice imbued with utmost reverence. He was acutely aware of the identity and stature of the lord before him, daring not to exhibit the slightest hint of disrespect. Upon his arrival in Baiyun City, he had leveraged various connections to meticulously uncover the intricacies surrounding Qingmu. Although the unexpected visit from the lord today caught him somewhat off guard, his years of business acumen swiftly steadied his nerves, prompting him to refrain from unnecessary inquiries. Bring forth your menu for my perusal. Do share what fine wines you possess, Wang Bin declared, striding confidently into the inn. His commanding presence seemed to render the surrounding atmosphere heavier, though it was merely a matter of his ordinary gait. The qi refinement stage cultivators nearby instinctively harbored a degree of trepidation towards those at the foundation establishment stage. Alas, my lord, our establishment does not offer a menu. Today, we only have first-tier beast meat available, tender rabbit, succulent pork, and delightful snake meat, alongside first-tier spirit wine. Rest assured, my lord, these dishes are quite delectable. And we also have some ordinary beverages for mortals, Chen Dalai quickly elaborated, trailing closely behind Wang Bin while feigning to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. Why is it all first-tier beasts? Wang Bin inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow, revealing a hint of perplexity. In the realm of cultivation, first-tier beasts correspond to qi refinement cultivators, while second-tier beasts align with those at the foundation establishment stage, and so forth. This seemed to be an unwritten rule, the origin of which was lost to time, perhaps decreed by some ancient powerhouse. My lord, as a modest businessman with only qi refinement cultivation, I simply lack the means to procure higher-tier ingredients, Chen Dalai explained, a visage of helplessness etched upon his face. He understood the limitations of his abilities. In this perilous yet opportunity-laden world of cultivation, sustaining such a small enterprise was no trivial feat. Upon hearing Chen Dalai's explanation, Wang Bin nodded slightly. Choosing not to press the matter further, he waved his hand, commanding, "Bring me one of each dish. Furthermore, allow me to sample all the wines you have, including those meant for mortals." Chen Dalai, upon hearing this, dared not delay even the slightest, promptly retrieving bottles of wine from the storage pouch at his waist. All his possessions were contained within that pouch. With a mere flick of his wrist, bottles of wine appeared before Wang Bin as if by magic. And in the blink of an eye, the table was adorned with 5 wine bottles and exquisite tableware. Wang Bin's gaze fell upon a white jade bottle. He reached for it, gently twisting the cap. In an instant, a rich bouquet of wine fragrance burst forth like a spirit breaking free from its confines. Enveloped in tendrils of spiritual energy, filling the air with its enticing aroma. The scent was robust and full-bodied, possessing an almost enchanting allure. A smile of delight crept across Wang Bin's face, his expression brimming with anticipation. He carefully poured a glass of the wine, its liquid swirling within the cup like flowing moonlight. Eagerly, he brought the glass to his lips, savoring a small sip. As the liquid graced his palate, a subtle taste of wine unfurled at the tip of his tongue, accompanied by a whisper of sweetness reminiscent of flowers blossoming in spring, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Gradually, the elixir cascaded down his throat, akin to a warm brook nourishing his body. Threads of ethereal energy intertwined with the wine, resembling countless tiny specks of light that flowed gently throughout his being. This energy served as diligent artisans, slowly absorbed by his body, nurturing his meridians and spiritual essence. However, the flavor and sensation of the wine left Wang Bin somewhat disheartened. It bore resemblance to the sweet rice wine of his past life, its taste overly gentle, more suited for the palates of women, and its meager infusion of spiritual energy offered him little substantial aid in his current cultivation. With a slight shake of his head, he set down the glass and proceeded to savor the remaining selections, each possessing its own character yet failing to satisfy him. Just as his interest began to wane, the final bottle caught his attention. This was a common wine, and upon uncorking it, a robust aroma surged forth, its spiciness igniting a fire within him, instantly rekindling his enthusiasm. He took a small sip, feeling the invigorating zest as it electrified his taste buds, revitalizing his spirit. Pointing to the bottle, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "This wine is delightful. Bring me 10 bottles and put the others away." "Yes, my lord," Chen Dalai replied respectfully. "This common wine is called hero wine. 10 bottles can be purchased for a low-grade spirit stone." "Oh, so inexpensive. Then bring me 100 bottles. Wang Bin's interest piqued upon hearing the price. Although it was a common wine, its distinct flavor captivated him, and the price was astonishingly reasonable. Chen Dalai's eyes brightened, and his smile widened. "No problem, my lord. This hero wine is not considered cheap among common wines. A single bottle is worth 10 taels of gold, enough to feed a family of 4 for a year." To him, this transaction was indeed a significant profit, not merely in monetary terms, but in the opportunity to befriend the city lord. While awaiting the food and wine, Wang Bin settled into his chair, gently closing his eyes to relish the lively atmosphere of the inn. The hushed murmurs of fellow cultivators and the crisp clinking of glasses transformed into a unique symphony. Before long, fragrant dishes began to arrive in succession. As the table filled with delectable fare, Wang Bin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He could hardly wait to indulge in these rare delicacies seldom encountered in the realm of cultivation. He first picked up a piece of rabbit meat, and upon a gentle bite, the tender, juicy morsel released an explosion of unique texture and exquisite flavor in his mouth. Next, he sampled the pork and snake soup, each dish entrancing him further. The flavor of this spirit beast meat is simply exquisite, far surpassing his expectations. The delectable nature of this dish is not solely attributed to the chef's remarkable culinary skills. Rather, it is fundamentally rooted in the exceptional quality of the ingredients themselves. The meat from these first-tier demon beasts is imbued with a rich essence of spiritual energy, and although it has been expertly prepared, it retains a distinctive savor. As for why humans can consume demon beast meat, the rationale is quite straightforward. In this wondrous realm of cultivation, there exists no essential difference between demon beasts and spirit beasts. They are akin to two sides of the same coin, if they are foes of cultivators. Frequently clashing with humanity, they are labeled as demon beasts, magical beasts, or wild beasts. Conversely, if they are companions, pets to practitioners, or, as in this instance, regarded as sustenance, they are bestowed with the gentler designation of spirit beasts. This classification, seemingly crude and simplistic, is, however, widely accepted and adhered to in this world. Initially, Chundalai intended to treat the city lord to drinks, believing it to be an excellent opportunity to forge a connection. Yet, Wangbin resolutely declined his generous offer. Wangbin understood well that in this world, debts of gratitude are the most arduous to repay. He preferred to avoid unnecessary obligations incurred through trivial favors, favoring instead a clear and straightforward transactional relationship. After a satisfying meal, Chundalai approached to settle the bill, his face beaming with a smile. Upon hearing the price, Wangbin was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? 15 low-grade spirit stones?" Chundalai's heart skipped a beat, fearing the city lord might be displeased with the cost. Though internally apprehensive, he instinctively bowed and explained, "My lord, 100 bottles of heroic wine are valued at 10 low-grade spirit stones. This platter of rabbit meat, a dish of pork, and this bowl of snake soup altogether amount to 6 spirit stones. After a discount, it comes to 5 spirit stones, totaling 15 low-grade spirit stones." As he spoke, he discreetly gauged Wang Bin's expression, his heart racing like a caged rabbit. "Haha, I am not angry. I merely find this price exceedingly reasonable." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin comprehended the situation and couldn't help but break into hearty laughter. He mused to himself that the cost of living in the cultivation realm is indeed amusing. Had he been in his previous world, such a lavish feast would have commanded a far greater sum. With a sigh of relief, Chundalai's anxiety dissipated. He smiled and remarked, "My lord, this demon beast meat is merely of the first tier, the skin's claws and bones have been repurposed for crafting magical artifacts or other items, leaving little utility in the remaining meat, especially since it is from first-tier demon beasts. Of course, I still managed to earn a modest profit." As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, attempting to elucidate the situation further for Wang Bin. Understanding dawned upon Wang Bin, who privately considered that as a foundation establishment cultivator, if he were still at the qi refining stage, spending 15 spirit stones on a single meal would indeed be a considerable expense. It is noteworthy that the commander of his guards, Chenjun, receives an annual stipend of merely 200 spirit stones. In this realm, spirit stones serve as the essence of life, each one a hard-won treasure that warrants careful utilization. After a satisfying feast, Wang Bin rose from his seat, contentment radiating from him. He unsheathed his flying sword and, with a graceful leap, ascended to its surface. His thirst for wine quenched, it was time to return. Chapter 21. The manufacture of compressors having indulged his appetite, Wang Bin felt a profound sense of ease, as if every pore of his being rejoiced in jubilant celebration. His elation bloomed like the vibrant flowers of spring, as radiant as sunlight breaking through the clouds. At this moment, his thoughts were magnetically drawn into the intricate planning of a magnificent endeavor, the creation of a wondrous machine that could, for the first time in the realm of cultivation, compress ethereal spirit energy directly from its gaseous form into liquid. Wang Bin furrowed his brow, sinking into deep contemplation. His gaze became profound and distant, as if traversing the fabric of time and space, reconnecting with the snippets of knowledge he had once absorbed from brief videos. In that world interwoven with technology and information, countless novel insights twinkled like stars. Now, these memories had transformed into invaluable treasures on his path of cultivation. He could not help but marvel inwardly at the enigmatic and potent profession of the cultivator, which brimmed with endless wonders. The ability to peruse one's past memories as if leafing through the pages of a tome surpassed his previous understanding of human cognition, akin to a gateway leading into a mysterious vault filled with gems awaiting his discovery. After an extensive period of introspective deliberation, akin to unraveling a complex riddle, a glimmer of realization sparked in Wang Bin's eyes. He finally recalled the principle of gas being converted into liquid, long buried within the recesses of his memory. Under specific and precise conditions, the compressor possessed the miraculous ability to transform gas into liquid. When gas is compressed, countless minuscule molecules, propelled by an invisible force, begin to draw closer together, much like a crowded throng being gradually confined within a narrow space. Concurrently, the unseen spirits of pressure and temperature come alive, their values soaring dramatically. When the pressure reaches a critical threshold and the temperature is suitably lowered below the unique critical temperature of each gas, a wondrous phenomenon occurs. The gas, as if enchanted, metamorphoses into liquid. However, this seemingly straightforward principle conceals a myriad of intricate conditional requirements. Every detail of this process demands impeccable precision in terms of pressure and temperature, leaving no room for error. Moreover, different gases resemble ethereal spirits, each possessing distinct temperaments, with their respective critical temperatures and pressure requirements varying significantly. Some are akin to gentle sheep, with relatively lenient conditions, while others resemble ferocious lions, demanding exceedingly stringent environments to achieve their miraculous transformation. Particularly concerning is the ethereal essence, which remains largely unexplored. However, the fact that nascent soul cultivators can compress it into spiritual liquid with their bare hands attests to the feasibility of this endeavor. Although the underlying principles have begun to crystallize in Wang Bin's mind, the actualization of such a compressor presents formidable challenges. After much deliberation among various potential design schemes, Wang Bin ultimately resolved to commence with the fabrication of the simplest and most rudimentary reciprocating compressor. This compressor operates through the rhythmic reciprocation of a piston within a cylinder, facilitating the compression and transportation of gas. As the piston begins its movement from the cylinder head, the working volume within the cylinder expands like a slowly inflating balloon, drawing gas into the cylinder through the intake pipe. Conversely, when the piston shifts in the opposite direction, the working volume rapidly diminishes, and the gas within this confined space experiences immense pressure. They thrash about like caged beasts, their struggle intensifying as the pressure escalates. Once the pressure within the cylinder reaches and slightly exceeds the delicate equilibrium of exhaust pressure, the exhaust valve, akin to a loyal sentinel, opens resolutely upon receiving the command, allowing the gas to escape from the cylinder like a runaway steed. Thus, a complete and exquisite cycle of operation is achieved. Wang Bin's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement, as if he could already perceive the realm of the nascent soul beckoning just beyond his reach. He envisioned the compressor he had crafted positioned at the heart of a spirit-gathering array. When the array activated, drawing in the omnipresent ethereal essence, it would be as though invisible threads guided the essence into the array, continuously flowing into the compressor. Within the wondrous confines of the compressor, under the influence of pressure and temperature, the ethereal essence would gradually condense into crystalline droplets, brimming with immense energy, which would subsequently flow forth gently from below. This enchanting vision replayed in his mind like a dream, filling him with exhilaration. If he could replicate this miraculous process and construct 100 or even 1,000 spirit-gathering arrays, the daily yield of spiritual liquid would transcend mere figures, transforming into an astronomical quantity capable of astonishing the entire realm of cultivation. However, much like a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a massive stone, Wang Bin's exhilaration was abruptly tempered by the realization of a daunting dilemma. The large-scale deployment of spirit-gathering arrays would necessitate the periodic replacement of spirit stones to maintain their operation, or require establishment atop substantial spiritual veins, undoubtedly presenting a significant complication. Additionally, a secure location was imperative, and entrusting others with the endeavor left him feeling uneasy. He instinctively halted his thoughts, gradually lifting his gaze to the resplendent sun, which shone like a colossal fireball in the sky. Amidst that boundless radiance, he seemed to perceive the glimmer of hope. A bold notion flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. What if he were to make slight modifications to the gathering array, enabling it to absorb the inexhaustible solar energy above, akin to a gigantic solar panel? Even the starlight of the night sky could serve as a source of energy, propelling the gathering array and the compressor to operate tirelessly, akin to constructing a perpetual motion machine, thereby achieving complete automation. Moreover, harnessing the unending solar energy would render this plan extraordinarily lucrative, verging on perfection. In such a scenario, elixirs would be produced in an unceasing flow, with wealth and power surging towards him like an unstoppable tide. With boundless riches and formidable strength at his disposal, even the seemingly unattainable realm of transformation would no longer appear as an insurmountable peak, but rather beckon him with open arms, welcoming his arrival. In that fleeting moment, Wang Bin's mind resembled an ignited powder keg, as a plethora of marvelous and whimsical ideas erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. He felt akin to a sage standing atop the river of time, his vision transcending the temporal plane, returning to the world of his past life. He could not help but lament inwardly, reflecting on how his former self had failed to grasp these wondrous pathways to wealth. Had he possessed such insights earlier, he would not have to struggle like an ant in the dark and brutal mire of society's lower echelons. He even envisioned that in his previous world, he could have installed vast arrays of solar panels to generate electricity daily. This energy could then power specific machines to electrolyze water, decomposing it into hydrogen and oxygen, which could be sold to those in need. Surely, hydrogen and oxygen would hold greater value than electricity. This venture sounded akin to a colossal gold mine hidden within a desert, radiating an enticing glow, certain to lure countless dreamers of fortune to invest, allowing him to amass great wealth and alter his destiny. Taking a deep breath, Wang Bin endeavored to ground himself back in reality. He was acutely aware that the immediate priority lay in resolving the issues surrounding the compressor. As for the grand plan of modifying the gathering array to harness solar energy for operation, that would have to be set aside for the time being, awaiting the right moment for exploration. After all, while it sounded simple in theory, the practical implementation would pose considerable challenges, with numerous issues yet to be addressed. Furthermore, although the gathering array was merely an ordinary presence among the myriad of formations, achieving the goal of solar-powered operation would necessitate a profound understanding and mastery of array knowledge, demanding significant investments of time and finances for exploration, learning, and experimentation. In contrast, while creating the compressor also presented its own challenges, it remained the most reliable and feasible objective at present. Moreover, the realm of cultivation is abundant with various metallic materials, among which the trees, metals, are numerous and intricate, many of which are unfamiliar to him. Crafting a compressor is no simple task. It necessitates materials of considerable hardness capable of withstanding immense pressure, akin to the quest for suitable foundation stones for a formidable castle. Furthermore, this confidential matter bears significant implications for his future destiny and wealth. Thus, he cannot permit others to intervene. Should this information be divulged, it would undoubtedly attract countless avaricious gazes and perilous threats, akin to being encircled by a pack of wolves, where danger lurks at every turn. Therefore, he must personally delve into the foundational knowledge of artifact crafting. Chapter 22. Fundamentals of Artifact Crafting. Fortunately, he need not traverse to the distant metropolis of Shihai City to procure these foundational materials, for Huang Yukai possesses them right here. To Wang Bin, Huang Yukai is indeed a fortuitous star. Like Wang Bin, he once aspired to acquire a supplementary profession to earn some spirit stones. This ambition led Huang Yukai to compile a wealth of information in this regard, thus rendering considerable assistance to Wang Bin and sparing him much trouble. Wang Bin obtained a book titled Fundamentals of Artifact Crafting from Huang Yukai, which served as a key to unlock a mysterious treasure trove, brimming with hope. Now, with a clear objective, Wang Bin's gaze is filled with determination and resolve. In the past, reading was a tedious and monotonous endeavor for him, akin to chewing on wax. Yet now, with a distinct goal in mind, these texts transform into invaluable tomes, particularly captivating, and he devours them with great enthusiasm. However, as he delves deeper, he discovers that the foundational learning of an artifact craftsman is exceedingly intricate, resembling a vast and convoluted labyrinth that dazzles the mind. To begin with, the essence of artifact crafting lies in material recognition. This is akin to knowing the properties of each brick before erecting a grand edifice. It is the cornerstone of crafting. One must familiarize oneself with the myriad materials available for crafting, whether they are metallic substances gleaming with luster or seemingly ordinary nonmetals, each possessing its own extraordinary qualities. It is imperative to understand their characteristics, origins, and methods of acquisition as intimately as one knows the lines of their own palm. The second aspect is technique, which is crucial for transforming materials into wondrous artifacts. Mastery of processes such as smelting and forging, akin to an art form, is essential. During smelting, one must control temperature and energy with precision, much like a seasoned chef managing the heat, allowing the materials to meld slowly within the flames. Forging resembles a dance of strength and skill, wherein impurities are removed from the materials, akin to weeding a rice paddy, rendering them pure and pristine, subsequently shaping them into the desired form. Each strike breathes new life into the materials. The third component is the study of runes and formations. The most profound and enigmatic aspect of artifact crafting, akin to imbuing an artifact with a soul. One must comprehend the meanings behind the runes, along with the intricate lines and patterns of formations and their wondrous effects. One must not only comprehend, but also inscribe runes, activate, and control formations to imbue magical artifacts with extraordinary power. The fourth aspect is the application of spiritual energy, a unique ability manifested by cultivators during the artifact refinement process. One must master their spiritual energy with precision akin to the control of their own limbs, channeling it into materials like a gentle stream, thereby guiding the entire refinement process. Spiritual energy serves as a mystical key, unlocking the hidden potential within materials, allowing them to exhibit remarkable characteristics during the crafting phase. The fifth element is mental strength, an invisible yet formidable force. It must be employed like tendrils to perceive the state of materials, gleaning information from subtle changes and regulating every aspect of the refinement. Mental strength functions as an unseen conductor, ensuring that each step of the process unfolds without error. While these concepts may seem cumbersome, Wang Bin, as a foundational stage practitioner, possesses extraordinary capabilities, having undergone the trials of cultivation. His memory has transcended the ordinary. Although not to the extent of photographic recall, it is nevertheless impressive. Complex knowledge of artifact refinement can be absorbed with just a couple of readings, securely stored in his mental repository. Thus, Wang Bin immerses himself wholeheartedly in this earnest study of a foreign realm, akin to a devout believer pursuing their faith. He navigates the vast ocean of knowledge, leading a fulfilling existence. However, unexpectedly, this intense focus is disrupted within 3 days by a sudden commotion. Furrowing his brow, Wang Bin looks up to find Huang Yukai, whose beaming smile resembles the radiant blossoms of spring. Behind him, 4 elegantly dressed beauties in ancient attire follow, captivating Wang Bin's gaze entirely. These 4 ladies appear as ethereal fairies descended from a celestial realm, each embodying a unique allure, akin to exquisite works of art crafted by divine hands. One of them wears a resplendent palace dress, its fabric as beautiful as the clouds at dawn, embellished with intricate golden embroidery, signifying opulence and nobility. Her hair is elegantly styled high, resembling a delicate tower, with a jeweled headpiece that sways gracefully as she walks, sparkling like tiny stars. Her slender, elongated eyebrows evoke distant mountain ranges, as if painted by the most skilled of artists. Her bright, clear eyes resemble the enchanting depths of an autumn lake, exuding an air of elegance, and every movement reflects the grace of a royal courtier, embodying an aura of regal dignity that commands respect. Another lady dons a subtly elegant gauze dress, its colors fresh and delicate, reminiscent of morning dew, with a texture so light it seems to flutter with the slightest breeze. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand shimmering in the sunlight, like glistening threads of silk. Adorning her hair was a simple pearl flower, which, though not ostentatious, embodied a beauty of minimalism that harmonized exquisitely with her demeanor. Her countenance was strikingly pure and ethereal, reminiscent of a lily blooming in the mountains. Her eyes sparkled with vivacity, concealing myriad little secrets, akin to a chivalrous woman emerging from the world of martial arts, exuding a sense of carefree elegance. The glimmer in her gaze seemed to narrate tales of her adventures. Another figure donned a vibrant crimson attire, the hue akin to a blazing flame, brimming with vitality and passion. The design, with its fitted sleeves and cinched waist, perfectly accentuated her slender yet spirited silhouette. Every line carved with the elegance of a sculptor's chisel. Draped over her was a finely crafted soft armor, its plates reflecting a chilling brilliance in the sunlight. Akin to shards of icy blades, emanating an air of authority. She possessed a commanding presence, yet bore the delicate tenderness of a woman, reminiscent of a general on the battlefield, capable of both fierce combat and gentle grace. The final figure was clad in pristine white, as immaculate as the first snow of winter. Her hair was simply gathered, devoid of excessive adornments, yet radiated a natural beauty. Her aura was cool and ethereal, akin to the delicate orchids hidden in secluded valleys, embodying an elegance that suggested she was a disciple of a reclusive sage, exuding an essence untouched by the mundane world. The tranquility in her eyes spoke of a transcendence beyond earthly concerns, like an unfathomable spring, evoking both fear and an irresistible desire to draw closer, to uncover the mysteries dwelling within her heart. Wang Bin was momentarily taken aback by the breathtaking scene before him, his eyes widening in awe. Feeling as though his breath had been stolen away, his gaze brimmed with admiration and infatuation, internally praising the realm of cultivation for its remarkable beauty, nurtured by spiritual energy. Producing such exquisite women, their skin was as fair as mutton fat jade, tender and smooth, seemingly capable of yielding water with the slightest touch. This beauty surpassed even the most enhanced figures seen in short videos, rendering them almost unworthy in comparison. Wang Bin also noted the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from these women, the most powerful among them merely at the first level of qi refinement. A thought crossed his mind. Could these be the maidens Huang Yukai had procured for himself? The notion filled him with joy, and he mused on Huang Yukai's keen understanding of men, deserving of his multiple wives. From henceforth, Huang Yukai would be his good brother. Should anyone dare to bully him, Wang Bin would not stand idly by. He resolved to reward Huang Yukai generously for presenting him such a delightful surprise. Elated, Wang Bin felt his days in the realm of cultivation growing ever more intriguing. Chapter 23. Qin Wenjun. Wang Bin had been engrossed in the wondrous world of weapon forging, his thoughts dancing like lively flames within the crucible of knowledge. However, at this critical juncture, A series of melodious footsteps and the faint fragrance of women quietly infiltrated his awareness like phantoms. Instantly, alarms blared within his heart, as if a colossal stone had been cast into the tranquil surface of a lake. Hold on. This moment marked the zenith of his exploration into the art of artifact forging, a profound discipline akin to a towering, enigmatic treasure trove, where every detail might conceal a key to a higher realm. He stood on the precipice of crafting a spiritual elixir, awaiting only the mastery of foundational forging techniques before endeavoring to construct a compressor. Time was of the essence. Reflecting back to his high school days, he recalled a period of youthful innocence, where the sweetness of love resembled the beauty of a poppy flower, exquisite yet perilous. He had been swept into the whirlpool of early romance, which culminated in his failure during the college entrance examination. What was once a bright path to university, the grand avenue leading to the sanctuary of knowledge, gradually blurred in the haze of youthful infatuation, ultimately slipping through his fingers. This remained an eternal ache in his heart, a profound scar that incessantly reminded him of the cost of distraction. Now, at a crucial moment in his quest for immortality, fate appeared to present this trial once more. Was he to tread the same path again, allowing a woman to disrupt his focus, potentially reenacting the tragedy of the past on his journey toward enlightenment? As tumultuous thoughts surged through Wang Bin's mind, akin to roaring waves, he inadvertently looked up to find one of the delicate women gazing at him with a look of poignant vulnerability. Her eyes, as clear as a pristine lake, concealed an endless sorrow, as if 1,000 unspoken words flowed within them. That gaze acted like an invisible hand, gently strumming the strings of Wang Bin's heart, shaking his previously resolute determination. He pondered silently. Perhaps it would be wise to observe the situation a bit longer. After all, he was now a foundational period cultivator, with spiritual energy coursing through him like a raging river, unceasing and powerful. In matters of romance, with his current cultivation, even indulging in 4 women would be a trivial affair. Yet, what was he thinking? A cultivator should not descend into such depravity. Surely, one could achieve both career and love in harmony. With proper handling, it was entirely possible to enjoy the beauty of the mortal realm while pursuing the path of greatness. Nevertheless, he resolved to assess the situation further, ensuring that he would not be blinded by momentary impulse. Huang Yukai respectfully clasped his hands toward Wang Bin, his movements fluid and displaying utmost humility. My lord, the maidens you requested have been brought forth. These 4 are they. Each has been meticulously selected, possessing spiritual roots. I also considered 10 mortal maidens, but deemed their disparity too great compared to these 4 endowed with spiritual essence, thus refraining from introducing them to avoid disturbing your gaze. Wang Bin's heart jolted, his gaze darting like lightning toward the 4 women. Before him stood a bevy of enchanting beauties, each radiant and captivating. Their skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, bright eyes and pearly teeth glimmering, exuding an extraordinary aura. Some were as gentle as the spring breeze, others as frosty as the winter plum blossoms. Some bloomed like resplendent peonies, while others moved with the grace of deer in the woods. Such exquisite appearances stirred ripples of emotion within Wang Bin's heart. Yet, in an instant, he became alert. Wait, could this seemingly delightful scene be a meticulously crafted ruse? Who among them would conspire against a mere foundational cultivator relegated to the shadows? Had his secrets been unveiled? Secrets? What secrets did he harbor? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Was it a slip he had inadvertently revealed, or was someone lurking in the shadows? Contemplating this, he cast a keen and questioning gaze towards Huang Yukai, seeking to discern any hints from his expression. Ahem, my lord, they are all endowed with 5 spiritual roots. Huang Yukai gently cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence, and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin suddenly understood. Though a twinge of disappointment surfaced within him, it quickly dissipated. In the realm of cultivation, the quality of one's spiritual roots determined one's potential. Indeed, 5 spiritual roots paled in comparison to the exceptional heavenly and earthly roots, akin to the distinction between ordinary stones and radiant gems. However, upon further reflection, joy bloomed anew in his heart. After all, 5 spiritual roots were still spiritual roots. As long as one could cultivate, they were cultivators, the fortunate ones favored by the heavens. Moreover, each was a beauty. Were they not akin to celestial maidens? Their allure sparkled like brilliant stars, illuminating the otherwise mundane life of cultivation. How fortunate he felt. To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a spirited ghost. Even if he could not ascend to the golden core stage in this lifetime, merely living another 80 years would not be in vain. He resolved to make those 80 years poetic and picturesque, akin to a grand symphony, where every note resonated with joy and contentment, ensuring that his journey through this world was meaningful, worthy of the hard-won path of cultivation he had embarked upon. His gaze fell upon the first woman in palace attire to his left. She was adorned in splendid garments, her flowing sleeves reminiscent of a fairy stepping forth from an ancient scroll. The exquisite embroidery seemed alive, dancing upon the fabric and reflecting her noble status. Qin Wenjun, Wang Bin addressed her, please step forward and introduce yourself, along with your aspirations. Qin Wenjun took a delicate step forward, her movements as light as a butterfly in flight. Mimicking Huang Youcai's graceful demeanor, she performed a refined bow, her voice melodious and clear, akin to a mountain spring's gentle flow. I am Qin Wenjun, the princess of the state of Qin, located 800 miles away. Though our realm is but a mortal kingdom, it boasts a rich history and vibrant culture. I am 25 years old, and in the eyes of the secular world, I have reached the age of marriage. However, my heart is devoted to the path of cultivation, and I remain untouched. I possess 5 spiritual roots and practice the thick earth technique, currently at the first level of the Qi refinement stage. My aspiration is to pursue the great way, yearning for a day when I can cultivate to the foundational stage, necessitating a rich environment infused with spiritual energy for my practice. Before Wang Bin could shift his gaze towards Huang Youcai, the latter's voice echoed in his mind like a delicate thread. My lord, I have inquired about this beforehand. Every word spoken by Qin Wenjun is true. Furthermore, I have arranged for a trustworthy individual to personally investigate in the Qin kingdom, ensuring absolute certainty. Moreover, she is merely at the first layer of Qi refining, insignificant in the realm of a mortal cultivation, akin to an ant, incapable of stirring any substantial turmoil. There is no need for your concern. Upon hearing Huang Youcai's response, Wang Bin found himself in agreement, and thus turned back to Qin Wenjun, stating, since you are the princess of the Qin kingdom, albeit a realm of mortals, your nation must possess a primary spiritual vein, correct? Qin Wenjun lowered her head, her pearly teeth gently biting her lower lip, a flicker of helplessness and resentment flashing in her eyes, as she gritted her teeth and replied, I, a mere 5-element root, am already disregarded in the realm of a mortal cultivation, and as a woman, I am further scorned. The spiritual vein in our country is but of mediocre quality, akin to a cake of moderate size, barely sufficient for 4 or 5 Qi refining practitioners, leaving no portion for me. Those royal offspring and nobles with spiritual roots snatch at the limited resources like ravenous wolves, while I can only stand by in silent sorrow. I had hoped to participate in the sect examination, my last glimmer of hope, yearning to discover my own opportunity within the sect. Yet the minimum requirement is a 4-element root, an unyielding barrier that cruelly excludes me. Wang Bin gently tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, the rhythm echoing the cadence of his thoughts. His gaze was profound as a chasm. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke directly. Though we reside in the realm of a mortal cultivation, I am inherently fair and conduct my affairs with decisiveness, eschewing any murkiness. I now present you with 2 choices. The first option is to become my maid. You shall reside in the Lord's manor, receiving an annual salary of 20 inferior spiritual stones. Though modest, it would constitute a fortune for you. The spiritual energy concentration within the manor rivals that of a primary spiritual vein, akin to a natural treasure trove for cultivation. After fulfilling your duties each day, you may indulge in the ocean of spiritual energy, relishing in the joys of cultivation. The second option is to become my companion in the path of immortality, which signifies that you shall share the journey of cultivation with me. Your annual salary would be 100 inferior spiritual stones, sufficient for a life of abundance. Additionally, you would have 10 days each year to cultivate in the foundational stage training chamber, an exceptional sanctuary for your practice, where a single day of training equates to 10 days of effort in the outside world. Naturally, other benefits would abound. Should you bear me a son or daughter, I would treasure you dearly, dedicating myself to your cultivation and doing all within my power to assist you in reaching the foundational stage. At the very least, I would provide you with a foundational elixir, a priceless treasure that would grant you the opportunity to break through to the foundational stage and embark on a new journey in the realm of immortal cultivation. Upon hearing such an enticing proposition, Qin Wenjun felt an intense inner turmoil akin to the surging waves of a tumultuous sea. She furtively glanced up at Wang Bin, seated above her. His appearance was rather unremarkable, devoid of the breathtaking charm one might expect. He merely resembled an ordinary middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, with subtle traces of time etched upon his face. It was rumored that he had already reached the venerable age of 120, surpassing even her grandfather, creating an insurmountable chasm of age in her mind. She was acutely aware that preserving her purity would be advantageous for her cultivation prior to reaching the golden core stage, ensuring a smoother path in her spiritual journey. Though the allure of the foundation establishment pill was great, and the prospect of an additional 80 spirit stones annually represented a substantial fortune, she was, after all, a princess of a nation. The education and dignity imparted to her since childhood rendered her incapable of humbling herself to such a degree. Moreover, she believed that within such a rich spiritual environment, her determination would allow her to ascend to the later stages of qi refinement, akin to a resilient vine scaling a cliff. At that point, she would resign from her role as a maid and venture into the perilous Beast Mountain range next door. Despite the multitude of dangers, the mountains harbored countless opportunities and resources, which she could gather to strive for her foundation establishment. These plans were vividly etched in her mind. Summoning her courage, she spoke, her voice trembling as if it required every ounce of strength she possessed. "My lord, I choose the first option, to serve as a maid." Wang Bin's fingers paused in their rhythmic tapping on the armrest, disappointment flooding his heart. After all, she was a true princess. The thought of her regal status and the magnificent palace attire she donned filled him with excitement. That attire symbolized her identity, laden with honor and mystery. And he yearned to possess that honor and mystery for himself. Yet, he knew well that a forcibly twisted fruit would not be sweet. "Do not worry, I assure you, I am a fair man. However, should you have regrets, you may seek me out at any time, provided it is before your 30th birthday. Now, please stand to the side." Wang Bin endeavored to maintain a calm tone, though a flicker of regret lingered within him. Qin Wenjun exhaled, feeling as though a heavy weight had finally been lifted from her heart. Yet, she also felt a tinge of indignation. What of this 30-year limit? Even beyond that age, she would still be a little fairy. She clenched her fists in determination, a glimmer of defiance in her eyes, resolved to prove the correctness of her choice. Chapter 24. Wang Zhaojun. Yang Yuhuan. Within the solemn and dignified city lord's manor, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. With all eyes fixated upon this extraordinary selection, Wang Bin sat quietly in the main seat, his heart tinged with a whisper of disappointment regarding Qin Wenjun's choice, though it did not overwhelm him. After all, there were still 3 other women to consider, much like a game of chess that had yet to conclude. With potential twists still to unfold, his gaze, as if drawn by invisible threads, gradually settled upon the second maiden. She resembled a blooming flower in spring, fresh and unpretentious, akin to a pure and charming neighbor girl, exuding a unique charisma. With a playful ponytail that swayed gently with her movements, each motion seemed to pluck the strings of youth, making her appear as though she had stepped out from a painting. Radiating the vitality of youth that endeared her to all, Wang Zhaojun took a delicate step forward, her gait light, yet resolute, imbued with the spirited essence of a wanderer of the martial world. Upon halting, she cupped her fists in salute to Wang Bin, her actions precise and crisp. As she introduced herself with a melodious tone, "I am Wang Zhaojun, a young woman who has roamed the martial world since my youth. Lord Huang has mentioned that I possess a 5-element spirit root. I have diligently practiced martial arts, enduring the harshness of winter and the sweltering heat of summer, the struggles of which are not for outsiders to know. Now, I have reached the first level of the innate realm, which I understand corresponds to the first stage of the qi refining period for cultivators such as yourselves. At the age of 22, though time passes, I remain pure and untarnished, a paragon of virtue. My lifelong aspiration is to cultivate to the realm of a master, akin to an eagle soaring high in the sky. I have traversed the martial world in search of methods that could aid me in achieving this dream, and I have come today, hoping for your assistance, O immortal." Upon hearing her words, Wang Bin furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of surprise stirring within him. The name Wang Zhaojun resonated within him like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of familiarity through his mind. He felt as if he had encountered it in an ancient legend or a dusty tome, yet he could not recall where. His thoughts raced like untamed horses, contemplating that while reaching the mastery of martial arts may seem imposing, it is, in the eyes of cultivators, merely equivalent to the foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, no matter how hard a martial artist strives, they remain shackled by the constraints of mortality, bound by invisible ropes. A master, no matter how formidable, reigns only in the realm of mortals. When faced with a foundation stage cultivator, they are as insignificant as ants. Furthermore, once martial cultivation reaches the master level, the path ahead appears to be severed by an insurmountable chasm, leaving no avenue for progression, only the ability to linger in place. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Bin spoke slowly. "Your request holds promise of fulfillment. Possessing a spirit root, even one as seemingly ordinary as a 5-element root in the realm of cultivation, grants you the key to embark on the path of immortality. As long as you cultivate a technique suited to your abilities, you will be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, within my lord's manor, the spiritual energy is as dense as substance, akin to a misty realm of immortals. Here, your cultivation will be significantly accelerated, making the attainment of martial mastery a feasible goal. Though the challenges you face should not be underestimated." He paused momentarily, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Wang Zhaojun, and continued, "For us cultivators, a martial arts master is akin to the foundation establishment realm. It represents a significant watershed, with the difficulty of cultivation being exceptionally formidable. Consider this: amidst the vast expanse of mortals, those who can ascend to the realm of a master are as rare as meteors streaking across the night sky. Those who achieve this mastery are invariably individuals endowed with extraordinary talent and spiritual roots. I possess fundamental techniques of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These techniques serve as 5 keys to unlock the door to cultivation, each capable of leading one to the foundation establishment realm. I can bestow these techniques upon you free of charge. This is your opportunity to alter your destiny. Now, I present you with 2 choices, the conditions being the same as those offered to Qin Wenjun. Choose wisely. Upon hearing these words, a gleam of astonishment flickered in Wang Zhaojuan's eyes. She had initially believed that attaining the master realm required some unparalleled martial arts tome, as coveted as the treasures fiercely contested in the martial world. She was taken aback to discover that one could augment their martial prowess through the cultivation techniques of practitioners, akin to finding a guiding light amidst the fog. Yet, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, despite the vastness of the martial realm, it is still limited. After years of wandering, she had only heard of a solitary master still alive, standing like a solitary peak. After a moment's hesitation, her pride as a chivalrous woman ignited like a flame. As a distinguished heroine of the martial world, free-spirited and untamed, how could she easily yield to marriage? She was confident that with her innate talent, akin to a spring bamboo sprouting from the earth, she would swiftly flourish on the path of cultivation and soon attain the status of a martial arts master. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, she chose the first option to serve as a maid in the Lord's mansion. Wang Bin, witnessing her choice, found himself at a loss for words. Internally lamenting, "Ah, my neighbor girl, so we are fated to be apart." A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes, reminiscent of a child who has lost a cherished toy. He shook his head in dismay and remarked, "You are yet unaware of the harsh realities of the cultivation world. It is a realm rife with bloodshed and conflict, opportunities and challenges, as perilous as a dark forest. Alas, since you have chosen to be a maid, I shall respect your decision. However, should you change your mind, you may only do so before you turn 30. Now step aside." Wang Zhaojun playfully stuck out her tongue at Wang Bin, resembling a child who had successfully pulled a small prank, then skipped over to stand beside Qin Wenjun. At that moment, it was the turn of the third woman. Before Wang Bin could speak, she stepped forward like a gust of wind, her stature erect, resembling a proud plum blossom in the snow, exuding an indomitable spirit. Her voice rang out powerfully, akin to the beating of war drums. "I am Yang Yuan, 20 years of age, in the prime of youth, and I am also of unblemished virtue. Prior to today, I had never contemplated any connection to the realm of immortality until I learned that I possessed the 5 spirit roots. I am the daughter of General Yang from the Qi Kingdom, whose unwavering loyalty and valor ensured the protection of our borders, earning him commendable accolades. However, fate has been exceedingly unjust to the Yang family. During my father's military engagement with the Chu Kingdom, what should have been a noble confrontation was marred by the despicable actions of their general, a practitioner of the arcane arts who resorted to treachery, launching a covert assault on my father. Alas, my father, a seasoned warrior, fell victim to such vile treachery. At that time, I was but a fledgling in the first tier of innate cultivation, utterly powerless against the formidable might of a cultivator. Even more lamentable is the indifference of the Qi king towards the plight of the Yang family, refusing to avenge our grievous losses. Now, our house lies in ruin. The glory of yesteryears has dissipated like mist, leaving behind only an abyss of desolation. My entire family, young and old, grapples with the weight of suffering. I am resolutely determined to avenge my father and ensure that the vile perpetrator receives the punishment he deserves, while simultaneously striving to alter the dismal fate that has befallen my kin." Upon hearing the name Yang Yuan, Wang Bin felt a stir within, as if the name resonated like that of an old acquaintance. After a moment of reflection, his expression turned grave as he spoke. "Your choices mirror those of others. Should you opt to serve as a maid, I shall grant you a cultivation manual. While it may not be a rare treasure, it is sufficient to commence your journey into the realm of immortality, with conditions akin to theirs, and I shall not pry further into your affairs. Conversely, if you choose to become my companion, the circumstances of the Yang family shall be transformed forthwith. As for avenging your father," Wang Bin paused, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes, continuing, "the one who took your father's life is indeed a cultivator, and I shall not act recklessly. I will first dispatch someone to investigate his background, including his sect, lineage, and strength, and proceed accordingly. Of course, if you were to bear my children, provided that the adversary does not reach the foundation establishment stage, I can ensure retribution, allowing the murderer to pay in kind for his bloodshed. Furthermore, I must caution you not to overvalue yourselves. While you possess some beauty in the vast cosmos of the cultivation world, Your 5 spirit root aptitude is as inconspicuous as a grain of sand upon the shore. Even if sold, you would scarcely fetch 50 low-grade spirit stones. Such is the harsh reality. Should you doubt this, once you become acquainted with the cultivation realm, simply inquire of passers-by, and you shall discern the truth. The reluctance of various sects to accept 5 spirit roots as outer disciples, not even for menial tasks, speaks volumes of your standing. As for the lineage you take pride in and your status among mortals, in the eyes of us cultivators, that is but fleeting smoke. Even the emperor of your kingdom, upon meeting me, would be compelled to kneel and bow, akin to an ant before a dragon. I also gather that any cultivator who reaches the foundation establishment stage would no longer remain among mortals. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the first tier's spiritual veins of the mortal realm resemble parched streams, utterly incapable of fulfilling the demands of one's cultivation. Remaining there is akin to awaiting death. Thus, it would be prudent for you to make a wise choice, for you must comprehend that many within the Yang family endure great suffering and cannot afford to wait. Yang Yuhuan's countenance shifted like the ever-changing sky, at times furious, at times sorrowful, and at times hesitant, a constant flux of emotions. Particularly upon hearing Wang Bin's commanding assertion that even the emperor of her nation would kneel before him, her heart was set ablaze with tumultuous waves of shock. She contemplated that if her sole fate were to serve as a maid, the path to cultivate enough strength for revenge would undoubtedly be long and arduous, possibly extending throughout her lifetime with no fruition in sight. Moreover, her family's current plight was precarious, akin to a frail vessel swaying amidst a tempest. On the brink of sinking, there was little time for her to cultivate at a leisurely pace. Furthermore, at the age of 20, the time for marriage discussions among mortals had arrived. While this man before her was an immortal, his status far beyond that of an ordinary person. In light of this, the prospect of becoming his companion seemed a lofty aspiration. As these thoughts crystallized in her mind, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, akin to the evening glow painting the horizon. Lowering her head, she softly declared, "I choose the second option, to become your companion." "Haha, splendid. This is indeed a wise choice." Wang Bin rejoiced internally, akin to a treasure hunter discovering a rare gem. Finally, a woman of discernment. His spirits soared like sunlight piercing through the clouds. He cast a self-satisfied glance at Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, silently scoffing, "You'll soon regret this. When the time comes, you shall come to seek my favor." With this thought, he instructed Huang Yukai, send someone to investigate the cause of Yang Yuhuan's father's death. If the adversary's background is not formidable, nor their strength significant, dispatch someone to resolve the matter. It is imperative to ascertain the truth with utmost diligence. Additionally, inform the Emperor of Qi that Yang Yuhuan has become my companion, as the Lord of the Baiyun City in the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. With my cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment stage, I trust the Emperor of Qi will seek to appease me, ensuring the Yang family's circumstances improve. He would be foolish to offend a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. "Yes, my lord, leave this trivial matter to me," Huang Yukai assured, feeling astonished at the lord's mid-foundation establishment prowess, akin to discovering a hidden treasure. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the stronger the lord, the more advantageous it would be for himself, as he too would bask in the glory. Wang Bin smiled and beckoned Yang Yuhuan with a gesture imbued with warmth and affection. He indicated for her to stand at his left side, a position that symbolized a unique honor. Yang Yuhuan cautiously ascended the steps, each movement laced with tension and anticipation. As she stood beside Wang Bin, feeling a profound sense of elevation that stirred her emotions, she gazed down at the crowd below, her heart quietly sighing. Indeed, choices outweigh effort. This step may very well alter the destinies of both herself and her family. Chapter 25. Li Qianqian Wang Bin sat there, his eyes occasionally drifting towards Yang Yuhuan's delicate hands, a sensation akin to a playful kitten scratching at his heart. However, in this public setting, surrounded by many others, and with one final girl awaiting her interview, he knew he must maintain his composure. This last girl was Li Qianqian, clad in a gown of pristine white. She resembled a blooming lily, her delicate demeanor appearing quite fragile. Upon a mere glance, Wang Bin felt a jolt within, as if she were a precious darling in need of protection. He couldn't help but ponder, with such alluring beauty, if she possessed the art of seduction, she could undoubtedly ensnare souls. Yet, regrettably, she was merely a 5-element root, a prospect deemed rather poor in the eyes of cultivators. Finally, it was her turn. She stepped forward with dainty strides, her voice soft and gentle, akin to a breeze caressing the surface of a lake. "I am Li Qianqian, 19 years of age. I only recently discovered my 5-element root after testing. Esteemed sir, allow me to share my circumstances. My father was once the prime minister of the Yu Kingdom, but he was schemed against by subordinates and is now imprisoned by the emperor. Our entire family has been implicated due to this matter. At that time, I happened to be away, enjoying a leisurely outing, thus narrowly escaping capture. Sir, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to follow you. Whether as a maid or a companion, as long as you can rescue my family, I am willing to do whatever you ask. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's heart swelled with joy. This girl, so gentle and sincere, embodied the essence of an ordinary person facing adversity. He turned to glance at Huang Yukai, his eyes silently inquiring, "Can you manage this?" Huang Yukai, quick-witted as ever, promptly relayed through thought, "Esteemed sir, such matters are trivial for me. You need not worry." Reassured, Wang Bin cleared his throat and assured her, "Li Qianqian, I understand your family's plight. Since you wish to accompany me, I shall immediately send someone to address your family's situation. Once your father is rescued, should he wish to resume his official duties, it shall be no trouble. If he desires to pursue any other path, that is also acceptable. As for you, you will accompany me in cultivating your skills. Although your aptitude may not be exceptional, being by my side will at least allow you to live longer." Today, Wang Bin's spirits were exceptionally high, and he continued, "Qianqian, Yuhuan, since both of you wish to follow me, I shall not treat you unfairly. I shall grant each of you a life essence pill, as a token of my promise. The life essence pill, while of little utility to those who have practiced for an extended period, is indeed a remarkable treasure for mortals and those newly embarking on their journey of cultivation. Should a mortal consume this life essence pill, it is quite feasible for them to extend their lifespan by an additional 10 to 20 years under normal circumstances." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight, their faces radiating joy. Is this truly a treasure from the celestial realm? How extraordinary! Overwhelmed with happiness, the two hastily bowed to Wang Bin, whispering their gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, esteemed sir." Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, observing from the sidelines, though somewhat oblivious to the true nature of the life essence pill, recognized its significance upon learning it could grant mortals an additional decade or two of life. Regret began to seep into their hearts regarding their earlier decision. However, with so many witnesses present, the thought of retracting their words was too embarrassing for them to bear. Wang Bin, in splendid spirits today, felt as though fortune was smiling upon him, an irresistible wave of romantic luck enveloping him. This, he attributed to Huang Yukai's efforts. And he smiled at him, saying, "Yukai, you have performed admirably today. Please attend to matters at the homes of Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian shortly. With the merit you have earned today, when you achieve completion in your qi refinement stage, I shall assist you in establishing a solid foundation." Huang Yukai beamed with gratitude, his smile wide enough to threaten the emergence of new wrinkles. "Thank you, my lord, thank you," he exclaimed, bowing his head and departing joyfully. He understood Wang Bin's promise to help him in the future, and the mere thought filled him with excitement. His relinquishment of cultivation had stemmed from a sense of hopelessness. Living for 200 years seemed a far more enticing prospect. At this juncture, only Wang Bin and the 4 women remained in the hall. Initially inclined to continue interviewing the 10 maidens outside, he reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. With the presence of these 2 enchanting ladies, the mortal maidens no longer held any appeal for him. One must learn to be content. Besides, he was to be wed that very evening, pondering whom to choose as his companion. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Bin addressed Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian. "Yuhuan, Qianqian, I entrust you both with the management of the affairs in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. I shall not concern myself with the 10 maidens outside. You may arrange their duties as you see fit. As you have yet to commence your cultivation, sustenance remains a priority. I shall provide each of you with 100 spirit stones for your daily expenses. Should you require more, do not hesitate to ask. Once you begin your cultivation, I will ensure you receive a daily meal of spirit beast meat. You may manage other matters as you deem appropriate. As for Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, after breakfast tomorrow, come to the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. I will arrange cultivation techniques for you. I must return to my studies now, so I leave this in your capable hands." With that, Wang Bin rose, preparing to depart as he needed to continue his research on the fundamentals of artifact forging. Meanwhile, Wang Bin communicated through a whisper to Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian. "You two should deliberate on who will attend to me in my chamber tonight. If you both wish to come, I have no objections. Fear not, this whisper can only be heard by you. Once you embark on your journey of cultivation, you shall master this technique in due time." After speaking, Wang Bin took his leave, waving his hand and leaving the 2 young ladies, their faces flushed with embarrassment. After a moment, Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian exchanged glances, quickly averting their eyes, akin to startled little rabbits. They then began to ponder how to manage the affairs of the lord's estate. The estate was vast, and with their presence, there would be no shortage of tasks. However, being the daughters of a chancellor and a general, they were accustomed to managing domestic affairs from their previous lives, making them quite familiar with such responsibilities. Furthermore, they had brought their personal maids and attendants with them, who had previously been barred from entering the lord's estate, but now could assist them. Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian discerned that the Lord held a certain fondness for Yang Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, and they dared not impose upon the two young ladies. Their thoughts were primarily consumed with their familial responsibilities, leaving little room for other considerations. That evening, Wang Bin awaited in his chamber, lingering until the second watch of the night, when he finally heard the creak of the door as a figure stealthily entered. Without employing his spiritual senses, the alluring fragrance alone led him to recognize it was Li Qianqian, the chancellor's daughter. Observing her delicate demeanor, adorned in exquisite garments, her eyes betraying a blend of fear and shyness, Wang Bin was overwhelmed with an impulse to embrace her tenderly. On this night, Wang Bin experienced a joy akin to that of a celestial being, a delight so profound it transcended words. The following day, as the sun rose high, he leisurely made his way to the rear courtyard of the Lord's estate, where Qin Wenjun, Li Qianqian, Yang Yuhuan, and Wang Zhaojun awaited him. Chapter 26. The four maidens enter the realm of cultivation. Wang Bin's lips curled into a subtle smile as he cast Li Qianqian a meaningful, flirtatious glance, an expression that tugged gently at her heartstrings, rendering her crimson with bashfulness, like a flower blooming in the morning light, increasingly enchanting. Wang Bin reclined comfortably in his chair, surveying the four beautiful women before him. Each possessed a distinct aura, akin to a variety of blossoms in spring, each exuding its unique fragrance. Among them, Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian were already his, their gentle and charming appearances filling him with delight. Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, in his eyes, were also within his grasp, and this realization ignited within him a profound sense of accomplishment, akin to a sovereign possessing the world's rarest treasures. Thus, he approached the task of selecting their cultivation methods with utmost seriousness, for it pertained to the futures of the women he cherished. He gradually straightened his body, cleared his throat, and spoke in a gentle yet profoundly amiable tone. Today, I shall regale you with tales of the enigmatic realm of cultivation. He paused slightly, his gaze deep and penetrating as he looked towards the assembled maidens, continuing, the journey of cultivation is as wondrous and resplendent as the vast expanse of the starry cosmos. Yet within it lies peril and cruelty akin to the abyss of endless darkness. A moment's carelessness may lead to irrevocable ruin. Do not despair because you possess 5 elemental roots. In the world of cultivation, there are indeed many who have flourished despite such beginnings. Let me elucidate the marvels of this realm to you. Wang Bin narrowed his eyes slightly, as though lost in reminiscence of the extraordinary spectacles within the cultivation world. Here, one encounters a multitude of miraculous techniques and treasures. Techniques are the very foundation of our existence as cultivators. They empower you to elevate your realms, acquire formidable might capable of cataclysmic destruction, and extend your lifespan. Did you know that some techniques, once mastered, can grant you the grace of a swallow, allowing you to traverse the skies as if you were an immortal descending upon the mortal realm? Others enable you to manipulate elemental forces at will, summoning winds and rains with a mere gesture, altering the very fabric of the world. Upon entering the chi refining stage, your lifespan can stretch to a century, while those at the foundation establishment stage may enjoy 2 centuries. If one advances to the golden core stage, their life may extend to 500 years, and those at the nascent soul stage can live for a millennium. And this is merely the norm. Should one encounter fortuitous circumstances to learn exceptional techniques or possess unique constitutions, a cultivator's lifespan could be even more prolonged. Furthermore, this realm is replete with rare treasures that enhance longevity, serving as a potent motivation for us cultivators to strive for higher realms. At this juncture, a spark of excitement flickered in Wang Bin's eyes as he continued. Now, let us speak of treasures, which are truly wondrous. There are formidable offensive treasures capable of striking down enemies from 1,000 miles away with a single blow. Others, impervious to harm, can provide comprehensive protection even in the face of cataclysmic assaults. Moreover, some extraordinary treasures can whisk you across the skies, traversing the realms as freely as a shooting star. Additionally, the cultivation world is abundant with an array of miraculous spiritual herbs and elixirs. Spiritual herbs are precious materials for concocting elixirs, whose effects are nothing short of miraculous, aiding you in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks and healing grievous injuries. They are akin to a lifeline for us cultivators. As one continues to ascend in cultivation, their lifespan far exceeds that of ordinary mortals, allowing them to bask in hundreds, even thousands, of years. What a tantalizing prospect indeed. Wang Bin's tone shifted, his demeanor growing grave. However, the realm of cultivation is by no means a paradise. It is an exceedingly harsh domain governed by the relentless law of the jungle, where the strong dominate and the weak are preyed upon. If you lack strength, you shall find yourself akin to fish on the chopping block, helpless and at the mercy of others. The competition for resources is nothing short of fierce, whether it be spirit herbs, magical artifacts, or the abundant cultivation grounds. all of which are coveted by numerous cultivators. For these, intense battles frequently erupt among practitioners, and life-and-death struggles are commonplace. Moreover, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Each breakthrough in realms resembles a precarious walk on a tightrope over a precipice, where even the slightest misstep may lead to demonic deviation, plunging one into an abyss of no return. As you have chosen to embark upon this journey of cultivation, you must be thoroughly prepared, ready to embrace the enchanting allure of the cultivation world while also possessing the courage to confront its merciless harshness. Only through relentless effort and self-improvement can one hope to secure a place within this realm of cultivation. He cast a concerned glance at Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, his gaze imbued with deeper care. There are matters that you may currently perceive as distant, yet I feel compelled to share them with you. Particularly for Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, the city lord is aware that you both are cherished jewels in your families, indulged and highly regarded, with spirits soaring. However, should you venture beyond this place in the future, you must exercise utmost caution. If you stumble upon any ruins or the abodes left behind by departed seniors, do not succumb to greedy thoughts. Your immediate course of action should be to flee, and the farther you can escape, the better. In the world of cultivation, there are no laws. Everything is dictated by strength. While background may occasionally hold some significance, in those perilous and unpredictable exploration sites or ruins, such factors become trivial. The best method of self-preservation is to refrain from involvement, lest you be blinded by illusory benefits. Wang Bin shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, I understand you may not fully heed these words, and I do not wish to impose. As he spoke, he retrieved several jade slips radiating a gentle luminescence from his storage ring, placing them before the group. These were what the city lord had procured yesterday in Baiyun City at the cost of several hundred low-grade spirit stones. Under the sunlight, the jade slips shimmered with a mysterious luster, as if they contained boundless secrets. The other young women displayed delight upon seeing this, eagerly picking up the jade slips. With Wang Bin's mental guidance, they began to peruse the contents within. Qin Wenjun, having once been a princess of the Qin kingdom, had some knowledge of the cultivation world, and being at the first layer of qi refinement, she required no assistance from Wang Bin and began to examine the jade slips on her own. However, after perusing them, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. She had anticipated that Wang Bin would present profound and esoteric texts, only to discover the presence of the earth-thick formula, which she had already mastered, while the other spells appeared rather mundane to her. Wang Bin instantly discerned Qin Wenjun's sentiments, yet he felt no anger, merely smiling as he addressed her. Princess Qin, do you find that the earth-thick formula is already familiar, and the other spells rather unremarkable? Qin Wenjun instinctively shot a glance at Wang Bin, but upon reflecting on her current predicament, she quickly lowered her voice and said, Indeed, there are several techniques within, all of which our Qin royal family possesses. Wang Bin, still wearing a broad smile, patiently elucidated. This city lord is merely taking a keen interest in you due to your charming demeanor. You see, this collection of jade slips has cost me nearly 500 spirit stones. You are merely at the first layer of qi refinement, and moreover, you possess 5 spirit roots. The accompanying spell for this thick earth shield alone retails for 50 spirit stones in the market. Perhaps you are unaware of what 50 spirit stones represent. One low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold in your mortal realm. Thus, this single spell is worth 5,000 taels of gold. I have heard that officials in your mortal kingdom receive their salaries in silver. I am not entirely certain how much silver equates to a tael of gold. But as the esteemed Princess Qin, you might contemplate how many taels of gold your entire fortune amounts to. Initially, Qin Wenjun was unconcerned, but after contemplating Wang Bin's words, a sense of dejection crept into her heart. Although she was a princess adorned with jewels, her gold ornaments were scarce, while she possessed several thousand taels in silver notes. In the realm of cultivation, they were akin to worthless scraps of paper. Despite her disappointment, she forcibly shifted the topic. Sir, why do cultivators prefer gold over silver or other metals? That is because gold can be refined into a material known as fine gold, essential for crafting artifacts. Well, you will gradually comprehend these matters in due course. Your earthly technique is paired with several spells for you to choose from. The thick earth shield, when cast, creates a sturdy protective barrier, making it an incredibly practical defensive spell that you must master. Additionally, you should consider learning the earth spike, an offensive spell. Furthermore, there are essential spells for cultivators such as the spirit gathering array, the concealment array, and the sword control technique for travel. You must first master these spells to possess a modicum of self-defense. Remember, do not aim too high. Cultivating your realm is of utmost importance. The realm of cultivation is akin to a water bucket. The higher the realm, the greater the bucket's capacity, allowing for more spiritual energy to be contained. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the spells you learn, If your spiritual energy is insufficient to support their execution, it would be a futile endeavor. Thank you, sir. Qin Wenjun slightly bowed, at this moment beginning to detach herself from her lofty identity as a princess and confront her situation within the realm of cultivation. In the end, Qin Wenjun chose to continue practicing the thick earth technique, while Li Qianqian, with her gentle disposition, opted for the water spirit technique. Wang Zhaojun, a chivalrous figure in the martial world, held a particular fondness for the sharp metal technique. Yang Yuhuan, born into a military family with a somewhat fiery temperament, selected the crimson flame technique. Wang Bin silently calculated that with the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 of them would perfectly complement each other in their studies. A wondrous thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If the 5 of them engaged in dual cultivation together, harmonizing the 5 elements, water nurturing wood, wood fueling fire, fire giving rise to earth, earth producing metal, and metal generating water, might they not conjure a force of chaos? At this notion, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, excitement bubbling within him, for the possibility seemed remarkably high. Chapter 27. The compressor emerges, spiritual liquid unleashed. Observing that Yang Yuhuan, Li Qianqian, Qin Wenjun, and Wang Zhaojun had all chosen their cultivation techniques and spells, Wang Bin wore a faint smile as he slowly retrieved 4 storage bags from his robe. Qin Wenjun, Wang Zhaojun, 1 for each of you, he said, extending 2 bags towards the 2 women, his gaze filled with warmth. Each bag contained a cubic meter of space, a flying sword, and 20 low-grade spirit stones, serving as their first gift upon entering the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing this, the 2 women's faces lit up with joy, their gazes toward Wang Bin growing increasingly tender. In their eyes, the lord of the city's gesture was exceedingly thoughtful, particularly for Qin Wenjun, who had long dreamed of possessing a storage bag and a flying sword. As the princess of the Qin kingdom, she understood all too well that her homeland was merely a realm of mortals, severely lacking in resources for cultivation. These treasures, once deemed unattainable, had truly manifested before her. Thank you, lord of the city, the 2 women chorused in unrestrained excitement, their voices brimming with joy. Wang Bin waved his hand and offered the remaining 2 storage bags to Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian, his smile deepening. Qianqian, Yuhuan, these bags are for you. Each contains a space of 10 cubic meters, 100 spirit stones, and a set of low-grade magical artifacts, including a flying sword, boots, a shield, and clothing. Although you may not be able to utilize them just yet, once you enter the qi refining stage, you will gradually learn to wield them. Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian's faces blossomed with smiles, exchanging a knowing glance before casting a triumphant look toward Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, sweetly proclaiming in unison, "Thank you, husband." Upon witnessing this, the smiles of Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun instantly froze, their spirits plummeting like stones into an icy abyss. The thought that Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian enjoyed such privileges without labor, while they themselves were relegated to the status of mere attendants, left them feeling a bitter pang within. The stark disparity in status and treatment pricked at their hearts like a thorn. With clenched fists, they silently vowed to cultivate diligently, determined to far surpass these 2 women on the path of cultivation, intent on making the lord of the city recognize the folly of his choices today. The image of his future regret ignited a fierce resolve within them. Though Wang Bin remained unaware of their inner turmoil, he could surmise enough. For one who had traversed countless realms, dealing with the uncomplicated thoughts of these little fairies was a trivial matter. At last, Wang Bin's expression grew solemn as he cast a slow, deliberate gaze over the women before him. In a deep tone, he admonished, "You must not, under any circumstances, step beyond the confines of Baiyan City. Do you understand? The world outside teems with peril, and our lives are but a singular journey. Although the realm of cultivation is indeed wondrous, there exists no remedy for regret. Once life is extinguished, all is lost. Furthermore, even if such a remedy were available, it would be beyond our reach at this level. My intention is not to curtail your freedom, but rather to ensure that you possess adequate means of self-defense before you venture forth. Qianqian, Yuhuan, should I be away or engrossed in pivotal moments of cultivation, and you encounter insurmountable challenges, seek out Huang Yukai. Of course, under ordinary circumstances, I shall be present. As for your cultivation, ponder it first on your own. Should you find yourself perplexed, feel free to approach me with your inquiries." With that, Wang Bin patiently addressed several peculiar questions posed by the women before he turned to delve into the fundamentals of his forging practice. As he departed, he discreetly conveyed a message to Yang Yuhuan, inviting her to attend to him alone that evening. The passage of time in the realm of cultivation is akin to a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had swiftly elapsed. During this span, Wang Bin's existence had been remarkably pleasant, akin to dwelling in a celestial paradise, luxuriating in the blessings of companionship. However, a particular matter left him perplexed. Neither Yang Yuhuan nor Li Qianqian had conceived, despite their intimate encounters devoid of contraceptive measures. It appeared that for cultivators, the path to pregnancy was indeed as challenging as scaling the heavens. He toiled diligently, yet saw no fruits of his labor. It seemed imperative that he procure some elixirs to enhance fertility during his next visit to Shihai City. Of course, these 2 years were not solely devoted to romance and idleness. A year prior, through his intellect and diligence, he successfully engineered the first compressor within the realm of cultivation. While the world of cultivation lacked intricate tools, cultivators possessed the extraordinary ability of spiritual perception. Moreover, the realm was rich in materials such as spirit iron and spirit copper, providing exceptional resources for his compressor. This device could barely be classified as a low-grade magical artifact, yielding only a single drop of spiritual liquid at a time. Yet for Wang Bin, this was a delightful surprise. In the cultivation chamber designated for foundational training, he conducted experiments. The daily influx of spiritual energy in a foundational training chamber was sufficient to compress merely 1 drop of spiritual liquid. Upon achieving his first successful compression, he was astonished to discover 10 drops of spiritual liquid within the compressor, though further examination revealed that the majority was merely water. By applying a touch of spiritual power to gently heat the mixture, he evaporated 9/10 of the moisture, leaving behind a single drop of exquisitely pure spiritual liquid in the palm of his hand. This drop exuded a rich and refined aura, its alluring appearance almost compelling him to consume it in one gulp. Even if only a single drop were produced each day, it represented a substantial gain. A drop of spiritual liquid was worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones, while his annual salary for guarding Baiyun City amounted to a mere 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, equating to merely 20 mid-grade spirit stones. However, Wang Bin was acutely aware of the adage that possessing treasures can lead to peril. Thus, he refrained from extensively compressing the spiritual liquid. Among the 4 cultivation rooms designated for foundational practitioners, he activated only one, claiming it for his personal training. The remaining 3 rooms continued to be rented out, for in the realm of cultivation, discretion is paramount for enduring survival. Given his current capabilities, he dared not flaunt his power. Troublingly, over the past year, he had not sold a single drop of spiritual liquid. As a foundational practitioner, who would he find to purchase it? Selling merely a drop or 2 might be justifiable, but should he sell in larger quantities, anyone could surmise he harbored unspeakable secrets, which would place him in grave danger. With no clear path to selling the spiritual liquid, he ultimately resolved to consume a drop every few days to enhance his own strength. After all, in any world, when one feels lost, leveraging resources to elevate oneself is invariably a wise choice. In just a year's time, he progressed from the 4th to the 6th level of foundational cultivation, an astonishing rate of advancement that made him acutely aware that wealth indeed facilitates a smoother path in the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, he discovered another remarkable property of the spiritual liquid. It replenished his inner spiritual energy. He had tested depleting his spiritual energy completely, and after consuming merely 2 drops of spiritual liquid, his energy swiftly restored to its original state. Though the newly restored energy was not as fluid in its operation as his innate energy, after several cycles of circulation, it functioned adequately. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons for the exorbitant cost of the spiritual liquid. After all, the ability to rapidly restore one's spiritual energy during a confrontation equates to an additional lifeline, and such life-saving commodities are always in high demand, making their high price unsurprising. Over the past 2 years, Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian had both advanced to the 2nd level of qi refinement, each having consumed only a single drop of spiritual liquid. Due to their relatively low cultivation levels, they struggled to withstand excessive surges of spiritual energy. Consequently, Wang Bin meticulously divided each drop into 10 portions using his spiritual sense, administering 1/10 of a drop to them every half-month. Even so, they swiftly broke through to the 2nd level of qi refinement. Were it not for his concern that their rapid advancement might destabilize their foundations and adversely affect future cultivation, he was confident they could reach completion of qi refinement within 5 years, subsequently preparing for foundational establishment. Indeed, the realm of cultivation resembled a game, where the higher-level players assisted the lower-level ones, leading to astonishingly rapid upgrades. Currently, Wang Bin had amassed over 100 drops of spiritual liquid and decided to temporarily cease further compression until he could devise a suitable sales strategy. As for his knowledge of artifact crafting, with the successful creation of the compressor, he set it aside for the time being. He had just instructed Huang Yukai to procure a foundational outline for array masters and was eagerly delving into his studies. He harbored a bold notion within his heart, aspiring to transform the spirit-gathering array, enabling it to harness solar energy from the heavens as its driving force, thereby operating autonomously. This ingenious mechanism would draw the spiritual essence from the surrounding air, subsequently channeling it into a compressor that would condense it into spiritual liquid. In this manner, He would merely need to extract the liquid and store it within jade vials. However, his intentions extended beyond the mere enhancement of the spirit gathering array. The lucrative business of compressing spiritual liquid promised substantial profits, making the investment in formation stones inconsequential. Moreover, he envisioned establishing a mobile communication enterprise within the realm of cultivation. Should he succeed, he could effortlessly accumulate countless spirit stones from the comfort of his home, a truly delightful prospect. He had conducted thorough research, discovering that long-distance communication formations not only consumed vast amounts of energy, but the expenditure increased with distance. Additionally, the receiving party required an appropriate formation, compounding the issue of energy consumption. This was precisely why only the most formidable sects in the cultivation world could achieve long-distance information transmission, and communication arrays were seldom found outside of pivotal cities. The mere thought of amassing spirit stones in the future invigorated Wang Bin. Today, after briefly perusing a comprehensive guide on formations, he sensed a disturbance outside his door. Chapter 28. Two women seeking embrace. Wang Bin was deeply engrossed in the wondrous realm of formations when a sudden jolt of awareness struck him, as if stirred by an unseen force. He gently extended his consciousness, silently reaching out, and soon perceived Wang Zhaojun and Qin Wenjun lingering outside his door. The two appeared restless, their expressions tense, their eyes filled with an inner turmoil. They alternated between glancing at the closed door and stealing glances at each other, seemingly burdened with unspoken thoughts yet hesitant to voice them, their indecision palpable. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile crept upon Wang Bin's lips, revealing a knowing expression. With a gentle nudge of his consciousness, the door began to open slowly, and his soothing voice resonated. Come in. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to ask. Do not linger outside. Startled by his voice, Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun exchanged a glance. Their expressions a blend of embarrassment from being unexpectedly discovered and a flicker of anticipation at finally being able to speak. Hesitantly, they shuffled into the room, their gazes evasive, unwilling to meet Wang Bin's eyes. What troubles you in your practice? He inquired, leaning back in his chair, his gaze warm and encouraging, inviting them to articulate their confusions. Ultimately, it was Qin Wenjun who took a deep breath, as if summoning great resolve. She slowly lifted her head, fixing her gaze directly upon Wang Bin's eyes, her expression rife with grievance and discontent. She inquired, My lord, I would like to ask, despite my unwavering diligence in cultivation over the past 2 years, why do I remain stuck at the first level of qi refinement? Each day, aside from dedicating 2 hours to mundane tasks, I devote the remainder of my time to meditation and practice. When I first entered the Lord's Manor, I was at the first level, and now, 2 years later, I have made no progress whatsoever. At this rate, I fear it may take me at least another 3 years to advance to the second level. Wang Zhaojun, listening intently beside her, fixed her bright, apricot-like eyes on Wang Bin as well. Her own progress in cultivation had been underwhelming, remaining at the first level of qi refinement. Fortunately, her martial prowess had reached the second level of the innate realm, which offered her a modicum of solace. After all, the spiritual energy within the Lord's Manor was considerably denser than outside, and such slow progress under favorable conditions left her feeling quite disheartened. The motivation for their visit stemmed from the fact that Yang Yuhuan and Li Qianqian had already achieved the second level of qi refinement. The four of them had entered the Lord's Manor together, yet those two, who had no prior foundation in cultivation, were now advancing rapidly. This disparity gnawed at Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, leading them to suspect that the Lord was concealing some valuable resources from them, prompting their inquiry for clarification. Wang Bin observed the two girls, a helpless expression crossing his face, though internally he reveled in delight, thinking to himself, these two young ladies are still completely under my influence. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious demeanor and began to explain with deliberate care, Wenjun. Cultivation is inherently a formidable endeavor, yielding results only over extended periods. Especially for you both, possessing 5 spiritual roots, having spent 2 years in Baiyan City. You should have acquired some understanding of the cultivation world's norms. In the eyes of those sects, 5 spiritual roots are akin to being an ordinary person. Look at other cultivators with 5 spiritual roots. Their progress is even slower than yours. We must take it slow. For instance, I am of 3 spiritual roots and only established my foundation at the age of 80. Given your qualifications, if no unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be commendable for you to reach the mid-stage of qi refinement in this lifetime. This is also the reason why those sects are reluctant to accept cultivators with 5 spiritual roots. However, I assure you, as long as you do not give up, there remains a chance for 5 spiritual roots to reach the foundation establishment stage. Haha. Wang Bin nearly let slip a more discouraging remark that could undermine their confidence. I understand you speak the truth. I have come to realize how disadvantaged 5 spiritual roots are. No wonder my family, The Qin does not nurture me. Yet, I am unwilling to accept this. As Qin Wenjun spoke, her emotions intensified, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. Moreover, Yu Huan and Qianqian, who entered the manor with us, feast daily on spiritual beast meat and spiritual rice, yet we have never been afforded such sustenance. They too possess the 5-element roots, entering the manor devoid of any cultivation, yet they have now ascended to the second layer of the qi refining stage. They still find time to stroll through the streets each day, yet their pace of advancement far surpasses ours. Surely, you must be concealing some extraordinary treasures from us. Wang Bin, with a resigned roll of his eyes, replied with a look of exasperation. Do you realize that the most basic first-tier spirit beast meat, once processed, costs 1 low-grade spirit stone per pound? The same goes for low-grade spirit rice. They spend over 10 spirit stones daily just on food. Your annual stipend barely covers a single meal. How could it be possible for you 2 maidens to dine for free? He continued. Moreover, even if there were precious items, it would not be fitting for you maidens to partake first. It is akin to the situation in your Qin kingdom, where the emperor would not bestow the throne upon maids or eunuchs. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenjun's eyes grew redder, tears welling in her gaze. She understood perfectly the vast disparity in treatment between maids and ladies, a chasm far exceeding 100-fold. She felt a profound injustice and, compounded by Wang Bin's tone, became increasingly convinced that he had indeed provided something precious to young Yu Huan and her companions. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she began to weep, occasionally casting furtive glances at Wang Bin, her expression a mixture of pity and appeal, as if hoping he might reconsider. Alas, Wang Bin merely smiled at her, unmoved by her tears. Seeing that her attempts at coaxing had failed, Qin Wenjun bit her lip and resolutely declared, her voice tinged with a sob, I too wish to be your partner. I want to consume spirit beast meat and spirit rice. I demand it. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's face lit up with a triumphant grin. He said nothing but opened his arms wide, the implication unmistakable. Initially, Qin Wenjun contemplated maintaining her composure. Yet upon witnessing his open embrace, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze, slowly moving to nestle into his arms. Wang Bin gently patted her back, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, then turned to Wang Zhaojun, his eyes inquiring, And you? What are your thoughts? Qin Wenjun, shyly nestled against Wang Bin, turned slightly to see Wang Zhaojun still hesitating nearby, leaving her somewhat speechless. She had only recently re-established contact with her family, having informed her mother about her current circumstances through letters. Her mother, having navigated countless palace intrigues, instantly discerned Wang Bin's somewhat immature courting tactics. However, Wang Bin was indeed a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. There was not a single foundation establishment cultivator in the entire Qin kingdom. Should Qin Wenjun become the partner of a foundation establishment cultivator, her standing as Qin Wenjun's mother would surely elevate significantly within the kingdom. Moreover, she understood well what the 5-element roots signified. They were not vastly different from ordinary folk, merely possessing slight advantages in martial prowess over those without any roots. Thus, she meticulously detailed the circumstances of both parties in her letter and even dispatched her personal maid to orchestrate today's encounter. The unfolding of events indeed aligned with her expectations. As for Wang Zhaojun, she was brought by Qin Wenjun to bolster her confidence. Standing in place, Wang Zhaojun hesitated for a moment. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly nodded, then, with a bashful demeanor, approached Wang Bin. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bin erupted into hearty laughter, filled with pride. The princess, the daughter of the prime minister, the chivalrous woman of the rivers and lakes, and the general's daughter were all now by his side, overwhelming him with a sense of accomplishment. As he laughed, he suddenly sensed a loosening of the bottleneck at the 7th level of his foundational cultivation. As if a force within him stirred with anticipation, he realized that if he seized the moment to commence his cultivation and supplemented it with spiritual energy, he could likely break through to the 7th level of foundational cultivation. However, he felt no hesitation and did not take this rare opportunity for advancement too seriously. With 2 beauties at his side, how could he possibly lack romantic sensibility? Moreover, he now possessed the capability to produce spiritual liquid in abundance. Given sufficient time, he would face no issues with cultivation prior to reaching the golden core stage. Shortly thereafter, soft voices filled the room. My lord, it's still daytime. Please don't act this way. Call me husband. What does day or night matter? Those of us who cultivate cannot be so rigid. No, Zhaojun is still here. Oh, we will all be good sisters from now on. You'll get used to it. Hee, that tickles. Husband, have you been interested in both of us for a long time? Haha, you've only just realized it. It's too late now. Ouch, be gentle. Come help me. Why are you just standing there? Chapter 29. Death beneath the peony blossoms. On the following day, in the sunny and breezy courtyard of the city lord's residence, fragrant flowers were in full bloom. Wang Bin stood before everyone, his expression solemn yet tinged with joy, as he publicly declared that Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun would become his consorts. In the realm of cultivation, there was no stipulation that a practitioner could only have one partner. At last, he could fulfill the lingering desire from his past life. Yang Yuhuan and Chun Qianqian exchanged glances, both reflecting a knowing expression, their lips curling into a smile of understanding. The other maidens gazed enviously at Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun, their eyes brimming with longing, wishing they could stand beside Wang Bin, but alas, lacking spiritual roots. They could only harbor regret. Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun were both filled with delight, thoroughly pleased with Wang Bin's demeanor. Subsequently, Wang Bin led the two of them to the foundational cultivation chamber. Now that you are both mine, you shall share in all the good things that come my way, Wang Bin said with a smile, his gaze filled with affection. Whoa, husband, the spiritual energy in the foundational cultivation chamber is so rich. If I had been able to cultivate here sooner, perhaps I would have already broken through. Qin Wenjun exclaimed in astonishment as she stepped into the cultivation chamber, feeling the robust spiritual energy that far surpassed that of the city lord's residence. Wang Zhaojun nodded with excitement, her eyes sparkling with delight. To become the lady of the city lord and enjoy such privileges was truly a fortune earned from a previous life. The mere thought of savoring spirit beast meat and spirit rice soon heightened her anticipation. Sit cross-legged and open your mouths, Wang Bin instructed, preparing to use spirit liquid to accelerate their cultivation, for they were now his beloved women. While this spirit liquid was an immensely precious commodity to others, for him, the materials to produce it were as good as free. Moreover, the two ladies had bestowed upon him a different kind of joy the previous night. Here? Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, Wang Zhaojun's mouth fell slightly open in shyness, her cheeks blooming like radiant peach blossoms. Qin Wenjun's expression mirrored her own, secretly chiding, "Is my husband too impatient?" Wang Bin smiled gently as he produced an exquisite jade vial, carefully pouring out a drop of spirit liquid. In an instant, the aura within the cultivation chamber seemed to respond to a summons, becoming even more dense, swirling around them like mist. Exchanging glances, the two women quickly realized their misunderstanding and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. However, their attention was soon captivated by the miraculous spirit liquid, their mouths slightly parting in readiness to embrace this rare opportunity. Wang Bin, with keen awareness, carefully divided 1/10 of the spirit liquid, letting it drip into the mouths of Qin Wenjun and Wang Zhaojun before swiftly securing the remaining liquid in the jade vial to prevent any loss of its precious essence. This spirit liquid was his treasure, and every drop was hard-won. Qin Wenjun had initially intended to pout and complain about her husband's stinginess, but as the diminutive drop entered her mouth, it swiftly released an unparalleled purity of spirit energy, far surpassing her own internal energy. It flowed continuously like a gentle stream. Instantly, she closed her lips, suppressing any stray thoughts, and began to circulate her cultivation technique, guiding the energy through her body to transform it into her own. Once the drop of spirit liquid entered her dantian, it was as though a treasure trove had been unlocked, continuously releasing pure spirit energy like an unrelenting tide. The two women dared not slacken their efforts, hastening their cultivation, acutely aware that their dantian was expanding. If they did not rapidly absorb and transform this energy, they feared their dantian might burst, with dire consequences. Time slipped by unnoticed until Qin Wenjun finally refined the drop of spirit liquid, slowly opening her eyes. In that moment, only Wang Zhaojun remained wholly absorbed in her cultivation, her earnest demeanor resembling the most exquisite painting in the world. Qin Wenjun could not help but marvel at the spirit liquid, a truly divine substance for cultivation. Just a mere 1/10 of a drop was comparable to the results of her half-year of effort. Had it not been for the sluggish pace at which her cultivation technique operated, and the inefficacy of her 5 spiritual roots in absorbing spiritual energy, resulting in a considerable wastage, she might have already transcended to the second level of qi refinement. This sensation of swift advancement was akin to soaring amidst the clouds, truly exquisite. With a gentle sigh, Qin Wenjun mused to herself how astute her mother was. Had she known that becoming the lady of the city lord would bestow such privileges, she would have cast aside her modesty much sooner. Yet, it was not too late now. A playful smile graced her lips as she envisioned herself frequently utilizing such extraordinary resources for cultivation, filling her heart with hope for the future, as if she could see herself journeying ever farther along the path of immortality. Rising gracefully, she stretched her somewhat stiff limbs before exiting the meditation chamber. She trotted lightly, a fragrant breeze trailing behind her, and made her way directly to Wang Bin, who was engrossed in a book within his room. Before he could react, she flitted toward him like a jubilant little bird. Wang Bin, with a resigned smile, opened his arms and caught her securely. With unrestrained enthusiasm, Qin Wenjun showered his face with affectionate kisses, her exuberance reminiscent of a child who had received a cherished toy. "My dear husband, what was that drop today? I want more, I want more," she cooed, her eyes brimming with yearning. "What do you mean today? You've already been cultivating for 2 days and nights. That was spiritual liquid. Do not worry, it will not be scarce for you in the future. However, you can only use it twice a month. Over-reliance on external substances to hasten cultivation can lead to an unstable foundation. Focus on stabilizing your current achievements first." Wang Bin explained patiently. "Understood. I will heed my husband's words." Qin Wenjun nodded obediently. Wang Bin gently tapped her on the rear, adjusting her into a more comfortable position, and said softly, "Wenjun, this matter must remain between us. Do not disclose it to anyone, even your family. A single drop of this spiritual liquid is worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You understand the dangers of possessing precious items. If this information escapes your lips, the spiritual liquid will no longer be yours, and we may even jeopardize our lives." 10,000 spirit stones. That means I used 1,000 stones for just one cultivation session? How extravagant. "You are so kind to me, dear husband," Qin Wenjun gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment and gratitude. 1,000 spirit stones. It was no wonder the effects of her cultivation were so remarkable. She had never imagined she would one day wield such precious resources for her training. "Of course, you have been cultivating for several years and have exerted considerable effort. You are well aware of the struggles of practice, especially since you possess the weakest 5 spiritual roots in the realm of cultivation. I do not wish to see you grow old without achieving your potential. Since you are my woman, I intend to walk this path of immortality alongside you," Wang Bin declared earnestly as he gazed deeply into Qin Wenjun's eyes, moved to tears. Qin Wenjun could not contain herself any longer and leaned in to kiss Wang Bin with fervor. Embracing the fervent kiss, Wang Bin naturally reciprocated without hesitation, exerting a slight pressure to assume a dominant position, a significant aspect in their intimate relationship. Thus, a month passed in a haze of sweetness and warmth. With the aid of the spiritual liquid, both Wenjun and Zhao Jun successfully ascended to the second layer of qi refining. Wang Bin, initially intent on breaking through to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, ultimately reconsidered and opted to refrain. He was acutely aware of his circumstances. A swift advancement would appear utterly implausible. It is worth noting that he had only ascended to the 4th layer of foundation establishment 2 years prior, a fact recorded within the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. Lacking any formidable backing and with scant cultivation resources in Bayan City, an accelerated rise in his cultivation would undoubtedly attract suspicion, leading to an array of ensuing troubles. He planned to journey to Shihai City the following day, primarily to seek a market for the spiritual liquid he possessed in abundance. If he could find suitable buyers, he would secure a substantial amount of cultivation resources. Additionally, he had set his sights on purchasing wood elemental and body refining techniques from the Merit Hall, intending to exchange the resources acquired for these invaluable methods that would greatly benefit his cultivation. Furthermore, he sought to procure a secret technique capable of concealing his cultivation level. Ideally, he would acquire a spiritual artifact for this purpose, allowing him to advance without the anxiety of attracting undue attention to his rapid progression. Chapter 30. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Wang Bin had meticulously prepared for his departure the next day, contemplating that his journey to Shihai City should ideally enable him to acquire a set of exquisite spiritual artifacts to replace his rather shabby array of magical gear. Venturing forth clad in such subpar equipment was a matter of considerable embarrassment. As the lord of a city in this meritocratic cultivation realm, one's external adornments often symbolize status and power. Moreover, he could not neglect to procure some gifts for his beloved companions, the most significant individuals in his life, who deserved nothing but the finest. Additionally, an important task awaited him. He needed to inquire about any elixirs that could enhance the success rate of cultivators conceiving. Naturally, all these plans hinged on selling off the over 100 drops of spiritual liquid he had in his possession. Each drop was a treasure, brimming with immense value. Securing the right buyer would provide him with the necessary resources to realize his ambitions. With a soft sigh, he rummaged once more through his memories of Qingmo, only to confront the disheartening truth that he had no genuine friends. Among the scattered cultivators he knew, he was the sole fortunate individual to have succeeded in foundation establishment. Throughout this journey, a sense of solitude had clung to him, leaving him without anyone to consult or seek assistance from in times of need. The image of Du Xiaoya from the Four Seas Merchant Alliance in Shihai City flickered in his mind. He pondered whether she might possess any connections to aid him in selling some of the spiritual liquid discreetly, without drawing attention to himself. However, he hesitated slightly. When he had last seen her 2 years ago, she was merely at the qi refinement stage. It was likely she had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, her ability to secure a position at the Four Seas Merchant Alliance in Shihai City suggested that her background was not trivial, as such opportunities were rarely afforded to those of humble origins. Yet, based on their previous encounters, she did not seem to hail from a wealthy family. Perhaps it was best to assess the situation upon arriving in Shihai City. Overthinking would yield no fruitful outcome. He had also heard whispers of an underground black market in Shihai City, which might present more opportunities. Unfortunately, he had no knowledge of the black market's location, and without acquaintances to provide introductions, even obtaining an invitation would prove to be a challenge. This predicament was indeed vexing, leaving him with a headache as he felt overwhelmed by his circumstances. In these past 2 years, the business of the Foundation establishment training rooms had flourished, which should have been a lucrative endeavor. Yet, in reality, he owned only 1 out of 4 training rooms and was supporting several partners, which incurred considerable expenses. Furthermore, his year-long experiment with the compressor had consumed vast amounts of spirit stones. Now, he found himself with merely 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones in his storage bag, equivalent to a paltry 200 middle-grade stones, not even enough to purchase 2 drops of spiritual liquid. Thus, although the training room was leased out, it served merely as a facade, yielding little in terms of profit. To make matters worse, the reserve funds of 100,000 spirit stones for the formation in Baiyun City were beyond his current means to replenish. If the authorities were to arrive for an inspection and discover this shortfall, it would spell significant trouble. This issue required immediate resolution, yet he felt utterly stretched thin. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Lord City Master, someone has arrived from Shihai City and is waiting in the hall. Huang Yotsai's voice shattered Wang Bin's reverie. Startling him, his first thought was, could it be that the misappropriation of spirit stones has been uncovered? He quickly collected himself and extended his spiritual sense, confirming the presence of 3 auras at the Foundation establishment stage in the City Lord's Hall. As for their specific cultivation levels, he dared not delve further. It was prudent to exercise caution in uncertain circumstances. He hastily rose, exited his room, and, accompanied by Huang Yukai, made his way to the living room at a brisk pace. Upon entering the hall, he beheld 3 individuals standing there, 2 men and 1 woman, who appeared quite youthful, likely due to their early stage of Foundation establishment. They donned the distinctive attire of inner disciples, their waists adorned with identity tokens. Wang Bin swept his gaze across the trio and discerned that the young cultivator at the forefront, who was at the early Foundation establishment stage, seemed to be the leader, with the other 2 positioned behind him, subtly centering around him. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Qingmu, responsible for the defense of Baiyun City. I am at your service for any tasks you may require assistance with, Wang Bin said respectfully, wearing a perfectly measured smile while internally remaining vigilant. With a hearty laugh, the young cultivator at the forefront expressed his gratitude for Qingmu's warm hospitality, stating that they would not stand on ceremony. He mentioned the urgency of their visit, hinting at a matter requiring assistance, assuring that there was no danger involved. Wang Bin silently lamented, as he had merely intended to be courteous. Yet the other party had taken his words at face value, although he wished to decline. The words that escaped his lips were unexpectedly, I am not yet familiar with the names of my esteemed seniors. A flicker of disdain crossed Qingmu's eyes as he scrutinized Wang Bin, his thoughts laced with contempt. This Qingmu is already in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Yet he still dons a full set of magical attire. What combat prowess could he possibly possess? He was perplexed as to why Senior Brotherly sought assistance, as it had been agreed that the matter would remain clandestine. Nevertheless, being somewhat seasoned in the ways of the world, he refrained from openly contesting, instead raising his chin slightly, puffing out his chest, and declaring with an air of superiority, I am Qingmu, a disciple of the inner sect of the Sihai Merchant Alliance. My father is a golden core true man and serves as an elder in the outer sect. Behind me are Lu Shui and Chen Fei, who are both inner sect disciples in the mid and late stages of Foundation establishment, respectively, and they are my uncle's apprentices. They have been dispatched to assist me in fulfilling my task. Now, inform me of the situation regarding the Beast Mountains within a 500-mile radius. We are to enter and undertake our mission. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin recognized Qingmu as a quintessential affluent scion. The pallor of his complexion and the hollowness in his gaze suggested a life of excess. Wang Bin found it bewildering how such an individual had managed to reach the Foundation establishment stage. However, the implications of Qingmu's words revealed that both his father and uncle were golden core true men, marking him as a figure not to be trifled with. Alas, yet another privileged second generation. What a predicament. Ah, young Master Yin. It is not that I am unwilling to disclose the distribution of beasts within the 500-mile radius of the Beast Mountains. We generally do not dare to venture that far. My cultivation is average, and my combat capabilities are even less impressive. Moreover, I practice a wood attribute technique, which does not favor combat. I am only aware of the situation within a 200-mile radius, where the spiritual energy is sparse and no Foundation establishment beasts reside. As for what lies deeper within, we are ill-equipped to explore, Wang Bin explained cautiously. Qingmu's irritation flared at this revelation. He furrowed his brow, instinctively preparing to unleash a tirade. Yet, at that moment, he received a telepathic message from Chen Fei. Junior brother Yin, do not be incensed. We still require his assistance. Let us not sour our relationship. I will elaborate on the details later. With this, Yin Qingmu managed to suppress his ire, albeit begrudgingly, and stated, please arrange for us a place to rest for the night. We need to formulate a plan. Wang Bin could only force a smile, offering a few polite words before guiding them to the guest quarters. As they walked, a sense of unease gnawed at him, uncertain of how long these individuals would linger and what sort of troubles they might bring. As Yin Qingmu turned a corner, he caught sight of two enchanting figures in the courtyard at the far end. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately utilized his spiritual sense to observe Qin Wenjun and Wang Xiaojun practicing spells in the backyard. A lewd glimmer flickered in his gaze, and he felt an unexpected thrill within. To think that such a remote and desolate land could harbor two women of such pure demeanor, both merely at the second level of qi refinement, most likely mere maidservants. A plan began to form in his mind. He would have Qingmu deliver these two women to his chamber that evening. He doubted they would dare to refuse him. Qin Wenjun and Wang Xiaojun, upon noticing their husband entering with a few imposing figures, refrained from approaching recklessly and instead continued to concentrate on their spell practice. Their immediate goal was to stabilize their cultivation, intending to consume spirit liquid in a few days to hasten their ascent in strength. Chapter 31. You are so devious. Wang Bin emerged from the guest room after ensuring Yin Qingmu, Chen Fei, and Lu Shui had been adequately arranged. As he stepped outside, he saw Qin Wenjun and Wang Xiaojun still diligently practicing spells in the courtyard. A gentle breeze caressed them, causing their garments to flutter gracefully. Their enchanting figures, illuminated by the radiant glow of their spells, appeared even more poised and alluring. Their pure smiles were as radiant as the warm sun of spring, bringing joy to those who beheld them. However, the thought of Yin Qingmu's excessive indulgence and the glint of greed that occasionally flickered in his eyes made Wang Bin furrow his brow. He understood all too well the lengths such a man would go to, and to avert unnecessary complications, he resolved to have the two women retreat to their quarters for cultivation, advising them to remain indoors for the next few days. Within the room, Chen Fei cautiously set up a barrier. The barrier shimmered with a soft light, enveloping the entire space and creating an isolated environment, effectively preventing eavesdropping on their conversation. Yin Qingmu's lips curled into a sly smile as he chuckled. Chun, did you see those two maidens in the backyard? Though they are merely low-level cultivators, their grace and figures are truly remarkable. Once we complete our business, you simply must summon them to serve me for the night. As he spoke, he savored the beauty of Qin Wenjun and Wang Xiaojun, his desire intensifying with each passing moment. Chen Fei and Lu Shui exchanged glances, both reflecting a sense of resignation. Were it not for their master's command to assist this inept individual in his task, they would never willingly associate with someone like Yin Qingmu. Young Master Yin, do not allow your desires to cloud your judgment. We must prioritize our mission and avoid unnecessary distractions, Chen Fei advised earnestly. You are well aware of how much Lord Chu of Shihai City values Miss Chu Qingwan. We have received intelligence regarding a late-stage foundation establishment, Qingyan Bird, located approximately 400 miles within the Beast Mountain range nearby Yin City. While the authenticity of this information remains uncertain, it presents a worthy opportunity for us to take a risk. Do you comprehend the significance of this matter? Although the Qingyan Bird possesses only a trace of the Qingwan bloodline, it would greatly benefit Miss Chu's cultivation. If we could capture it and present it to Miss Chu, the benefits would be simply unimaginable. Chen Fei deliberately emphasized Chu Qingwan's name, hoping to dispel Yin Qingmu's malicious thoughts and redirect his focus to the task at hand, thus preventing unnecessary complications. Although Yin Qingmu understood the significance of this mission, the mere thought of Qin Wenjun's enchanting smile stirred a restless desire within him, akin to a kitten scratching at his heart. What are just a few maidservants, after all? Furthermore, is the news about the Qingyan Bird truly credible? It might merely be a rumor, he muttered in reluctant discontent. Regardless of the veracity of the information, we must make an attempt. If we allow others to seize the opportunity first, we shall have nothing left. Chen Fei spoke with a serious demeanor, reminding him that Miss Chu possesses a fire attribute single spiritual root, inherently imbued with a trace of the Qingwan bloodline, and her grandfather, the city Lord Chu, is well known for his affection towards her. Recently, while perusing ancient texts, I fortuitously discovered the formidable nature of the Qingwan bloodline. The more potent the bloodline, the swifter the cultivation. For cultivators, each advancement represents an exceptional opportunity to purify their bloodline. Presently, Miss Chu has achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment and is on the cusp of forming her elixir, all within a span of less than 50 years of cultivation. If we can present this Qingyan Bird, containing a fragment of the Qingwan bloodline, to her, enabling her to purify her bloodline once more before forming her elixir, Her potential for the future would be boundless. With her innate abilities, coupled with the substantial support from the Chu family, her attainment of the Yuanying true monarch status is virtually assured. Should she manage to purify her bloodline several more times, she could potentially ascend to the realm of transformation. At that juncture, the rewards we receive would be extraordinarily bountiful, perhaps even granting us a glimpse into the path of golden elixirs. Een, you are now 120 years old, yet only in the early stages of foundation establishment. You are undoubtedly aware of your own circumstances, with your current qualifications. If you continue on this trajectory, the prospect of progressing in your cultivation appears bleak. In a few decades, you may find yourself resigned to stagnation. Although the Een family boasts 2 golden elixir cultivators, the clan is numerous, and given your aptitude and disposition, barring unforeseen events, it is likely you will remain at the foundation establishment stage for your lifetime. This opportunity is indeed a rare and fortuitous chance for us. It is merely a later stage Qingyan bird, with myself and Sister Lu present, and by meticulously arranging the formation, it should pose little difficulty or danger. Even if the information proves false, our losses would be minimal, as the perimeter of the monster beast mountain range, extending 500 miles, should be devoid of third-tier beasts. After listening to Chen Fei's remarks, Yin Xingmu fell into an unusual silence. Although he was a notorious scion, he still held a fear of death. Had he not contemplated diligently cultivating to break through to the golden elixir stage? Yet, his 3 spiritual roots inherently rendered his path to cultivation more arduous, and his restless nature prevented him from settling down to meditate and practice. Moreover, he was not regarded as a key cultivator of the golden core in his family, which gradually led him to self-destruct. However, this time sounded like a rare opportunity, and it would be wise to first attend to the matter at hand. Yet, the mere thought of the 2 ethereal women in the backyard filled him with regret. Alas, they wouldn't be going anywhere. Sigh. Very well. Let us focus on the task at hand, for those 2 women are certainly not escaping. Yin Xingmu, with a hint of resignation, remarked, I was just about to ask you, what assistance do you require from Qingmu? Although he is in the mid-foundation stage, I can perceive that his spiritual power is rather insubstantial, and his foundation evidently unstable. Moreover, being assigned to such a desolate place surely indicates a lack of backing. Furthermore, examining his array of artifacts, despite being in the mid-foundation stage, he dresses similarly to a loose cultivator. How formidable can he be? Upon hearing Yin Xingmu's words, Chen Fei could only silently lament. Clearly, when practitioners break through to the foundation stage, their mental acuity should double, and their intellect should enhance. Yet Yin Xingmu remained so foolish. Such a splendid opportunity for rebirth squandered. Young Master Yin, our endeavor tomorrow carries considerable risk. After all, we are to confront a late foundation stage Qingyan bird, and among the 3 of us, only I am in the late foundation stage. While slaying it should not pose a significant issue, we will be delving 500 miles into the beast mountain range, fraught with unknown dangers. Should we inadvertently provoke other beasts, being pursued could spell trouble. Or, if the information we received is erroneous, we may find ourselves in a perilous predicament. It is well known that for foundation stage practitioners, to venture 500 miles into the beast mountain range is exceedingly hazardous. Those beasts care not whether your father is a golden core cultivator. To them, our flesh is akin to a miraculous elixir. Thus, I propose to set up a trapping formation over 400 miles deep into the beast mountain range, allowing junior brother Qingmu to guard that position and provide us with a means of retreat. Chen Fei meticulously elucidated his plan. Brother Chen, is he reliable? Did you not mention that the matter concerning the Qingyan bird should remain confidential? Would it not be better to return to Shihai City and have our family send a few more individuals? Yin Xingmu inquired with some trepidation. Lu Shui, unable to bear it any longer, cast a disdainful look at Yin Xingmu and boldly interjected, Young Master Yin, this matter must be expedited. The longer we delay, the more dreams we may invite. Moreover, why should we disclose our true intentions to Qingmu? We can simply state that we are collecting a certain spiritual herb, and enlisting his help is merely a precaution. As inner sect disciples, our master is a golden core practitioner. Would he dare refuse? Furthermore, we can provide him with a secondary flag for the formation, while we retain the primary flag, thereby allowing us to control both the entire formation and the secondary flag in his possession. If we encounter danger, we can lure the demonic beasts to him, then trap him and the beasts together using the formation, allowing him to cover our retreat and buy us some time. Even if he miraculously survives, would he dare seek revenge against us? If everything proceeds smoothly, it would be even better. We can fulfill the promises made to him at that time. We will capture the azure flame bird and present it to Lord Chu, granting everyone a chance to advance to the golden core stage, which would also benefit junior brother Qingmu without any significant issue. Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Yin Qingmu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Chen Fei, and noticing Chen Fei's calm demeanor, he realized that Chun Fei was already aware of this plan. After a while, Yin Qingmu murmured, "You are truly devious. But I quite like it, haha." Chapter 32. The pregnancy pill. Not long after, Chun Fei and Lu Shui went to find Wang Bin together. Wang Bin welcomed them into his abode and invited them to take a seat. Yang Yuhuan gracefully approached, pouring each of them a cup of spirit tea that emanated an ethereal aura before quietly withdrawing. Chun Fei's gaze followed Yang Yuhuan's departure, a fleeting flicker of admiration passing through his eyes, momentarily causing him to forget the purpose of their visit. With a slight smile, he remarked to Wang Bin, "Junior brother Qingmu, your days in Baiyun City seem truly delightful. Look at this residence, with maidens aplenty, each more enchanting than the last." "Brother, you jest. They are not ordinary maids, but rather companions of the junior brother," Wang Bin replied candidly. Even the usually composed Lu Shui could not suppress her surprise, casting a questioning glance at Wang Bin as she speculated internally. As a female cultivator, she was acutely aware of the complexities of the cultivation world, leading her to suspect that Wang Bin might have employed some dark sorcery to control these female cultivators in the qi refinement stage, which left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Upon hearing this, a hint of envy flashed in Chun Fei's eyes. As a man himself, he understood how alluring such a fortunate arrangement could be. "Brother, sister, you misunderstand. I, as a junior brother, possess only mediocre talent, lacking any remarkable traits or substantial background. Otherwise, I would not have been assigned to guard such a remote location. I am fully aware that, given my current circumstances, I have no hope of advancing to the golden core stage in this lifetime. Therefore, I contemplated that since I cannot progress further on the path of cultivation, I might as well establish a family. Yet, how could female cultivators of the same realm ever regard me? Hence, I sought out a few women of 5 spiritual roots from the mortal realm to be my companions. Although they possess some beauty, it is inherently challenging for cultivators to conceive offspring, especially considering their 5 spiritual roots, which makes reaching the foundation establishment stage an even greater challenge. I wonder if brother is aware of any pills that could assist in this regard?" Wang Bin explained with a hint of helplessness. The fleeting expression of disappointment that flickered in Chun Fei's eyes did not escape Wang Bin's notice. He silently sighed, realizing that their disappointment stemmed from discovering that these companions possessed merely 5 spiritual roots, failing to meet even the standards for recruiting disciples as menial workers in their sect. The expectation that Qingmu held some unique quality had thus been dashed. Indeed, junior brother Qingmu is a person of genuine character. I was still contemplating making strides on the path of golden core. As for the elixir you mentioned to enhance the ability of cultivators to conceive progeny, our 4C's Merchant Alliance does possess a few varieties. I am aware of one that seems particularly suitable for your current situation. On one occasion, while idly wandering through a shop, I chanced upon it. It is called the conception pill. The primary ingredients of this elixir consist of common herbs that harbor gentle spiritual energy, such as evening primrose and celestial spirit herb. These herbs are not rare within the cultivation world and can be relatively easily procured, resulting in a lower cost for the conception pill. Its function is to gently regulate the cultivator's body, promoting the circulation of spiritual energy within, thereby creating a more favorable state for nurturing life. However, this elixir is only effective for those at the foundation establishment stage or below, and it is not inexpensive, costing 100 medium-grade spirit stones per pill. Most critically, its success rate is not particularly high, necessitating multiple doses for any potential effect. As for other means to enhance the success rate, such knowledge is beyond my current level of cultivation, Chun Fei elaborated. Conception pill. Conception pill. Wang Bin silently repeated the name several times in his mind, resolutely deciding that when he visits Shihai City, he must seek it out and procure some. The group engaged in casual conversation for a while longer, and as Chun Fei sensed the opportune moment had arrived, he revealed the true purpose of their visit. Junior brother Qingmu, this time, Yin and I primarily aim to gather a special spiritual herb from the Beast Mountain range. You are stationed here in Baiyun City and should be somewhat familiar with the surrounding environment. We would like to request your assistance as our guide. What do you think? Chun Fei remarked casually. Wang Bin felt a wave of exasperation. How could he be familiar with the Beast Mountain range? Moreover, he was not particularly acquainted with these two individuals, let alone venture into the perilous depths of the Beast Mountain range. He was utterly unwilling to go. However, outright refusal might lead to complications, considering the unusual status of these two. Senior brother, I truly am not very familiar with the Beast Mountain range. Previously, I have only explored its fringes. I am completely in the dark about what lies within. Additionally, I have pressing matters to attend to in Shihai City and cannot spare the time. Perhaps I could send a subordinate to accompany you? He is quite familiar with this area. Wang Bin said cautiously. That would be acceptable. What is his cultivation level? Chun Fei replied, reluctantly settling for this alternative. He did not wish to place Qingmu in danger, as there was no enmity among them. He merely required someone to lead the way and provide cover at critical moments. Oh, he is the captain of the guard in Baiyun City, having reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, and possesses commendable strength. Thus leading the way is undoubtedly within his capabilities, Wang Bin promptly replied. Chen Fei was rendered speechless. What significance does the completion of the Qi refinement stage hold in the face of such perilous tasks? He had no choice but to speak again, earnestly conveying, Junior brother Qingmu, this mission is of utmost importance to young Master Yin. The Yin family boasts 2 golden core experts, both of whom are elders in the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. Moreover, junior sister Lu Shui is a second-tier formation master. The formations she sets cannot unleash their full potential without the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. Surely you would not deny them this small favor? Rest assured, this operation is exceedingly safe, and upon its successful completion, young Master Yin will graciously bestow a spiritual weapon flying sword as a reward. What do you say? After Chen Fei spoke, he fixed a stoic gaze upon Wang Bin, while Lu Shui beside him mirrored the same expression, her eyes exuding an undeniable pressure of refusal. Wang Bin instantly sensed a foreboding chill. He could unmistakably perceive the implicit threat in their demeanor. He truly did not wish to partake, nor did he care for a mere spiritual weapon flying sword. Yet, the 2 before him were inner disciples. And although young Master Yin was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, his family was a golden core lineage, with 2 golden core elders holding significant positions within the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. He dared not offend them. At that moment, he longed to shout like those gallant heroes of the martial world, "Get lost!" Yet he understood he lacked the strength to do so. Was this not the very essence of the saying, in the martial world, one is not in control of their own fate? With a heart full of resignation, Wang Bin gritted his teeth and acquiesced, realizing they were to depart at dawn. Truly unfortunate. This was indeed an unforeseen calamity. Trouble arrives when one is seated comfortably at home. After bidding farewell to these unwelcome guests, who bore an air of misfortune, Wang Bin reluctantly summoned his 4 companions, along with Huang Yukai and Qin Jun. Once everyone had gathered, he solemnly stated, "Tomorrow, I shall accompany several inner disciples to the Monster Beast Mountain Range for some matters, which may take a few days. During my absence, you must ensure the safety of Baiyun City." Huang Yukai and Qin Jun responded in unison, "Yes, City Lord." Wang Bin instinctively touched the formation flag at his chest, hesitating briefly before ultimately handing it over to Huang Yukai. In truth, he had initially intended to keep it for himself, but with his departure from Baiyun City, he felt a deep concern for his companions. It would not do to entrust the formation flag to Qin Wenjun and the others, who were merely at the second level of the Qi refinement stage and knew little of such matters. After much contemplation, he concluded that entrusting it to Huang Yukai was the most prudent choice, not out of overwhelming trust, but rather because Huang Yukai had a family with numerous children. In the event of danger, he would likely not dare to flee alone. Fortunately, he possessed 2 formation flags, with the main one residing in the sect at Shihai City. Regarding his several women, Wang Bin merely offered a few words of consolation before allowing them to depart. With so many outsiders present today, he found himself lacking the mood. Such moments were certainly ill-suited for intimate affairs. On the following morning, as dawn had yet to fully break and the morning mist hung thick in the air, Wang Bin, Yin Qingmu, Chen Fei, and Lu Shui set off together towards the Beast Mountain Range. After flying for half an hour, Yin Qingmu, displaying a face of disdain, complained, "Qingmu, your mid-grade flying sword is far too slow. It is dragging down our pace." With that, he fulfilled his earlier promise and tossed Wang Bin a low-grade spiritual flying sword. Upon receiving the sword, Wang Bin performed a brief refinement and immediately felt his speed had more than doubled. He inwardly lamented the stark contrast in quality. Indeed, his lack of wealth was evident. The group continued their journey, taking 3 hours to cover a mere 300 miles. Given the perilous nature of the Beast Mountain Range, they dared not let their guard down, opting to fly low near the treetops rather than soar at full speed. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with signs of foundation-building beasts appearing intermittently. The group decided against flying any longer and descended into the woods, opting for rapid movement along the ground. After advancing over 100 miles while sensing the presence of foundation-building beasts multiple times, they managed to evade danger each time. Eventually, they arrived at a tranquil valley, where Chen Fei suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to halt. Chapter 33. The Imu Qingling Array. Chen Fei scrutinized the valley's terrain with narrowed eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he turned to Lu Shui beside him and softly inquired, "Junior sister Lu, I believe establishing an array in this valley would be a wise choice. We have already penetrated over 400 miles into the Beast Mountain Range. The deeper we go, the stronger the beasts become. Let us set up the array here and then search within a 100-mile radius. If we cannot find our target, we shall have no choice but to abandon this endeavor." Wang Bin, listening to their discussion, wore a perplexed expression. He completely failed to comprehend their conversation, as this matter had not been disclosed to him in the slightest beforehand. After Chen Fei and Lu Shui reached an agreement, Lu Shui leaped gracefully into the air. She circled above, her eyes sharp as she meticulously observed every detail of the valley's terrain, taking in the landscape and the flow of spiritual energy surrounding them. Subsequently, she descended slowly to the ground and began to arrange the array. Witnessing Wang Bin's astonished expression, Yin Xingmu could not help but feel a surge of pride. Unable to contain his desire to showcase the knowledge he had just acquired from Chen Fei, he cleared his throat and, with a sense of pride, declared, "This, my friends, is the Yimu Qingling formation, meticulously arranged by Senior Sister Lu. This formation is indeed profound. It is constructed with the essence of Yimu as its core power, ingeniously harnessing the vitality and resilience inherent in the wood attribute to forge a formidable defensive system. The materials employed in its arrangement consist solely of spiritually enriched wood and wood attribute spirit stones, among other such components. Once this formation is activated, it envelopes the vicinity in a verdant spiritual light shield. This shield is no ordinary barrier. It possesses remarkable flexibility and self-repair capabilities, effectively resisting various physical attacks and providing some defense against certain magical assaults. Furthermore, should an unfortunate target find itself ensnared within this formation, it will gradually have its spiritual energy and vitality siphoned away. However, this formation is not without its vulnerabilities. It falters against metal attribute spells that counter wood. Nevertheless, within the realm of second-tier formations, it ranks as a formidable confinement array. While it may have its minor shortcomings, it is certainly sufficient to deal with those less astute and intellectually challenged demonic beasts. The spiritual herbs we seek are undoubtedly guarded by such beasts. If the guardian beast proves to be easily manageable, this formation may be rendered unnecessary. Yet, should it be exceptionally powerful, we can lure it into this formation, at which point it would find itself with no means of escape. What do you think? Isn't this arrangement remarkably secure? It is indeed foolproof. As Yinqing spoke, he embellished the details of the formation as recounted by Chen Fei the previous night. Observing the dawning comprehension on Wang Bin's face filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment, a sensation more exhilarating than any intimate encounter. Meanwhile, Chen Fei was assisting Lu Shui nearby. Setting up the Yimu Qingling formation was no simple task. It took several hours to finally achieve success. Wang Bin, having spent this time self-studying formation knowledge, could only grasp a superficial understanding of such a complex and exquisite array. Its marvel was beyond his comprehension, defying the scientific principles with which he was familiar. Seizing a moment when the others were distracted, he discreetly observed Lu Shui. Indeed, she possessed striking beauty, with delicate features and a graceful demeanor, yet her expression remained perpetually cold, as if she were warding off any approach. After all, in the realm of cultivation, female practitioners often boasted extraordinary looks, unless circumstances dictated otherwise. Wang Bin could not help but ponder silently whether he might have the opportunity to make Lu Shui his companion on the path of cultivation. After all, she is a second-tier formation master, truly a skilled practitioner, precisely the type of talent he currently lacks. However, after pondering for a moment, he let out a helpless sigh, realizing that this hope was exceedingly faint. In Lu Shui's eyes, he might merely appear as a male cultivator with little prospect. Moreover, Lu Shui was markedly different from Qin Wenjun and her companions. Qin Wenjun and the others possessed 5 spiritual roots, were only in their 20s, utterly oblivious to the cultivation world, and thus, quite naive, allowing him to easily manipulate them. But Lu Shui was a different story. She was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, likely around a century old. In terms of combat strength, she far surpassed him, and with her extensive knowledge and experience, if she were to uncover any of his secrets, the consequences would be dire. Never mind, he would continue to study formations at his own pace. After all, while he lacked many things, time was plentiful. Finally, Lu Shui and the others completed the formation. Lu Shui extended her hand to retrieve a formation flag, her fingers deftly weaving a spell. In an instant, the entire formation melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment, becoming utterly invisible, truly a marvel to behold. Chen Fei and Lu Shui slowly descended from the sky, and Chen Fei directed his gaze towards Wang Bin, speaking, "Junior brother Qingmu, you shall remain here to guard the formation and be responsible for assisting us. We are about to set off to search for the spiritual herb that junior brother Yin requested. What do you think?" Wang Bin opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. Should he outright say that being left alone in this desolate wilderness frightened him? Observing his hesitation, Chen Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Shui. Lu Shui, understanding his cue, maintained her indifferent demeanor and replied, "This task inherently belongs to junior brother Yin, so he naturally needs to participate. As for me, I must arrange the formation to contain any potential beast that may appear and control the fluctuations of the battle to prevent unnecessary trouble. Senior brother Chun, being the strongest, shall lead the charge. As for you, junior brother Qingmu, the task assigned to you is indeed the easiest and safest. The reward has already been provided in advance, just that standard low-grade spiritual artifact, which, if purchased, would cost at least 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin could only reluctantly accept the formation flag handed to him by Lu Shui, dutifully standing guard within the formation. Sigh. Once the three of them departed, Wang Bin remained uneasy, fiddling with the formation flag, only to find no issues, which allowed him to relax slightly. He contemplated the perilous nature of the Beast Mountain range and concluded that he could not afford to simply wait idly. Thus, he first set up an invisibility formation to perfectly conceal his aura. Subsequently, he sat quietly in place, but within just a quarter of an hour, an inexplicable anxiety surged within him, accompanied by an unshakable sense of dread, leaving him bewildered as to its origin. After all, he now found himself alone in the perilous Beast Mountain range, surrounded by myriad foundation-level beasts. A moment's carelessness could spell his doom. He couldn't help but inwardly grumble. How ironic. I was comfortably enjoying the blessings of home, and even if I was reluctantly guiding them, it was still within the realm of acceptability. How did it all spiral into this predicament? This place is far too treacherous. Gripping the flag tightly, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Why on earth was he foolishly remaining within the formation? If it were to activate, he would be ensnared as well. Should the formation fail to control those beasts, his fate would be sealed. With this thought, he hastily took the flag and cautiously stepped outside the formation, attempting to manipulate it, only to discover he could indeed control it from outside. Elated, he continued to venture outward, testing the control as he walked. It wasn't until he reached a distance of 120 meters that he noticed the flag's efficacy began to wane. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He first set up a concealment formation in the center of the array, then another concealment formation 120 meters away, before hiding himself within the latter. After executing this plan, he felt significantly safer and couldn't suppress a grin, secretly reveling in the realization. This formation can indeed be remotely controlled. Wait, remote control. I wonder if this will actually work. As if struck by a sudden epiphany, Wang Bin placed the flag on the ground, stepped back a few meters, and attempted to use his spiritual sense to activate the formation. To his astonishment, it worked flawlessly. Overjoyed, he retreated further, eventually reaching 600 meters away, only to find that his spiritual sense could no longer activate the flag from that distance. After all, the spiritual awareness of an average foundation-level cultivator could only extend about 600 meters. With this in mind, a clever strategy began to unfold. He swiftly positioned the flag 100 meters from the formation and then dashed to a spot 500 meters away. He discovered that this distance allowed for smoother control of the formation. Next, he set up a small concealment formation within the Emu Qingling array and also cloaked the flag with a concealment formation. Finally, at his hiding spot 500 meters away, he dug a small hole, covering himself meticulously with branches, and placed another concealment formation above it. Having completed these preparations, he finally felt a sense of relief. Convinced that he was indeed safe now, he couldn't help but muse. Now this is how one sets an ambush. There's no sense in standing foolishly atop the formation waiting to be discovered. Concealing oneself hundreds of meters away while remotely controlling the formation, that is the true essence of a hidden ambush tactic. Instantly, his sense of security swelled within him. Afterward, he rose cautiously, meticulously erasing the traces he had just left behind, ensuring that no evidence remained, before finally concealing himself with a sense of tranquility. However, before long, he seemed to recall something and stood up once more, treading lightly back to the formation where he buried a thunder pearl, just in case. The typical range of a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator's consciousness extends to a radius of 1,000 meters centered around oneself, growing increasingly indistinct with distance. The sensory perception of the demon beasts may be even weaker, although variations among species can lead to discrepancies. An extra layer of assurance translates to enhanced safety. At present, he was situated 600 meters away from the formation, and several concealment formations were arranged in the vicinity. If merely passers-by were to traverse this area, they would undoubtedly remain oblivious to his presence. Chapter 34. The Battle with the Azure Flame Bird in a Gorge 100 miles from Wang Bin. The atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring ready to snap. Chen Fei, Yin Qingmu, and Lu Shui found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle against a massive female azure flame bird, measuring over 3 zhang in size and at the late stage of foundation establishment. This azure flame bird emanated a mysterious and formidable aura, with azure flames flickering among its feathers, resembling a burning sprite. Although the creature before them did not align with the intelligence indicating a male azure flame bird, The trio had long since ceased to concern themselves with such trivialities. Their minds were consumed by the prospect of the substantial rewards that would be bestowed upon them by the city lord should they capture this azure flame bird. The enticing vision sparkled like brilliant starlight before their eyes, igniting their fervor and leaving them solely focused on the bird. Although Yin Qingmu possessed the lowest cultivation level among the three, the flying sword in his hand was a superior spiritual weapon. This sword radiated a dazzling brilliance, its blade seemingly adorned with flowing spiritual patterns, subtly harboring immense power. Despite his inability to fully unleash the weapon's potential, when he directed the flying sword to strike at the azure flame bird, the damage inflicted surpassed that of Chun Fei and Lu Shui, causing the bird considerable agony. Consequently, the azure flame bird appeared thoroughly enraged, redirecting the majority of its attacks toward Yin Qingmu, its sharp gaze fixated on him, flames of fury flickering in its eyes. Had they not feared that excessive aggression might severely damage the azure flame bird's body and thereby hinder the extraction of its precious Qilin bloodline, it was likely that the creature would have been cleaved in two by their relentless onslaught. As the battle raged on, the cries of the azure flame bird grew increasingly feeble, its once resounding call gradually turned hoarse, as if it were emitting its final struggles. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Chun Fei promptly commanded in a loud voice, "Junior brother Yin, continue your assault and provoke it further to deplete its strength. Junior sister Lu, wait for the opportune moment to bind its wings and claws with the spirit binding lock, then secure it in the spirit beast pouch. Be mindful to minimize bloodshed. We are uncertain how to extract the bloodline of the Qingwan, so capturing it alive and intact is preferable." At that moment, the movements of the Qingyan bird grew increasingly sluggish, as if it had become aware of its dire predicament. Suddenly, it tilted its head and emitted a mournful cry. With this cry, a small surge of azure flames erupted from its beak, resembling a burning meteor racing towards the sky. This is bad. The creature has realized it is trapped within the formation and is attempting a desperate struggle. We must stop it. Lu Shui's expression shifted, and she hurriedly manipulated the formation, seeking to launch an attack to intercept the azure flames. However, events unfolded too swiftly. Her actions were a moment too late. The azure flames, akin to an indomitable blade, instantaneously pierced through the carefully arranged formation. Fortunately, although the destructive power of the azure flames was astonishing, its scale was relatively small and quickly diminished. In less than 2 breaths, Lu Shui managed to restore the formation. Thank goodness, it was merely a false alarm, Lu Shui remarked, still shaken. The destructive capacity of those azure flames was indeed formidable, rivaling the attack of a golden core master. Fortunately, this creature is but a beast, lacking cunning. Had it launched such an attack against one of us from the outset, we might have faced casualties. Haha, it seems we have escaped unscathed. Before Lu Shui could finish her words, a violent crash suddenly echoed. This is not good. Someone is attacking the formation from the outside, Chun Fei shouted. With a soft sound, the formation shattered in an instant, accompanied by an enraged avian cry that pierced the heavens. The group turned to the source of the sound, and before them appeared a Qingyan bird, its wings spread wide, measuring over 3 meters. This bird radiated an even more formidable aura, evidently stronger than the previous female Qingyan bird. Ha ha ha, there truly is a male foundationally perfected Qingyan bird. We are set to reap great rewards. Yin Cheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the sudden appearance of the Qingyan bird, his face alight with joy as he couldn't help but shout aloud. Chun Fei and Lu Shui exchanged glances, a flicker of determination passing between them. Gritting their teeth, they resolved, fortune favors the bold. Everyone, feign weakness and engage it. Buying Lu Shui time to re-establish the formation. Brother Yin, if you possess any hidden treasures, now is the time to unveil them. With these 2 Qingyan birds, our success is assured. One must sacrifice to gain. Let us consider the rewards that await us. Yin Cheng hesitated for barely a breath before resolutely declaring, when I successfully formed my foundation, my family gifted me a powerful attack talisman. Although it is limited to a single use, its might is tremendous. However, I can hardly control its force or direction. What shall I do? Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Fei decisively declared, sever its head. We have 2 Qingyan birds. Their fate is inconsequential. We shall buy you time and opportunity, so prepare yourself swiftly. Upon hearing this, Yin Cheng immediately produced a sword-shaped talisman, ready to activate its power. However, the fully developed foundation establishment Qingyan bird surprised them all. In the brief span of their telepathic exchange, rather than launching an attack as they had anticipated, it soared into the sky. Once airborne, it emitted a series of piercing cries, each resonating through the air as if tangible, visibly spreading outward. Then, Chun Fei and the others heard a cacophony of roars echoing from all directions. The sounds, roars, howls, and caws seemed to respond to the Qingyan bird, converging as a tumultuous wave that surged toward them. Chun Fei's expression shifted to one of alarm, his face paling as he exclaimed, "This is dire. The creature is cunning enough to call for help. We are running out of time. What do you say? The opportunity for the golden core is at hand. Kill." Yinsheng shouted without hesitation. "Kill." Lu Shui echoed loudly. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Chun Fei too cast aside any doubts. He channeled all his spiritual energy into the mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Fire Cloud Sword, and bellowed, "Fire Cloud Sword technique." Raging flames engulfed the land. Flames erupted from the blade, transforming into a vast inferno that blotted out the sky, surging toward the Qingyan bird above as if intent on incinerating the very heavens. Lu Shui did not lag behind. She swiftly retrieved the low-grade spiritual tool, the binding spirit lock, infusing it with her spiritual energy. The lock elongated instantly, resembling a sinuous spirit serpent as it coiled toward the weakening female Qingyan bird below. Regrettably, the binding spirit lock was a low-grade artifact, and its length was limited, only ensnaring the bird's talons. Additionally, Lu Shui's cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Her prowess lay primarily in formations, making her less adept in direct combat. Thus, the female bird's head and wings remained free, and it struggled vigorously to escape its bonds. Yinsheng remained utterly focused, gripping the sword-shaped talisman, prepared to unleash a fatal strike at the male Qingyan bird above. However, the roars from all directions grew increasingly closer, resonating like the countdown to death, instilling a profound dread. Lu Shui, realizing she could not subdue the female Qingyan bird alone, urgently called out, "I cannot manage it by myself. This creature is tough-skinned and resilient, truly deserving of its lineage from a divine beast." At this moment, Chun Fei found himself alone, confronting a fully matured male Qingyan bird at the pinnacle of its foundation establishment. He had exhausted all his resources, struggling immensely to cope, leaving him with no capacity to offer assistance. Observing this, Yinsheng had no choice but to retract his talisman and wield his high-grade spiritual weapon, a flying sword. Channeling all his spiritual energy into a fierce strike aimed at the wings of the female Qingyan bird on the ground. He no longer cared whether he could capture it alive. His only hope was to swiftly resolve the immediate peril. A razor-sharp sword chi erupted from his blade, striking the Qingyan bird's wing in the blink of an eye. A heart-wrenching cry of anguish pierced the air, yet contrary to everyone's expectations, the Qingyan bird did not split in two as they had anticipated. In the midst of this tension-laden and blood-soaked valley, the late-stage foundation establishment Qingyan bird was enduring excruciating torment. Its once majestic wings, spanning over 3 meters, had been severed halfway by Yinsheng's ferocious attack, leaving only a few tendons intact. The sight of the severance was horrific. Azure blood gushed forth like an uncontrollable fountain, not the ordinary crimson, but a deep and mysterious blue, each pulse infused with potent waves of spiritual energy, tracing eerie arcs in the air as it rained down upon the ground, seemingly dyeing the earth with an enigmatic hue. The piercing cry of the Qingyan bird erupted from its sharp beak, a sound akin to a keen blade slicing through the silence of the canyon, reverberating through the valley, growing increasingly distant and widespread. That call resonated with boundless pain, fury, and defiance, as if it were a lament against the injustice of fate or a severe curse cast upon its assailants. As its life essence waned, its struggles began to weaken, the once vigorous flaps turning feeble, and its cries grew increasingly faint. Yet even so, the ferocity in its eyes remained ablaze, showing no signs of extinguishing. Yinsheng internally assessed that, although this attack had not achieved the desired effect of directly incapacitating the Qingyan bird, 2 more strikes of similar intensity should suffice to vanquish this tenacious creature. Just as Yinsheng prepared to launch another assault, the male Qingyan bird, which had been circling above them, suddenly ignited with rage, its demeanor transforming drastically. No longer evading Chun Fei's relentless barrage, it began to radiate an overwhelming brilliance, its light so intense that it resembled the blazing sun, nearly blinding to behold. It commenced a frenzied consumption of its innate azure flames, a source of power intrinsic to its being, immensely precious. In that moment, the azure flames swiftly coalesced within its beak, forming a dazzling orb of tangible blue fire at an astonishing speed. As the flames roared, the surrounding air warped under the searing heat, as if the very fabric of space had become fragile. It held within its grasp a terrifying azure flame, entirely indifferent to Chun Fei's onslaught, which surged like a raging inferno. His attacks struck its form, igniting sparks that scattered like stars, yet they failed to deter it in the slightest. It resembled a blazing meteor, hurtling towards them with astonishing speed, stirring a howling wind that rustled the trees and sent leaves swirling through the air. Seeing this, Chun Fei was filled with alarm, acutely aware of the formidable nature of the azure flame. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his fire cloud sword with all his might. Flames erupted from the sword's blade like an enraged dragon, instantaneously transforming into a vast sea of fire that surged towards the azure flaming bird. Within this inferno, flames roared and surged, waves of heat rolling forth, scorching the ground until the rocks glowed red as if on the brink of melting. Simultaneously, Chun Fei retreated, his speed reaching its zenith, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. He shouted urgently, "Fall back! That beast is desperate. We cannot withstand this azure flame. The good news is that its attack range is limited. Let us create some distance. An opportunity will arise." His voice, though urgent amidst the howling wind, resonated clearly in the ears of Yin Xingmu and Lu Shui. Upon hearing Chun Fei's cry, both reacted instantly, fully aware that this was no time for stubbornness. They unhesitatingly abandoned their assault on the wounded azure flaming bird and swiftly retreated like lightning. The three moved with the swiftness of meteors, tracing luminous arcs in the air. And in the blink of an eye, they had withdrawn 100 paces, finally coming to a halt. At that moment, they beheld two azure flaming birds slowly drawing closer. Nestling closely together, the scene bore a poignant quality, as if amidst the brutality of battle, they had found their final refuge in one another. Observing this, Chun Fei hastily conveyed, "In a moment, I will strike directly at the injured azure flaming bird. Lu sister, assist me in subduing it. Yin brother, unleash your talismans upon it. This time, we shall give our all. Do not concern yourselves with survival. We must end this swiftly, denying them a moment to breathe." His thoughts resonated in the minds of the trio, imbued with determination and resolve. Just then, a sudden, clear, and powerful surge of mental energy emanated from across the way, brimming with profound anger and bewilderment. "Humans, why? We have never harmed your kind. We merely moved here. Why do you attack us without provocation?" This wave of mental energy crashed against their consciousness like a tumultuous sea, its sincerity stirring a tremor within their hearts. Chun Fei, astonished that a foundational-level beast could convey such clarity, fixed his gaze intently. He was astonished, for this demonic beast truly bore the bloodline of the legendary Qingwan, its innate talents far surpassing those of ordinary creatures. Remarkably, even at the foundation establishment stage, it possessed the formidable and lucid mental prowess to communicate directly with humans, exhibiting thoughts so clear that it even grasped the complex human concepts of marriage, which embody intricate emotions and social relationships. This indicated that the two Qingyan birds were exceptionally intelligent, far beyond the realm of common lowly beasts. It seemed evident that these two Qingyan birds had migrated from a mysterious and profound region deep within the Beast Mountain range. No wonder there had never been any reports of their presence in this vicinity. Had they been discovered earlier, considering the precious bloodline and value they possessed, they would undoubtedly have been hunted to extinction by greedy cultivators. What reason do cultivators need to slay demonic beasts? Are you creatures not the same? Yin Cheng let out a cold sneer, his eyes gleaming with cruelty and avarice. To him, the world was a realm of the survival of the fittest, governed solely by the dynamics of predator and prey between humans and demonic beasts. He silently retrieved a talisman from his palm, which emanated a mysterious glow, the runes upon it flickering sporadically as if imbued with boundless power. Gradually, he infused it with spiritual energy. With each surge, the talisman's brilliance grew ever more radiant, and the air around them seemed to thicken under the weight of this immense force. Lu Shui stood vigilantly beside him, her spiritual energy surging forth like a roaring river. This energy enveloped her in a faint luminescent shield, exuding a gentle yet resilient aura. Her gaze was fixed intently on the Qingyan birds ahead, while she remained acutely aware of her surroundings, prepared to respond to any unexpected developments. Chirp! Damn those humans. It turns out the elders spoke the truth. The human race has been hunting our kind without provocation, and I have restrained myself from harming them. The voice of the Qingyan bird echoed through their mental connection, filled with resentment and determination. Its intelligence was profound, fully aware of the perilous situation it faced. It was deliberately stalling for time. It could sense the approaching demonic beasts coming to its aid, their presence growing stronger with each passing second. In its heart, it vowed to delay these humans, for when reinforcements arrived, it would be the end for them, and it would make these greedy humans pay a heavy price for their actions. Chapter 36. The Black Bear Spirit comes to the rescue. Attack. Let the flames engulf the land. Chun Fei, seeing the opportune moment, narrowed his eyes and shouted, leading the assault. The fire cloud sword in his hand erupted once more with a cataclysmic force, the flames upon its blades surging forth like unleashed demons. The fire billowed forth like a tumultuous wave, sweeping towards the opposing Qingyan birds with an overwhelming might. The temperature of the flames soared to staggering heights, distorting the very fabric of space as if the entire world trembled under this intense heat. Meanwhile, Lu Shui deftly maneuvered the spirit-binding lock, propelling it towards the opposing side. The spirit-binding lock traced a luminous arc through the air, resembling a nimble spirit snake, glimmering with an enigmatic radiance. It swiftly entwined around the azure flame bird, each link shimmering with ethereal energy, as if it possessed a life of its own. The talisman in Yin Xingmu's hand was also activated, unleashing a small sword that radiated a dazzling azure light from the talisman. Upon its emergence, the sword emanated a chilling aura of pressure, rivaling that of the golden core realm. The small sword circled above Yin Xingmu's head, producing a clear and melodious chime, as if heralding its arrival to the adversary. Subsequently, it descended upon the azure flame bird with the swiftness of lightning. Its speed so remarkable that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving behind only a fleeting azure silhouette. The azure flame bird sensed the imminent threat to its life. Although it had the opportunity to evade the attacks, its mate remained immobile, without regard for its own essence. It unleashed a torrent of azure flames from its beak, the flames resembling a majestic azure rainbow that pierced through the heavens. As the azure flames ignited, the surrounding space was suffused with a cerulean halo, radiating a brilliance that was breathtakingly overwhelming. The azure flames surged forth to meet the flying sword, both entities moving at unparalleled velocity, colliding instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had frozen, only to be followed by a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of the earth. Flames erupted skyward, their brilliance akin to a sunburst, blinding all who beheld it. The entire gorge was engulfed in this intense light, as if day had suddenly broken. Sword lights scattered like raindrops, each beam imbued with immense energy, slicing through everything in their path. Wherever they landed, the ground was rent open, creating vast craters, while rocks were shattered into dust, enveloping the air in a cloud of debris. Surrounding trees were uprooted by the force of the explosion, scattered like fragile toys, utterly powerless against the onslaught of such ferocity. Chun Fei attempted to probe the situation ahead with his spiritual sense, but was nearly overwhelmed by the raging energy. Suffering a sharp pain in his mind, as if pierced by countless needles, he quickly steadied his thoughts, forcibly suppressing the agony, and after a few breaths, gradually summoned a tempest of wind. The gale surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast, sweeping through the swirling dust and dispelling the obscuring haze. Before his eyes appeared the silhouettes of two azure flame birds. The female azure flame bird, in the late stages of foundation establishment, retained its previous form, closely shielded by the male azure flame bird. Its once beautiful plumage was marred by traces of dust and blood, yet the light in its eyes remained resolute. In contrast, the male azure flame bird exhibited signs of weakness, a fist-sized hole gaping in its chest, from which blood flowed profusely. The blood was not of an ordinary crimson hue. Rather, it shimmered with a mysterious azure luminescence, emanating subtle waves of spiritual energy into the air. Surrounding it were tendrils of azure flames, diligently assisting in the healing of wounds. These ethereal flames danced around the injuries like gentle sprites, tirelessly mending the damaged physique. Remarkably, none had perished. These two azure flame birds had managed to withstand a strike from the talisman treasure, and the azure flames appeared to possess a wondrous ability, even melting the azure blade conjured by the talisman. The ferocity of these azure flames was truly alarming, capable of transcending such a significant disparity in realms to counter the talisman's assault, much to their astonishment. The expressions of the trio grew exceedingly grave, fully aware that the formidable nature of these azure flame birds surpassed their expectations. However, it was fortunate that both birds were injured, achieving part of their objective. At least the current state of these azure flame birds was not as powerful as before. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio concentrated their spiritual energy, preparing to unleash more potent spells, seizing the opportunity to strike decisively and capture the two birds. At that moment, they could no longer afford to consider the possibility of capturing them alive. The strength of these azure flame birds had far exceeded their anticipations, and every second of delay posed the risk of greater peril. They had to resolve the situation swiftly. Otherwise, with more ferocious beasts arriving, their escape would become utterly impossible. Just then, without warning, the three felt an abrupt heaviness, as if an invisible mountain had descended upon them. The pressure was so sudden and overwhelming that they were caught completely off guard. Their internal spiritual energy came to an abrupt halt, flowing smoothly one moment, and then stagnating like a blocked river the next. They felt suffocated, their limbs heavy, rendering flight unattainable. The three plummeted like falling meteors, crashing heavily to the ground with tremendous force. Ouch! Yin Chung let out a cry, feeling as though his body had shattered, pain radiating throughout him. This unforeseen turn of events left him bewildered. He had never anticipated such an occurrence at this crucial moment. This was dire. A mid-stage foundation building Earth attribute Black Bear had arrived, wielding a gravity technique. This was troublesome, especially given the bear's thick hide and robust physique, which would prove difficult to contend with. We must retreat, Chen Fei urged gravely, a flicker of panic in his gaze. He had not expected a mid-stage foundation-building beast to arrive for reinforcement so swiftly, and one that could manipulate gravity at that. This Earth attribute beast was renowned for its formidable defense. Its hide was as hard as iron, akin to natural armor, rendering ordinary attacks as mere tickles upon it. Additionally, its fur was an excellent material for crafting defensive spirit artifacts, highly valuable. Unfortunately, the timing was ill-fated. The gravity technique was exceedingly vexatious, severely hampering their combat effectiveness and rendering their movements sluggish and clumsy. It appears this place is unsuitable for prolonged stay. It is wise to flee. The three exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus in an instant. Chen Fei swiftly produced a swift travel talisman, which emanated a faint glow, its runes shimmering with mysterious power. Without hesitation, he pressed the talisman against himself, and in that moment, a surge of energy erupted from the talisman, temporarily countering the gravity spell cast by the black bear demon. Subsequently, he vanished from sight, soaring into the sky like a bolt of lightning, racing toward the distance. In a state of panic, Yin Sheng hurled an explosive talisman at the black bear demon, which detonated nearby, creating a violent shockwave and billowing clouds of smoke. The thick smoke enveloped the area, momentarily obstructing the black bear demon's vision and actions, granting them a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Lu Shui, equally unyielding, cast a binding talisman toward the two azure flame birds. Vines sprang forth instantaneously, twisting like serpentine emeralds, attempting to ensnare the birds and buy precious time for the trio's escape. Meanwhile, Chen Fei, now airborne, unleashed a blazing inferno upon the black bear demon, flames surging forth like a tumultuous sea of fire, engulfing the space around the demon and rendering it momentarily immobile. Seizing this invaluable moment, the three ascended into the air, mounting their flying swords, and raced toward the formation protected by Wang Bin. Their speed reached its zenith, leaving behind trails of luminous shadows in the sky. By the time the azure flame birds and the black bear demon sought to counterattack, the trio had already soared several miles away. The azure flame bird, filled with rage, cursed the humans, exclaiming, "Damn those humans, always resorting to these talismans. Bear, pursue them. Today, I shall feast upon these wretched beings." Its voice brimmed with resentment and fury, the intense psychic waves rippling through the air, akin to a death curse directed at the three. Chapter 37. The chase. The majestic azure flame bird took to the skies, its sleek and elegant tail feathers shimmering with radiant azure under the sun. It lifted its head toward the boundless sky, emitting a call that resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing across the landscape for dozens of miles, far exceeding the range of psychic communication. In an instant, this clarion call sounded the battle horn, igniting the fury of various beasts within miles, their roars rising and falling in a relentless chorus, filling the entire realm with this cacophony of ferocity. The azure flame bird glanced down at the ground, where the female azure flame bird lay in a pitiful state, her beautiful feathers in disarray. Her once lively eyes now filled with anguish, her wings drooping helplessly at her sides, blood seeping from her wounds and pooling into a horrifying crimson puddle. The fury within the azure flame bird erupted like a volcano, no longer contained. It flapped its wings vigorously, fueled by boundless rage, and shot toward the fleeing humans like a streak of blue lightning. The female azure flame bird's eyes blazed with fury as she endured excruciating pain, attempting to flap her wings. Yet, with the slightest movement, the searing agony surged like a relentless tide, nearly rendering her unconscious. It then dawned on her that her wings were broken, rendering flight impossible. With all her might, she emitted a series of chirps towards the sky, infused with hatred and resentment, as if she were imploring the male azure flame bird to avenge her suffering. Meanwhile, Chen Fei and his companions found themselves in a state of utter disarray on their perilous escape. Along the way, various Qi refining stage beasts seemed to have gone mad, recklessly launching attacks against them. Although these creatures were relatively weak and inflicted limited damage, their sheer numbers swarmed in relentless waves, significantly hindering the trio's speed of flight. The most troublesome of all were several avian beasts of the Qi refining realm, small and nimble, moving with astonishing speed. They disregarded their own safety, launching themselves like projectiles in suicidal assaults. Each attack compelled the trio to divert their attention, causing precious moments to slip away. To make matters worse, during their flight, they were ambushed twice by foundation-building beasts lurking on the ground. These hidden beasts, of unknown species, struck with sudden ferocity, their power astonishing. Were it not for Chen Fei's formidable strength, which enabled him to withstand these two assaults, the trio would have likely been torn to shreds by the encroaching beasts, becoming mere fodder for them. However, even Chen Fei, after enduring these attacks, was left significantly injured. Glancing back, he beheld a growing throng of beasts in pursuit. resembling a surging black tide, their dense forms instilling dread. In a state of urgency, he shouted, "Everyone, quickly produce any life-saving items you possess, especially talismans. If we are encircled by these dozen foundation-building beasts and thousands of chi-refining beasts, even with talismans, escape will be utterly impossible." With that, Chen Fei cast a meaningful glance at Yin Qingmu. After all, Yin Qingmu hailed from a distinguished lineage. His father was a renowned golden core cultivator, making him the wealthiest among them. Upon hearing Chen Fei's words, Yin Qingmu turned to glance behind him, nearly losing his composure at the sight of the relentless pursuers, their momentum menacing. He pondered silently that while he still possessed a low-grade spirit artifact cloak with extraordinary capabilities to mask one's presence, finding an opportune moment to utilize it seemed improbable given the relentless chase. Did he truly need to descend to the ground now and shroud himself with the cloak? This is nothing short of a fantastical tale. Setting aside the time required for a successful landing, the multitude of watchful eyes makes even the most miraculous cloak ineffective. At this moment, Lu Shue's gaze was fixed intently on Yin Qingmu, her eyes brimming with a mixture of desperation and hope. In this critical juncture of life and death, Yin Qingmu represented her sole chance for survival. Among the three, her prospects for escape were the bleakest. As a formation master, she was inherently ill-equipped for direct confrontation. And with her cultivation at the mid-foundation stage, she had honed a gentle wood attribute technique. In contrast, Chen Fei stood at the pinnacle of the foundation stage, the strongest among them, while Yin Qingmu, though merely at the early foundation stage, was fortified by the backing of a father who was a formidable golden core expert, possessing substantial resources and recently deploying precious talismans. Noticing Yin Qingmu's hesitation, weighing the pros and cons, Lu Shui was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, urgently advising, "Junior brother Yin, you must understand that once life is extinguished, all is lost. At merely 120 years old, you are in the prime of your youth. Given your potential, a future as a golden core cultivator is within reach. If we can survive this calamity, you could inform your father of the 2 azure flame birds here. As a golden core cultivator, dealing with 2 injured foundation stage azure flame birds would be child's play for him, wouldn't it? In the end, capturing the azure flame birds would yield the same reward from Lord Chu for both you and your father." After speaking, Lu Shui discreetly transmitted to Yin Qingmu, "Junior brother Yin, should we survive this ordeal, I will consider becoming your partner." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of resolve crossed Yin Qingmu's eyes, and he ceased his hesitation. He dashed forward in a desperate bid for survival, swiftly retrieving 2 jade vials from his storage bag, tossing one each to Lu Shui and Chen Fei. "These contain 6 drops of spiritual liquid. Each of you shall have 3. Each drop possesses miraculous effects, enabling a foundation stage cultivator to swiftly restore their entire spiritual energy. This liquid is no ordinary substance. While its intrinsic value may not be exorbitant, it is exceedingly rare and cannot be found in the market. My father only bestowed upon me 10 drops, reserved for critical moments of survival. I understand that you both may have some means of escape. If we fly forward for a few dozen miles, we will reach the formation guarded by Qingmu. At that point, we can activate the formation to trap him and a portion of the beasts, allowing them to cover our retreat. Then, we shall all cast a few talismans collectively, launching one final assault. Amidst the ensuing chaos, we shall each flee for our lives. All right, I will continue to forge ahead, while you 2 throw talismans behind to delay them. We are nearing the formation we set up." Chen Fei accepted the jade vial, feeling the refreshing chill emanating from it, which bolstered his confidence significantly. With these 3 drops of spiritual liquid, he effectively gained an opportunity for a rapid replenishment of his spiritual energy. He silently marveled at the advantages of having a powerful ally. After a century of self-cultivation, he had only heard whispers of such a miraculous elixir, never having possessed it himself. He carefully opened the jade vial and gently poured out a small amount of the divine liquid. Instantly, a pure and ethereal aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, as if the essence itself possessed a life of its own, vibrant and animated. Chen Fei, without a moment's hesitation, tipped his head back and consumed the elixir. The liquid flowed slowly down his throat, settling in his dantian, where it floated delicately above his spiritual foundation. The refined spiritual energy spread like a gentle stream from the foundation, permeating every part of his being. Chen Fei distinctly sensed that the spiritual power he had just expended in battle was being replenished, akin to parched earth receiving a nourishing rain. Overwhelmed with joy, he silently vowed that upon his return, he would find a way to acquire more of this elixir for critical moments of survival. Lu Shui experienced a similar restoration of her spiritual energy after consuming the elixir. Chen Fei forged ahead, clearing the path, while Lu Shui and Yin Shun remained vigilant, watching for the approaching beasts. Should they detect any signs of the creatures closing in, they would not hesitate to hurl talismans backward to buy themselves time. In this tense and perilous flight, they drew ever closer to the valley where the formation was laid. Lu Shimi seized the opportunity to activate the array, and remarkably, the verdant creature remained obediently within its bounds. To his surprise, they had even set up a concealment array hidden within. Chapter 38. Betrayed. Wang Bin had already sensed the distant sounds of battle, keenly picking up on the subtle stirrings from several miles away. As the noise drew nearer, reverberating in his ears like thunder, his expression grew increasingly grave. Lifting his gaze to the sky several miles off, he saw Chun Fei and the others swiftly approaching. Just as he prepared to emerge from his hiding place to greet them, after all, they were all fellow disciples, and he wished to inquire about their situation. His glance inadvertently passed over Chun Fei and fell upon the ominous horde of beasts trailing behind them, resembling a dark cloud. In an instant, the earth-shattering roars and heavy thuds surged toward him like a tidal wave, the sound reminiscent of death's own roar, causing him to tremble in fear. He halted abruptly. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Chun Fei and his companions had already streaked through the valley's formation like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, a pack of foundation-building beasts arrived at the valley's edge, their presence imposing. Wang Bin's heart tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand around his heart. His gaze swept over the beasts, the most striking among them being a massive black bear, towering 3 meters high, its powerful muscles resembling solid rock, each step reverberating through the ground. Beside it slithered a serpent of extraordinary length, its sinuous body spanning over 10 meters, scales glinting coldly in the sunlight, its flicking tongue sending shivers down one's spine. In the sky, there was a bird of formidable size, radiating a chilling aura of danger, as if it were a demon that had flown forth from the depths of hell. Wang Bin pondered within himself. Facing such a formidable presence head-on would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. If he charged forth to battle, the disparity in strength would likely render the odds 1 in 10, with a 90% chance of his defeat. Even if he were to exert every ounce of his strength, he would merely serve as a morsel for these powerful beasts, at best offering them a meager sustenance. At that moment, Wang Bin found himself in a predicament, hesitating whether to activate the formation only after those monstrous creatures had fully entered the trap. Suddenly, amidst his internal turmoil, a colossal azure light dome enveloped the entire valley, its brilliance dazzling and imbued with potent spiritual energy. Fire raged like a wildfire. Explosive talismans. A barrage of formidable spells and talismans erupted from the valley, raining down upon the beasts that had evaded the trap with chaotic ferocity. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, the sound of explosions deafening, and smoke billowed everywhere. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Chun Fei and his companions reacted swiftly, each applying a hasty talisman to themselves. In a flash of light, they vanished like phantoms, disappearing from Wang Bin's sight in the blink of an eye. Wang Bin watched in astonishment as this breathtaking sequence unfolded within mere moments, taking a while to regain his senses. Confusion enveloped him. How had the Imu Qingling formation been activated? He had not initiated it. Instinctively, he used his spiritual sense to probe the formation flags hundreds of meters away, only to find them standing still, unmoved. At that instant, his eyes widened in shock, a chill coursing through him. Could it be that they possessed a means to activate the formation without the flags? Moreover, no one had informed him to evacuate. In that fleeting moment, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, awakening him to the grim realization that from the very beginning, he had been regarded as mere cannon fodder. Had he not instinctively sensed the danger, remaining vigilant and conceiving the notion to hide a few hundred meters outside the formation, he too would have been trapped like those beasts ensnared by the formation, serving as a stepping stone for Chun Fei and his companions to escape. Understanding this, a chill ran down Wang Bin's spine, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and flowing down his cheeks. His body trembled slightly as he muttered repeatedly, "Damn, damn, damn." He had never anticipated that the realm of cultivation could be so intricate and perilous, with the human heart being inscrutable and deceit lurking everywhere. Originally, they bore no grievances against one another, being fellow disciples, yet in the face of survival, they had unhesitatingly placed him in mortal danger. At that moment, Wang Bin remained hidden within the concealment formation, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. Outside the formation, the smoke gradually began to dissipate. The male azure flame bird, relying on its advantage of flight, escaped its bindings in the final moment as the formation converged, eluding its entrapment. However, it bore the brunt of a wave of assaults from several humans, exacerbating its already injured body. With a blazing fury in its eyes, it gazed toward the direction where Chun Fei and the others had vanished, releasing a series of shrill cries that echoed its resentment and wrath. Meanwhile, the black bear spirit and the serpent found themselves ensnared within the formation, thrashing about as they sought to break free from its constraints. Witnessing this, the azure flame bird's anger surged, and it retaliated against the formation, unleashing torrents of azure flames with the powerful flaps of its wings. At that moment, a red two-tailed fox suddenly dashed in from behind. This fox, standing a full meter tall, moved with a lithe grace. Its crimson fur shimmering in the sunlight like blazing flames. Despite being a demon beast, it exuded an innate air of nobility. To the astonishment of all, it spoke in a clear and melodious voice. "My lord, the black bear and that insufferable serpent are currently unharmed. This formation merely serves as a confinement, inflicting no substantial damage. It will only hold them temporarily. To breach this formation, we will need at least the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. If we delay further, those humans will vanish without a trace." Upon hearing the fox's words, the azure flame bird ceased its assault and turned to regard the fox with curiosity. The fox promptly introduced itself with respect. "My lord, I have chosen the name Fox 7 for myself. As for why a second-tier demon beast can articulate human speech, that is a lengthy tale which I shall detail to you at a more opportune moment. My lord, there lies a city of human cultivators 400 miles away. Those humans will surely pass through there. Let us hasten to that location and lie in wait, for in recent decades, many of our kin have been hunted by humans, and this would be the perfect moment for vengeance." A chorus of wolves followed closely behind, their leader, two massive wolves, both second-tier demon beasts, radiating a formidable presence and their eyes gleaming with hatred. Behind them trailed dozens of first-tier demon beasts, their green eyes flickering in the darkness like ghostly flames, brimming with a thirst for blood. Soon, several more second-tier demon beasts arrived, their roars and howls creating a cacophony. As the most powerful and noble demon beast present, the azure flame bird, having emerged from the depths of the demon beast mountains, was naturally revered as the leader amidst this chaos. It cast a determined glance at the formation, ensnaring its companions, a flicker of resolution crossing its countenance. No longer hesitating, it spread its wings wide, its formidable spiritual power radiating like a surging tide. "Let us depart. Today, we shall devour every human in that city and avenge our fallen kin." The cries of chirp, roar, howl resounded in fervent agreement. The cacophony of various cries intertwined, as if heralding the death sentence of humanity. A tempest of blood and carnage was about to unfold upon the city of mortals. Chapter 39. The Inner Core of the Beasts. Wang watched in horror as the formidable horde of beasts surged forth like a ravenous black tide towards Baiyun City. In their wake, sand and stones flew, and the earth trembled beneath their heavy footfalls. Their thunderous roars echoed ominously, reminiscent of a prelude to death. Concealed within a hidden formation, Wang felt a profound sense of helplessness, scarcely daring to breathe. He understood all too well that had the distance not been sufficient, had he not fortuitously found refuge within this concealed array, had the probing consciousness of the foundation-building beasts not been limited to a few hundred meters, and had these creatures not been wholly focused on pursuing Chun Fei and his companions, he would have undoubtedly been discovered by now. Should he be found, he would swiftly become fodder for the beasts, with no opportunity to resist. Time languidly passed in the suffocating atmosphere of tension until the surroundings fell utterly silent. Even then, Wang dared not make a move. After patiently waiting for another quarter of an hour and confirming once more that all was still, he cautiously emerged from the hidden formation. At that moment, Wang was consumed by urgency. His mind was solely focused on returning to Baiyun City to rescue his beloved companions. Although his feelings for Qin Wenjun and the others were not of a deeply romantic nature, the 2 years they had spent together had forged a profound bond between them. The days of close companionship and heartfelt exchanges were etched in his memory like precious jewels. Regrettably, no offspring had yet been born from their union. Yet, the harsh reality filled him with despair. The path to Baiyun City was fraught with ravenous beasts, and to venture forth recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Wang struggled to regain his composure, fully aware that Baiyun City should still be safe for the time being. After all, it was protected by a second-tier defensive formation established by the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, and a second-tier spiritual vein continuously supplied energy to the array from below. Without extraordinary means, these foundation-building beasts could not easily breach such a formation. Furthermore, when he departed, he had entrusted a formation flag to Huang Yukai, should danger arise. He was confident Huang Yukai would activate the formation without issue. Moreover, with his family in Baiyun City, he trusted that Huang Yukai would not abandon the city in a moment of peril. It seemed the only option was to take a circuitous route back to Baiyun City. However, even then, he lacked absolute confidence in his ability to return in time. A bitter ache filled Wang heart. His own meager strength left him powerless. And if his companions were to fall victim to the beasts, he could only seek vengeance in the future. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never choose to end his own life. He must survive, for the sake of those lost, and for himself. Just as he was about to fly away from the direction of the demonic beast, a sudden muffled sound shattered the silence, resonating like distant thunder. Almost immediately, the ground shook violently, reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Wang Bin was startled by this unexpected turn of events, hastily summoning his shield. His expression tense as he turned to investigate. It turned out that the Imu Qingling formation set by Lu Shui had been breached, and the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations distorted the very air around him. A shiver coursed through Wang Bin's body, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and raised his shield, fleeing on his sword into the distance. It was not until he had traveled several miles that he regained his senses. Had he not buried a thunder evil pearl within that formation? Could it be that a trapped beast inadvertently struck the pearl, causing an explosion that not only annihilated the creature inside, but also dismantled the formation? The more he pondered, the more plausible this scenario appeared. Noticing that there was no commotion behind him, his fear gradually dissipated. After a moment of hesitation, curiosity prevailed in his heart, prompting him to cautiously turn around and glide back toward the valley. Upon his return to the valley, the sight before him took his breath away. The entire valley lay in ruin, as if it had suffered a cataclysmic disaster. A massive pit had formed in the center, with trees scattered haphazardly, their splintered remains and swirling dust making the air nearly unbreathable. Amidst this desolation lay two colossal demonic beasts, the black bear and a gigantic serpent. It seemed that in their fervor to pursue, they had overlooked the formation, crashing into it and becoming ensnared, ultimately suffering the full brunt of the Thunder Evil Pearl's attack. Trapped and unable to escape, the two beasts were now left in a state of near demise. Wang Bin, still cautious, refrained from approaching too closely. Instead, he meticulously examined the two beasts from a distance using his spiritual awareness. The serpent had been obliterated. Its once formidable length was now in severed segments. Yet its resilient skin held the remnants together, though it now exuded no breath of life. As for the black bear, despite its thick hide, it was gravely injured, bloodied and emitting wisps of black smoke from its wounds. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Bin resolved to take the risk and collect the corpses. After all, the bodies of these second-tier demonic beasts held considerable value. To abandon them would be a grave loss. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated his spiritual energy, employing the wood spike technique to pierce the wounds of the black bear repeatedly. The creature trembled violently, letting out low growls before falling still. Yet, Wang Bin remained cautious, commanding his flying sword to strike at its head and eyes several times. Seeing no response, he finally felt at ease. He hurried over and swiftly gathered the useful parts of the two demon beast corpses into his storage bag. However, as he continued to stuff them in, he soon realized that his storage bag was far too small, measuring only 10 cubic units, and could not possibly accommodate the entirety of both beasts. Nevertheless, while collecting the corpse of the black bear spirit, he discovered a demon core within its body. It seemed that this black bear spirit was indeed extraordinary, possessing some innate powerful talent that allowed for the nurturing of such a core. Glancing at the demon core, Wang Bin recognized it as a rare treasure. But given the pressing circumstances, he had no time to examine it closely and promptly placed it into his storage bag. Cast a final glance at the substantial remaining meat of the demon beasts on the ground. His heart brimmed with regret. Fortunately, he had managed to take 4 bear paws and some tender cuts of meat. Yet, there was simply no more room to carry anything else. Gritting his teeth, Wang Bin turned away, vowing silently that he would acquire several more storage bags in the future. For this was an egregious waste. Such a bounty of second-tier demon beast meat discarded was an utter squandering of resources. Continuing onward in the opposite direction, he refrained from flying on his sword, fearing that the aura he emitted might attract other demon beasts. He dashed through the towering, dense forest with utmost caution, striving to conceal his presence. After traveling several miles, the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any trace of demon beasts. It appeared that those creatures had all headed towards Baiyun City, which filled Wang Bin with unease. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, hoping that the news would reach Shihai City swiftly, prompting them to send aid. Otherwise, Baiyun City would be in peril. He pondered what treasures Yin Xingmu and the others had stolen to provoke such relentless pursuit from all the demon beasts. Chapter 40. Is this how one levels up by defeating monsters and acquiring equipment? Wang Bin continued to fly for a while, contemplating a change in direction to navigate back to Baiyun City. In truth, he had been wavering on whether to seek a safe haven to hide until the turmoil in Baiyun City subsided before returning. After all, Baiyun City now resembled a colossal vortex, swirling with countless dangers. Yet, whenever the radiant smiles of Qin Wenjun and the other women surfaced in his mind, his heart felt as if it were being struck by a heavy hammer. He understood well that if he simply abandoned them, he would forever bear the weight of profound guilt on his conscience. He inwardly mocked himself for lacking the ruthlessness necessary. ultimately unable to sever the ties of his concern for them. Even if it meant risking everything, he felt compelled to return and check on their safety. After all, he was a foundational cultivator, and if there was even the slightest chance for survival, he must rescue them from danger. Just as he veered to fly at a low altitude, lost in his thoughts with a myriad of reflections flooding his mind, his gaze was suddenly captivated by an object ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a large blue bird lying on the ground. The aura emanating from the majestic bird, indicative of its advanced foundational stage, caused his heart to leap with alarm. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the creature was grievously injured, one of its wings broken and drooping to the side, while numerous gaping wounds marred its body, blood seeping from these gashes and staining the ground a deep cerulean hue. The great bird seemed to sense Wang Bin's approach, its eyes reflecting a palpable fear as it chirped frantically, the cries filled with confusion and distress. Wang Bin hesitated, contemplating whether to circumvent the creature. However, the bird's cries escalated in intensity, the piercing sound threatening to rupture his eardrums. Startled, fear swiftly overtook his rationality. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew forth the inferior spiritual weapon, a flying sword, acquired from Yinxingmu, channeling his spiritual energy into it and delivering a swift, forceful strike towards the bird's neck. Simultaneously, he quickly retrieved the ice shield from his storage pouch, infusing it with a steady flow of spiritual energy, creating a robust barrier before him. He then invoked the binding technique of the azure vines, and in an instant, numerous stout vines erupted from the earth, coiling towards the great bird like ethereal serpents, ensnaring its entire form tightly. This flurry of actions consumed a brief 10 breaths, primarily due to Wang Bin's relative inexperience with such spells and the tension of the moment that rendered his movements somewhat sluggish. Suddenly, he noticed that the bird had ceased its thrashing and fallen silent. Alarmed, he carefully scanned the creature with his spiritual sense, only to be taken aback by the revelation that the advanced foundational beast had perished. He could scarcely believe that a creature of such caliber could be so fragile. Glancing at the bird's neck, from which the azure blood continued to flow, he pondered whether it was merely feigning death. To ensure against any possibility, he cautiously directed his flying sword to behead the great bird before approaching it with trepidation. Gazing at the sizable foundational beast before him, measuring a full yard in length, Wang Bin felt a tumult of emotions. Once he regained his composure, he surmised that the bird must have been wounded by Chun Fei and his companions, unexpectedly allowing him to reap the benefits. However, confronted with the immense carcass, he began to fret. His storage pouch was far too limited to accommodate such a large beast. He resolved that if he were to return safely to Baiyun City, it would be imperative to acquire a larger storage pouch in Shihai City, or perhaps several smaller ones, to prevent such a predicament from recurring. The sight of so many precious materials that he could not claim left him feeling as though an invisible hand were clutching his heart, the anguish indescribable. It was a torment akin to wanton waste. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Bin decided to first extract the claws, feathers, and beak from the fallen avian beast, as these were invaluable materials for refining artifacts. As for the other parts, one should take as much as possible. Thus, he moved towards the corpse of the beast. Upon nearing it, he suddenly noticed something protruding from the fur beneath the severed neck, an object resembling a storage pouch. Intrigued, he carefully prodded it with his flying sword. And indeed, a storage pouch rolled out from the fur. With a face full of astonishment, Wang Bin retrieved it from the bird's neck and examined it closely. The intricate patterns on this pouch were exquisitely crafted, far more ornate than the one he possessed. He attempted to probe with his consciousness and was astonished to find that it could be opened directly. Curiosity struck him. Where could this beast have acquired such a pouch? Peering inside, he was immediately awestruck by the sight that greeted him. The space within the pouch was astonishingly expansive, measuring over 100 cubic meters, 10 times the size of his own. To his astonishment, several second-tier beast corpses were stored within, and in a corner lay a pile of mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones of the fire attribute. A hasty glance revealed thousands of mid-grade stones. Furthermore, he noticed various unfamiliar spirit herbs, several jade slips, and an assortment of miscellaneous items, most of which were unrecognizable to him. This sudden influx of immense wealth sent Wang Bin into a frenzy of elation, his heart racing, as if it might leap from his throat. Yet, after a brief moment, he fell into contemplation. Could this be what the cultivators referred to as slaying monsters for gear upgrades? It was no wonder that so many cultivators resorted to murder and thievery for profit. The temptation of overnight riches was simply too great. Take, for example, Qing Mu, who had toiled for 20 years in the Four Seas Trading Alliance. His accumulated wealth likely paled in comparison to what lay before him. However, he was acutely aware of the grave risks involved. One misstep could lead him to end up like the very beast before him, a cold corpse lying on the ground. Resolving to put such thoughts aside, Wang Bin considered that he could use this pouch to contain the corpse of the late-stage Foundation establishment bird demon, with ample space remaining. After storing the bird demon's body in the newly acquired pouch, he hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided against returning for the remaining meat of the black bear and snake demon. After all, safety was paramount. Satisfied, he tucked the precious storage pouch into his bosom and prepared to continue his journey. At that moment, however, a powerful sense of foreboding surged within him, an icy feeling as if death itself were watching him. Instinctively, he lowered his head and bent his body, rolling away like a spring before swiftly rising to his feet, all while drawing his ice shield in front of him with utmost speed. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, a natural response driven by his body's instinct in the face of imminent peril, executed without the command of his mind. After all was said and done, his back was already drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide open in sheer terror and disbelief as he gazed at the assailant. A wave of dread surged within him. Just a hair's breadth away, if not for that fleeting moment, his head could have been severed by the sudden strike, leaving his soul to scatter. Chapter 41. The ambush. Qingmu? Is it you? Why? Wang Bin's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. Never before had he brushed so closely with death. Especially not from a sudden, unprovoked attack. It felt akin to being stabbed in the back by someone he trusted the most. Qingmu looked at the unharmed Wang Bin with a blend of pity and regret, gently sighing. Ah? It seems I must exert quite an effort, senior brother Qingmu. Why did you resist? You could have embraced your fate with grace, sparing yourself some suffering. I never would have guessed you possessed a mid-grade spirit artifact shield. His tone bore a hint of vexation, as if Wang Bin's resistance was a personal affront. Wang Bin gazed at Qingmu, a wave of despair washing over him. Although Qingmu was merely at the early stages of Foundation establishment, Wang Bin's situation was far graver. He had trained in the ordinary wood element technique, Qingmu Ju, and possessed only a handful of low-power wood element spells. If it weren't for an unexpected stroke of fortune in Shihai City, where he had traded for a mid-grade ice shield, he feared he wouldn't even have the courage to stand before Qingmu. Moreover, Qingmu was the offspring of celestial lineage. His father was a golden core cultivator, and most of his treasures were spirit artifacts. The prospect of defeating him outright was nearly impossible. Even escaping seemed to hold a negligible chance of success. Currently, his only glimmer of hope lay in the ice shield before him and the thunder pearl nestled within his storage bag. As Wang Bin's mind wandered through these bleak thoughts, Qingmu, without a shred of martial ethics, commanded his flying sword, infused with fierce spiritual energy, to strike directly at Wang Bin's ice shield. Following this, a fire explosion talisman shot towards him like a meteor, engulfed in raging flames, radiating an astonishing wave of heat. Long before it drew near, Wang Bin felt the searing warmth pressing against him. Pale with fear, Wang Bin hastily channeled more spiritual energy into the ice shield. With a thunderous boom, the fire explosion talisman detonated, unleashing a powerful shockwave that kicked up clouds of dust, leaving a sizable crater in the ground. As the dust settled, the ice shield remained intact, and Wang Bin emerged unscathed, albeit with nearly 1/20th of his spiritual energy depleted. Qingmu was not surprised by this outcome. It had all unfolded as he anticipated. After all, his opponent wielded a mid-grade spirit artifact shield, while he was merely a cultivator at the early Foundation stage. Given that Wang Bin was on guard, Qingmu lacked the ability to breach the defenses of a mid-grade spirit artifact in a single strike. However, he secretly calculated in his heart that the figure opposite him, Qingmu, was merely a destitute cultivator with limited spiritual power, certainly unable to exhaust his own reserves. Thus, he ceased speaking and continued to command his flying sword to relentlessly strike against Qingmu's shield, while occasionally casting a few talismans towards Wang Bin. After a series of fervent assaults lasting several rounds, he found that half of his spiritual energy had been depleted. At this moment, he calmly retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag and ostentatiously uncapped it. Instantly, an exceedingly rich and pure aura of spiritual energy wafted from the vial, swirling in the air like a tangible entity, radiating a captivating glow. He looked at Qingmu with a triumphant smile and said, "Brother Qingmu, do you know what this is? This is spiritual liquid. It can only be crafted by a nascent soul master. For a cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment, just a single drop can replenish all expended spiritual energy. Haha, just give up. If you lower your defenses now and end it yourself, I assure you I will be gentle with the women in your family, and I will not make things difficult for your subordinates. Otherwise." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes, leaving his threat unvoiced but unmistakably clear. Wang Bin felt a heavy weight in his heart upon seeing the spiritual liquid. He understood that his chances of victory had significantly diminished. Although he possessed 100 drops of spiritual liquid in his own storage bag, he was uncertain of how many were at his opponent's disposal. Moreover, Qingmu was a second-generation immortal, who knew what other trump cards he had yet to reveal. Perhaps he simply deemed it unnecessary to employ them against Wang Bin at this moment. Despite the turmoil within him, he forced himself to regain his composure, his mind racing as he sought a way to survive. This was no mere game. Death in battle would mean the loss of everything. Ancientmo, are you truly intent on killing me simply because you've taken a fancy to the women in my courtyard? While they may possess some beauty, they are merely of 5 spiritual roots. With your status, if you desire, you could effortlessly find 1,000 or 800 maidens in the mortal realm. It is hardly a challenge. As for my life, we are both members of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, and the sect strictly prohibits members from harming one another. The consequences would be dire. Why not let our grievances be settled here? Let us escape from the Beast Mountain range first. After all, our current predicament is dire. Should a formidable beast cross our path, we would both perish. Furthermore, you need not worry about my seeking vengeance. I hold no standing in the sect. While your father and uncle are both elders, I would not be foolish enough to court my own demise. Wang Bin attempted to persuade Yin hoping to sway his thoughts. Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, Yin was indeed somewhat swayed. Wang Bin made a valid point. Those female cultivators with 5 spiritual roots could barely meet the threshold for servant disciples, and if he desired them, it would indeed be a trivial matter. Moreover, among peers, mutual slaughter is strictly forbidden. Should any disputes arise, they ought to be resolved through the enforcement hall. Furthermore, they currently find themselves within the perilous Beast Mountain range, having narrowly escaped the clutches of pursuing beasts by utilizing the elusive spirit cloak. As for any potential retaliation from Qingmu, he regards it with utter disdain. However, it is indeed unfortunate that he witnessed Qingmu stow the body of the flame bird into his storage bag. That flame bird represents a pivotal opportunity for him concerning his golden core, and it is equally crucial for his family. He is determined to possess it. To demand it from Qingmu might invite unforeseen complications. It would be far simpler to eliminate him altogether, thereby resolving the matter. Here, in the Beast Mountain range, it is merely the two of us. As an outer sect steward, your demise would go unnoticed. Besides, is it not the most commonplace occurrence for cultivators to perish in the Beast Mountain range? With a resolute heart, Qingmu, having taken Qingmu's warning to heart, resolved to act swiftly to avert any further complications. Chapter 42, Extermination of the Immortals. Qingmu, feeling a pang of regret, consumed a drop of spirit liquid. As the liquid entered his body, it transformed into delicate strands of pure spiritual energy, rapidly coursing through his meridians. He distinctly sensed a significant acceleration in the recovery of his inner spiritual power. This miraculous effect ignited a flicker of greed in his eyes, simultaneously solidifying his resolve to eliminate Qingmu. He summoned all his strength to propel his flying sword, which blazed with resplendent light, accompanied by a howling wind, attacking Wang Bin's shield with ferocity akin to a fierce dragon. Wang Bin, witnessing this, felt a weight in his heart. He understood that negotiations had failed, though he could not pinpoint where things had gone awry. At that moment, he sensed that more than half of his spiritual power had been depleted. Frowning in contemplation, he ultimately refrained from producing the spirit liquid. He was acutely aware that the longer the confrontation dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. It seemed he had no choice but to take a gamble. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to keep his trump card concealed for as long as possible. If the situation became dire, he would resort to consuming the spirit liquid and endure a protracted contest. Wang Bin discreetly infused his flying sword with spiritual energy, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, seizing the fleeting moment when Qingmu had just completed his attack and was gathering strength. He suddenly directed the flying sword towards Qingmu's head. The sword shot forth like a released arrow, its fierce momentum propelling it to within a mere meter of Qingmu's skull. Wang Bin's heart surged with elation, as though he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Yet, at that critical juncture, the flying sword abruptly halted, as if it had struck an invisible wall. Ha ha ha! Witnessing this, Qingmu burst into laughter, nearly brought to tears by his mirth. He gazed at the bewildered Wang Bin, his eyes brimming with mockery and triumph. Without hesitation, he beckoned, and the flying sword soared back into his grasp. He channeled his spiritual energy, and the flying sword suddenly radiated a brilliant light as it soared towards Wang Bin, striking fiercely against his icy shield, producing a crisp sound of impact. Brother Qingmu, this inferior-grade spiritual weapon flying sword was a gift from me, imbued with my spiritual mark. How could you neglect to erase it and reforge it? Truly foolish. You must remember this in your next life. As Qingmu spoke, he continued to launch even more aggressive assaults against Wang Bin. Wang Bin felt a wave of exasperation. He was indeed aware of such common knowledge. Yet the events of the day had overwhelmed him, leading to a momentary lapse in memory. Moreover, he had not had the time to attend to the sword, which he had only acquired that very day. Ever since, he had been pressed for time, leaving him no opportunity to refine it. Little did he expect that this sword could be wielded against him. it was utterly unexpected. He cursed inwardly, realizing that Yin Xingmu had harbored ill intentions from the beginning. Truly, one's name often reflects their character, and those with the surname Yin are rarely of good stock. The world of cultivation was perilously dangerous, rife with such unscrupulous lunatics. During his skirmish with Yin Xingmu, Wang Bin clutched a medium-grade spirit stone, attempting to absorb its spiritual energy to replenish his own depleting reserves. However, the rate of replenishment from the spirit stone was far outpaced by his consumption during battle, and he could feel his spiritual energy waning rapidly. Nonetheless, all of this was within his expectations. He resisted the urge to consume a spirit liquid, controlling his icy shield as he gradually retreated, feigning a desperate escape. Naturally, he hoped to shake off Yin Xingmu. If the latter chose not to pursue, it would be splendid. Alas, Yin Xingmu would not let him go. Sensing Wang Bin's intent to flee, he immediately surmised that Wang Bin's spiritual energy had dwindled. A surge of delight filled his heart, and he intensified his attacks, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy upon Wang Bin like raindrops. Suddenly, Wang Bin halted in his tracks, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Yin Xingmu. He withdrew his medium-grade magical flying sword from his storage pouch, his eyes betraying a resolute determination akin to one prepared for death. In a deep voice, he declared, "Junior brother Yin, I have endured countless hardships to cultivate from a mere solitary practitioner to the foundation establishment stage, far beyond your imagination. I possess a secret technique that would lead to mutual destruction. Once unleashed, your demise is certain. Though it would cost me 20 years of my lifespan and severely injure my vitality, likely preventing my escape from this beast-infested mountain range. Hence, I have refrained from using it until now. My spiritual energy is now only sufficient to perform this secret art. Shall we call it a day? I do not wish to die, and your life is so carefree. Why must you insist on battling me?" Upon finishing, Wang Bin fixed a penetrating gaze on Yin Xingmu, his eyes brimming with a foreboding warning. Hearing Wang Bin's words, Yin Xingmu was indeed startled. He recalled his father's admonition. Under no circumstances should he forge deadly enmities with others, particularly those practitioners who had ascended from casual cultivation to the foundational and golden core stages. The vast majority of these individuals possessed some esoteric means of self-preservation. Now, facing such dire straits, if Xingmu were to disregard all caution and unleash a forbidden technique, leading to mutual destruction, it would be a grave miscalculation. However, as his gaze swept across Xingmu's equipment, his doubts swiftly dissipated. He pondered silently. If Xingmu truly possessed formidable abilities, how could he be in such a wretched state? Already in the mid-foundational stage, yet clad in merely a set of ordinary magical artifacts, lacking even a premier flying sword. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he launched an even more ferocious assault than before. Wang Bin, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Internally lamenting his misfortune, he had nearly managed to deceive his opponent, yet now, complications had arisen. Given the circumstances, he resolved to act decisively. Channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy, striving to imbue his voice with gravity and grandeur as he recited aloud, "Heaven is round, and the earth is square. The edicts of the 9 chapters 1 now inscribe. 10,000 ghosts lie concealed. O master of the ancestral sword, summon the celestial deities and mobilize the heavenly soldiers. With the 3rd stroke, the fierce god shall perish, which ghost dares to show itself. Exterminate the immortals." As Wang Bin recited, the very air around them seemed to thicken, a mysterious force gathering in the atmosphere. Without hesitation, he drew a low-grade flying sword from his storage pouch and struck fiercely at the ominous figure before him. Meanwhile, he swiftly sheathed his shield, alighting upon the flying sword, and turned to flee desperately into the distance. Chapter 43. The death of Yin Xingmu. At the moment Wang Bin began his incantation, Yin Xingmu reacted with lightning speed, brandishing his spiritual shield and positioning it before him. Simultaneously, he activated a protective talisman, a faint aura of spiritual light shimmering around him, enveloping him securely. Particularly upon hearing Wang Bin's incantation, panic surged within him. The spell sounded profound and inscrutable, seemingly imbued with boundless mysterious power. In that instant, regret washed over Yin Xingmu, yet the arrow was already loosed. There was no turning back. He exerted all his strength on the shield, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his eyes filled with apprehension. Especially when he heard the words "exterminate the immortals," a shiver raced along his spine, as if the shadow of death had suddenly descended upon him. Then, he beheld a dazzling beam of light, like a meteor, striking his outermost protective talisman. A tremendous crash echoed, brilliance illuminating the surroundings. However, the anticipated pain did not ensue. Yin Xingmu widened his eyes in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, he saw a low-grade flying sword lying motionless on the ground, quietly resting there. His mind felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, buzzing incessantly, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. It was only when he caught sight of Wang Bin soaring away on his sword that he jolted back to reality. Anger and frustration surged within him as he silently berated himself for his cowardice, wishing to deliver a stinging slap to his own face. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly stowed away the spirit tool shield in front of him and mounted his flying sword, pursuing the direction in which Wang Bin had fled. Although Qingmu had gained a few moments' head start, his flying sword was merely an ordinary magical artifact, and its speed paled in comparison to the superior spirit sword beneath Qingmu's feet. In less than 15 minutes, Qingmu was closing in on Wang Bin. Noticing this, Wang Bin desperately continued to fly while rummaging through his storage bag, tossing various items behind him. Initially, Qingmu slowed his pace, adopting a defensive posture. However, as the items continued to rain down, he realized that the most formidable among them was merely a magical sword, while the rest consisted of jars and bottles. Even spirit stones were hurled at him as makeshift projectiles. This realization sparked a flicker of impatience and indignation within Qingmu. With a cold snort, he ceased to evade, choosing instead to slash at anything that approached, shattering the objects with his blade. Just as he was on the verge of catching up to Wang Bin, a magical boot flew towards him. Instinctively, he swung his sword to intercept it, his expression rife with disdain. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a thunderous explosion erupted as the boot detonated, the force of the blast radiating outward like a surging wave. Qingmu was engulfed by the explosion, vanishing into a sea of flames. When tranquility returned, Wang Bin cautiously approached the scene. His series of maneuvers had been designed to provoke Qingmu, lulling him into a false sense of security. Ultimately, he had concealed the Lei Sha pearl within a magical boot and hurled it at Qingmu, achieving the desired effect. At that moment, Qingmu lay shattered and obliterated, leaving only a few pieces of spirit equipment and 2 storage bags as testament to his existence in this realm. This marked Wang Bin's first act of taking a life, yet he felt no discomfort. Perhaps the day's overwhelming events had steeled his resolve. He dared not linger, hastily gathering the remnants. After a moment's hesitation, he extracted several carcasses of foundation-building snake demons from his storage bag, meticulously chopping several hundred pounds of beast meat and strewing it around the battlefield. He contemplated that when other demons discovered the scene, they would undoubtedly be drawn to the scent of the meat, and if any were at the chi refinement stage, they might even compete for it, thereby obscuring the traces of the recent conflict. This was merely a precaution, for Qingmu was an inner disciple of the Four Seas Trading Alliance, with a father who was a golden core cultivator, and the Yin family was a powerful lineage within the golden core ranks. Should any trace be discovered by them, it would spell doom for him. Having resolved these matters, Wang Bin immediately turned and flew at full speed towards Baiyin City. During his flight, he seized a moment to inventory the assets of the shadowy figure. To his astonishment, he found over 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones, along with 3 spirit swords, one of which was an inferior-grade sword he had recently wielded in battle before it was seized by the shadowy figure. Even more surprising was the presence of a superior-grade spirit sword in the possession of the shadowy figure, a testament to their considerable wealth, surely befitting an heir of the 2nd generation. Additionally, there was a medium-grade spirit shield, inferior-grade spirit boots, and a medium-grade spirit robe, not to mention a peculiar inferior-grade spirit cloak. Initially, Wang Bin paid little mind to it. Having acquired superior-grade items, an inferior-grade cloak seemed unremarkable. However, upon donning the cloak out of curiosity, he discovered its remarkable ability to conceal his spiritual fluctuations, truly a divine artifact. After numerous experiments, he confirmed that even when placed on the ground, it could mask his presence from probing senses. This must be an inherent property of the cloak's material, a splendid find. Yet, he remained uncertain if it could evade the scrutiny of golden core cultivators, though from his own perception, it was entirely undetectable. In addition, there were numerous elixirs, magical artifacts, and even a few drops of spirit liquid. Time was of the essence, so he merely took a cursory glance without conducting a thorough inventory. He retrieved the cloak and commenced its refinement. Thanks to the demise of its previous owner, devoid of any spiritual imprint, he successfully refined the cloak in the span of a single incense stick. With the cloak's concealment properties aiding him, he managed to exit the Beast Demon Mountain range unscathed. Standing at the edge of the mountains, Wang Bin gazed back at the vast, perilous range, releasing a long sigh. His swift escape was largely attributable to this cloak. While he did not know its original name, he whimsically rechristened it as the Cloak of Invisibility, chuckling to himself at the thought. After flying on his sword for a brief while, he suddenly descended once more. Hesitating momentarily, he resolved to store all of the shadowy figure's belongings in a storage bag and then envelop the bag with the Cloak of Invisibility. Subsequently, he sought a nearby location, excavating a 10-meter pit to bury the items. marking the surroundings with symbols only he could comprehend. Alas, the shadowy figure was an inner disciple of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, with a father who was a golden core cultivator, and the Yin family was a golden core lineage. Should there be any undisclosed special markings on the shadowy figure's equipment or belongings, their discovery would undoubtedly lead to his demise. For now, he would bury these possessions here and assess the situation later, planning to return for them once the matter had subsided. The spiritual stones posed no issue at all. However, regarding other spiritual artifacts and equipment, he had no intention of utilizing them. These items were far too conspicuous. Until he attained the golden core stage, wielding such possessions would only invite peril to his life. Yet, once he became a golden core practitioner, these artifacts would hold little value for him. Indeed, they were merely tasteless delicacies, regrettable to discard yet unworthy of consumption. Ultimately, Wang Bin chose to retain the low-grade spiritual flying sword, as it had been bestowed upon him in the presence of Chun Fei and Lu Shui, a justification that allowed him to possess it openly. Having completed these preparations, Wang Bin once again mounted his flying sword and sped toward Baiyun City, his heart racing with anxiety, uncertain of the city's current state. Outside Baiyun City, a scene of hellish devastation unfolded. A throng of ferocious beasts surrounded the city, rendering escape impossible. The outer city lay in ruins, with crumbling walls and debris scattered everywhere. The remnants of human cultivators, mangled limbs and blood, smeared the streets, saturating the air with a pungent stench. The largest tavern in the outer city had collapsed, engulfed in swirling dust. Fortunately, the city's protective array had been activated, temporarily thwarting the beasts and granting the human cultivators within a fleeting respite. Chapter 44. The Beast Siege in this tumultuous and perilous Baiyun City. The atmosphere upon the city walls was so tense it seemed one could wring water from it. Chun Fei stood resolutely at the center of the walls, akin to a towering mountain, his resolute visage appearing even more austere against the howling winds, his deep-set eyes fixed intently upon the relentless wave of beasts assailing the array. To his left stood Huang Yukai and Qin Jun, like two formidable gatekeepers, exuding an imposing presence. Members of the guard displayed serious expressions, wholly absorbed in casting their spells. Their hands danced swiftly in the air, fingertips aglow with various hues, as they chanted incantations. Brilliant and potent spells shot forth like radiant meteors, trailing luminous tails as they hurtled toward the snarling beasts outside the city, each explosion of magic resonating with the roars and cries of the creatures, illuminating the battlefield with a fierce interplay of light and smoke. On Qin Fei's right stood a troubled mid-foundation cultivator, Li Lei, an inner disciple of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, his brow furrowed in despair. What began as a routine expedition had turned into a nightmare. He had merely intended to pass through Baiyun City for a brief respite, to rejuvenate his weary body and mind, yet fate had abruptly shifted, ensnaring him in the clutches of a sudden beast tide. As a disciple of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, he was acutely aware of the responsibilities and reputation he bore. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, even a fleeting thought of escape would shatter his dignity and obliterate his standing. Thus, he could only suppress his inner dread and unease, steeling himself to stand firm in the face of adversity. Chun Fei and Li Lei, both foundational cultivators, refrained from engaging the myriad of chi refinement stage beasts below, which swarmed like ants. Their minds were as clear as a polished mirror, fully aware of their mission and responsibilities. In this brutal battlefield, conserving strength was paramount to confronting the impending crisis. They resembled leopards concealed in the shadows, silently awaiting the opportune moment. Once the more formidable and challenging foundation beasts launched their assault on the city, they would strike with the swiftness of an arrow, delivering a fatal blow. The beast tide appeared as a nightmare, descending upon Baiyun City without warning. The outer city, devoid of protective formations, housed mainly powerless mortals and nascent chi refinement cultivators with meager strength. The onslaught of beasts surged forth like a relentless black tide, swiftly engulfing this tranquil haven. Most inhabitants had no time to react. Amid their terrified screams and the roars of the beasts, lives were mercilessly crushed, fragile as ants. In that brief moment at the onset of the beast tide, thousands of mortal lives were abruptly extinguished, and dozens of chi refinement cultivators fell victim to this calamity. The stench of death permeated the air, sharp and despair-inducing. Those who survived, shrouded in the shadow of death, fled in panic toward the inner city. At this critical juncture, Huang Yukai swiftly retrieved the sub-array flag left by Wang Bin. Drawing upon his familiarity with formations and years of experience, he successfully activated the array. This vital array flag had now fallen into Chun Fei's hands, akin to a key safeguarding Baiyun City, determining the fate of its inhabitants. Within Baiyun City, cultivators below the late chi refinement stage, though their prowess seemed trivial against such a formidable beast tide, still played a significant role. They were systematically assigned to critical positions throughout the city, poised to channel their spiritual energy at a moment's notice to sustain the array's operation should its power falter. After all, given their cultivation level, launching spells from the city walls would yield limited potency, akin to an ant shaking a tree, hardly capable of inflicting substantial harm upon the beasts. At this moment, the safety of all Bayun City hinged upon this array, whose energy supply relied on the precious secondary spiritual vein within the city. This secondary spiritual vein resembled a vast source of energy buried deep underground, continuously supplying spiritual power to the array, supporting the thin yet vital protective barrier that determined the fate of the entire city. Everyone understood that their sole recourse was to endure in silent anticipation of rescue amidst this endless torment. They must exert every effort to safeguard the array's integrity, for it represented their only hope for survival. Once the formation is breached, the unfortunate fate awaiting them will be a merciless consumption by the demonic beasts, transforming the entire Bayun City into a bloody arena of slaughter, where countless lives will vanish in an instant, leaving behind only severed limbs and an abyss of despair. Even Wang Bin's four companions received no special privileges during this life-and-death moment. Chun Fei's gaze traversed the city walls, observing the relentless tide of lower-tier demonic beasts, stacked upon one another in a frenzied assault on the formation. His brows furrowed deeply, a manifestation of his helplessness and anxiety. He was acutely aware that this was a common tactic employed by the demonic beasts. These lower-tier creatures, many of which had yet to awaken their intelligence, were merely pawns in the eyes of the higher-tier beasts, easily manipulated as cannon fodder. They were driven en masse to the forefront with the intent of depleting the formation's energy and the spiritual power of the cultivators upon the walls. The reproductive capabilities of these lower-tier demonic beasts were astonishing, akin to wild grass springing anew with the spring breeze. Consequently, every few decades, the higher-tier beasts lurking deep within the demonic beast mountain range would meticulously orchestrate a wave of beasts to invade the towns surrounding human settlements. For them, this served a dual purpose, effectively weakening the power of human cultivators while simultaneously managing to eliminate a significant number of lower-tier beasts. Otherwise, the forests of the demonic beast mountain would inevitably be completely devoured by these locust-like creatures. It seemed that both sides had reached a subtle understanding over the long years. Yet this particular surge of beasts appeared unusually distinct, as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the established order. Outside Bayun City, nearly 20 foundation-establishing demonic beasts gathered majestically atop a towering peak, each one a unique manifestation. There were mighty tigers, several zhang long, their sharp claws glinting coldly in the sunlight, as if they could easily rend anything asunder. Massive, serpentine pythons whose icy scales resembled impenetrable armor, flicking their tongues and exuding an aura of dread. Fierce wolf demons with agile forms and malevolent gazes, their green eyes glowing ominously in the dark, betraying their bloodthirsty nature. And clumsy yet ferocious pig demons with their broad heads and large ears. Amongst these beasts, leading the pack were the Qingyan bird and the chief fox. The Qingyan bird, consumed by a thirst for vengeance, would have charged headlong into the formation were it not for the chief fox's patient restraint, which kept its fiery temperament in check, forcing it to merely observe with a heart full of indignation. Only after the chief fox meticulously explained the circumstances of the beast tide and informed it of the formidable power of Bayun City's second-tier formation, one that would exact a heavy toll even on foundation-establishing beasts attempting to breach it in a short time, did it begin to understand the futility of a reckless assault. Moreover, while the demonic beasts outside the formation could only passively attack, the cultivators within could adeptly strike at the beasts outside, creating an imbalance that rendered any rash offensive tantamount to courting death. The Qingyan bird had witnessed Chun Fei's formidable prowess and was acutely aware that he was no ordinary adversary, hence it refrained from recklessly taking risks. Moreover, upon its initial encounter with the horrific sight of dismembered human limbs and the blood-soaked ground in the outer city, the fury that once burned within it diminished significantly. Having previously resided deep within the Beast Mountain range, where traces of humanity existed, these humans were mere slaves to the beasts, leading a wretched existence under their dominion. While there were occasional instances of beasts devouring humans, it had never personally experienced such a large-scale, brutally bloody scene of human demise. It was no wonder that these humans would attack its mate without provocation. The coexistence of humans and beasts within each other's dietary preferences made harmony exceedingly difficult. Alas, given the circumstances, as a member of the beast clan, it had experienced a fleeting struggle between the greater good of its race and personal sentiments, ultimately choosing to side with its kin and continue participating in the siege. Chapter 45. The return of Wang. Been an hour past, slowly flowing by in this tense and protracted wait. Wang Bin appeared as a mysterious specter, silently approaching the outskirts of Baiyun City. With meticulous thought, he deliberately distanced himself several miles from the group of foundational beasts atop the mountain, thereby limiting their spiritual perception and rendering him undetectable. Like a concealed observer shrouded in darkness, he quietly lingered outside the city, his sharp gaze scrutinizing every detail around him. After a brief moment, he had taken stock of the general situation. The sheer number of beasts and monsters was staggering, resembling a black ocean that encircled Baiyun City, leaving no avenue for escape. This did not even account for the smaller, yet equally perilous insect-like beasts, whose total count was nothing short of terrifying. Fortunately, these creatures lacked knowledge of formations. The confined area of the inner city could only accommodate a few hundred beasts to launch an attack simultaneously. Coupled with the relentless spells cast by the cultivators within the city in retaliation, many beasts had already perished under the onslaught of magic. Some had even succumbed to hunger and instinct, beginning to gnaw upon their deceased companions, a gruesome and revolting sight. The more astute and powerful beasts remained stationed at the rear, orchestrating the charge of the lesser beasts like a relentless tide, while the weaker beasts were driven forward as vanguards. Had all the attackers been late-stage foundational beasts capable of cooperation, Baiyun City would hardly withstand for long. The tragedy of the city's fall and the annihilation of its inhabitants might have already begun. Upon understanding the dire circumstances, Wang Bin found himself engulfed in profound conflict and turmoil. In truth, the most prudent course of action before him was to find a safe place to conceal himself outside the city, akin to a hibernating turtle, patiently awaiting the conclusion of this inexplicable conflict before re-emerging. As for the consequences that may follow, while he cannot ascertain them with certainty, he can at least ensure his own safety. Yet, his heart is far from tranquil. His subordinates, those who tirelessly attend to him on ordinary days, are now trapped within the city, facing the harrowing trials of life and death. Furthermore, the images of his four enchanting and gentle partners, their faces marked by terror and helplessness, incessantly haunt his mind. The gruesome sight of severed human limbs and bloodshed outside Baiyun City strikes him like a sharp sword, deeply piercing his heart and filling him with an unbearable distress. These wretched beasts, what was once a peaceful and vibrant city, has been plunged into such misery, resembling a hell on earth. As the city lord, although he is not intimately acquainted with the populace and his interactions are not particularly profound, the weight of his responsibilities and sense of duty press down upon him like a heavy mountain. He is acutely aware that if he chooses to flee at this moment, even if he preserves his life, he will inevitably live in a perpetual state of guilt and self-reproach, never able to forgive himself. Wang Bin stood outside the city for a quarter of an hour, yet that brief span felt to him like an eternity. During this time, his thoughts raced like untamed wild horses, and his heart surged like tumultuous waves, struggling violently within. At times, he contemplated his own safety, yearning to turn and escape this perilous place. At other times, he recalled those awaiting rescue within the city, a powerful sense of responsibility and mission rising within him. Ultimately, he let out a deep sigh, imbued with both resignation and resolve. Women are indeed a source of calamity. This seemingly accusatory statement betrays the complexity of his emotions. Having made his decision, he no longer hesitated. He transformed, as if into a different person, radiating an aura of unwavering determination. Silently, he approached the far side of the city, away from the horde of foundational beasts, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, summoning a flying sword that appeared beneath him in an instant. He commanded the flying sword to glide low through this perilous terrain. When he was but a mile away from Baiyun City's formation, he took a deep breath, swiftly forming seals with his hands, and a layer of pale green wood spirit shield materialized before him, emanating a gentle glow, akin to impenetrable armor. The flying sword forged ahead, its blade gleaming like a fierce lightning bolt. Any low-level beasts or monsters obstructing his path were swiftly vanquished by the sword's brilliance, slaughtered in an instant. Their blood splattered upon the ground, staining the earth, yet Wang Bin's gaze held no trace of compassion. His heart was singularly focused on one conviction: to enter the city and rescue the people as swiftly as possible. In but a few breaths, he surged forward like a shooting star, racing towards the formation with incredible speed. Grasping the formation flag tightly in his hand, he swung it forcefully, conjuring a dazzling portal that materialized out of thin air upon the formation. Without hesitation, Wang Bin's form flickered and he dove into the portal like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, akin to flowing water, taking less than 10 breaths. It was only after Wang Bin entered the formation that the foundational level beasts, such as the azure flame bird, detected his presence. But by then it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as Wang Bin vanished within the array, emitting furious roars. As soon as he entered the formation, he was keenly sensed by Chun Fei and others. With a swift motion, He soared into the air like a great rock spreading its wings. His formidable consciousness expanding in a tidal wave around him, rapidly encompassing the surrounding area. In the blink of an eye, he surveyed the entire city, quickly locating Qin Wenjun and her companions. They, too, simultaneously spotted the familiar figure of their beloved husband in the sky, their eyes instantly brimming with tears that sparkled like pearls. Had it not been for the presence of others, they would have surely succumbed to their grief. Having only ventured into the realm of cultivation for a mere 2 years, they had anticipated a journey filled with wonder and beauty, yet fate proved to be cruel. As a sudden beast tide swept in, ensnaring them in a vortex of life and death, they witnessed the horrific sight of the beasts outside Baiyun City devouring humans alive. A bloody and terrifying scene that would be indelibly etched in their memories. 2 maidservants from the Lord's residence had ventured out for supplies and had already fallen prey to the merciless beasts. At this critical moment, with the city lord absent, they lost all sense of security, akin to lambs lost in the darkness, their hearts flooded with fear. The ferocity of the beasts outside was overwhelming, their thunderous roars and formidable presence crashing upon them, instilling dread, while inside the city, anxiety gripped every soul, each person trembling in the shadow of death. After conveying a silent message to Qin Fei, Wang Bin descended beside the women like a weary bird returning to its nest. Husband, husband, husband. Qin Wenjun and the others could no longer contain their fears and longing, rushing toward him, their hands clutching his garments like vines. Tears streaming down their faces like a torrential flood, soaking Wang Bin's attire. I have returned. Everything will be all right. You must return to your rooms and remain there. I cannot comfort you now. The world of cultivation is inherently harsh. It is better to recognize this sooner rather than later. Do not be afraid. I am here. Do not wander, but wait for my news. Wang Bin gently patted their backs, offering soft words of reassurance before his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination and cold resolve. He turned and, like an arrow released from a bow, sped toward Qin Fei's location. Now was not the time for sentimental farewells. A far more intense battle was on the horizon, and he needed to prepare himself to defend Baiyun City alongside others. Success was the only option. Failure would mean there would be no future. Chapter 46. Trapped in Baiyun City. Upon the somewhat weathered walls of Baiyun City, Qin Fei's gaze was firmly fixed on Wang Bin as he descended slowly beside him. Deep within his eyes, a myriad of emotions surged and intertwined like a tumultuous tide. A profound astonishment gripped his heart as he contemplated the miraculous survival of Wang Bin amidst such a ferocious onslaught of beasts. What extraordinary stroke of fortune or unique skill had allowed him to escape from the clutches of those monstrous creatures? Simultaneously, he steeled himself, striving to adorn his visage with an expression of mingled surprise and delight, attempting to mask the tumultuous emotions that surged within him. Ah, junior brother Qingmo, you have finally returned. This is indeed a glimmer of hope bestowed upon us by the heavens. In the present dire situation, with the beasts encircling Baiyun City like an impenetrable tide, they were on the brink of catastrophe. However, your return, as a foundational cultivator, has undeniably bestowed upon us a vital strength, thereby enhancing our chances of safeguarding Baiyun City, even if only marginally. Qin Fei discreetly sidestepped the matter concerning Lu Shui's activation of the formation to ensnare Wang Bin, for in this life-and-death moment, trivial details and conflicts were of little consequence. Wang Bin, filled with confusion, his eyes brimming with curiosity and concern, inquired, Brother Chun, where are Sister Lu and Junior Brother Ian? Why have they vanished? Moreover, what is the cause of this inexplicable beast tide? We were only away for a brief day, yet upon our return, it appears as if the world has descended into chaos. Qin Fei lowered his gaze slightly, his facial muscles twitching as he feigned an expression of profound anguish. With a tone laden with guilt and helplessness, he sighed deeply. Ah, Junior Brother Qingmu, this tale is lengthy. We were tasked with a highly confidential mission, and who could have anticipated that we would inadvertently provoke a colossal hornet's nest? The beasts within a 100-mile radius seemed to have gone mad, surging towards us with relentless fury, intent on a merciless hunt. In the ensuing chaos of our flight, the 3 of us regrettably became separated. I am now consumed with anxiety, utterly unaware of where Junior Brother Ian and Sister Lu might be, or whether they still live. Alas, it is solely due to my own inadequate strength that many human cultivators who dared to venture into that perilous region fell victim to the beasts, mercilessly devoured, meeting their demise at the jaws of these savage creatures. Listening to Qin Fei's account, Wang Bin harbored a flicker of doubt regarding the authenticity of his words. Yet in this pressing circumstance, he found himself bereft of the energy to scrutinize further. As long as Qin Fei was oblivious to Yin Cheng's whereabouts, that was the most crucial matter at hand. Consequently, he turned his attention to another foundational cultivator nearby. Lord Qingmu, I am Li Lei, an inner disciple of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. I had merely intended to rest briefly in your Baiyun city to alleviate my weary spirit. Yet who could have foreseen such a terrifying turn of events? Truly, I am beset by the most wretched misfortune. Li Lei, with a visage marked by helplessness and bitterness, introduced himself before casting a worried gaze towards the group of Foundation establishment beasts lurking several miles away, his eyes brimming with anxiety and trepidation. At this moment, Wang Bin was equally troubled, his mind a whirlwind, wholly absorbed by the pressing circumstances. He furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes unblinkingly fixed on the monstrous tide of beasts surrounding the city, resembling surging waves. A rough estimation indicated their numbers reached at least tens of thousands. Fortunately, despite their overwhelming presence, the distance from the formation provided a buffer, and most were unable to truly breach the walls and enter the city. Otherwise, the seemingly robust formation of Baiyun City would have crumbled under such a relentless assault, reduced to rubble in an instant. Yet, upon closer inspection of the dire situation, it became apparent that the formation could barely withstand the onslaught for much longer. Wang Bin nodded gently to Qin Jun and Huang Yukai, signaling them to recount the details of how the beasts had surrounded the city. Once the two had meticulously narrated the sequence of events, he slowly turned to them, a grave expression adorning his face, and inquired, "Brother Chun, given the current circumstances, how much longer can our formation hold?" "At most, it can endure for half a day before it falters," came the response. "Should those Foundation establishment beasts suddenly unite and launch a relentless assault, it would be but a matter of an hour before they dismantle the formation completely. However, these beasts are not foolish or reckless. They command these lower-tier beasts and wild animals, intent on gradually exhausting our strength while simultaneously depleting the spiritual energy of the many cultivators within the city. Once we are all thoroughly fatigued and unable to fight back, that will be the opportune moment for them to deliver their final, devastating blow. This treacherous tactic has been employed by these beasts in every previous wave of attacks. After all, the ones that fall are merely mindless, lowly creatures, insignificant to them, akin to ants. Although we, as Foundation establishment cultivators, are considered powerful by ordinary standards, against such a staggering number of lowly beasts, even if we wield our flying swords until they are worn, it would be nearly impossible to eradicate them entirely. Logically, upon activating the Great Formation, the forces in Shihai City should have sensed the urgent situation of our encirclement by the beasts. Sadly, the distance between us is too great. Even if they were to dispatch reinforcements immediately, it would still take at least a day for them to arrive. Thus, during this period, we ought to refrain from harboring excessive expectations regarding the support from Shihai City. Even if a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core or nascent soul stage could hastily arrive to our aid, according to the long-standing unwritten rules tacitly acknowledged by the senior officials of both sides, they would be reluctant to intervene against these lower-tier demonic beasts. Chun Fei's words were imbued with a sense of worry and helplessness. Although he was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and the most powerful entity within Baiyun City, theoretically, his chances of escaping alone should be the highest. However, he was acutely aware that he had become the primary target of the demonic horde. The instigator of this beast tide, the azure flame bird among the demonic creatures, would undoubtedly fixate on him and would not easily relent. Furthermore, Yin Xingmu and Lu Shui had yet to return. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely they had encountered misfortune and met with untimely demise. The thought of this made his head spin, as he was at a loss on how to report this dire situation to his master. Upon hearing Chun Fei's detailed yet despairing analysis, Wang Bin felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart, chilling him to the core. A wave of profound regret surged within him, lamenting his earlier recklessness in brazenly entering the city without a second thought. Now, it seemed that while entering had been effortless, exiting would prove to be a Herculean task. What should he do now? The images of his four companions, all merely early-stage chi refinement cultivators, flashed through his mind. Once this formation was breached, their feeble strength would render them doomed. Had he foreseen this perilous predicament, he would have never set foot in the city, nor would he have carelessly left behind that invaluable invisibility cloak. That was a rare artifact for survival. He could only blame his own timidity and foolishness that led to such a reckless decision in a moment of panic. Now that the situation had escalated to this point, what was he to do? His gaze returned to the densely packed, seemingly endless array of demonic beasts below, as he contemplated that even if these creatures stood still, allowing him to slay them at will, it would still take him 10 days to half a month, and that was under the most favorable conditions where his spiritual energy remained abundant. Alas, everyone was currently engulfed in confusion and uncertainty, and Wang Bin was particularly filled with remorse and self-reproach. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Wang Bin's mind as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Chun, what do you think about using poison? Is there a toxin that is extremely potent and can spread rapidly once introduced? In this manner, Would it not be possible to eliminate all these mindless, beastly creatures with poison? Upon hearing Wang Bin's suggestion, Chun Fei and Li Lei's eyes initially brightened, as if they had glimpsed a ray of hope in the darkness. However, merely moments later, they appeared deflated, gazing at Wang Bin with expressions of resignation. Chun Fei gently shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Junior brother Qingmu, while your idea seems commendable at first glance, it lacks practicality. You are aware that I am not a skilled alchemist, and my knowledge of poisons is quite limited. Moreover, where in this world could one find such a miraculous and potent toxin capable of spreading like a plague? Even if such a poison did exist, given our status and position, it is unlikely that we could access it with ease." Wang Bin, upon Chun Fei's reminder, quickly recognized the naivety of his proposal. Feeling as if he were a defeated rooster, his spirit instantly diminished. After all, this is the realm of cultivation, not the mundane world. The beastly creatures here possess tough hides and resilient bodies, their defenses and resistance far exceeding that of ordinary mortals. To expect them to easily succumb to illness is nothing short of a fanciful dream. But wait, who says we must resort to poison to deal with these mindless beasts? Upon closer observation, I noticed that they are merely driven by the foundational beasts behind them, causing them to swarm the city like headless flies. In daily circumstances, without the urging of those foundational beasts, they would lack the audacity to invade Baiyun City, likely having been captured by the cultivators within for various refining materials long ago. Since they have not awakened their intelligence, in a sense, they are rather easy to manage. Chapter 47. The Poisonous Scheme. When Wang Bin confidently proclaimed he had a method to handle the multitude of low-level beasts surrounding the city, Chun Fei and Li Lei, despite harboring deep-seated skepticism, could not help but direct their gazes toward him, their eyes subtly infused with anticipation, eager to discern the clever stratagem he had devised. Wang Bin's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he said, We still rely on poison. Do not regard me with such looks. Once I finish explaining, you shall comprehend the rationale. In truth, a substance like the Hahuan powder, an aphrodisiac, would suffice. Such concoctions do not inflict tangible harm upon the beasts, thus evading their suspicion, and they typically require no antidote. Yet, they can induce the beasts to gradually lose their rationality. At that point, those creatures will be preoccupied with one another, leaving them with no leisure to assault our formation. What do you think, haha? Chun Fei and Li Lei exchanged glances, contemplating for a moment before agreeing that this plan was worth a try, as they had exhausted all other options. Wang Bin, noticing their silent impasse, became somewhat anxious and urged, "What are you staring at me for? Who among you carries these items? Hurry and produce them." Chun Fei and Li Lei's expressions darkened as they looked at Wang Bin in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, Li Lei slowly retrieved a jade box from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Bin, explaining, "Please do not misunderstand. This is an inner core I fortuitously obtained while slaying a foundational stage serpent demon. This inner core possesses an extraordinarily potent aphrodisiac effect, which even foundational stage cultivators find hard to resist once afflicted. However, relying solely on this one core may prove insufficient." "Not to worry," Wang Bin replied confidently. "There are still thousands within Baiyun City. Surely some will be hoarding such items. We shall immediately dispatch individuals into the city to gather them. After grinding this serpent demon's inner core into powder and combining it with other herbs, we should have no trouble dealing with the lower-tier beasts outside the city. Qinjun, Yukai, you have a single incense stick's worth of time to swiftly gather all related medicines from the city. Should anyone dare to hoard, they shall be dealt with mercilessly. At this critical juncture of life and death, I trust no one will act unreasonably." He added, "Of course, we will not take their possessions for free. Once we have repelled the beasts, they may claim several demon corpses outside the city as compensation. Now go." Upon hearing this, Chun Jun and Huang Yukai immediately halted their incantations, swiftly turning to descend the city wall and execute their orders. Mere moments later, those stationed atop the walls heard a cacophony of buzzing discussions rising from within the city. Wang Bin understood that descent was inevitable, but had no time to spare for it. He summoned his inner spiritual energy, instantly manifesting a powerful aura characteristic of a mid-foundational stage cultivator, which spread through the city like a tangible pressure. Chun Fei and Li Lei followed suit, releasing their own formidable presences. After all, in this life-or-death scenario, there was no time for lengthy explanations. In their eyes, anyone daring to obstruct the collection of medicines at this critical moment was nothing short of a traitor, deserving of their fate. As expected, the overwhelming auras of the three foundational cultivators silenced the discussions in the city, leaving it eerily quiet. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Chun Jun and Huang Yukai hurriedly returned. "Sir, we have managed to collect over 100 jade vials. The majority contain aphrodisiac potions effective only for qi refining stage cultivators, with a small portion suitable for mere mortals, and only one vial is potent enough to affect foundational stage beasts. Chen Jun respectfully placed all the collected items into a storage bag and handed it to Wang Bin. Upon receiving the bag, Wang Bin casually glanced inside before decisively commanding, "Find a cultivator skilled in alchemy to blend all the aphrodisiac potions together, and grind the core of the foundational serpent demon into powder to mix in as well. Then, divide the concoction into 20 jade vials. I will soon exit the formation to negotiate with those beasts, diverting their attention. Select 20 individuals to disperse and quietly pour the aphrodisiacs outside the city, utilizing spiritual energy to carry the scent on the wind, allowing it to subtly waft into the throngs of beasts beyond. Do you foresee any issues with my plan? This matter concerns the survival of all present. If anyone harbors differing opinions, feel free to voice them. I shall handle the potions myself. Though I am merely a novice alchemist with limited capacity to concoct high-quality pills, managing these aphrodisiacs is well within my capabilities, and I can do so swiftly. Just provide me with a tranquil space." Li Lei observed Wang Bin's grave demeanor and felt the weight of the life-and-death situation. Initially, he had contemplated escaping at the first sign of the formation's collapse, prioritizing his own survival. However, now that Wang Bin had proposed a seemingly viable plan, why not give it a try? If they could eliminate the horde of low-level beasts outside, the 20 foundational beasts, unaware of the formation's intricacies, would likely suffer significant casualties attempting to breach the city's defenses under the watchful eyes of the 3 foundational cultivators. Li Lei hastened to the foundational training room, returning in less than half a joss-stick's time. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, 20 jade vials materialized, floating steadily before him. "I have successfully mixed all the aphrodisiac potions and personally tested their efficacy. For foundational cultivators, they will have some effect, though it can be resisted with sheer willpower. However, this is only true for human cultivators. Beasts will be significantly more affected. For low-level beasts, the mere scent of the potion will cause them to quickly lose their rationality. When deploying the potion, simply pour it out, envelop it in spiritual energy, and heat it to create a mist. Then, gently blow it towards the beast horde using wind. However, take utmost care. The potions must be kept isolated from contact, as any skin exposure will result in poisoning. Do not apply direct fire, as that will cause the potions to lose their effectiveness." After listening, Wang Bin hesitated briefly before ultimately retrieving 2 vials, turning to Chen Jun and Huang Yukai, and solemnly instructing, "You all heard Li's words clearly. Immediately arrange personnel to disperse along the city walls, ensuring that as many beasts as possible are affected. I will soon venture forth to draw the attention of those monstrous beasts. You must seize the opportunity with utmost precision. Communicate to all participants in this endeavor that this battle is not fought for my sake, but for the preservation of their own lives. Should anyone dare to err during the execution, we shall show no mercy. Of course, if we achieve a successful outcome, rewards will be duly bestowed afterward. Make haste in your arrangements. I grant you the time of a single incense stick to prepare. Do not let me down." Chapter 48. Delaying time above the city of White Cloud. The atmosphere was so tense it felt almost tangible, suffocating in its weight. Before the allotted time of an incense stick could pass, the inhabitants of the city had completed all necessary preparations for battle, each face etched with gravity and a resolute determination that mirrored a willingness to face death. Wang Bin stood tall as a pine tree, his profound gaze shimmering with calmness and wisdom. After solemnly conveying a few critical points to those around him, he decisively mounted his flying sword, which, under the infusion of spiritual energy, erupted into a dazzling brilliance, propelling him with astonishing speed through the protective array surrounding the city. As soon as he broke free from the array's sanctuary, a flurry of sharp, lightning-like attacks, accompanied by a fierce, howling wind, surged towards Wang Bin like a tempest, crashing violently against his shield. The shield remained steadfast, effortlessly neutralizing all assaults without so much as a ripple, leaving only a faint wave of energy dissipating quietly into the air. Wang Bin narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of cold resolve evident within them, as his hands swiftly and precisely formed seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. In an instant, several wooden spikes, akin to awakened lethal spirits, rapidly coalesced in the air. Sharp enough to rend the very fabric of the air, these wooden spikes shot forth like arrows released from a bow, piercing mercilessly into the bodies of the low-tier beasts that had launched the attacks. The creatures were unable to utter even a single cry of despair before collapsing lifelessly, akin to marionettes with severed strings, with only wisps of faint blood mist slowly dispersing in the air. However, this was merely a prelude to the brutal battle that was to unfold. More beasts surged forth, incensed as if by a raging tide, like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. Rushing madly towards Wang Bin, they clawed and gnashed, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors and diverse attributes from their mouths. Observing this, Wang Bin inhaled deeply, feeling his internal spiritual energy surge like the relentless flow of the mighty Yellow River and Yangtze River, beginning to churn with overwhelming force. He abruptly unleashed the formidable aura characteristic of a foundational-level cultivator, which radiated from him like a tidal wave, sweeping over the surroundings. Under the oppressive weight of this aura, the previously frenzied low-tier beasts were instantaneously rendered immobile, their fierce countenance replaced by a glimmer of deep-seated fear. Wang Bin steadied himself, concentrating his mental energy, sending forth a clear message to the group of foundation-building beasts across from him, akin to ripples on water, esteemed friends of the beast clan. I am the Lord of Baiyan City. What prompts your unfounded and ferocious assault on our human settlement? If there exists among you a decision-maker, I invite you to engage in discourse with me. Should we reach a consensus, it would indeed be a cause for mutual celebration. If our negotiations falter, we may resume combat at a later time. This mental wave, akin to an invisible bird in flight, accurately conveyed his thoughts into the minds of the beasts. As anticipated, following a brief silence that felt as fleeting as a heartbeat, the air was rent by thunderous roars, and all the attacking beasts halted their actions as if commanded, plunging the battlefield into an instant hush. Observing this, Wang Bin slowly raised his hand and waved gently in the direction of the city, signaling the inhabitants to cease their assault. At that moment, the sound of wings beating pierced the sky, resonating like thunder and causing one's eardrums to throb. Leading the charge were the majestic Qingyan bird and the agile Fox 7. With each powerful flap of the Qingyan bird's enormous azure wings, gusts of wind surged forth, dispersing the surrounding clouds. Fox 7, lithe and graceful, sported a glint of cunning in its eyes, its tail swaying behind like a lively whip. Following closely were a dozen foundation-building beasts, all exuding formidable auras, their gazes filled with ferocity and determination. In the blink of an eye, they approached within 100 meters of Wang Bin, hovering in the air, their overwhelming presence akin to an invisible mountain pressing heavily upon his chest. The Qingyan bird's substantial form shimmered under the sunlight, radiating an alluring yet perilous azure glow, its eyes burning like the fires of hell. Fixated on Wang Bin as it spoke first, "Human, you are the master of this city? Your kind has intrusively trespassed upon our territory, nearly bringing my wife to her demise. Fortunately, I arrived in time to rescue her from the brink of death. The human who harmed her is now sheltered within these walls. Surrender him to me and compensate us with some of your precious elixirs, and this matter shall be settled. Otherwise, prepare for dire consequences." Its voice was rife with fury and menace, the final two cries striking like arrows to the heart, causing Wang Bin's expression to shift slightly. Listening to the hostility in the Qingyan bird's words, Wang Bin couldn't help but scrutinize the imposing azure creature. His brow furrowed slightly, a wave of intense unease washing over him, as if an unseen hand had gripped his heart tightly. Why did this azure bird seem so familiar? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could the lady in question be the azure bird residing within his storage pouch? Perhaps Chun Fei and his companions had merely inflicted heavy wounds upon it during their expedition, failing to completely vanquish it, which consequently summoned such a formidable horde of beasts to besiege the city. The notion sent a wave of panic coursing through Wang Bin's heart. Having slain the azure flame bird within his pouch, he feared that the other might detect even the faintest trace of his action, leading to catastrophic repercussions. It could potentially ignite a far more brutal conflict, and he could find himself relentlessly pursued. Meanwhile, within the confines of Baiyan City, the crowd reacted to the azure flame bird's demands with a spectrum of emotions. Those who had suffered at the hands of the beasts wore expressions of rage and frustration. A woman's eyes were swollen with tears, reminiscent of a dam about to burst. Her husband and child had recently fallen victim to the merciless predation of the beasts outside the city, leaving her to navigate the world in solitary despair. Her heart pierced by an anguish akin to 1,000 needles. Some cultivators clenched their fists, their knuckles turning white with the effort, as if they could crush the very air around them. Having lost their partners in a beastly assault, they were consumed by a hatred so fierce it could incinerate the entire world, if not for their own meager strength, which rendered them powerless against the monsters beyond the walls. They might have recklessly charged out to confront the beasts. Nonetheless, a faction among them quietly endorsed the azure flame bird's proposal, musing that if the ferocious beasts could be driven away, even at the cost of Chun Fei's life, it would be a worthy sacrifice. To them, Chun Fei's demise could secure the lives of the entire city, thereby elevating him to the status of a hero. Yet, these thoughts remained buried deep within, as they were acutely aware of the consequences of offending Chun Fei, a foundational cultivator standing atop the city walls. Chapter 49. The Boundless Heavens and the Borrowed Laws of Nature. Wang Bin observed the myriad expressions of the crowd within the city, silently sighing to himself. He feigned a frown, pretending to be lost in profound contemplation, all the while stalling for time. At that moment, Chun Fei, anxiously communicating through the formation. Urged Wang Bin, junior brother Qingmu, do not trust the words of the beasts. You must understand, those not of our kin will harbor treachery in their hearts. They are cunning and unpredictable. Their current demands surely conceal a sinister plot. Wang Bin comprehended Chen Fei's concerns and nodded slightly. Then addressed the azure flame bird, esteemed friend of the beast clan. Your lady is merely injured at present, and we humans have 2 fellow disciples who remain unaccounted for. Furthermore, this conflict has already resulted in numerous human casualties. I believe that both parties have suffered losses. Thus, let us offer you some healing elixirs as compensation, and consider this matter settled. As you can see, if we continue to fight, both sides will incur heavy casualties, leading us to a desperate struggle, which would yield no favorable outcome for any of us. Upon hearing Wang Bin's words, the fury in the eyes of the azure flame bird softened slightly. It tilted its head, seemingly contemplating Wang Bin's proposal. It glanced at the devastated battlefield outside the city, where thousands of human corpses lay scattered, exuding a pungent scent of blood that permeated the air. Witnessing this scene, the azure flame bird felt its anger dissipate significantly. It thought that if these humans compensated with some healing elixirs, it could take them back to care for its lady, potentially allowing her wounds to heal. Deep down, it regarded itself as a benevolent azure flame bird, reluctant to instigate further conflict. Moreover, during its time in the heart of the Beast Mountain Range, it had garnered a measure of respect from humans, who had imparted valuable knowledge about cultivation and survival, fostering a unique sentiment towards them. However, just as the azure flame bird was about to acquiesce to Wang Bin's proposal, Fox 7 suddenly stepped forward, vehemently interjecting, "No, my avian brother. Do not be deceived by the sweet words of these humans. I know them all too well. They have come specifically to the Beast Mountain Range to hunt you. The azure flame bird. Consider this. Your bloodline is extraordinarily precious, and certain parts of your being may hold immense value for their alchemical or crafting pursuits. Though they have failed this time, they will not simply relent, they will return. Additionally, we have slain their kind and consumed many humans. They will undoubtedly seek vengeance. They are merely stalling for time, a despicable tactic that is characteristic of their kind." Fox 7's fervent opposition stemmed from its awareness that the azure flame bird hailed from a lineage far more noble than its own, possessing a naivete that made it susceptible to deceit. Furthermore, Fox 7's mother had been ruthlessly slain by human cultivators, who sought her heart for alchemical purposes. Consequently, Fox 7 harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humans, yearning to devour all present in a single gulp. Upon hearing Fox 7's words, the azure flame bird seemed to awaken from a dream, suddenly realizing that it had nearly fallen into the human's trap, igniting a surge of anger within. It let out 2 sharp cries towards the sky, akin to the clarion call of battle, once again issuing the command to resume the assault. In this critical moment, Chen Fei's voice once again echoed in Wang Bin's mind. "Junior brother Qingmu, we need to delay a bit longer. We will be ready shortly." Gritting his teeth, Wang Bin steeled himself, channeling all his spiritual energy, and shouted with all his might, "Stop!" This thunderous exclamation reverberated through the sky, startling not only the people within the city, but also momentarily halting the advancing beasts across from him. Wang Bin continued, "Dear friends of the demon race, I advise you to reconsider your actions. I am the Lord of Baiyun City. Do not compel me to resort to my final measures. I possess a self-destructive secret technique. Should I unleash it, although I would bear a tremendous cost, at least half of you foundation-building beasts would perish. In such a scenario, we would all face mutual destruction. What purpose would that serve? Attack with full force. Devour all humans," commanded the Qingyan bird and the Chi fox almost in unison. As their orders were issued, the already restless beasts outside the city surged forward like a barrel of gunpowder ignited, charging toward Baiyun City with terrifying roars. Seeing this, Wang Bin swiftly channeled his internal energy, gathering it within his chest, and unleashed another earth-shattering shout. This cry, imbued with some mysterious power, successfully captured the attention of all the beasts present, compelling them to halt their assault and turn their gaze towards him. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Bin quickly retrieved a shield talisman from his storage bag. Gripping it tightly with both hands, he feigned a solemn demeanor and proclaimed loudly, "Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe grants its laws, protect my true form. Divine spirits descend, auspiciousness abounds, banish all evil. With hearts aligned towards the light, our will is as firm as rock. We march forward unafraid. Brave the world, vanquish demons, our mission is at hand. Righteous aura, everlasting in this realm, may glory be eternally conveyed." As his voice grew louder and more impassioned, his aura surged like a rocket ascending into the sky. The Qingyan bird and Chi fox, witnessing Wang Bin's display, felt an inexplicable twinge of fear within their hearts. They hesitated for a moment, ultimately lacking the courage to attack, and instead retreated a few steps. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated the beasts, Wang Bin felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a tinge of joy. He glanced up at the sun in the sky and realized that the time for delay was nearly over. No longer masking his intentions, he bellowed fiercely, "Go." With that, he swiftly drew 2 meticulously crafted bottles of aphrodisiac from his robe, enveloping them tightly with his spiritual energy. Like throwing concealed weapons, he hurled them forcefully toward the beasts before him. As he hurled the cooking potion, his right hand swiftly drew forth the formation flags, dancing them before him, casting intricate incantations to manipulate the protective array of Baiyun City. Thereafter, like a bolt of lightning, he plunged into the array, safely returning to the city. The inhabitants, witnessing their lord's safe return, erupted in joyous cheers, while the beasts outside, after a brief moment of astonishment, plunged back into disarray and turmoil, as a new crisis seemed to be quietly brewing. Chapter 50. Inflicting pain on 10 fingers is not as effective as severing one. The stark contrast presented by Wang Bin's series of actions enveloped the surrounding beasts and the cultivators within Baiyun City in a thick fog of bewilderment and confusion. They appeared utterly lost, as if ensnared in a chaotic, misty forest, entirely at a loss. It was not until the 2 porcelain vials he forcefully cast streaked towards the Qingyan bird like meteors that the creature, driven by instinct, instinctively flapped its enormous, powerful wings. In an instant, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering, the vials disintegrated into countless fragments, releasing a faint reddish, ethereal gas that danced in the air like a whimsical spirit, before gradually dissipating into the boundless sky like a fleeting dream. The Qingyan bird, momentarily taken aback, sensed no trace of danger upon careful observation, thus maintaining its furious and regal demeanor. Meanwhile, the beasts seemed to be under a spell of paralysis, lingering in stunned silence until they finally awakened from their stupor, realizing they had been played. The Qingyan bird, now seething with rage, emitted a piercing cry that sliced through the heavens, brimming with boundless fury and frustration. It swiftly issued a solemn and resolute command to the surrounding beasts. All beasts, attack. Today, we shall devour every last human in this city, leaving none behind. Even the foundational beasts must not stand idly by. Quickly join me in assaulting the array. The detestable humans shall pay a grievous price for their cunning. Roars and howls from various beasts intertwined, creating a deafening cacophony. All the creatures seemed ignited by the flames of battle, each brimming with ferocity, and the scene was reminiscent of a surging tsunami, overwhelming and fearsome. As the foundational beasts joined the fray against the protective array, the tension escalated further. The protective shield of the city's array visibly dented under the relentless assault of the foundational beasts, resembling a massive balloon being incessantly compressed. However, thanks to the array's formidable self-repairing capabilities, it swiftly returned to its original state. The human cultivators within the city, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with trepidation, each heart seemingly gripped tightly by an invisible hand. They were deeply concerned that the formation might suddenly falter at any moment, shattering like fragile glass. If that were to occur, their lives would be extinguished like a candle flickering in the wind. Within the formation, Chen Fei, Li Lei, and Wang Bin dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. They focused intently on mounting a fierce counterattack against the onslaught of foundation-building beasts outside. Particularly, Chen Fei understood the formidable nature of the azure flame bird. Once this creature unleashed a desperate assault, the azure flames it spewed forth would surge like the raging fires of hell, posing an immense threat to the formation. Brotherly, why has the aphrodisiac you prepared not yet taken effect? Could it be utterly ineffective? Wang Bin, while striving to fend off the relentless tide of beasts, divided his attention to closely observe their every move. He noted that the foundation-building beasts across from them were attacking with increasing fervor, showing no signs of fear, which intensified the pressure on the formation. At that moment, the lower-level cultivators below had begun to anxiously channel spiritual energy into the formation, attempting to bolster the faltering defenses. Upon hearing Wang Bin's inquiry, Li Delay furrowed his brow slightly. However, as he extended his consciousness elsewhere, his expression instantly relaxed, followed by hearty laughter. Ha ha. Junior brother Qingmu, do not fret too much. After all, this is an aphrodisiac, and it requires some time to take effect. Just look at those beasts and lower-level monsters below. Many have already entered a state of arousal and ceased their attacks on the formation. However, the foundation-building beasts are rather strong, and our supply of aphrodisiac is quite limited, rendering its effects on them rather minimal. Everyone should brace themselves mentally. Of course, without the assistance of those tens of thousands of lower-level beasts, it would be exceedingly difficult for just the 20-odd foundation-building beasts, who understand nothing about the formation, to breach the defenses of Baiyun City. Moreover, we are not to be underestimated, so there is no need for excessive worry. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin and Chun Fei immediately activated their consciousness to meticulously scan the other areas outside the city for beasts. They observed that those animals, such as the majestic lions, ferocious tigers, and robust wild boars, had indeed taken on a frenzied demeanor. They were restlessly agitated within the herd, with some even engaging in mating behaviors. Several lower-level beasts had ceased their attacks on the formation, emitting various strange roars while restless and aimlessly wandering, akin to ships lost at sea. It seemed that before long, these lower-level beasts would completely lose their rationality. After all, they were inherently devoid of intelligence, largely driven by instinct in their actions. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bin and Chun Fei felt a quiet sense of relief. They understood that the crisis had been alleviated significantly. As long as they could wait a moment longer for the poisoned foundation-building beasts to succumb to their condition, this terrifying beast tide would be effectively resolved. At that moment, Li Lei's mind sparked with a bold suggestion. My friends, why not join forces and launch a surprise attack to eliminate a few early-stage foundation-building beasts? This strategy would not only diminish their strength and undermine their confidence, but also serve as a deterrent. Moreover, if we handle their bodies properly, we could exchange them for a substantial amount of spirit stones. Wang Bin pondered for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, as the saying goes, it is better to sever a single finger than to injure all 10. I propose we target the wolf demon, situated 50 zhang to my left, as our first objective. I have observed it for quite some time. It has been relentlessly attacking the formation, believing itself invulnerable due to its tough hide. Such arrogance is utterly foolish. Very well. In 10 breaths, I will unleash a burst talisman to repel the nearby beasts. At that moment, we shall all strike the wolf demon with full force, ensuring a decisive kill to serve as a warning for the others. Chun Fei swiftly put forth his battle plan. At this moment, a heavy weight had lifted from his heart. With his safety assured, his thoughts became invigorated. In his mind, the true target he desired to challenge was the azure flame bird. If he could capture that bird, all his past transgressions would be forgiven, and his golden elixir opportunity would finally arrive. As the 10 breaths swiftly passed, akin to a fleeting shadow, Chun Fei resolutely hurled a burst talisman in the direction of the azure flame birds. He then immediately summoned his flying sword, executing a powerful technique known as the blazing inferno, which surged forward like a blazing pillar of fire, targeting the wolf demon with ferocity. Wang Bin, not to be outdone, commanded his sword with the swiftness of lightning, piercing toward the wolf demon, while simultaneously initiating his pre-prepared vine-binding technique. Thick, vibrant vines erupted from the ground like agile dragons, swiftly ensnaring the wolf demon's legs in a vice-like grip. Though the vine-binding technique could only restrain the wolf demon for a mere 2 breaths, in a life-or-death scenario, even a single breath was invaluable. Li Lei, equally resolute, directed his sword technique, unleashing a sharp sword aura that glittered like starlight, aimed directly at the wolf demon's neck. In an instant, the wolf demon's fur bristled, instinctively sensing the imminent threat to its life. Just as it attempted to escape with its remarkable speed, its legs became ensnared by the resilient roots, rendering it immobile. In a desperate struggle to break free, a blinding light flashed before the wolf demon's eyes, and it felt a sudden darkness enveloping it. The once thunderous howl that echoed through the air abruptly ceased, cut short in its prime. Having endured 3 consecutive lethal strikes from the foundation-building cultivators, particularly the surprise attack from Chun Fei, a late-stage foundation-building cultivator unleashing the full force of the blazing inferno, the wolf demon's body lay in tatters, grotesquely mutilated, irrevocably dead. In that fleeting moment, the battlefield seemed to be momentarily paused, engulfed in a profound silence. However, the battle soon surged forth like a tumultuous tide. The 20-odd foundation-building beasts outside the formation momentarily hesitated, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes, before swiftly retreating 100 feet. Some of the beasts, previously emboldened by their brute strength, now dared not recklessly strike the formation with their claws. Instead, they cautiously unleashed their ranged attacks from what they deemed a safe distance. A few beasts, lacking proficiency in spells, could only watch helplessly from afar, their bodies trembling slightly, too fearful to approach even a step closer, lest they share the same grim fate as the wolf demon. Cunning humans, if you possess such prowess, why not emerge from your formation and engage us openly? Seeing the situation take a dire turn, the red fox, filled with urgency, quickly raised its voice to rally the troops, attempting to inspire morale. It understood the nature of these foundation-building beasts well. This siege was not organized by the central region of the Beast Mountain, with no formidable Golden Core Demon King overseeing it. Once danger loomed, these foundation beasts would surely scatter like birds fleeing from a storm. Although the Qingyan bird boasted a noble lineage, it was still merely at the foundation stage. Should a great peril arise, it would likely struggle to maintain order amidst the chaos. Fox 7, observing the other Foundation beasts still cowering and hesitant to advance, merely casting ineffective spells from a distance, felt a surge of anger. It glared at the pig demons and tiger demons, seething internally. You brutes, were you not once so imposing? Why do you now resemble cowards? Can you even wield spells? Shouldn't your primary combat prowess stem from your sharp claws and sheer brute force? Hiding away and feigning to throw a few stones from afar. Does that even qualify as earth-based magic? What a disgrace. Chapter 51. The defeated escape of the Qingyan bird. The red fox, witnessing the chaotic battlefield, rapidly clarified the current situation in its mind. Realizing it must take decisive action to turn the unfavorable tide, its gaze inadvertently swept across the enraged and irrational Qingyan bird, and it sighed internally. Recognizing that for the beast tide to achieve a breakthrough, it would indeed depend on its own efforts to reverse the dire circumstances. Thus, the red fox raised its head and let out a resonant and prolonged roar towards the sky. This roar resonated like the tolling of a great bell, instantly penetrating the cacophony of the battlefield, successfully capturing the attention of all the beasts. Subsequently, it employed its formidable mental power, radiating an invisible wave that disseminated its strategic deployment. I have already thoroughly investigated that within Baiyun City, the total number of Foundation stage cultivators does not exceed 5. This includes the late-stage Foundation cultivator whom we pursued into the city. In contrast, we possess more than 20 Foundation-building demon kin. With such a disparity in numbers, we hold an absolute advantage. Now, everyone forms pairs, supporting one another, strategically dispersing around the city. They simultaneously launch assaults on the formation from various directions. If we unite our efforts and devote ourselves wholeheartedly, within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, we shall undoubtedly breach this formation. At that moment, the abundant cultivation resources within the city will become ours to claim. The presence of numerous cultivators within the city means that devouring their essence will greatly enhance our own cultivation. Moreover, the equipment and elixirs possessed by humanity are nothing short of precious treasures. Upon hearing the suggestion from the red fox, the other Foundation-building beasts nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in its words. After all, though they have entered the Foundation-building stage and attained a certain level of intelligence, their cognitive abilities remain inferior to those of humans, leading to simpler and more direct thought processes. Fox 7 felt a sense of satisfaction with this proposal, a hint of pride unconsciously manifesting on its face. However, at that moment, its peripheral vision caught sight of another fox not far from it. This fox, with its vibrant fur and sparkling eyes, suddenly appeared remarkably striking to Fox 7. An unusual sentiment surged within Fox 7, and involuntarily, many thoughts crossed its mind, contemplating the need to lavish attention upon this fox once the beast tide concluded. Wait, no? Fox 7 abruptly shook its head vigorously, attempting to regain clarity. It focused intently on the first-tier fox beast once more, yet it still felt an inexplicable allure emanating from it, as if the fox possessed an ineffable charm. As Fox 7's gaze shifted to the surroundings, it was then that it realized nearly all the first-tier beasts were in a state of heat. At this point, very few beasts continued to assault the formation of Baiyun City. Some had even begun mating right there, creating a scene of utter chaos that left onlookers astounded. This is bad. Fox 7 quickly grasped the situation, inwardly cursing. Those despicable humans have resorted to such vile tactics to poison us. Furthermore, it seems I am not exempt from this fate. I must have fallen victim to some sort of aphrodisiac. However, due to my superior strength, the effects of this poison are not yet overtly apparent. But the lower-tier beasts are suffering greatly, completely incapacitated by the toxin. What a wretched predicament. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Fox 7 swiftly concluded, this beast tide is doomed to fail. The wisest course of action now is to retreat immediately. The hope of breaching the formation is utterly futile, and remaining here poses too great a risk. After all, everyone is afflicted by the poison. As time slowly passes, these foundational demon beasts may succumb to the toxins within their bodies, losing their sanity and engaging in mating rituals right where they stand. In such a scenario, I would undoubtedly become a trophy for the humans in the city, fashioned into a fur coat, reduced to a mere plaything for mankind. The thought alone caused Fox 7 to curse the humans in the city once more in her heart. Immediately after, Fox 7 let out a sharp and urgent howl, filled with warnings and a sense of urgency. The azure flame bird, initially consumed by anger, glanced down at the howling fox with dissatisfaction, pondering what scheme she might be concocting. Azure flame bird, we are all poisoned. Just look around at the lower-tier demon beasts. They are already deeply afflicted. We have likely not escaped the fate of poisoning ourselves. Perhaps it is merely our formidable strength that has kept it at bay for the time being. We must call for a retreat, or we shall meet our demise here. Fox 7 urgently conveyed this critical message to the azure flame bird. Upon hearing this, The azure flame bird was taken aback and hastily shifted its gaze to the throng of demon beasts below. It quickly observed that nearly all the lower-tier beasts and wild animals were in a frenzied state of heat. Some had even begun to engage in mating behaviors, creating a scene far too chaotic to bear. It immediately unleashed its entire aura, calling out sharply to the beasts below in an attempt to rouse their lost reason. As expected, under the immense pressure of its presence, a portion of the demon beasts regained a slight semblance of awareness. Yet, upon realizing the unusual circumstances they were ensnared in, they appeared bewildered and unsure of how to proceed. However, the vast majority of the beasts, after a brief moment of clarity, were swiftly overwhelmed again by the surging desires within them, losing themselves once more in an endless frenzy. Witnessing this dire situation, the azure flame bird could no longer contain its fury. With an indignant cry, it unleashed its innate azure flames, which surged forth like a colossal dragon ablaze, charging directly toward the formation of White Cloud City. The red fox, seeing this, was struck with alarm. Fully aware of the devastating power of the azure flame bird's flames and daring not to obstruct it lightly. Inside the formation, Chun Fei felt his scalp tingle at the sight of the azure flames spewing forth from the azure flame bird. He was acutely aware of their terrifying potency. Everyone, unleash your full power to attack that azure flame bird. Its azure flames are comparable to the might of golden core spells. The formation of White Cloud City cannot withstand many more of those strikes. Forget the other demon beasts. If we slay it, we shall achieve victory. Chun Fei, initially filled with dread and apprehension, suddenly experienced a spark of inspiration in this critical moment, igniting excitement within him. He pondered secretly, could this not be a splendid opportunity? If we can successfully slay this azure flame bird, we shall accomplish a great feat among those present, apart from him. It is likely that none comprehend the true value of this azure flame bird. At best, they perceive it merely as an ordinary foundational demon beast. When the moment arrives, he can conveniently claim that he requires this azure flame bird to forge a piece of spiritual armor, thereby seizing the entire carcass of this foundational azure flame bird for himself. As for the other spoils, he is indifferent to taking less. This is, without a doubt, a flawless plan. With this thought, he cast aside any lingering hesitation, swiftly retrieving the spiritual liquid bestowed upon him by Yin Qingmu, and consumed it in a single gulp. In an instant, he felt the spiritual energy within him, once drained, surge forth like a parched spring replenished with fresh water, rapidly rejuvenating his strength. Filled with newfound confidence, he secretly strategized. As long as he could successfully withstand the ferocious assault of the azure flame bird, once it exhausts its fiery breath, it will undoubtedly be weakened. And that moment would be the optimal time to strike it down. Blazing inferno, Chun Fei bellowed, his sword technique swirling in his hands, causing the flying sword to erupt with searing flames, hurtling towards the azure flame bird like a scorching sun. At the same time, he swiftly cast a blasting talisman with his other hand. The talisman ignited midair, unleashing a formidable shockwave that surged toward the azure flame bird. Blade Chi. Li Lei was equally resolute, sweeping his longsword to unleash a fierce blade aura that sliced through the air like lightning, aimed directly at the azure flame bird. Wood Spike. Wang Bin reluctantly executed a wood spike spell, his limited repertoire of spells predominantly comprised of wood attributes, which were inherently restrained against the fire-spewing azure flame bird. In its fury, the azure flame bird, blinded by rage, disregarded its own peril and brazenly withstood all assaults. In an instant, it was drenched in its own blood, suffering grave injuries. Only then did a flicker of clarity return to its eyes as it felt the excruciating pain coursing through its body. Hastily retracting the azure flames from its beak, enduring the agonizing pain of its shattered wings, it desperately flapped its battered wings, struggling to alter its course, and ascended into the sky, unsteadily returning to the side of the red fox. By this time, several foundational demon beasts had gradually returned to the red fox's side. The azure flame bird realized it must have been poisoned, for it would not have so easily lost its rationale. Now severely injured, a tinge of fear welled up within it. Chirp, chirp, retreat. Take as many as you can. Move swiftly. The longer we delay, the greater our disadvantage. The azure flame bird weakly conveyed the order to retreat to the red fox. Upon hearing this, the red fox immediately began to roar at the other demon beasts, signaling them to summon their kin in preparation for withdrawal. The other foundational demon beasts quickly followed suit, issuing a chorus of roars to the beast horde. However, the response was minimal, with only a handful of low-level demon beasts, in a semi-conscious state, managing to return to their side. The red fox gazed upon the scene before it, letting out a resigned sigh, and urged, "Everyone, we must leave. The longer we delay, the greater the peril. We cannot carry these remaining beasts with us. Let us remember this painful lesson. Do not look back, not even to our nest for now. We must flee towards the heart of the Beast Mountain range. Once the poison within us has fully dissipated, we may consider our return. The azure flame bird offered no objections, as it was gravely injured and had nearly lost its capacity to fight. It understood that without the protection of the surrounding beasts, it would surely be pursued and slaughtered by the cultivators in the city. With a heart full of rage, it let out a few cries towards the direction of Bayun City before enduring the pain and valiantly soaring towards the Beast Mountain range. The other beasts, seeing this, followed suit, flying into the distance, leaving behind tens of thousands of lower-tier beasts that remained outside Bayun City, lost in their frenzied desires, rampantly venting their chaos. Chapter 52. Successful defense of the city. In this moment of intense tension, Chunfei suddenly realized that the beasts opposite them were fleeing in panic, filling his heart with urgency and regret, as if a fierce fire were raging within his chest. Particularly the azure flame bird, now gravely wounded and on the brink of death, appeared to Chunfei as the coveted opportunity for a golden core, a pivotal moment for a monumental leap in his cultivation journey. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, desperately suppressing the urge to chase after them, fully aware that he had no chance whatsoever. Accompanying the azure flame bird were over 20 foundational beasts, acting as ferocious guardians, their eyes glinting with menace. Even if Chunfei were to pursue alone, it would undoubtedly be a path to his demise. Even with the addition of Qingshan and Li Lei, two foundational cultivators, they would merely be like mantises trying to stop a chariot, sacrificing themselves in vain against such a formidable array of beasts. Alas, at that moment, Chunfei felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if countless needles were mercilessly piercing through it, the agony almost suffocating him. Wang Bin also witnessed the scene of the foundational beasts fleeing in terror, and the cultivators on the city wall erupted into jubilant cheers, their voices resounding in the heavens, filled with relief and joy at their survival. Some cultivators, overcome with fervor, were eager to rush out immediately, but Wang Bin decisively halted them. At that moment, Wang Bin remained exceptionally calm. He was well-versed in military strategy and understood the principle of not pursuing a defeated enemy. Moreover, these were not mere defeated foes. Should he confront them outside the formation, he feared he would struggle to contend even with a single foundational beast. He gazed gravely at the chaotic scene beyond the formation, where various types of beasts lay strewn about, a sight too tragic to behold. He resolutely forbade anyone from stepping out of the formation, fully aware that any misstep could trigger a catastrophic disaster. As time slowly passed, nearly an instant's worth, some late-stage qi refinement beasts, having expended their primal urges, gradually returned to normalcy. They seemed to sense the unusual circumstances and began to cautiously slip away. Observing this, Wang Bin silently concluded that the group of Foundation establishment beasts had indeed departed. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately summoned his inner spiritual energy to empower himself and proclaimed loudly, "Dear friends, we have emerged victorious. This is the moment for vengeance and retribution. You may venture outside the city to hunt the beasts at your leisure. However, please prioritize your safety and seek like-minded companions to form teams. All spoils of the hunt will belong to you, but once your storage pouch is full, you must refrain from taking more. The remaining beast carcasses are to be preserved for the restoration of Bayun City, serving as rewards for the valiant cultivators who distinguished themselves in this battle, as well as to support the unfortunate orphans who have lost their parents in this calamity. Should anyone dare to disobey these orders, they shall find no mercy from this city lord." Upon finishing, Wang Bin unleashed the formidable and commanding aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator before turning to Chunfei and Li Lei to inquire, "Do either of you have any objections to my command?" "Haha, none whatsoever, my friend. What more can we do to assist?" Li Lei readily agreed to Wang Bin's proposal. Although a fleeting thought of claiming all the spoils for himself had crossed his mind, he recognized it as nothing more than a foolish fantasy. Grateful for Wang Bin's cleverness and bravery, he knew that without him, he might have perished at the jaws of the beasts, with his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Chunfei remained engulfed in profound sorrow over the loss of his golden core opportunity, feeling no interest in these lower-tier beasts. Noticing the absence of dissent from the two, Wang Bin felt a sense of relief. The sheer number of these low-level beasts was staggering, numbering over 10,000, with countless wild animals. If managed properly, this would undoubtedly yield a considerable amount of spirit stones. Though he was not motivated by greed, Bayun City's recent ordeal had left it in dire need of resources for subsequent resettlement and reconstruction, which would require substantial spirit stones. With his own resources limited, he had no choice but to resort to this course of action. "Since both of you display such benevolence, I, on behalf of all the survivors of the city, extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. However, I must trouble you with one more task. I would like to request that you both maintain vigilance at 10 and 30 miles outside the city to prevent any beasts from launching a surprise attack. Otherwise, I cannot in good conscience allow so many qi refinement cultivators to venture out while I remain here to oversee the formation and ensure everyone's safety. Very well. Though Chun Fei harbored some discontent, he nonetheless nodded in agreement to Wang Bin's suggestion. After all, this method was undeniably the most prudent and secure. Otherwise, should that pack of foundation-building beasts unexpectedly return to attack, while he might manage to safeguard himself, the cultivators outside the city in the qi refining stage would undoubtedly suffer grievously, resulting in countless casualties. Li Lei also held no objections. He was acutely aware that the events transpiring here would soon reach the ears of Shihai City, and his commendable performance amidst the beast tide would surely earn him a generous reward in due course. Wang Bin gradually opened several exits of the array, allowing the qi refining cultivators to venture forth and hunt the beasts. At this moment, most of the creatures outside were in a state of defenselessness. However, this did not imply a complete absence of danger. Should a cultivator fail to breach the beast's defenses and instead provoke them into consciousness through their attacks, they could still find themselves in a perilously precarious situation. Nonetheless, Wang Bin had no time to dwell on such possibilities. If any cultivator were foolish enough to act in such a manner, they truly had no business pursuing immortality. Chen Jun and Huang Yukai shot forth like arrows released from a bow, leading the charge outside. At this juncture, these late-stage qi refining cultivators recognized that this was a splendid opportunity to collect spirit stones. Chen Jun's excitement was palpable, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he estimated that there were at least 100 late-stage qi refining beasts outside, their pelts and claws comprising materials of considerable worth. He mused to himself that if he could hunt down 10, combined with his previous savings, he would likely be able to gather enough to purchase a foundation-building pill. Initially, he had planned to painstakingly accumulate the necessary spirit stones over the course of a decade. He never anticipated that fortune would smile upon him so unexpectedly and swiftly. Indeed, great wealth often lies in perilous ventures. Huang Yukai and the other qi refining cultivators within the city shared sentiments akin to those of Chen Jun, all eagerly anticipating a chance to earn a modest fortune during this endeavor, resources from which would at least allow them to advance a step or two further along their cultivation path. Meanwhile, Wang Bin stood tall upon the city wall, fully attentive to the unfolding situation outside, vigilant against any unforeseen developments. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and the four maidens, led by Qin Wanjun, gracefully ascended to the city wall. Husband, I too wish to venture forth to hunt the beasts and avenge little Chui, while also contributing to our household, Wang Zhaojun declared fervently, her flying sword held tightly in her grasp, exuding an eagerness to plunge into the fray. Yang Yuhuan mirrored her enthusiasm, her expression brimming with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Qin Wanjun and Li Qianqian stood quietly to the side, silent observers. Who is little Chui? Wang Bin pondered, the name sounding rather unfamiliar to him. Little Chui is a maid from the city lord's manor. Today, she went outside the city with 2 guards to procure food, but unfortunately, she was devoured by beasts. Wang Zhaojun promptly provided the answer, raising her flying sword high to demonstrate her resolve. Wang Bin rolled his eyes in exasperation before turning his attention back to the situation outside the city. Do not engage in foolish antics here. Instead, remain vigilant upon the city walls. You are merely at the 2nd level of qi refinement, having learned but a handful of spells, while below, there are at least 1,000 mid to late-stage demonic beasts. A moment's carelessness could lead to your untimely demise. I lack the leisure to seek vengeance for you should anything occur. After experiencing today's harrowing beast tide, do you not grasp the perils that permeate the world of cultivation? If you continue to act so recklessly, had I not returned in time, the city of Baiyun would have fallen, and you would have become mere sustenance for the beasts below. Stay obediently on the city walls, focus on your studies, and refrain from causing chaos. I must remain alert to the entire battlefield, guarding against the sudden return of the Foundation establishment beasts. I have no time for sentimentalities. Upon hearing Wang Bin's serious tone, Wang Zhaojun wisely chose to remain silent. She had merely been swept up in the fervent atmosphere within the city for a fleeting moment. The other women, observing the grim battlefield below, fell into silence as well. Chapter 53. The arrival of reinforcements. Time flowed slowly, and the hunt outside the city persisted. As seconds ticked by, the number of slain demonic beasts continued to rise, while those injured and unconscious gradually regained consciousness. Most of the beasts, sensing their dire predicament, hastily retreated toward the Beast Mountain, fully aware that staying here would lead only to their demise. However, some beasts, lacking in survival instincts and intelligence, lost their reason upon awakening and recklessly lunged at any human they encountered. These foolish creatures were swiftly dispatched by the cultivators, becoming souls claimed by the blade. Among them was a peak qi refinement pig demon, which displayed astonishing destructive power upon awakening. 2 early-stage cultivators, driven by greed, attempted to attack this seemingly defenseless beast, only to find their strikes ineffective against its formidable defense. Their assaults merely provoked the pig demon, which, in a fit of rage, unleashed a thunderous roar before charging at the two cultivators like an arrow released from a bow. The cultivators had no time to mount a proper defense and were sent flying by the beast's overwhelming force, meeting their end instantly. This bloody and brutal scene rendered the women observing from the city walls pale and devoid of color. Wang Zhaojun trembled in fear, a wave of regret washing over her. Just moments ago, she had envisioned herself effortlessly slaying a late-stage demonic beast, only to bask in the admiration of her peers. Yet, witnessing the horrific reality before her, she truly comprehended the inherent dangers and felt grateful for heeding Wang Bin's caution to refrain from acting rashly. While a small number of late-stage beasts managed to escape, the majority fell victim to the relentless pursuit of the cultivators. Among the fleeing demonic beasts, a fortunate few encountered the vigilant Li Lei and Chun Fei stationed ahead. Faced with this unsuspecting prey, Li Lei and Chun Fei spared no mercy, effortlessly dispatching them. However, a small number of beasts, shrouded by the cloak of night, managed to escape amidst the chaos as the cultivators busied themselves with the aftermath of battle. The sheer volume of these beasts rendered it nearly impossible to capture them all. Outside the city, the air resonated with the jubilant laughter of the cultivators, each of whom had filled their storage bags to the brim with various materials from the slain beasts. Many cultivators gazed at their bulging bags with delight. Yet a twinge of regret crept in as they pondered why they hadn't opted for larger storage bags, thus having to forsake numerous precious materials. Some, harboring a flicker of hope, contemplated the cunning idea of employing additional bags to accommodate more loot. However, as they surveyed the multitude of cultivators present and noted the vigilant gaze of the city lord, Wang Bin, stationed atop the city walls, the thought of severe punishment for being discovered quelled their ambitions. Once the hunting was complete, the cultivators did not hasten away. Instead, they diligently set about disassembling the remaining beasts. With practiced efficiency, they sorted various materials and neatly piled the flesh of the beasts together. Their collective efforts continued until the sun began to rise, signaling the completion of their labor. For those in the qi refinement stage, enduring several days and nights without rest posed little challenge, and thus they felt no overwhelming fatigue. At that moment, Huang Yukai and Chen Jun hurriedly approached Wang Bin, carrying dozens of storage bags. Lord City Master, they reported, these are the spoils of our recent battle, primarily consisting of hides and materials from mid-level qi refinement beasts. We have over 50 bags in total. While we have yet to conduct a thorough inventory of their quantity and value, all the gains are accounted for here. Only a portion of the beast meat that holds significant value has been collected. The rest was left for individuals to take as they wished. Wang Bin surveyed the towering heap of storage bags before him, momentarily speechless. Though these were merely basic materials, their vast quantity surely amounted to a considerable sum of spirit stones. He recognized that most of the valuable materials from the beasts had likely been privately appropriated by the assembled cultivators. Turning to the four women, Qin Wenjun and her companions, he instructed, "You have not engaged in any tasks today. Please take these storage bags to the courtyard for organization and inventory. Should you require assistance, seek out someone knowledgeable." Then, addressing Chen Jun and Huang Yukai, he added, "Compile a list of those who distinguished themselves in defending the city, particularly those who played a significant role in deploying toxins. Ensure that their contributions are meticulously recorded." Once the inventory was completed, I journeyed to Shihai City to sell these materials for spirit stones, which would subsequently be allocated as rewards based on merit. Furthermore, the reconstruction of the outer city has been entrusted to your capable hands. Aside from reserving a street for the marketplace of Bayan City, residents are permitted to construct their own homes at will, provided they report to the city lord's office. Additionally, gather all the orphans in the city and establish an orphanage. I shall care for them until they reach the age of 16. The orphanage will be situated near the city lord's residence for enhanced safety. I leave these matters in your hands, and while I understand that you may occasionally accept benefits for your services, I trust that after our recent shared trials of life and death, you will not allow any misconduct to tarnish these affairs and provoke discontent among the populace." Upon hearing the city lord's serious tone, Chen Jun and Huang Yukai quickly replied, "We would not dare." After Wang Bin had assigned all tasks, Chun Fei and Li Lei returned to the city in succession. Li Lei was particularly elated, having reaped considerable rewards during this endeavor by successfully hunting a dozen late-stage qi refinement beasts. The materials from these beasts could be converted into several hundred medium-grade spirit stones, a substantial fortune for him. In contrast, Chun Fei appeared somewhat despondent. The elusive Qingyan bird he yearned for had escaped, and his junior brother Yin Qingmu and junior sister Lu Shui remained unaccounted for. Given the current circumstances, their prospects seemed bleak. Contemplating this, a wave of agitation surged within Chen Fei. Had the Qingyan bird been successfully captured, the situation would have been more manageable, for in the realm of cultivation, self-interest reigns supreme, and it is not uncommon for cultivators to be devoured by beasts. However, the reality was that the mission had failed, his juniors were missing, and with Yin Qingmu's father and uncle being golden core cultivators, any mishandling of this matter could lead to significant trouble for him. Glancing at the beaming Wang Bin, a thought flickered through Chun Fei's mind. Why not shift the blame entirely onto him? Yet, how could that be articulated? Moreover, Qingmu had excelled in this city defense battle, earning accolades witnessed by many, making it difficult to distort the truth. In his despair, it seemed his only recourse was to report the situation regarding the Qingyan bird honestly to his master, hoping that this revelation might elicit forgiveness for his failure. Just as Chun Fei sighed inwardly, two formidable pressures of golden core cultivation surged forth like a tidal wave, drawing ever closer. Even the ordinary citizens of Baiyun City could distinctly sense this overwhelming aura, as if two colossal mountains were bearing down upon them. It was evident that this was a deliberate display of might from the opposing side, intended to assert their presence. Wang Bin's smile vanished in an instant. He swiftly activated the city's defensive formations while gripping his shield tightly, preparing for the impending confrontation. Other cultivators also sensed the imminent danger and immediately adopted defensive postures, causing the atmosphere in Baiyun City to become tense and charged. A sudden thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and a golden light, like a bolt of lightning, sliced through the heavens. Within that radiance, two golden core cultivators rode upon clouds, rushing forth one after the other. Haha, do not be alarmed. I am Chu Wu, Vice Master of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. As his voice fell, the two figures came to a halt outside the formation. Chu Wu, the first to speak, bore the appearance of a cultured middle-aged scholar, yet his imposing physique contrasted sharply with his scholarly visage. Beside him stood a slender middle-aged man, casually resting one hand behind his back, a subtle smile adorning his face, exuding an air of nonchalance. Before Wang Bin could make a move, Chun Fei promptly seized the formation flag borrowed from Huang Yukai, activated the formation, and hurriedly approached. Disciple Chun Fei pays respects to Master and to Hall Master Chu. Observing this, Li Lei quickly followed suit, bowing to the two golden core cultivators. After a brief moment of surprise, Wang Bin, with a heart full of trepidation, stepped forward, mimicking their gestures, and said, Disciple Wang Bin of Baiyun City, stationed at Qingmu, pays respects to Hall Master Chu and this esteemed senior. Chu Wu nodded slightly, then descended from the air. Very well, let us discuss inside. We have received news that Baiyun City is facing a minor beast tide, hence our arrival for support. There is also a batch of foundation establishment and chi refining cultivators on the way. However, it appears the beast tide has already subsided. Please, elaborate on what transpired. The others in the city, upon realizing that their visitors were allies, two golden core cultivators, felt a wave of relief wash over them, and they returned to their respective tasks. Chapter 54. Chu Qingwan in the main hall of Baiyun City. Chu Wu and Yin Tianqi sat with calm demeanors, exuding an air of authority. Wang Bin, Chun Fei, and Li Lei stood respectfully across from them, awaiting Yin Tianqi's inquiries. I am Yin Tianqi. Chun Fei, please elaborate on the specifics of this beast tide. Yin Tianqi's voice was deep and steady, resonating within the spacious hall. Wang Bin's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the surname Yin. Realizing that Yin Tianqi was Chun Fei's master, a troubling thought flashed through his mind. Could he be the uncle of Yin Qingmu? His thoughts returned to past experiences, pondering whether the Yin family had swiftly learned of Yin Qingmu's demise. The Yin family was merely a golden core clan. Surely they wouldn't know so soon? Chun Fei hesitated slightly, a flicker of uncertainty passing across his face. After all, the occurrence of this beast tide was deeply intertwined with him, and he grappled with how to begin. However, this thought lingered only briefly in his mind before he resolved to speak the truth. Ultimately, the esteemed Lord of the Enforcement Hall, Lord Chu, is present here. Should any falsehood be unveiled, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. I humbly report to Master and Lord Chu. I have urgent matters to convey. Not long ago, my fellow disciple Yin and Sister Lu and I fortuitously acquired crucial intelligence. Within the Beast Mountain range, not far from Baiyun City, there appears to be a Qingyan bird of formidable strength, reaching the late stage of foundation establishment. Initially, we harbored doubts regarding the veracity of this information. However, the thought of successfully capturing this Qingyan bird and presenting it to Miss Chu stirred our ambitions, leading us to resolve unwaveringly to venture into the Beast Mountain range. Despite the uncertainties that lay ahead, little did we anticipate that upon entering this mysterious and perilous realm, and before we had traversed 500 miles, we encountered, in the flesh, a Qingyan bird of the late foundation establishment, just as the rumors had foretold. In that fleeting moment, disbelief washed over us at our extraordinary fortune. Wait, where is the Qingyan bird? Did you manage to capture it? Lord Chu, who had been comfortably seated, suddenly became animated upon hearing of the bird's appearance, his excitement palpable, even causing his aura to surge uncontrollably, emanating a terrifying presence that crashed upon us like a roaring tide. This was the first time Wang Bin genuinely felt the so-called pressure of authority. In his prior understanding, presence and pressure were mere grandiloquent phrases employed for flattery. He had never imagined they could manifest so authentically and intensely. At that moment, he felt the circulation of his spiritual energy become exceedingly arduous, as if the very air had transformed into an immense mountain, weighing heavily upon him, nearly suffocating him. Fortunately, Lord Chu reigned in his aura just in time. Otherwise, Wang Bin truly felt he might have succumbed to the overwhelming burden and collapsed to the ground. Chen Fei was equally startled by this sudden surge of energy, his voice trembling slightly, tinged with trepidation as he stammered, "The Qingyan bird has escaped. We were unable to confront it." "What? You three, Foundation establishment practitioners, could not even contend with a late-stage bird? It seems the disciples of our sect have grown too complacent of late. Where's the Qingyan bird now?" "I shall pursue it immediately," Lord Chu declared, his focus solely consumed by the matter of the Qingyan bird, neglecting all else. The Qingyan bird departed Baiyun City yesterday, returning to the Beast Mountain Range. Both junior brother Qingmu and junior brother Li witnessed it firsthand. Chen Fei quickly responded. Upon hearing this, Lord Chu's gaze shifted immediately to Wang Bin and Li Lei. Wang Bin felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, compelling him to respond without delay. "Lord, I am unfamiliar with the Qingyan bird. Indeed, there was a large blue bird at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment that led an assault on Baiyun City yesterday." Li Lei hastily concurred, stating, "Indeed, the leader is a cerulean bird approximately 3 zhang in size, accompanied by a two-tailed fox. However, its cultivation level is that of a fully realized Foundation establishment, and I cannot ascertain whether it is the azure flame bird." Before Chu Wu could inquire further, Chen Fei swiftly elaborated, "I have not yet finished my account. Originally, my fellow disciples Yin and Lu and I were on the verge of capturing that Foundation establishment late-stage azure flame bird alive, when unexpectedly, another fully realized azure flame bird emerged. Moreover, this fully realized azure flame bird was capable of commanding the surrounding Foundation establishment beast horde to launch an assault against us. We three were utterly outmatched and, in desperation, had no choice but to abandon the azure flame bird and flee for our lives. The fully realized azure flame bird pursued us relentlessly, accompanied by a multitude of beastly minions, until we reached Baiyun City, thus triggering this beast tide. Along the way, we were forced to separate, and I have yet to see Yin and Lu since. They must have escaped through another route of the Beast Mountain Range." Chen Fei succinctly recounted the sequence of events, omitting any mention of their covert betrayal of Wang Bin. Upon hearing this, Chu Wu immediately stood, grasped Chen Fei's shoulder, and turned to Yin Tianqi, declaring, "Elder Yin, we must embark on a journey. For the sake of the azure flame bird, I am willing to bend the rules. Even if my father were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly support my decision. Let your disciple lead the way and see if there is still a chance to capture those 2 azure flame birds." "Very well, let us go." Yin Tianqi, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate further. Together, Chu Wu and Yin Tianqi seized Chen Fei and took flight, disappearing into the horizon within mere breaths. Wang Bin and Li Lei exchanged glances, curiosity filling Wang Bin's heart, and he could not restrain himself from asking, "Li Shixiao, what is the true nature of the azure flame bird? Why are the 2 Golden Core seniors so agitated? Alas, this is a missed opportunity for Golden Core advancement." Li Lei lamented, his face etched with regret. "I have cultivated for over 100 years, yet have never encountered such a tremendous chance, only to let it slip by. Had I known that the cerulean bird from yesterday was the azure flame bird, I would have risked my life to seize the opportunity to slay it." With a heavy sigh, he continued to express his remorse, lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, he suddenly recalled that Wang Bin was still by his side and promptly remarked, "Ah, junior brother Qingmo, it is understandable that you, not residing in Shihai City, are unfamiliar with the local circumstances. The most powerful family in Shihai City is the Chu clan. Although Shihai Chu is part of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, the affairs of the city are predominantly controlled by the Chu family. The city lord, Chu Yunfei, is a fully realized nascent soul cultivator, merely a step away from the transformation of spirit. Besides him, the Chu family publicly boasts 3 other nascent soul cultivators and over a dozen golden core cultivators, with Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators numbering in the thousands. 50 years ago, a girl was born into the Chu family, endowed with a singular fire attribute root and the illustrious bloodline of the Qingwan. A singular root. What an extraordinary talent this is, especially within the prestigious Chu family, further enhanced by the Qingwan heritage. Consequently, the city lord Chu personally bestowed upon her the name Chu Qingwan. With such remarkable gifts, coupled with the formidable foundation of the Chu family, her ascendance to the realm of Yuanian cultivators seems almost predestined. At this juncture, Li Lei spoke with a tone imbued with envy and jealousy, for even a fraction of such advantages would have easily granted him the status of a Jindan cultivator, had fate not played its cruel hand. As the narrative unfolded, Wang Bin became increasingly captivated by the tale of Chu Qingwan, perceiving her as the quintessential heroine archetype. Chapter 55. The Western Si Chu family. Li Lei paused momentarily, then continued with a grave expression. Miss Chu Qingwan bears the esteemed bloodline of the Qingwan. It is essential to recognize that the Qingwan is a divine bird, second only to the phoenix in its standing. In numerous legends, the Qingwan is revered as a celestial creature with phoenix blood, said to be the third offspring of the phoenix, known as the Sanqing bird. The Qingwan bloodline possesses immense potential. Should a human cultivator be fortunate enough to inherit such a lineage, they can embark on a specialized journey of development and exploration. Moreover, with each significant breakthrough in her cultivation, Miss Chu's Qingwan bloodline will undergo a transformation. Consequently, her likelihood of achieving divine transformation surpasses that of her peers. Presently, Chu Qingwan has attained full foundation establishment and stands at a pivotal juncture, preparing to form her Jindan. If her Qingwan bloodline can evolve before she succeeds in forming her Jindan, it would undoubtedly solidify her foundation and further expand her potential. Once Miss Chu successfully forms her Jindan and navigates the tribulation of Jindan, the potent forces of the lightning tribulation will purify her Qingwan bloodline once more, resulting in a significant enhancement of her latent capabilities. Furthermore, the Qingyan bird also possesses the Qingwan bloodline. At this point, you should grasp the profound significance of the Qingyan bird. For the Western Si Chu family, its implications are extraordinary. Should the Chu family give rise to a cultivator at the divine transformation stage, they would ascend to become one of the true top-tier families on this continent, experiencing a seismic shift in their status and influence. Upon hearing this elucidation, Wang Bin was struck with clarity. However, unlike Li Lei, who was overwhelmed by missed opportunities, he remained composed. After all, he had witnessed the formidable prowess of the Qingyan bird firsthand just yesterday. A mere glance had revealed its power far exceeded his own capabilities. Were it not for the protective array, he would have likely found himself fleeing in disarray. The fact that he managed to fend it off was already a stroke of fortune. At this moment, he instinctively cast a furtive glance at the storage pouch hanging at his waist. Within the storage bag lay the lifeless body of a blue flame bird. At this moment, he silently hoped that the blue flame bird that had escaped yesterday would successfully evade capture and not fall into the hands of Lord Chu and his associates. Rarity enhances value. Otherwise, the worth of the blue flame bird at his waist would significantly diminish. Alas, he could only pray in silence, lacking even the courage to boast about this secret before Li Lei. He feared that if Li Lei were to learn of this matter, he might succumb to temptation and strike against him. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he resolved to wait until Lord Chu's return to disclose the truth about the situation. Senior brother Li, what kind of person is Lord Chu? He seemed quite anxious upon hearing the news of the blue flame bird. Wang Bin inquired curiously. Lord Chu is the uncle of Miss Chu Qingwan, and his cultivation has already reached the peak of the golden core stage. Among all in West Sea City, he is the most likely to break through and become a nascent soul cultivator, Li Lei replied enthusiastically, subsequently providing Wang Bin with an overview of the Chu family's circumstances and the overall situation in West Sea City. The Four Seas Merchant Alliance was originally formed as a commercial organization by various families seeking to ensure their survival in the realm of cultivation. In the world of cultivation, wealth and strength must be matched, otherwise, one is undoubtedly courting disaster. Thus, several merchant associations allied with prominent families and powerful loose cultivators to establish the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. After millennia of development, it has grown into the grand entity it is today, controlling vast territories and the abundant resources for cultivation therein, holding a significant position within the cultivation world. The four major cities, Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, and Northwest, stand like loyal sentinels guarding the central Four Seas city. In this expansive region, numerous cities of varying sizes are governed by different families, all of which are indispensable components of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. Within West Sea City, the Chu family wields the most formidable power, with the affairs of West Sea essentially dictated by them. Naturally, other nascent soul families also maintain their own spheres of influence. It is said that the borders of East Sea City connect with the ocean, which is frequently besieged by sea monsters, rendering the situation rather chaotic. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The cultivation resources in that area are exceptionally abundant. After all, the carcasses of every monster serve as precious materials for weapon forging and alchemy. In contrast, West Sea City is connected to the monster Beast Mountain Range, where fierce battles occurred centuries ago, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides, ultimately leading to a cessation of hostilities. Subsequently, several negotiations took place, resulting in an agreement whereby the upper echelons of both sides refrained from engaging in conflict easily, with occasional skirmishes serving merely to train their disciples. What role does my station Baiyun City play in all of this? Wang Bin, with a look of utter astonishment, inquired, unable to fathom whether the sacrifices of these lowly cultivators were so trivial in the eyes of the higher echelons. Although the battle against the monstrous beasts had culminated in victory, it had cost the lives of thousands of mortals and numerous qi refining practitioners. Yet, thus far, no one had taken notice of this tragedy. Upon hearing this, Li Lei sighed in resignation, offering a bitter smile as he remarked, "Alas, it is indeed as you surmise. We are not but cannon fodder. In the eyes of those esteemed nascent soul and transformation stage elders, we are as insignificant as ants. If one cannot ascend to the golden core or nascent soul realm, how can one attract their attention? They possess lifespans that extend for millennia. Having long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, why would they care for the fate of mere insects like us? Perhaps your great-grandfather's ancestor once existed in the same era as them." Li Lei laughed at his own plight. Wang Bin, upon hearing this, fell into a prolonged silence. He contemplated the rigid hierarchy of the cultivation world, where class distinctions were starkly delineated. In his previous life, though there were many grievances and glaring inequalities, the disparities in basic needs were astonishing. Yet, one aspect was universally equal: death. Whether one was a wealthy magnate or a powerful noble, their lifespan bore little difference from that of the common folk. However, he had not anticipated such a vast chasm in lifespans within this realm of cultivation, nor the stark contrasts in power. In that instant, Wang Bin resolved firmly in his heart. He must strive diligently to cultivate until he breaks through to the nascent soul realm. Only then could he hope to enjoy a prolonged existence. Despite the prospect of enduring extended periods of solitude in the future, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. Furthermore, he had ingeniously devised a compressor that could produce spiritual liquid at a low cost. With the aid of this spiritual liquid, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage should pose no insurmountable challenge. Currently, he possessed a Qingyan bird in his storage bag, and he planned to present it to Master Chu upon her return. If he could establish a rapport with her, his path to cultivation would undoubtedly become much smoother. Moreover, this connection with the Chu family would significantly enhance the prospects of selling the spiritual liquid he had produced. He mused that Master Chu would likely take some time to return, for the location of the Qingyan bird was at least 500 miles from Baiyun City. Even though golden core practitioners could fly with remarkable speed, the round trip would still consume several hours. After pondering for a moment, Wang Bin resolved to instruct his several companions to meticulously arrange a lavish banquet. In his view, the culinary culture within the realm of cultivation was woefully antiquated, lacking the practice of hosting feasts to foster relationships. How could this be acceptable? He was determined to prepare a meal, embracing the social customs of feasting and forging connections that were fervently promoted in this realm of cultivation. Previously, he had hunted a foundation-establishing wolf demon, and his storage bag contained several bear paws and snake meat from foundation-level beasts. A modest amount of preparation would suffice to serve a golden core cultivator. However, the selection of beverages was somewhat lacking, consisting solely of first-tier spirit wine and the mundane hero S brew favored by mortals. Chapter 56, presenting the Qingwan bird at noon. The once tranquil sky suddenly bore witness to a small black that gradually expanded into an extraordinary flying vessel. It appeared to resemble the legendary ships capable of traversing the heavens. The craft circled gracefully above Baiyun City, as if conducting some manner of inspection, before settling smoothly outside the city as protective formation. Wang Bin immediately discerned the prominent emblem of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance on the ship and, without a moment's hesitation, activated the city's defensive array to welcome the distant guests. From the vessel, a celestial maiden clad in white descended first, exuding an aura befitting a golden core expert that inspired reverence. Following her, over 100 cultivators disembarked, among whom Wang Bin noted more than 20 were foundation-level cultivators, each possessing an imposing stature and an extraordinary demeanor, clearly seasoned by numerous trials of cultivation. The remaining cultivators, all in the qi refinement stage, though less experienced, radiated a steadfast spirit and vitality. Their attire unmistakably identified them as members of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. Greetings to my esteemed uncle from the Qingmu sect. Though unfamiliar with any of the newcomers, Wang Bin understood that in the realm of cultivation, etiquette was akin to an ironclad law, particularly for lower-tier cultivators in the presence of higher-tier ones. He mustered his courage and approached respectfully to pay his respects, with Li Lei hastily following suit, performing a standard gesture of deference for juniors. "I am elderly Mulan of the External Affairs Hall. Has the beast tied in Bayan City been resolved so swiftly? Where are Palace Master Chu and Elder Yin? The voice of the white-clad maiden, Li Mulan, was cool yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Reporting to the elder, Palace Master Chu and Elder Yin have gone to the Beast Mountain Range to capture the Qingyan bird and have been away for several hours. According to the time, they should be returning shortly, Wang Bin replied cautiously, maintaining a demeanor of humility and respect. Thank you for your arduous journey from the distant West Sea City. Please, come inside and rest. Upon hearing this, elderly Mulan slightly nodded and then turned to instruct the more than 100 cultivators behind her to remain vigilant in their positions, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. Once arrangements were complete, she followed Wang Bin into the grand hall of the city lord's residence. Upon entering the grand hall, Wang Bin dared not conceal anything, meticulously recounting the origins and developments of the recent beast tide. Li Lei, standing by, timely supplemented certain details, rendering the entire narrative more coherent and vivid. Li Mulan sat quietly, her demeanor as tranquil as still water, attentively absorbing every word until both Wang Bin and Li Lei fell silent. Only then did she gently inquire, "You both witnessed the azure flame bird with your own eyes?" "Indeed, we encountered a large azure bird, but prior to today, I was unaware if it was the azure flame bird," Wang Bin responded, his heart tinged with uncertainty. Yet, he understood the necessity of caution when conversing with a powerful cultivator in this realm. Suddenly, he detected a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Elder Li. A scent so subtle it seemed to tug at the very strings of one's heart. However, he refrained from raising his gaze. Acutely aware that a cultivator's spiritual awareness was remarkably potent, any hint of furtive glances would undoubtedly lead to discovery, potentially inviting unnecessary troubles. Several times, Li Mulan appeared on the verge of rising, seemingly eager to venture forth to the Beast Mountain Range for a first-hand investigation, yet she ultimately restrained herself, remaining seated. After all, Chu Wu and Yin Tianqi had departed several hours ago, and by his calculations, they should be returning shortly. Observing the situation, Wang Bin thought it unwise to let the multitude of distant cultivators go hungry. Thus, he instructed someone to arrange a banquet. He pondered silently that over 100 disciples from Shihai City awaited outside, having journeyed tirelessly from afar to offer their assistance. Though they had accepted a sect mission, it was only reasonable to extend them a warm reception. Unlike Qing Mu, who was solely focused on arduous cultivation, Wang Bin believed that fostering friendships was undoubtedly advantageous. After all, the adage "more friends, more paths" resonated with him, and according to his future cultivation plans, he would likely operate within the influence of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. Given that he lacked a miraculous system, was not an exceptional prodigy, bore no deep-seated vendettas, nor had a protective elder by his side, he could only rely on his own gradual progress along the cultivation path. Furthermore, with 4 women requiring his care, remaining within the Four Seas Merchant Alliance was undoubtedly his optimal choice. Therefore, cultivating connections with fellow disciples appeared increasingly imperative. Moreover, he currently possessed various beast meats, readily available as ingredients. Although he was somewhat deficient in spiritual wines and teas, managing to procure even first-tier options was commendable, considering he was merely a relatively impoverished foundation establishment cultivator. As twilight descended, the atmosphere grew tense with anticipation, just as anxiety began to mount among the gathered. Chu Wu and Yin Tianqi finally returned with Qin Fei in tow. Their expressions were grim, as if burdened by an overwhelming gloom. Upon glancing at the flying ship outside the city, they immediately recognized that reinforcements had indeed arrived. True to form, Li Mulan stepped out to greet them. A mere glance at Chu Wu's countenance was sufficient for her to ascertain that the situation had not unfolded favorably. Several individuals entered the grand hall and took their seats. Chu Wu let out a heavy sigh, his face etched with frustration as he lamented, "Alas! Who would have thought that the Qingyan bird emerged from deep within the Beast Mountain Range? After sustaining injuries, it fled directly into the heart of the mountains. We pursued relentlessly for 600 miles, yet not a single feather did we manage to capture. To make matters worse, we were detected by a golden core eagle king. This fierce creature subsequently summoned multiple golden core beasts. Fortunately, the 3 of us are no weaklings. Sensing the peril, we retreated in time. What a pity it is. For that bird possesses the bloodline of the Qinghuan. If we could have captured the Qingyan bird and extracted its bloodline, allowing the Qinghuan to further purify it before condensation, its potential would surely be boundless." Yin Tianqi and Li Mulan listened to Chu Wu's words in silence, remaining still in their seats. Ever since Qin Fei entered the hall, he had been cautiously treating himself as if he were invisible, his heart racing with anxiety at the thought of incurring the wrath of the esteemed Lord Chu. Amidst the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, Wang Bin hesitated several times before resolutely stepping forward, biting the bullet. "I report to the Lord and esteemed elders that I may have, perhaps, slain that Qingyan bird you mentioned. I am uncertain if it is indeed the same one you seek." With that, Wang Bin slowly retrieved the lifeless body of the Qingyan bird from his storage bag and gently placed it in the center of the hall. In an instant, a sizable corpse of a Qingyan bird, measuring over a foot in length, lay before them. The sight was rather tragic. The body was marred with various wounds. Its wings shattered, neck broken, and covered in azure blood. The dried stains glistened malevolently under the hall's illumination. The Qingyan bird, truly the Qingyan bird. After searching high and low, it arrives effortlessly. The assembled crowd was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by this unexpected revelation, followed swiftly by Chu Wu's ecstatic exclamations and the astonished gasps of the others. Chun Fei's eyes widened as he fixated on the lifeless Qingyan bird. Recognizing the familiar wounds and the essence emanating from them, a tumultuous mix of emotions swirling within him. He yearned to proclaim that this was his quarry. Yet he was acutely aware that not only was his master Yin Tianqi present, but also Lord Chu and numerous other formidable figures. Thus, he could only suppress his impulsive desire deep within. Chu Wu eagerly approached, meticulously examining the corpse of the Qingyan bird. Without a shadow of a doubt, he confirmed its identity. Indeed, it was a Qingyan bird. Though it was merely a late-stage Foundation establishment specimen, its worth to the Chu family remained immeasurable. Without even seeking Wang Bin's consent, he unceremoniously stowed the bird away in his storage ring. Qingmu, indeed. Excellent. This Qingyan bird's heart is intact, allowing for the extraction of its bloodline without impediment. I shall not be courteous. Our Chu family is in dire need of this Qingyan bird. Speak up, and name your reward. Today my spirits are high. As long as things do not go too far, all is well. Chu Wu excitedly remarked, gazing at Wang Bin with a newfound appreciation and gratitude. Chapter 57. The secret of perfecting the foundation. Wang Bin observed the unfolding events with a sense of assurance. Secretly exhaling a sigh of relief, he contemplated Chu Wu's promise, reflecting that in the past world, one might proclaim, I have a dream, I hope for equality for all. Yet in the realm of cultivation, equality is but a fanciful notion. How absurd. Wang Bin internally mocked himself. He was not delusional enough to utter such impractical words. Deep down, he harbored numerous aspirations, spiritual stones, cultivation techniques, and arcane arts. However, he understood the necessity of tempering his greed. After all, in this world of cultivation, there remained much he did not comprehend, particularly the intricate process of forming a golden core, of which he was utterly ignorant. In the realm of cultivation, the acquisition of techniques and knowledge is beset by formidable barriers. It is no exaggeration to assert that knowledge represents the greatest impediment faced by ordinary cultivators. Great powers control an array of resources, which naturally include cultivation techniques and the essential knowledge required for advancement through various realms. Thus, for loose cultivators, achieving prominence is akin to scaling the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Bin mustered his courage and earnestly declared, my greatest ambition in this life is to break through to the golden core realm. Upon hearing this, Chun Fei's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, turning a vivid red. He clenched his fists tightly, straining to maintain his composure. Chu Wu and the other two golden core elders, however, were not taken aback. They regarded this young man with a sense of admiration, acknowledging his discernment. If one were short-sighted, they might have demanded spiritual stones or magical artifacts, thus squandering a remarkable opportunity. Indeed, for the average cultivator, achieving the golden core may represent a lifelong pursuit. Yet for the Chu family of Shihai City, aiding a cultivator in breaking through to the golden core is not an insurmountable task. Suddenly, Chu Wu extended his hand, pulling Wang Bin closer. He began to examine him thoroughly, activating a mysterious ocular technique to scrutinize Wang Bin's entire being. Wang Bin felt a chill enveloping him. As if he were being stripped bare in an instant, a flicker of regret washing over him. He worried that if Chu Wu discovered he was not the true Qing Mu, it would spell disaster. He had been far too careless. After a while, Chu Wu released Wang Bin's hand, pausing thoughtfully before speaking. You possess 3 spiritual roots, with the wood root predominating, indicating potential for achieving the golden core realm. However, your shortcomings are glaringly evident. Although you have reached the 6th level of foundation establishment, your spiritual energy merely meets the requisite standard. Your physical strength is woefully inadequate, and your consciousness has yet to attain a level commensurate with your spiritual cultivation. To form a core, you must first cultivate to perfection in foundation establishment. The concept of achieving a perfect foundation is not merely about attaining a certain level of spiritual power. One's physical strength must also be cultivated to the pinnacle of foundational completion. Only then can one's meridians withstand the immense pressure exerted during the full operation of spiritual energy while breaking through to the golden core stage. Furthermore, one's consciousness must equally be refined to the utmost foundation, if it can be honed to the initial stage of the golden core. the likelihood of success during the formation of the core will be significantly enhanced. It is only when spiritual power, physical body, and consciousness are all elevated to the utmost limits achievable in the foundational stage that one can truly claim to have reached complete foundational perfection. This is the root cause for the failures encountered by many foundational cultivators when attempting to break through to the golden core. They often hastily commence the core formation after achieving a full level of spiritual power, and during the process, if they discover that their physical strength is insufficient to endure the prolonged full operation of spiritual energy and compress it into a golden core, it will ultimately result in meridian rupture, declaring their breakthrough a failure. Had they prepared adequately, they might have preserved their lives. Even if one is fortunate enough to succeed in the physical aspect, if their consciousness is not sufficiently robust, they will still face various mental demons and negative emotional disturbances during the breakthrough. It is commonly believed that a resolute will can fend off mental demons. However, this is not the case, as insufficient training of the consciousness leads to numerous complications. Thus, many cultivators diligently research various elixirs or extraordinary treasures that can enhance the success rate of core formation, such as core formation pills and core condensation liquids, which can temporarily amplify a cultivator's physical strength or aid in the condensation of spiritual energy, thereby accelerating the core formation process. Nevertheless, these are ultimately external aids. While they may marginally improve the success rate, the risk of failure remains considerable. All the prodigious disciples of major sects do not require such external assistance. Of course, even with preparation, it is merely a precaution. In truth, many sects are aware of these secrets of cultivation, yet foundational cultivators have a lifespan of only 200 years, which they perceive as exceedingly brief. Generally, due to factors such as aptitude, resources, and cultivation methods, it is challenging for an average foundational cultivator to fully cultivate their spiritual power within this century. Thus, they find little energy to also perfect their physical body and consciousness. Moreover, while most cultivation methods primarily focus on spiritual power, they also possess limited effects for training the body and consciousness. I have just assessed your bone age. You are over 120 years old. If you wish to rapidly cultivate to genuine foundational perfection now, you must change your cultivation method. The differentiation in cultivation methods exists for this very reason. Ordinary cultivation methods typically emphasize one aspect. Take, for instance, the Qingmu method that you have learned. It primarily cultivates what attributes spiritual power, and consequently, its training for physical strength and consciousness is inherently inadequate. If one does not utilize external aids during core formation, the success rate is less than a layer, which is why it is categorized as an ordinary method. You are currently but a mere outer disciple. And at the age of over 120, even with the assistance of the Chu family, you can only select a technique that allows for the simultaneous cultivation of two attributes, enabling you to enhance both your spiritual energy and physical body. As for the shortcomings in your consciousness, at that time, you could consume temporary elixirs to enhance your awareness or utilize a spiritual artifact to protect your sea of consciousness, thereby resisting inner demons. How do you find this method? By this means, your success rate in forming a core could reach at least 50%. The reason it is limited to 50% is that cultivation ultimately relies on one's own efforts. Furthermore, after successfully forming a core, one must endure the tribulation of thunder, which is the most perilous test for a cultivator. At that juncture, you will have to rely solely on yourself. Wang Bin, Chen Fei, and the previously silent Li Lei were rendered speechless by Chu Wu's words. Wang Bin, being relatively unacquainted with the concept of core formation and not having achieved full foundation establishment, found some reassurance in this newfound knowledge. Chen Fei, on the other hand, was visibly incredulous, turning to his master, Yin Tianqi, and pondering internally, for these matters had never been mentioned by his teacher. Now in the late stages of foundation establishment and preparing for core formation, he was suddenly at a loss upon hearing the words of the palace master Chu, as they starkly contrasted with the information he had previously gathered. The flame tribulation he had studied seemed to focus primarily on cultivating fire attribute spiritual energy, with physical training as a mere auxiliary, and there had been no mention of consciousness training. He had never encountered any techniques in that regard. Yin Tianqi, sensing his disciple's expression of confusion, was not angered but spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Do not cast such doubtful glances at me. What does it matter if you are aware of these things? It only adds unnecessary worry. The technique you are learning is identical to mine. Although the method of core formation described by Palace Master Chu boasts a high success rate, solid foundation, and greater potential, it is exclusive to geniuses. Of course, if you were a disciple from a prestigious family, you might have a chance to attempt it. However, your talents are insufficient, and as a non-core disciple, you cannot learn the advanced techniques that encompass all three aspects within the sect. Even if you were fortunate enough to acquire them, what would it matter? Lacking talent, Pursuing multiple paths will only widen the gap between you and the talented cultivators. With the same technique, while the genius cultivator achieves complete foundation establishment, you may just be beginning your third stage of foundation. By the time you finally reach complete foundation establishment, your lifespan may have already dwindled significantly. Alternatively, if you belong to a family of nascent soul cultivators or an even larger clan, with access to various supportive elixirs and abundant cultivation resources, it would be different. Otherwise, it would be wiser to study techniques that are suitable for you, simpler ones at that. As for your deficiencies, strive to accumulate wealth through tasks to purchase elixirs or spiritual items that aid in that regard. This is how I have traversed my own path. Nevertheless, the number of cultivators who can successfully form a golden elixir is less than 10%. Otherwise, the saying would not exist, with a golden elixir swallowed. My fate is dictated by me, not by heaven. Although somewhat exaggerated, a lifespan of 500 years is indeed an immense temptation for those at the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing his master's words, Chen Fei's eyes dimmed instantly. Indeed, he was merely an inner disciple, lacking the support of a powerful family to provide cultivation resources. All his resources were painstakingly earned through arduous tasks and life-threatening adventures. He had no qualification even to touch the sect's core techniques. Reflecting on his current situation, it was relatively decent. Moreover, today he was fortunate enough to obtain such crucial information about forming the golden elixir before the actual process. Speaking of which, he ought to thank Qingmu. Wait. He suddenly realized that Qingmu had seized his opportunity. The opportunity to form the golden elixir. If he had the assistance of the Chu family, wouldn't his success rate in forming the golden elixir increase significantly? Chapter 58. A day of reckoning. Although the path ahead is fraught with difficulties, I still wish to venture down the golden elixir road. Otherwise, I would die with regrets, expressed Wang Bin with utmost respect as he bowed deeply to Lord Chu. He was well aware that such crucial secrets of cultivation had always been tightly guarded by various influential factions, never to be disclosed lightly. Were it not for Lord Chu's good mood today, he might have had to rely solely on the so-called success rate, akin to an ordinary cultivator, when the time came to form his golden elixir. Now that he was privy to this knowledge in advance, as long as he prepared thoroughly, his success rate would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Moreover, since Lord Chu had shared so many secrets with him, it seemed he had granted Wang Bin's request. Haha. Young friend Qingmu, rest assured, as a family with a 1,000-year legacy, the Chu family has always kept its word. This fiery bird of yours is of great utility to us. We will not take advantage of you. Here is my token. Carry it with you. And should any matters arise in the vicinity of Shihai City, no one shall trouble you. As for assisting you in forming your golden elixir, we will need to adjust your techniques and thoroughly examine your qualifications. These arrangements will be made once you accompany me back to Shihai City. Lord Chu spoke generously, his eyes reflecting a blend of appreciation and promise. Yes, I will follow the arrangements of the Lord. Wang Bin suppressed his inner elation, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he slowly stepped back. Clearly, both parties were quite satisfied with the outcome. At that moment, a gentle yet profound voice suddenly resonated through the hall. Young friend Qingmu, I observe that you are merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and your spiritual energy seems somewhat unstable. Your magical tools are average, yet you manage to independently hunt down a second-tier late-stage fiery bird with the bloodline of the Qingwan. I wonder if you possess some secret technique? As the overcast Tianqi Yin sat quietly observing the unfolding drama, he suddenly directed his ire towards Wang Bin. Originally, the intelligence regarding the Qingyan bird had been procured by the Yin family, and he had specifically dispatched a direct descendant along with his 2 disciples for the task. To his astonishment, the fruits of their labor had ultimately fallen into the hands of the primitive Qingmu, who had also secured the protection of the Chu family. Had he been leading the support for Baiyun City alone, he would have seized Qingmu to interrogate him thoroughly, seeking to ascertain whether he had orchestrated the entire affair from behind the scenes, for in such matters, those who stand to gain are often the most suspect. If Qingmu had no backing, he would surely have compelled him to surrender the Qingyan bird, allowing the Yin family to present it to the Chu family. However, now, their attempts to curry favor with the Chu family had not only failed, but Yin Qingmu and Lu Shui had also gone missing, likely meeting with misfortune. Although he suppressed his urge to act, he still wished to glean some information from the situation. After all, his 2 disciples were inexperienced. They might be unwittingly aiding their adversaries. The other attendees in the hall, upon hearing Tianqi Yin's remarks, turned their attention back to Wang Bin, their curiosity piqued. Their intrigue deepened, particularly upon noticing that Wang Bin was clad in nothing more than a set of ordinary magical garments. Despite being on the verge of late foundation establishment, he wore such simple attire, and considering that the Qingyan bird was a formidable beast of late foundation establishment with the bloodline of the Qingwan, it seemed improbable that the Qingwan could rival the Qingyan bird. A sudden alarm surged within Wang Bin. Wait, Did Tianqi Yin suspect him of something? Had he discovered the truth about Yin Xingmu's demise? Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed it unlikely. He had buried all of Yin Xingmu's possessions deep underground and had meticulously wrapped them in an invisibility cloak that could shield against divine perception. Moreover, the Yin family was merely a golden core family. It seemed far-fetched that they possessed a technique capable of leaving markers on an enemy after a family member's death. With this thought, he felt a measure of relief, silently commending his own cautious nature for not keeping Yin Xingmu's belongings on his person, for otherwise he might have encountered some perilous mark. Reporting to Elder Yin, this matter is rather lengthy. 2 days ago, while I was cultivating in my residence, Senior Brother Chun and his 2 companions unexpectedly visited, stating that Junior Brother Yin was to undertake a mission requiring the collection of a medicinal herb from a location 500 miles within the Beast Mountain range, and sought my guidance. Although I am at the mid-foundation establishment stage and possess limited combat capability, I initially considered declining the request. However, Wang Bin had offered a low-grade spiritual weapon flying sword as remuneration for my guidance, which I relayed in full, followed by the account of Lu Shui setting up a formation and requesting my assistance to cover their retreat. At this juncture, as Wang Bin recounted his tale, Chu Wu, Li Mulan, and Tianqi Yin exchanged knowing glances directed at Chen Fei. With their wealth of experience, they discerned the machinations of Chen Fei and Yin Xingmu with ease, causing Tianqi Yin to waver in his earlier suspicions. The disciple remained steadfast within the formation, yet an unsettling feeling enveloped his heart, prompting him to retreat 600 meters away to lay in ambush. He soon discovered that the formation could also be activated from that distance with the use of the formation flags. In a precautionary measure, he buried a Thunder Fiend pearl within the formation. This pearl had been acquired from the Four Seas Merchant Alliance in West Sea City. Due to the absence of a control method, the Thunder Fiend pearl could only be detonated by external force, thus requiring merely 50 mid-grade spirit stones. After waiting for several hours, just as boredom began to set in, he suddenly witnessed Senior Brother Chun and his companions being pursued by a pack of monstrous beasts. Before he could activate the formation, it astonishingly triggered on its own. Fortunately, he was not within the formation at that moment, allowing Senior Brother Chun and the others to seize the opportunity to escape. The horde of beasts paid no heed to the few foundational stage beasts trapped within the formation, continuing their relentless pursuit of Senior Brother Chun and his group. Concealed within the hidden formation, he dared not make a sound until the valley fell silent, at which point he cautiously emerged. Initially intending to take a detour back to Baiyun City, an unexpected explosion of the formation diverted his plans. It was then that he turned back to collect the carcasses of a foundational stage snake demon and a mid-foundational stage bear demon. After recounting his tale, Wang Bin retrieved a foundational bear paw from his storage bag, sheepishly explaining, "Esteemed colleagues, you have journeyed from West Sea City to assist Baiyun City, so I have arranged a banquet in your honor. The other 3 bear paws along with the serpent meat have already been prepared for tonight's feast. However, I succumbed to temptation and saved 1 bear paw for myself to relish in a few days." Haha. Upon hearing this, Chu Wu and Li Mulan exchanged satisfied smiles. Although the meat of these foundational stage demon beasts held little allure for them, Wang Bin's thoughtful gesture brought them considerable comfort. Yin Tianqi cast a discreet glance at Chen Fei, yet refrained from speaking. Chapter 59. Blood Spirit Herb. Wang Bin keenly observed the expressions of the gathered individuals, noting the absence of further skepticism, which allowed the weight upon his heart to gradually lift as he sighed in relief. Steadying himself, he continued his narrative. Due to the limited space within my storage bag, I was unable to accommodate the plethora of demon beast meat. Moreover, I dared not recklessly follow the horde back to Baiyun City. Should they discover me, dire consequences would surely ensue. Reluctantly, I chose to proceed cautiously. Unexpectedly, after flying for less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, I encountered a late foundational stage Qingyan bird. Its sudden appearance startled me, and my instinctual reaction was to flee, which seemed to startle the Qingyan bird as well. Subsequently, it began to emit a loud, piercing cry that rose in pitch, as if it could pierce the very heavens. Fearing that its cries would attract other demon beasts, leaving me truly trapped, I acted under intense pressure and summoned my flying sword, striking it with all my might, and to my astonishment, I managed to slay it in one decisive blow. As I regained my composure and scrutinized the scene, I discovered that the creature lay gravely injured, its wings broken and utterly immobile. At that moment, I was unfamiliar with the azure flame bird, yet I perceived the dead body of a late-stage foundational beast to hold considerable value. Thus, I resolved to dismember it, selecting the more precious materials from its remains to bring back. Just as I was about to act, I noticed a storage pouch around its neck. The interior of this pouch was remarkably spacious, exceeding my own by more than tenfold. Given the urgency of the situation, I hastily placed the azure flame bird's corpse within the pouch and made my way back to Baiyun City. This succinctly encapsulates the events. I was indeed fortunate. For had it not been for such luck, my own strength would have rendered me no match for the azure flame bird. As for the subsequent occurrences, both Senior Brother Chen and Senior Brother Li are well aware. Upon hearing this, Yin Tianqi slowly turned his gaze towards Chen Fei, his eyes reflecting a hint of reproach and inquiry. Chen Fei's countenance darkened instantaneously, as though he had swallowed a fly, filled with bitterness and helplessness. Yet, under the watchful eyes of all present, he could only recount the events truthfully. This azure flame bird of late-stage foundation was indeed the one that I, along with junior brother Yin and junior sister Lu, had initially besieged. At that time, the three of us had ensnared it with a formation, inflicting severe wounds upon it, and were on the verge of capturing it, only to be thwarted by the arrival of its companion, a complete foundational azure flame bird. In its dire straits, this companion desperately struggled, unleashing its innate azure flames with a force that could rival an attack from a nascent soul cultivator. Fortunately, its range was limited, allowing us to escape by a stroke of luck. Moreover, the fully developed foundational azure flame bird, through some unknown means, managed to rally nearby foundational beasts to launch an assault against us. Realizing the gravity of our predicament, we understood that retreat was imperative. We resolved to flee and later inform Master of the azure flame bird's whereabouts, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. This is entirely my fault, Chen Fei lamented, his voice trembling with regret. Enough of this matter, interjected Chu Wu with an air of authority, his tone brooking no dissent. In his view, the azure flame bird was a sincere offering from Qingmu, and he would pay no heed to the previous schemes of the Yin family. With a decisive blow, he concluded the matter once and for all. Although Yin Tianqi felt a pang of discontent, he recognized his own shortcomings, casting a fierce glare at Chen Fei before lapsing into silence. At that moment, Wang Bin cautiously retrieved the storage pouch obtained from the azure flame bird, his face alight with respect as he addressed Chu Wu. Since Lord Chu and the esteemed elders are present, the storage pouch carried by the azure flame bird contains numerous items. My knowledge is regrettably limited, and I would greatly appreciate your guidance in examining them. Within Wang Bin's heart, a clever scheme was brewing. There were indeed certain items he did not recognize, and he seized this opportunity to present them for identification, thus alleviating any future suspicions should he later reveal some truly precious treasures. Chu Wu reached out to take the storage bag, glancing casually inside, only to be taken aback. Blood spirit grass. He slowly extracted 2 palm-sized blades of grass, as crimson as blood itself. The leaves were intricately laced with fine red veins, resembling human blood vessels, exuding an air of mystique. I never expected it to be genuine blood spirit grass. This herb possesses an extraordinary ability to purify the bloodline of the Qingwan. Typically, it manifests a vivid blood-red hue, and the veins on the leaves shimmer with an eerie sanguine glow after absorbing sufficient spiritual energy. Indeed, according to ancient texts, this is undoubtedly blood spirit grass. It must be a precious item specially prepared by these 2 Qingyan birds for their ascension to third-tier demon beasts. If the Qingwan were to consume this grass, it would significantly amplify the power of their bloodline, effectively purging impurities, thereby enhancing their innate talent and strength, with a substantial chance of awakening potent bloodline abilities. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Our Chu family is indeed blessed with fortune. Although I am unaware of how these 2 Qingyan birds acquired this blood spirit grass, they shall soon be ours. The luck of the Qingwan is undeniably remarkable. They are indeed the prodigies of our Chu family. Young friend Qingmu, I shall not hesitate to accept these 2 blades of blood spirit grass. Rest assured, our Chu family will reward you handsomely. You shall not suffer any loss. With an expression of sheer delight, Chu Wu carefully placed the 2 blades of blood spirit grass into 2 exquisite jade boxes, meticulously sealing them before privately storing the boxes within his storage ring. The others present could not help but twitch their lips at this sight, yet none dared to speak. Although Wang Bin was not fully aware of the specific effects of the blood spirit grass, he could glean its immense value from Chu Wu's expression and words. He sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the reality of the situation. Nevertheless, he understood that with the Qingyan bird and his performance today, his path to forming the golden core was now more assured. Chu Wu continued to survey the contents of the storage bag before gently tossing it back to Wang Bin with a smile, remarking, "Young friend Qingmu, you are indeed fortunate. The resources within this storage bag are quite abundant for a foundation establishment cultivator. Even without our Chu family's assistance, you have a chance to strive for golden core formation with these resources. Your celestial fate is profound. Luck is indeed a part of strength. Yet it is prudent to proceed with caution in your future endeavors. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." Wang Bin replied promptly, bowing respectfully in gratitude. He had always held an intense apprehension towards perilous matters, and at this moment, he silently resolved that he would never again venture into such treacherous situations. Beside him, Yin Tianqi's complexion grew increasingly grim, and the cheerful fade that typically adorned his face was on the verge of crumbling. Chen Fei was overwhelmed with regret, to the point where thoughts of death began to creep into his mind. He mused to himself that these opportunities should have rightfully belonged to him. The astonishment etched on the face of Lord Chu clearly indicated that the resources within that storage bag were undoubtedly abundant. Furthermore, the bag contained resources that could enable Qingmu to strive for the golden core, including 2 exceedingly rare blood spirit herbs. Though he was unaware of their exact nature, Lord Chu's reaction was sufficient to reveal that they were indeed treasures that one could only hope to encounter. Cursed be it, he inwardly cursed himself, realizing that had he known the late-stage Foundation establishment Qingyan Bird possessed such resources, they would have sought its demise rather than capture it alive, thus avoiding their current predicament. Evidently, it was a matter of insufficient celestial fortune on his part. At this moment, curiosity about the other contents of the storage bag surged within him, accompanied by an impulsive desire to seize the bag from Qingmu's grasp. Yet, he was acutely aware that, given the circumstances, such an endeavor was clearly impossible. Qingmu had already secured a powerful ally in the Chu family, thereby significantly increasing his chances of attaining the golden core in the future. Alas, this opportunity was originally meant to be his. He sighed repeatedly within, filled with bitterness and disappointment, as a myriad of frantic thoughts flashed through his mind. Chapter 60. Wang Bin's reflection on cultivation. As night fell, a jubilant celebratory banquet was underway at the city lord's residence. Wang Bin, having received the favor of Lord Chu, was fortunate enough to sit at the same table as several golden core cultivators, where the delicacies laid out were arranged by the 4 daughters of Qin Wenjun, with the beast meat taking center stage for the evening. Today, Chu Wu's mood oscillated but ultimately leaned towards elation, for the Qingyan bird was now in his possession. In the front courtyard of the city lord's residence, over 100 disciples from the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, who had come to assist, were also feasting heartily. The abundance of Qi refinement beast meat allowed them to indulge, while the Foundation establishment beast meat was served in moderation. Although the quality of the wine was somewhat lacking, it did not dampen the spirits of the guests, and the entire courtyard resonated with a joyful atmosphere. As the banquet concluded, Chu Wu announced that they would set off for Shihai City at dawn, with Wang Bin accompanying him. The decision to refrain from traveling through the night perhaps stemmed from the long-standing instincts of humanity, especially since there was no pressing urgency. Cultivators were accustomed to journeying during daylight. Wang Bin took care to arrange accommodations for the Golden Core elders to rest, while he did not inquire further into the arrangements for the remaining over 100 cultivators. After all, they were all practitioners, and managing such trivial matters posed no challenge. Once all arrangements were finally settled, time had quietly slipped into the early hours of the morning. In the stillness of the night, only the chilly starlight filtered through the window, casting a serene glow upon the floor. Wang Bin, burdened by fatigue, slowly made his way towards his room. However, upon pushing the door open, he was taken aback to find Wen Jun, Zhao Jun, Yu Huan, and Qian Qian seated quietly within, awaiting his return. Clearly, the series of tumultuous events and life-threatening crises over the past 2 days had profoundly unsettled these newly initiated cultivators. Observing their pale and anxious faces, a wave of compassion surged within Wang Bin. Hastily, he approached them, speaking in gentle tones to offer solace. He tenderly took each of their hands, gazing sincerely into their eyes, striving to calm their spirits. Although he had faced even greater dangers in recent days, as the head of the household, he could not afford to exhibit any signs of weakness like they did. Gradually, the fears and anxieties that had gripped their hearts began to dissipate. After a while, Wang Bin successfully helped these 4 women regain their composure and encouraged them to retire to their respective rooms for rest. Once they departed, he gently closed the door and exhaled deeply, realizing that several formidable golden core cultivators resided in the backyard. Their spiritual awareness was remarkably acute. Even the slightest disturbance would likely escape no notice from their keen perception. Hence, he had sent the women away, as today had presented a prime opportunity for shared intimacy. Yet, in that moment, he found himself unable to indulge in such tender affections. What mattered most to him now was solitude, allowing him to quiet his restless heart and methodically untangle the myriad complexities he had encountered over the past few days. Reflecting on the events of those brief 2 days, Wang Bin felt a pang of fear, acutely aware of the multitude of mistakes he had made. Foremost among them was his initial reluctance to refuse the invitation from Chen Fei and Yin Qingmu, Lu Shui, to guide them through the perilous Beast Mountain range. In hindsight, he should have firmly declined their request. Now, with a calm mind, he realized that even if he had resolutely turned them down, would they truly have refrained from attacking him brazenly in broad daylight, merely due to a minor rejection? It is essential to remember that they were all disciples of the same sect, bound by prohibitions against internal strife. Even amidst existing contradictions and misunderstandings, it is reasonable to assume that they would refrain from acting recklessly in such a public setting. Furthermore, being situated in Bayun City, where I command the protective formation, I would not fear any confrontation with them. Moreover, with my ability to produce spiritual liquid at no cost, I have no need to worry about cultivation resources prior to reaching the golden core stage, and it is unnecessary to risk myself for trifling gains. Henceforth, any ventures into danger must be approached with utmost caution. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from participating in perilous endeavors. Additionally, the treachery within the cultivation world far exceeds my expectations. The hearts of men are inscrutable and difficult to fathom. I should have no enmity with Yin Qingmu and his associates, as we are all part of the same sect, and should ideally support one another to advance collectively. However, merely due to the beauty of the women surrounding me, or for reasons unbeknownst to me, I have attracted deadly peril. The avarice and shamelessness of these individuals are simply appalling. Not only do they harbor ill intentions towards Qin Wenjun and her companions, but they even seek to eliminate me to prevent future troubles. Yin Qingmu, in particular, is exceedingly arrogant, daring to launch a sneak attack against me, almost succeeding. My escape from this dire situation was purely a stroke of extraordinary luck. Had it not been for my relatively agile mind and adaptability in a critical moment, I would have undoubtedly become a victim of their blades. Upon reflection, this encounter ultimately stemmed from my own inadequacies and strength. There exists a significant disparity between my combat abilities and equipment compared to Yin Qingmu. Furthermore, my approach to matters has been riddled with shortcomings. I often exhibit indecision and a lack of resolute decisiveness. In the past, I had succumbed to the allure of women, languishing in the embrace of beauty. Unable to extricate myself, once I mastered the art of spiritual liquid production, I should have promptly ventured to Shihai City to seek a market, discreetly exchanging small quantities of spiritual liquid for various resources to equip myself with spiritual tools, rather than indulging in romantic entanglements and wasting a year in Bayun City. Only by strengthening my own power can I establish a firm foothold in the cultivation world, avoiding the whims of others who might seek to exploit or deceive me. In summary, on this path of cultivation, one must never place undue trust in others. Once resources are acquired, they must be prioritized for personal advancement. One must not become excessively enamored with beauty, for women are merely embellishments along the long journey of cultivation. Furthermore, knowing that demonic beasts besiege Bayun City, I recklessly ventured in, ultimately driven by the allure of beauty, which led me into peril. Such behavior must be diligently avoided in the future. My upcoming expedition to Shihai City must focus not only on learning concealment spells, but also on discovering methods to evade tracking. Additionally, I must pay attention to techniques for erasing traces. Recalling the aftermath of dealing with Yin Qingmu, I realized there were numerous oversights, and I barely managed to cope through sheer luck. The most prudent course of action would be to thoroughly eradicate not only the corporeal remains, but also any residual traces of its soul and spiritual essence. Otherwise, future risks are inevitable. Should I inadvertently offend the more formidable descendants of powerful immortal cultivation families and fail to manage subsequent affairs appropriately, once detected by their kin, it would surely precipitate a catastrophic disaster. Moreover, after presenting the azure flame bird to Lord Chu today, it was evident that Yin Tianchi was intent on causing me trouble. Had it not been for Lord Chu's timely intervention, I would have faced yet another troublesome predicament. I have heard whispers of clandestine techniques within the immortal realm capable of directly probing a cultivator's memories, a thought that remains profoundly unsettling. It is only through the relentless strengthening of oneself that one can fundamentally eliminate such risks. After meticulously reflecting upon the events of the past 2 days, Wang Bin's anxiety and unease began to alleviate slightly. Despite having gone 2 days without sleep, he felt no inclination for rest. He retrieved a medium-grade spirit stone from his storage bag, seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, and prepared to commence his meditative cultivation. Having consumed 2 drops of spirit liquid following the resolution of Yin Qingmu, his internal spiritual energy felt somewhat tenuous. He now needed to circulate his techniques multiple times to ensure the smooth flow of spiritual energy within his body, restoring it to optimal condition. Chapter 61. The airship as the first light of dawn broke, Wang Bin ventured out early. Aware that his journey to West Sea City would be uncertain in duration and necessitating meticulous arrangements for various matters, he gathered the 4 young women, Qin Wenjun, Zhao Jun, Yu Huan, and Qian Qian, alongside Huang Yukai and Qin Jun. With unwavering resolve, he solemnly entrusted one of the formation flags of Bayun City to Huang Yukai. His expression grave as he instructed, in the wake of the beast tide, Bayun City stands in need of restoration, and the subsequent recovery efforts will rest entirely upon your shoulders. My sojourn to West Sea City may extend for several months, or even longer. Yet I am exceedingly pleased with how you managed the recent beast tide. I am confident in leaving this formation flag in your care. Huang Yukai promptly stepped forward, accepting the flag with both hands, nodding earnestly in acknowledgement. During the beast tide, both Huang Yukai and Chun Jun exhibited commendable performance, and now, with the city aware of Wang Bin's profound connections with the Chu family of West Sea City, they enjoyed the protection of this formidable ally. To outsiders, the four women appeared merely as attendants, cultivators of the Qi refinement stage with 5 spiritual roots, possessing some beauty, yet in the immortal realm, where hidden talents abound. Such beauty hardly qualifies as rare. Only those endowed with both exceptional aptitude and beauty may be deemed attractive in the eyes of cultivators. When coupled with a robust background, they truly become the illustrious figures of the immortal world. Wang Bin furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before ultimately deciding to leave each of the 4 women a drop of spirit liquid. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. He could not allow his departure to impede their progress. Providing only a single drop was also a consideration of their current cultivation level, as they were merely at the 2nd tier of the Qi refinement stage. This single drop would suffice for months of dedicated training. And given the precious nature of the spirit liquid, carrying in excess could lead to complications, thus rendering it unsafe for them. Upon the arrival of dawn, Wang Bin, accompanied by Master Chu, Yin Tianqi, and others, ascended the spacecraft bound for Shihai City. Thanks to Master Chu's benevolence, Wang Bin was granted a modest yet adequate chamber aboard the vessel, where he could find a semblance of rest. However, his insatiable curiosity, akin to a cat's restless paws, soon became unbearable. He contemplated the prospect of modifying the ship's propulsion system in the future. Without exploring the vessel, how could he discern where to begin? Thus, he resolutely exited his quarters and meandered along the somewhat confined corridor, eventually arriving at the deck. On the deck, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator sat upright, exuding an aura of tranquility akin to that of a statue. This individual was Xiantian, the steward of the law enforcement hall. Upon noticing Wang Bin's approach, he cast a casual glance before slightly bowing, and addressing him with a clear voice, said, "I extend my gratitude to junior brother Qingmu for your generous hospitality yesterday. I am Xiantian, honored to serve as a steward in the law enforcement hall." Wang Bin promptly returned the gesture, humbly responding, "Greetings, senior brother Xiantian. As you know, I have long resided in the remote region of Baiyin City. This is my first experience aboard a spacecraft, and my curiosity knows no bounds. I found it impossible to remain seated in my cabin, thus I ventured out to explore the wonders of this vessel." Wang Bin candidly expressed his intentions, aware that his past was no secret among them. His forthrightness lent an air of sincerity to his words. Xiantian chuckled heartily, a hint of envy creeping into his laughter. "You should not underestimate yourself, junior brother. Your recent accomplishment of slaying a Qingyan bird for the Chu family is commendable, enough to elevate your status within the sect. In my estimation, your future is undoubtedly bright. The path to golden core will be merely a matter of time. And living 500 years is not a mere fantasy. Allow me to congratulate you in advance." Yet, Xiantian could not help but sigh inwardly. Despite being a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and serving as an inner sect disciple in the law enforcement hall, he felt a twinge of trepidation regarding the brutal success rate of forming a golden core. The journey to golden core resembles an army of thousands attempting to cross a narrow bridge, with success being a rarity that deters many Foundation establishment cultivators. Even within the sect, despite the abundance of resources and opportunities, the success rate sees only marginal improvement. Numerous cultivators, constrained by factors such as aptitude, resources, techniques, lifespan, and combat experience, find themselves perpetually trapped in the initial stages of Foundation establishment, unable to progress further. Those fortunate enough to reach the late stages face the scarcity of precious spiritual materials that could enhance their chances of forming a golden core, most of which are elusive and rarely encountered. Whenever such spiritual materials surface at auctions, various factions vie for them, often driving prices far beyond their intrinsic value and igniting fierce competition. Should unclaimed golden core spiritual materials appear in the wild, it would incite a bloody melee, with factions willing to pay any price for a glimmer of hope in forming a core. These thoughts flickered through Xuantian's mind, and his gaze towards Wang Bin grew increasingly fervent. He understood that although Qingmu was merely at the mid-stage of foundational cultivation and possessed average aptitude, such an opportunity could lead him to become a golden core cultivator sooner or later, barring any unforeseen circumstances. A person of such potential was undoubtedly worth forging a sincere connection with. Junior brother Qingmu, if that is the case, allow me to guide you on a thorough tour of this airship, Xiantian declared enthusiastically. This vessel was merely an ordinary third-tier airship within the Merchant Alliance. Yet its construction cost exceeded 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The materials required for a third-tier airship were tenfold that of a golden core cultivator's magical artifact. While most of these materials were commonplace third-tier components, the airship stretched an impressive 30 zhang in length, necessitating the intricate arrangement of various formations and runes throughout its structure. This endeavor required the concerted efforts of multiple third-tier artifact craftsmen, rune masters, and formation experts, consuming several years or even longer to complete. Its flight speed was commendable. Capable of covering thousands of miles in a single day, and in critical moments, its velocity could be significantly enhanced when pushed to full capacity. The defensive barrier of the airship, when fully activated, could withstand a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator, showcasing its formidable capabilities. However, this airship was not without its flaws. Its greatest disadvantage lay in its immense consumption of resources. While it was manageable during normal operations, once engaged in full-scale combat, it would expend tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones every hour. With 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, one could procure a magical artifact suitable for a golden core cultivator. Thus, the typical golden core cultivator could hardly bear such exorbitant costs, often limited to acquiring a small spirit boat measuring merely 1 zhang in length. Wang listened intently, nodding repeatedly while internally comparing it to the commercial aircraft of his previous life. In that era, commercial planes were typically around 40 meters in length, and their fuel consumption was far less extravagant. He pondered why the flight speed of aircraft seemed to surpass that of this third-tier airship, contemplating that perhaps the sheer size of the airship was a contributing factor. Nevertheless, with its multifaceted functions integrating both offense and defense, it was likely that this was merely a lower-tier vessel. Higher-tier airships might possess even more extraordinary features. However, at that moment, his primary concern remained the airship's power system. Under Wang Bin's subtle hints, Xiantian led him to the cockpit. As Wang Bin eagerly stepped into the cockpit, he was surprised to find it lacked the enigmatic allure he had anticipated. The interior contained only a limited reconnaissance formation, its coverage extending merely a few li. The pilot primarily relied on spiritual awareness to observe the surrounding environment, a stark contrast to the advanced navigation systems of aircraft from his previous life. Although he harbored such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them, secretly speculating that perhaps more advanced airships would be equipped with superior navigation facilities. Upon examining the power system, he discovered it operated entirely on formations, which drew energy from spirit stones. During regular flights, medium or even low-grade spirit stones suffice for one's needs. However, when engaging in full-scale combat, it becomes imperative to switch to high-grade spirit stones as the source of energy. These high-grade spirit stones are incredibly precious, typically reserved for the cultivation of golden core and nascent soul practitioners. Wang Bin had fortuitously discovered 2 fire attribute high-grade spirit stones within the storage bag of the Azure Flamebird. Upon a comprehensive inspection, the spacecraft did not meet Wang Bin's expectations, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He pondered whether there existed a source of energy akin to petroleum within the realm of cultivation, or if he could possibly enhance the lightning to convert the ship's propulsion to an electric drive. Solar energy appeared to be a feasible option as well. Yet, the consumption of spirit stones by this vessel was excessively high, rendering it of little use in daily life, and with a prohibitively expensive manufacturing cost. Its true value would likely only manifest during wars between large sections. After all, the so-called great powers are fortified by the presence of nascent soul and transformation deities, possessing abundant mineral veins, particularly spirit stone deposits. Such rich spiritual resources are essential for sustaining the cultivation needs of numerous disciples within the sect. Otherwise, even a congregation of high-ranking cultivators would ultimately devolve into a band of roving marauders, vying for resources without a stable income of spirit stones or spiritual veins to cultivate. Chapter 62. The stench of wine and meat at the Red Gate. Frozen bones on the road, the spacecraft glided like a streak of light, effortlessly reaching West Sea City in just over half a day. It did not fall into the lengthy queues typical at the city gates. Rather, it proceeded directly into the formation after verification as part of the patrol team, traversing through the outer city and entering the inner city of West Sea City. At this moment, Chu Wu stood tall upon the city wall, with Wang Bin dutifully positioned behind him. Although referred to as a city, the inner city of West Sea was, in fact, an extraordinary configuration comprised of 9 majestic peaks. 8 peaks encircled the central, most magnificent summit like loyal sentinels, and the spacecraft gradually came to a stable halt at the foot of the main peak. As Wang Bin stepped out of the vessel, a dense and almost tangible aura of spiritual energy surged toward him like a roaring tide. He marveled internally at the concentration of this energy, which was nearly comparable to the invaluable Foundation cultivation chamber in his Bayan city. He could not help but reflect on the stark reality of the phrase, the stench of wine and meat at the Red Gate, while frozen bones lie on the road. No wonder every sect meticulously categorizes its disciples into core disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, and miscellaneous disciples. The disparity in treatment was indeed vast. It was no surprise that others' cultivation progressed so rapidly, while his own path had been fraught with difficulty. With this thought, he let out a gentle sigh. At that moment, Chu Wu calmly introduced, "Young friend Qingmu, as an outer sect steward, you have likely never ventured into the inner city of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. The inner city is constructed from 9 mountains, each imbued with a profound spiritual essence. Beneath the outer 8 peaks lie deeply buried precious 4th-level spiritual veins. At the heart of this formation, beneath the central summit, lies a tantalizing 5th-level spiritual vein, sufficient to sustain the cultivation of 10 transformation realm cultivators. Utilizing these 9 peaks as the foundation, a formidable 5-tier pinnacle formation, known as the 9 turns of the universe array, has been meticulously arranged. The operation of this array adheres to the enigmatic principles of the 9 turns and the way of the universe, possessing extraordinary effects capable of reversing the very fabric of reality and inverting the forces of yin and yang. In times of battle, it can whimsically alter the attributes and rules of the surrounding space, ensnaring invading foes in dire predicaments. During defense, it can conjure layers of spatial barriers, akin to an impregnable fortress, capable of withstanding the mightiest assaults from transformation realm cultivators. Even the most formidable of practitioners, should they rashly intrude, would find it impossible to escape unscathed. This is the fundamental reliance that allows our West Sea city to maintain its steadfast position. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin could not help but display an expression of astonishment, exclaiming in heartfelt admiration, "How magnificent!" Merely relying on the energy supplied by these 8 4th-level veins and 1 5th-level vein. The aura at the foot of the mountains is already so dense that it is difficult to fathom just how astonishingly rich it must be atop the peaks. He was indeed profoundly shaken and came to a sudden realization. No wonder no one in Bayan City had inquired about him when he rented a foundation building chamber. It appears that, in the face of such a formidable power, the resources he once cherished were utterly insignificant. Clearly, his future cultivation plans could afford to be more audacious. The cultivators aboard the ship disembarked in succession, dispersing in different directions. Chu Wu then led Wang Bin to a spacious courtyard situated halfway up the main peak. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed even that of the foundation building chambers in Bayan City. Chu Wu spoke, "This is my home. Please wait here for a moment while I report on the matters concerning the beast tide. Upon my return, I shall attend to your affairs." Just then, a graceful female cultivator in azure robes emerged. Upon seeing Chu Wu, she swiftly approached, exclaiming with a sweet voice, "Father, you have returned." Chu Wu nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, the weather is fair. You have come at an opportune time. Please assist me in attending to this young friend, as I must go deliver a task and will arrange for him upon my return." With the appearance of his daughter, Chu Wu thought it would be ideal for her to host Qingmu, allowing him to swiftly elaborate on the task at hand. Simultaneously, he needed to pay a visit to his grandfather, Chu Yunfei, to report in detail about the Qingyan bird and submit both the Qingyan bird and the blood spirit grass, in order to promptly handle these precious items for the benefit of Qing Wan. Regarding the matter of handling the Qingmu affair, it is imperative to consult with the family. For nurturing a foundation establishment cultivator into a gold core practitioner demands a considerable allocation of resources. Such decisions must be made after careful deliberation within the family. The Chu clan, being a vast lineage with thousands of members, boasts numerous branches and houses, and particularly for rare treasures like gold core spirit items. The quantity is exceedingly limited, leading to a high demand among various clan members. Naturally, Chu Wu cannot make unilateral decisions. Only his grandfather possesses the authority to make such determinations. After Chu Wu's departure, Chu Tianqing gracefully prepared a cup of her scarce 3rd-grade spirit tea for Wang Bin. She pondered internally, eager to observe the reaction of this seemingly impoverished cultivator whom her father had brought home. Wang Bin initially intended to politely decline. However, upon seeing the cup of spirit tea brimming with ethereal energy, his words transformed in an instant. "Thank you, Miss Chu, for your hospitality. I shall graciously accept. I must admit, this is the first time in my life I have encountered such precious spirit tea." At that moment, it felt as though his mind and limbs were beyond his control. It was indeed a humorous situation. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianqing erupted into a peal of laughter, her voice reminiscent of silver bells. Wang Bin's words had successfully amused this relatively sheltered female cultivator. He took a gentle sip of the spirit tea, and in that instant, his eyes gleamed with a newfound brilliance, as if a radiant spirit light flickered deep within. The moment his tongue brushed against the tea, an unprecedented and wondrous flavor blossomed within his mouth, reminiscent of the fresh fragrance emitted by the tender spirit herbs of a spring morning, teeming with vitality. It was artfully interwoven with elusive, mysterious spiritual nuances, as if pure ethereal energy gracefully coursed down his throat and into his abdomen, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. A sensation of profound comfort surged within him, akin to a tidal wave, as if every pore of his being rejoiced in exuberance, eagerly absorbing the nourishment brought by this spiritual essence. As the spirit tea flowed into his belly, he could distinctly feel his internal spiritual energy being infused with a fresh source of vitality. What once flowed like a gentle stream now surged with vigor, racing through his meridians yet maintaining its order. An ethereal clarity enveloped his heart, sweeping away the restlessness and distractions accumulated during his cultivation, making his thoughts exceptionally lucid. Even his previously vague understanding of the path of cultivation appeared strikingly clear at this moment. Wang Bin's aura began to fluctuate unpredictably, an overwhelming sense of impending breakthrough becoming impossible to contain. He cast an apologetic glance towards Chu Tianqing, then sat cross-legged on the ground. After a brief invocation of the Qingmu technique, he effortlessly broke through to the 7th level of foundation establishment, as if sailing smoothly downstream. The sudden turn of events left Chu Tianqing utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. Curiosity swirled within her, prompting her to stealthily take a sip of the spiritual tea that Wang Bin had yet to finish. However, to her perception, everything seemed quite ordinary. The flavor was unremarkable, and the spiritual essence was not particularly potent, bearing no significant distinction from the spiritual teas she had previously tasted. She couldn't help but ponder in her heart. Could it be that this middle-aged gentleman was a prodigy in cultivation, which is why her father had brought him home? Was her father perhaps contemplating a marriage arrangement for him with their family? Upon reflection, it appeared that she was the only unmarried member of her household. Yet, this Qingmu appeared rather aged, and as a foundation establishment practitioner, he was clad in rather plain attire, which seemed quite shabby. In her mind, Chu Tianqing began to spiral into a maze of thoughts. What if her family had already made arrangements, and as a member of the family, she would have no choice but to comply? However, if this Qingmu truly was an overlooked genius, that might not be entirely unacceptable. Once he ascended to the golden core stage, he could find a way to alter his appearance, transforming into a more dashing figure, which she could reluctantly accept. Chapter 63. Breakthrough of the late foundation establishment. Just as Chu Tianqing was lost in her endless ruminations, Wang Bin slowly opened his eyes. This breakthrough was indeed an unexpected delight for him. 2 months prior, he had sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough to the late foundation establishment stage. However, due to various considerations, he had been forcefully suppressing the urge to advance. He understood that while a breakthrough signified an enhancement of strength, each step in the world of cultivation must be taken with caution. Prematurely revealing one's potential or falling into a bottleneck could invite unforeseen dangers and challenges. To his astonishment, a mere sip of spiritual tea had unwittingly catalyzed his successful breakthrough. As the tea entered his stomach, it flowed like a lively stream through his meridians. The spiritual energy, previously as tranquil as a still lake, was suddenly disturbed as if a boulder had been cast into it, creating ripples that grew increasingly turbulent, ultimately converging into a powerful force that shattered the constraints that had long held him back. Although the spiritual energy within him was not yet fully abundant, he was acutely aware that this was no longer an insurmountable issue. He could sense that if he found a serene place to meditate and cultivate, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, it would not be long before his spiritual power reached its zenith. However, being in an unfamiliar environment, and with Chu Tianqing by his side, made it quite inconvenient to cultivate openly. I must express my gratitude to Miss Chu for the spiritual tea. I never anticipated that I would achieve a breakthrough. It is indeed a delightful surprise. I am curious to know what kind of spiritual tea Miss Chu has graciously provided me, as its effects are remarkably extraordinary. Wang Bin quickly rose, his demeanor respectful as he clasped his hands in gratitude toward Chu Tianqing. His heart brimmed with curiosity and admiration for the spirit tea, while simultaneously, he felt a deep gratitude for Chu Tianqing's generous hospitality. In the realm of cultivation, the scarcity of resources is self-evident. A cup of spirit tea capable of aiding one's breakthrough holds immeasurable value. Yet, Chu Tianqing so readily shared it with him, an act of kindness he would forever cherish. There is no need for such courtesy. It is merely an ordinary cup of enlightening tea, she replied earnestly. I have partaken of it regularly and never noticed such remarkable effects. Uncle Qingmu, could it be that you are a prodigious talent discovered by my father during his travels, and thus he intends to recruit you into our Chu family? Are you perhaps like Sister Qingwan, possessing a singular spirit root, or do you bear some powerful and mysterious lineage? Rest assured, you may confide in me quietly. I shall not divulge a word to others. Chu Tianqing blinked her lively eyes, gazing intently at Wang Bin. Growing up in the esteemed Chu family, She had been surrounded by elite descendants and distinguished guests, well-versed in the legends of prodigies and unique bloodlines. Now, witnessing Wang Bin's breakthrough due to a cup of spirit tea, she could not help but harbor suspicions, her mind racing with tales of extraordinary ascents. Upon hearing her words, Wang Bin found himself both amused and exasperated. How could Chu Tianqing, already a foundational cultivator, possess such naive innocence? Such confidential matters, if true, could not be casually disclosed. In the realm of cultivation, the competition among families and sects is fierce. Information about a promising cultivator often becomes a target for contention or suppression. Yet, seeing her youthful demeanor, he pondered if her family's overprotection had led to her sheltered understanding of the world. Indeed, even the second-generation cultivators possess their shortcomings. Although they are never lacking in resources for cultivation, enjoying rare herbs, advanced techniques, and the guidance of esteemed mentors from a young age, their temperance and resilience in character development lag far behind those of independent cultivators. The latter face countless adversities on their path, struggling on the brink of life and death. Each challenge hones their fortitude, teaching them patience, determination, and adaptability. In contrast, Chu Tianqing, sheltered under her family's wings, resembled a flower in a greenhouse, vibrant yet fragile. Reflecting on this, he could not help but sigh softly. Nevertheless, he firmly etched the name of the enlightening tea in his memory, quietly resolving that should he ever acquire wealth in the future, he would certainly procure some. He understood that on the path of cultivation, such spirit tea might become the crucial catalyst for his breakthroughs. Miss Chu, perhaps you overthink. If you were to carefully examine my attire, you would glean the truth. I am merely a steward of the outer sect of the Four Seas Merchants Alliance, an ordinary cultivator with 3 spirit roots. If I truly possessed exceptional talent, would I still be languishing in the outer sect? Wang Bin chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he slightly raised his arm, revealing the somewhat worn talisman at his side. In the resplendent realm of cultivation, where magical artifacts gleam and treasures abound, these implements appear as inconspicuous as the faintest stars in the night sky. Alas, this cannot be. If your talents are so meager and your attire so humble, why would my father bring you home? I do not imply that your family is impoverished. Rather, it is the ordinariness of your artifacts that perplexes me. Upon uttering these words, Chu Tianqing immediately sensed an impropriety in her speech and hastily corrected herself. Her demeanor flustered, yet oddly endearing. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes betrayed a hint of shyness and regret, as she inwardly chided her own impulsiveness. Hee, Miss Chu, you are indeed candid. By a stroke of fortune, I managed to slay a blue flame bird. And Wang Bin recounted the details of his encounter with the creature and his subsequent offering to Chu Wu. His voice was steady and calm, as if narrating a tale detached from his own life. Yet beneath that tranquil facade lay the thrilling perils of his adventure, where he had brushed against death. It was then that Chu Tianqing experienced a moment of clarity. She was acutely aware of her cousin Chu Qinghuan's formidable standing within the Chu family. Being the cherished jewel of the clan and the hopeful star destined to ascend to the realm of transformation. From a young age, Chu Qinghuan exhibited extraordinary talent in cultivation, her single spiritual root granting her a smooth journey in her training. Her ability to absorb spiritual energy and comprehend techniques far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The family harbored immense expectations for her, pouring countless rare resources into her development and paving a broad path toward the realm of transformation. Chu Tianqing could not help but feel envious. Despite her own diligent efforts, she recognized the insurmountable gap in talent that rendered her unable to catch up. Chapter 64. The Golden Core beckons what? My father has pledged to nurture you to the Golden Core realm, yet he has never mentioned aiding my own ascension. My elder brother, now over 150 years of age, remains trapped in the late foundation establishment stage, struggling to break through. Although he has faced one failed attempt at a breakthrough, the family treasury still holds numerous precious Golden Core resources. Upon learning of her father's astonishing promise, Chu Tianqing felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. After all, among the 3 siblings in her family, only her second brother had successfully formed a core, while her elder brother, despite his advanced age, languished in the late foundation establishment phase. His 2 failed attempts at reaching the Golden Core seemed to have led the family to abandon their investment in his training, which left her utterly astonished. Ahem, Miss Chu, I would not dare speak falsely. According to the words of Lord Chu, your family has indeed reaped substantial gains from this transaction, Wang Bin stated with a serious expression. That is true, sighed Chu Tianqing, as she began to piece together the underlying truth. Her elder brother's limited talent, despite their father's repeated provision of abundant training resources, had ultimately resulted in repeated failures to break through. In stark contrast, my cousin Chu Qinghuan is destined to successfully break through to the nascent soul realm. barring any unforeseen circumstances, with even the possibility of transcending to the god transformation stage. She embodies the hopes of the entire Chu family. Although the Chu clan stands as the foremost family in Shihai City, they have yet to produce a cultivator of the god transformation realm. The family would spare no effort to enhance any flicker of hope for Chu Qingwan to ascend to that level. Moreover, this endeavor involves the rare and precious Qingyan bird, which possesses the bloodline of the Qingwan. The bloodline power of this exceptional avian might provide unforeseen assistance on her path to cultivation, propelling her further along her journey toward god transformation. Alas, you are indeed fortunate. Chu Tianqing could only sigh in resignation. She had once taken an interest in the family's announcement regarding this task, yet regrettably, she had never encountered the Qingyan bird herself. Throughout her cultivation journey, she had largely remained sheltered under the family's protection, practicing within the confines of their secure domain. While this provided safety, it also deprived her of many extraordinary adventures and opportunities. She yearned to traverse the expansive world of cultivation like those legendary cultivators, to explore mysterious ruins, vanquish formidable beasts, and acquire rare treasures. However, the family's safeguard and expectations acted as shackles, constraining her actions and freedom. Subsequently, the two engaged in delightful conversation until dusk began to fall. During their dialogue, it was primarily Wang Bin who recounted the wonders and anecdotes of the outside world, while skillfully gleaning insights into the internal affairs of the Chu family from Chu Tianqing. With vivid detail, Wang Bin shared tales of the customs and cultures of various mortal nations, as well as the amusing stories of Baiyan City. He described the bustling cities of the mortal realm, where carriages and pedestrians thronged the streets, and stalls overflowed with exquisite handicrafts and local delicacies. He painted a picture of serene countryside landscapes, where farmers toiled diligently in fields, and children frolicked by rivers. Baiyan City, he explained, was a place where cultivators and mortals coexisted, bustling markets alive with the trade of spiritual herbs, medicinal elixirs, and treasured artifacts, while mortals sold their everyday goods and unique products. Particularly captivating were his retellings of several episodes from Journey to the West, which left Chu Tianqing enraptured and spellbound. He spoke of the prodigious abilities of Sun Wukong, who could soar vast distances with a single somersault cloud, wielding his golden staff to vanquish demons and escort Tang Sung on his pilgrimage to the West. He described the endearing clumsiness of Zhu Beiji, the earnestness of Sha Sung, and the compassion of Tang Sung, as the four disciples faced 81 trials on their quest for scriptures, yet remained steadfast throughout. Chu Tianqing was deeply drawn to these enchanting tales, having never imagined such wondrous stories existed in the world. So distinctly different from the narrative she encountered in the realm of cultivation, filling her with longing and curiosity for the outside world. It is already this late. Yet why has the sky not darkened? Wang Bin, relying on his own perception, sensed that it should have been dusk by now. However, upon gazing outward, he discerned no signs of impending darkness. He harbored a quiet suspicion. In his memory, although the realm of cultivation possessed certain formations capable of altering local time and space, an entire city remaining illuminated was exceedingly rare. In the 50 years since his birth, aside from a particular instance during the maintenance of a formation, the skies had never darkened. Chu Tianqing was already well informed on this matter, having previously mentioned it in her father's presence. Thus, she sought to display her knowledge before Wang Bin. A proud smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with the pride of her family's heritage. In her view, the astonishing formation controlling the city of Shihai was a testament to her family's formidable power. Wang Bin pondered briefly and swiftly discerned the reason. It must be the efficacy of the formation. Beneath Shihai City lay an abundance of fourth-level spirit veins, rendering the establishment of a formation capable of illuminating the entire city quite feasible. These fourth-level spirit veins served as immense sources of energy, continuously supplying abundant spiritual power to the formation. The formation, anchored by 9 spiritual mountains, transformed spiritual energy into radiant light, evenly dispersing it across every corner of the city. For a city as richly endowed as Shihai, minor energy consumption was hardly a concern. In contrast, his past experiences seemed rather meager. Initially, Chu Tianqing intended to engage Wang Bin further, urging him to recount more captivating tales from Journey to the West. However, at that moment, Chu Wu returned slowly from outside. His gaze lingered on Wang Bin for a moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. In merely half a day, Wang Bin had made significant progress to the later stage of foundation establishment. Yet, he chose not to comment, for with centuries of experience, he had long grown accustomed to such fortuitous breakthroughs. Throughout his lengthy cultivation career, he had witnessed countless cultivators ascend realms due to serendipitous opportunities, some from mistakenly consuming heavenly materials, others from receiving guidance from esteemed mentors, and still others who, in dire circumstances, unleashed their latent potential. He understood well that on the path of cultivation, both opportunity and strength were indispensable. Wang Bin's breakthrough was a reflection of both his fortuity and his inherent prowess and courage. Qingmu, I have reported your situation truthfully to the family. They have agreed to fully cultivate you to the pinnacle of foundation establishment, granting you 3 invaluable chances to strive for the golden core stage, along with all the necessary resources for your training during this process. Should you fail in all 3 attempts, you shall have to resign yourself to fate. After all, if one were to fail in 3 consecutive attempts for the golden core at your current age of over 120, your lifespan would be drastically diminished. Chu Wu's voice was low and steady, his eyes reflecting the family's authority and decisiveness. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hastily bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "The Chu family truly deserves its reputation as the foremost family within thousands of miles. Your integrity is indeed commendable." The disciple was overwhelmed with gratitude. If he were to fail 3 consecutive attempts at breaking through to the golden core stage, he could only blame his own lack of fortune and resign himself to a life spent in the foundation establishment stage. He understood clearly that this represented a significant opportunity in his cultivation journey. The resources and prospects offered by the Chu family were beyond anything he had ever dared to imagine. He silently vowed to dedicate himself fully and seize this chance. All right, young man, do not elevate our Chu family excessively. Rest assured, the resources you require are not enough to tarnish our family's reputation. The credibility of the West Sea Chu family, built over a millennium, is evident for all to see, and it forms the very foundation of our enduring presence. Come with me. I shall take you to assess your aptitude. Chapter 65. What of Wang Bin's aptitude? I want to see too. Chu Tianqing exclaimed excitedly, bounding forth like a joyful fawn. Upon witnessing this, Wang Bin couldn't help but reveal a hint of confusion. An aptitude test? He pondered inwardly. Had he not been tested already? Could there have been an issue during the earlier assessment for Qingmu? Yet, that seemed unlikely. After all, testing one's spiritual roots was not a complex endeavor. Even an average foundation establishment cultivator could assess another's aptitude. However, seeing that Master Chu was already on the verge of exiting the courtyard, he dared not delay any longer and hurriedly followed suit. He was aware of his own limited understanding of the cultivation world, and in such uncertain circumstances, accompanying Chu Wu could only lead to favorable outcomes. Moreover, the disparity in strength between the Chu family and himself was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Should they harbor any ill intent towards him, they would hardly need to go through such elaborate means. One swift motion of their hand could easily spell his demise. Chu Wu flew ahead, his form agile, his garments billowing in the wind. Wang Bin and Chu Tianqing closely trailed behind him. As they ascended, Wang Bin increasingly sensed that the spiritual energy grew denser and more potent. This was evidently contrary to natural laws. He speculated that it must be an extraordinary effect of the local formation. This formation could alter the distribution of spiritual energy, causing it to gather in defiance of natural order, a marvel of sophistication and power that left him in awe. When they were about 3/10 of the way to the summit, Chu Wu gradually descended, leading Wang Bin through a series of winding paths. Before long, a vast complex of palatial structures came into view. The site revealed a multitude of halls and buildings, arranged with impressive grandeur and an imposing presence. Atop a towering boulder, the words Chu Family Academy were inscribed in large characters, each stroke seemingly infused with boundless authority and strength, as if a sharpened sword had been drawn. Within those words, there appeared to be an enigmatic essence concealed. Wang Bin gazed at the inscription, silently admiring it, yet regrettably aware that, given his current realm, he was still unable to comprehend the mysteries it held. The initial 4 lines convey a profound message: to remain steadfast on the righteous path, to diligently cultivate oneself and not squander youthful vigor, to honor one's teachers and uphold traditions, and to unite as a family in the face of external adversities. Drawing from his prior studies in poetry and literature, he grasped the essence of this advice directed at the descendants of the Chu family, encouraging them to adhere to virtue, engage in earnest practice, respect their elders, and foster familial solidarity to repel foes. However, the final phrase, spiritual roots differ, yet diligence can compensate for inadequacies, left him somewhat perplexed. He pondered in silence whether it implied that even with lesser spiritual roots, unwavering dedication to cultivation could lead to success. Yet, at that moment, no one was there to elucidate his confusion. With a heart full of inquiries, he followed Chu Wu into the Chu clan's academy. Still musing whether Chu Wu had brought him there to study, Chu Wu led Wang Bin to a grand hall on the left. Inside, an elderly foundational cultivator with white hair sat quietly at a table, engrossed in his reading. His countenance was serene, and his gaze profound, as if he were immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Observing this, Chu Wu promptly bowed respectfully and said, "Ninth uncle, I have brought a junior to assess his aptitude, as arranged by the clan leader. Upon finishing his words, Chu Wu swiftly employed a sound-transmitting technique to relay the details of Wang Bin's contributions of the blue flame bird and blood spirit grass to the ninth uncle. Chu Tianqing also sweetly called out, "Ninth grandfather. Excellent, excellent. The foundation of the Qingluan grows ever deeper. It brings me great joy to see our Chu family thriving." Ninth grandfather exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight and pride, as if envisioning the glorious future of the Chu family. After a moment, he recalled the matter at hand. Turning his gaze toward Wang Bin and instructing, "Young man, remove all your magical artifacts and storage bags and place them aside. Stand in the center of the formation and gently press both hands upon this spirit-testing pillar while slowly channeling your spiritual energy." Although Wang Bin found this series of demands quite baffling, he understood the necessity of compliance and proceeded accordingly. He carefully divested himself of all items imbued with spiritual energy, placing them aside, and then stepped into the center of the formation. Following ninth grandfather's directive, he steadied his hands upon the spirit-testing pillar and began to release his spiritual energy gradually. As his energy flowed into the formation, it activated instantly, radiating beams of light that enveloped his entire being. Wang Bin felt an intangible force gently caressing him, a sensation remarkably unique, as if a mysterious power were exploring every corner of his body, delving into his meridians, bones, and even the depths of his soul. Time passed slowly, and after a quarter of an hour, the formation in the grand hall gradually ceased its operation. At that moment, ninth grandfather held a jade slip in his hand, his expression focused as he recorded something. After a while, he lifted his gaze, slowly articulating, "Foundation Layer 7, practicing the Qingmu decision. You possess spiritual roots of gold, wood, and fire attributes, with no special constitution or bloodline. Your mental potential is decent, better than your cultivation aptitude, yet not particularly outstanding. The metallic spiritual root is of moderate quality, with an absorption conversion rate of 30%. The wood spiritual root also holds a moderate quality, boasting a conversion rate of 35%. The fire spiritual root is classified as inferior, with a conversion rate of merely 15%. The human lineage is at an impressive 99%, possessing a faint trace of dragon blood alongside several unknown lesser bloodlines. It is recommended to primarily cultivate wood or metal-based techniques, with an overall potential deemed average. Thus, intensive training is not advised." Upon hearing this detailed assessment, Wang Bin was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated such meticulousness in the aptitude evaluation. Although much of the content eluded his comprehension, one phrase resonated distinctly in his mind. He possessed dragon blood. Instantly, a tempest of emotions surged within him. "My heavens!" he silently exclaimed. "How could I, a mere transmigrator, lack uniqueness? Though devoid of a system, I am indeed a descendant of dragons, and now it is affirmed that I possess dragon lineage." The mere thought of dragons, those legendary embodiments of unparalleled strength and majesty, ignited his imagination. As for Qingmu, he could scarcely recall his parents, which led him to speculate, could one of them possibly be a dragon? Yet, if that were the case, why was he so feeble? Did his dragon blood require activation? Much like Chu Qingluan, who needed to slay beasts imbued with dragon blood, extract their essence, and purify his own lineage, advancing step by step to ultimately transform into a divine dragon? The mere possibility of this scenario stirred an exhilarating anticipation within Wang Bin, to the point where he found it challenging to conceal his expression, standing motionless as if ensnared by a euphoric dream. "Uft! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Forgive me, great Uncle Jiao father, but I couldn't help but laugh at Uncle Qingmu's expression." Chu Tianqing, witnessing Wang Bin's demeanor, first let out a giggle, which swiftly escalated into uncontrollable laughter. Great Uncle Jiao and Chu Wu, observing Wang Bin's expression in tandem with Chu Tianqing's mirth, could not suppress their own smiles. They seemed to glimpse their former selves, recalling the joy they felt upon discovering their own traces of dragon and phoenix blood during their aptitude tests, their expressions mirroring that of Qingmu, filled with exuberance and the belief that they were destined to shine in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 66. A detailed discussion on spiritual roots. Wang Bin was deeply engrossed in his reverie concerning his dragon blood when the melodious laughter of Chu Tianqing abruptly pulled him back to reality. He shot her an annoyed glance, yet the delight in his eyes sparkled like a clear spring under the warm sun, impossible to disguise. He continually admonished himself to remain humble and not become overly elated by this unexpected revelation. However, at that moment, a chilling thought loomed over him like a shadow. Wait. They discovered their draconic lineage. Could it be that they wished to extract their own dragon blood? At the mere thought of this, a flicker of fear involuntarily surfaced in his gaze as he turned to Chu Wu. Despite his fervent attempts to mask the turmoil within, his lack of acting prowess and composure rendered his facade riddled with flaws. Observing Wang Bin's expression, Chu Tianqing's laughter grew increasingly joyous, her demeanor and movements becoming ever more charming and delightful. Yet, to Wang Bin, all of this took on a completely different flavor. He perceived Chu Tianqing's face as a canvas of joy, her excitement palpable, and he could not help but speculate. Was the extraction of his dragon blood intended for her use? Once this thought took root, it spread wildly in his heart like rampant weeds, amplifying his fear. He inwardly lamented that, having ingeniously crafted a compressor capable of producing spiritual liquid independently, he should have faced no challenges in advancing to the golden core stage, even without the Chu family's assistance. Unbeknownst to him, in a moment of folly, he had unwittingly walked into a trap, finding himself in such a passive predicament. Enough. My young friend Xingmu, cease your wild imaginings. Everything you are contemplating now, we have all experienced in our time. You are merely overthinking, Chu Wu remarked. Noting Wang Bin's terrified countenance, aware that he was likely plagued by various dreadful conjectures. In truth, most individuals possess some degree of other bloodlines, albeit very faint, such as those of dragons or phoenixes. However, only when the concentration of a certain bloodline reaches half a threshold can one be considered to have a semi-special constitution. Your draconic bloodline, so faint it is nearly negligible, warrants no concern. Every person possesses various bloodlines, and only when one's draconic bloodline reaches half a threshold can it be deemed a semi-special constitution. Upon hearing this revelation, Wang Bin felt as though he had plummeted from the heights of ecstasy to the depths of despair. The blow was overwhelmingly severe. Just a moment ago, he had been elated, believing himself to be a child of destiny, teetering on the brink of paranoia, only to be ruthlessly cast back to his true self. After some time, he reluctantly accepted the sobering reality of his mediocrity and, with a mournful expression, inquired, "Senior, what does it mean for a spiritual root to be of medium quality, at 3/10? Could you enlighten me?" Indeed, human spiritual roots are innate, though there exist certain special methods to implant them. However, such implanted roots are often of lower or medium quality, the elder explained patiently, recognizing Wang Bin's perplexity. Spiritual roots are a vital measure of a cultivator's aptitude and potential. Common spiritual root attributes include the 5 basic elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with special attributes such as ice, wind, thunder, darkness, and light. Each attribute possesses unique characteristics in terms of cultivation and spellcasting. For instance, cultivators with a metal spiritual root often exhibit formidable offensive power, while those with a wood spiritual root find it easier to transcend boundary barriers. Similarly, water-rooted cultivators possess an innate talent for water manipulation spells. The singular spiritual root, also referred to as the heavenly spiritual root, is characterized by its singular attribute. Such roots exhibit an acute sensitivity to the corresponding attribute's spiritual energy, demonstrating a remarkable efficiency in absorption and transformation. The pace of cultivation resembles a galloping steed, making breakthroughs in foundational establishment and the formation of elixirs relatively effortless, thus representing an elite aptitude. In contrast, dual and triple spiritual roots are classified as true spiritual roots, possessing a cultivation speed slightly inferior to that of singular roots, yet significantly superior to that of multiple roots. These roots are regarded as valuable within the sects of cultivation, warranting investment in their development. Conversely, 4 and 5 spiritual roots are deemed pseudo-spiritual roots, exhibiting poor absorption of spiritual energy and a sluggish cultivation speed, with the chaotic energies within making balance exceedingly challenging, rendering foundational establishment a formidable task. However, should one successfully form an elixir and advance to the divine transformation stage, they may gain a slight advantage during the breakthrough of the void refinement stage, as this transition necessitates the unification of the 5 elements. Naturally, the likelihood of such success is exceedingly low, and few would expend effort to cultivate individuals with such qualifications, unless they are the direct descendants of powerful leaders. The pursuit of the divine transformation realm with a pseudo-spiritual root is akin to scaling the heavens. The quality of spiritual roots ranges from low to high, categorized as ordinary, inferior, average, superior, and perfect. An ordinary spiritual root may be considered a prodigy among mortals, yet upon embarking on the path of cultivation, high achievements remain largely unattainable. Inferior spiritual roots rank among those with lesser aptitude, limiting their potential accomplishments. Average spiritual roots surpass their inferior counterparts, and with diligent effort and ample fortune, transcendence from the mundane remains a possibility. Superior roots fall within the realm of geniuses, while perfect roots epitomize the apex of talent, allowing for rapid progress in cultivation. Anomalous spiritual roots arise from the fusion and elevation of 2 or more roots, such as the transformation of earth and water roots into thunder roots, or gold and water roots into ice roots. The effects of anomalous roots are varied and extraordinary, enabling cultivation speeds comparable to those of singular attribute root practitioners, albeit potentially encountering bottlenecks in elixir formation. The conditions for the formation of anomalous roots are exceedingly stringent, necessitating specific requirements for cultivation techniques, and their discovery is immensely challenging. In the realm of cultivation, it is plausible that some practitioners with anomalous roots exist, yet due to the lack of comprehensive detection methods like those employed by our esteemed Chu family, most remain obscured. The testing pillar within the palace is of considerable value, equivalent to a fourth-tier flying vessel. Each activation of the testing array consumes 10 superior spiritual stones, and accurate testing requires individuals with extensive experience in this domain. Even our Chu family descendants undergo preliminary assessments using a spiritual testing plate, with only those exhibiting promising potential advancing to this venue for more precise evaluations. Following testing, practitioners gain a deeper understanding of their physical condition, enabling them to select suitable cultivation techniques tailored to their individual circumstances, thereby significantly accelerating their progress. Uncle Gio paused slightly before continuing. As for why the spiritual roots are so intricately significant and their roles so paramount, the explanation is rather straightforward. The spiritual energy within the realm of cultivation encompasses various attributes, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If one possesses a single spiritual root, the absorption of spiritual energy is remarkably swift. For instance, a wood spiritual root can solely absorb wood attribute energy, rendering it incapable of absorbing energies of other attributes. In the case of a perfect wood attribute root, the conversion rate can reach 100%, meaning that whatever amount of wood attribute energy is absorbed can be refined into an equivalent amount of wood attribute spiritual power. If one has a superior spiritual root, it can only convert 70% of the absorbed energy, yet even so, the cultivation speed remains relatively rapid. In the scenario of dual spiritual roots, such as fire and wood, practicing firewood techniques necessitates the simultaneous absorption of both types of energy while maintaining a balance between the two. The time and effort expended in this endeavor are at least several times greater than that required for a single spiritual root. In your case, possessing fire, wood, and metal attributes, while practicing wood attribute techniques, means that each time you absorb spiritual energy, you must not only prevent your fire and metal roots from absorbing energy, but also precisely control your wood attribute root to solely absorb wood attribute energy from the myriad of available energies, followed by refinement. Furthermore, your wood attribute root is of merely average quality, capable of converting only 30 to 50% of the energy, thus wasting the effort put into absorbing the other energies. The absorption and refinement of spiritual energy demand considerable time, perseverance, and mental acuity. Now you should comprehend why the esteemed sects and masters favor disciples with superior talents. While it may be tolerable to expend additional resources on those with slightly inferior roots, the time consumed in achieving the same level of cultivation can be several times, or even dozens of times, greater than that of their peers. Every cultivator races against time. One must understand that a Qi refinement stage cultivator has a mere century of lifespan, rendering those with significantly poor roots practically devoid of cultivation value. Nevertheless, this is not absolute. Diligent practitioners with inferior qualifications can still attain notable achievements. Moreover, certain methods exist to expedite cultivation, especially prior to the nascent soul stage. For instance, spiritual liquid serves as an effective means. Even if one possesses 5 spiritual roots, directly absorbing spiritual liquid can eliminate the need for the energy absorption process, allowing one to directly obtain the desired attribute spiritual power from the liquid. In this context, the efficacy of single attribute spiritual liquid is even more remarkable. For example, with pure wood attribute spiritual liquid, one need only control the other roots from absorbing and allow the wood attribute root to absorb and convert this spiritual power into one's own. Thus, single attribute spiritual liquids are exceedingly rare and precious. The value of single attribute spiritual stones is also tenfold or more compared to ordinary spiritual stones. Chapter 67. Spiritual power is the foundation of all dragon blood body. Of course, this consideration is solely from the perspective of spiritual power. For foundational cultivators aspiring to successfully breach the golden core realm, the strength of the body and the power of consciousness must advance in tandem. Spiritual energy is the foundation of cultivation, where a robust physique relies on the dual nourishment of blood essence and spiritual power, while a stable and formidable consciousness is supported by a strong body. Nevertheless, spiritual energy remains the origin and core of all in the realm of cultivation. In this world, spiritual energy is regarded as the source of all things. Mortals, lacking spiritual roots, are unable to absorb spiritual energy, rendering their path of cultivation devoid of hope. Regardless of the myriad of peculiar and diverse techniques and spells that may exist in the external world, spiritual energy, serves as their fundamental basis and support, thus underscoring the significance of spiritual roots. Wang Bin attentively listened to the words of Grandpa Jiao and Lord Chu, inevitably falling into deep contemplation. Spiritual energy. This fundamental element of the cultivation realm stands in stark contrast to the human world of his past life. While humanity had begun to explore the mysteries of the universe in the realm of thought, they were constrained by the absence of spiritual energy, limiting their physical capabilities and shortening their lifespans, making higher pursuits unattainable. In this realm of cultivation, spiritual roots are the sole innate ability to absorb spiritual energy, and the quality of these roots directly determines the speed of cultivation. In theory, possessing spiritual roots grants one the possibility of cultivating to the divine transformation realm. However, those with single spiritual roots often require several times, even dozens of times, more time and resources than their counterparts. Realizing this, Wang Bin quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as hope remains, there exists a direction for effort. Although his 3 spiritual roots may not be top tier, they are still passable. It is only natural that he was not assessed as having potential for focused cultivation. If this body possessed extraordinary talents, how could it have been assigned to Baiyun City? The only source of regret for him is the faint draconic bloodline within him. The mindset of the cultivators in this realm vastly differs from his own. They seem to overlook the latent value contained within this fragile bloodline. Even the slightest trace of draconic blood signifies infinite possibilities. He could capture other beings with draconic bloodlines and extract their essence to purify his own, thereby potentially enhancing and elevating his bloodline. With this thought in mind, he gazed at Grandpa Jiao with anticipation and reluctance. Senior, since I possess a draconic bloodline, might there be a method to strengthen it? For instance, if I were to capture other beasts with draconic bloodlines and extract their essence to fortify my own, would that be feasible? Ha ha ha, young lad. You possess great ambition. I once harbored similar thoughts in my youth, though alas, circumstances did not align. Chu Wu responded with a hearty laugh, his eyes reflecting admiration for Wang Bin's courage. Only to shake his head slightly and sigh. The draconic bloodline is exceedingly unique. One must at least reach the level of a flood dragon to extract even a meager trace of draconic essence. And the flood dragon is considered an upper-tier race among the demon kind, formidable indeed. Deep within the Beast Mountain range adjacent to Baiyun City, a few dragon-like creatures known as the Jialong reside. Once they reach maturity, their cultivation can ascend to the Yuaning stage, with one even holding dominion as a transcendent deity. The Jialong clan is far more numerous in the depths of the ocean, and to guard against other races coveting their bloodline, multiple factions have forged alliances, vowing to provide aid whenever one is beset. Otherwise, how could the Beast Mountain range possibly maintain its foothold on the continent? It would have long been eradicated by our Sea Merchant Alliance, roots and all. Chu Wu regarded Wang Bin with admiration, pondering internally that this youth indeed possessed remarkable courage. Perhaps it could be said that ignorance breeds fearlessness. Observing Wang Bin's puzzled expression, Chu Wu patiently elaborated. Are you wondering why the Chu family dares to extract the bloodline of the Qingyan bird while exhibiting such trepidation towards the dragon lineage? The reason lies in the fact that the Qingwan bloodline is solitary and lacks formidable individuals or powerful backing. Thus, eliminating them poses no significant risk. Conversely, the Jialong clan is an entirely different matter. Should you slay a Jialong, unless your sect possesses sufficient strength to withstand the clan's furious retaliation, it is advisable to keep the matter a closely guarded secret and disclose it to no one. Of course, the world is not devoid of audacious individuals. A millennium ago, there existed a cultivator known as the Dragon Slayer True Monarch, whose ambitions mirrored yours. Chu Wu paused momentarily to gather his thoughts before continuing. This so-called Dragon Slayer True Monarch possessed only mediocre spiritual roots, much like yourself, belonging to the category of 3 spiritual roots. However, astonishingly, from birth, he bore a latent dragon bloodline, which initially went unnoticed. At that time, due to his status as a 3 spiritual root cultivator, the assessments of his potential were neither comprehensive nor profound. Thus, despite harboring the enigmatic dragon bloodline, it remained undiscovered. He embarked on the path of cultivation like many ordinary practitioners, enduring a long and arduous journey, striving for breakthroughs to attain a higher realm. Yet, fate seemed to revel in tormenting him. When he attempted to ascend to the Jedon stage, he suffered a devastating failure, teetering on the brink of death. Just as all believed he would succumb to despair, a miracle unfolded. Perhaps the immense pressure of life and death awakened the dormant power within him. Or perhaps the heavens could not bear to let such a unique being perish. In that critical moment, the slumbering dragon blood within him suddenly surged forth. This astonishing transformation immediately captured the attention of the higher echelons of his sect. After a thorough examination, They ultimately ascertained that he possessed an exceedingly rare and powerful constitution known as the Dragon Blood Body. Once activated, this constitution bestows the bearer with extraordinary potential and capabilities. Upon receiving this news, the sect unhesitatingly extended comprehensive and robust support to him. Not only did they provide him with the finest cultivation resources, but they also dispatched seasoned elders to personally guide his training. Under the meticulous cultivation efforts of the sect, he ultimately succeeded in forming his golden core, thus becoming a true master of the golden core stage. However, despite a notable enhancement in his cultivation speed post-golden core formation, he found himself constrained by the limitations of his innate spiritual roots. In comparison to the exceptionally gifted disciples within the sect, his progress remained somewhat sluggish. Consequently, he set his sights on the bloodline of the dragon clan. A fully grown flood dragon possessed immense strength, and he knew he could hardly contend with it. However, the dragon eggs and juvenile dragons contained a relatively modest amount of dragon blood, which was still more abundant than his own. Through unknown means, he acquired a special treasure capable of concealing his aura. Armed with this artifact, he embarked on a relentless hunt in the Beast Mountains and the sea, slaying numerous young flood dragons to extract their dragon blood for the purification of his own lineage. In merely 50 years, he ascended from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, shattering the record for the fastest progression to nascent soul within his sect. After this advancement, his unique constitution and extraordinary accomplishments caught the attention of the ruling family of the Tianyuan sect. In their quest to further strengthen their bloodline, the Dragon Slayer True Monarch was compelled to marry several female cultivators from the sect's ruling family and sought out spiritual herbs and elixirs capable of enhancing the reproductive success of nascent soul practitioners. Ultimately, their efforts bore fruit, and they successfully cultivated offspring bearing the bloodline of the Dragon clan. At that time, the concentration of dragon blood within the Dragon Slayer True Monarch had risen to 20%, endowing him with a physical strength that far surpassed that of his human peers at the same realm. With numerous wives, he sired 10 children, 2 of whom inherited his unique constitution, possessing a natural affinity for half a portion of the dragon bloodline. This outcome elicited jubilant celebrations throughout the family, and the Dragon Slayer True Monarch's confidence soared. To further elevate the dragon blood concentration of himself and his children, he resumed his quest to hunt flood dragons. After all, with the dragon bloodline coursing through his veins, the backing of his sect, and the protection of top-tier treasures, he faced few rivals within the nascent soul realm. His physical prowess unparalleled. However, as the saying goes, one who frequently walks by the riverbank is bound to get their shoes wet. His repeated hunts of the Flood Dragon clan ultimately caught their attention, although he fought valiantly against their ambush, sustaining injuries and escaping while concealing his identity through the special artifact. The Flood Dragon clan struggled to determine his true identity for a time. Nevertheless, his streak of good fortune was not destined to last. In their pursuit of the culprit, the Flood Dragon clan offered a bounty of 3 breaking infant pills. These pills greatly aided practitioners in breaking through the bottleneck of the Golden Core stage, unlocking their potential and enhancing the success rate of advancing to the nascent soul stage, making them immensely coveted. Under such a generous reward, betrayal was inevitable. Within just 3 days, someone sold him out for the substantial bounty. The Dragon clan, upon receiving intelligence from a traitor, swiftly ascertained his identity through a brief investigation. The formidable Dragon Slayer, known for his powerful physique and distinctive traits, was further compromised by the traitor's betrayal of his 2 children, both of whom bore the bloodline of dragons, in a bid for greater rewards. In an instant, nearly the entire dragon clan mobilized. Numerous demon entities of the transformation realm, hundreds of Yuan infants, and countless lesser demons converged, encircling the heavenly origin sect to the point of suffocation. Although the sect was fortified by a protective array, it harbored only 5 cultivators in the transformation realm, who felt considerable pressure in the face of such overwhelming force. However, in this dire moment of life and death, the human cultivators demonstrated a remarkable unity. They understood the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Should the heavenly origin sect fall today, their own sects might be next. Thus, various sects across the cultivation world dispatched their elite to support the heavenly origin sect, and some formidable demons also joined the fray, igniting a brutal conflict between the 2 races. The battle raged on for an extended period, ultimately reducing the heavenly origin sect to ruins. The contemporary sect leader, Tian Yuanzi, sacrificed himself in a self-destructive act to protect the sect, perishing alongside the enemy. Both sides suffered grave losses. While the Dragon Slayer was regarded as a top-tier force among Yuan infant cultivators, he found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of transformation realm cultivators. Throughout the conflict, he was relentlessly pursued as the primary target by the Dragon clan. After the war, he vanished without a trace, and the heavenly origin sect subsequently disbanded. Its former territories gradually splintered, giving rise to the current Heavenly Origin Empire and the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. It is said that one of the founders of our Four Seas Merchant Alliance was a transformation realm cultivator from the Heavenly Origin sect, and both factions retained fragments of the original sect's influence. Since that time, few have dared to hunt the Dragon Clan recklessly. Upon concluding this harrowing tale, Chu Wu turned to Wang Bin with a smile, inquiring, "Having heard the story, dear friend Qing Mu, do you still harbor thoughts of extracting dragon blood?" Chapter 68. The heritage of great families. Both Wang Bin and Chu Tianqing were utterly engrossed in the riveting narrative shared by Chu Wu. The intricate twists and turns of the plot unfolded before them like a vivid and exhilarating tapestry, each subtle detail gripping their hearts tightly. When they heard Chu Wu's question, Chu Tianqing immediately displayed a look of trepidation, her animated eyes darting about like two brilliant gems sparkling in their sockets, as if her clever mind was concocting some novel scheme. In contrast, Wang Bin remained composed and unruffled, as though everything was within his expectations. This glitch detail was one he had encountered too many times before, though he could not allow that to show. Nevertheless, he responded earnestly to Chu Wu's inquiry. What is there to fear? If one lacks the strength, then one would certainly hesitate to attempt it. However, when one reaches a bottleneck in cultivation and finds their lifespan dwindling, it is certainly imperative to take a gamble, even if it means confronting a formidable true dragon. Of course, Master Chu, I am merely speaking casually, heh? Wang Bin responded with neither subservience nor arrogance, his words reflecting both a clear understanding of the present circumstances and an inherent courage and determination. Indeed, on the path of cultivation, reliance on innate talent alone is insufficient. Diligent effort is equally indispensable. Furthermore, one must possess an unwavering belief in progress. Otherwise, one may easily succumb to complacency and abandon the journey of cultivation midway. Well, your aptitude has been thoroughly assessed, and let Uncle Joe tailor a subsequent cultivation plan for you. Rest assured, our Chu family holds a significant position within the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, achieved not only through formidable strength, but also through a reputation cultivated over millennia. As a member of the Alliance, one must never tarnish its esteemed name. Noting that the time was ripe, Chu Wu began to systematically arrange matters pertaining to Wang Bin. Young friend Qing Mu, I have dealt with many similar situations in my time, so there is no need for further deliberation. You possess 3 spirit roots, the most exceptional being a wood spirit root of merely medium quality, while the others are even less impressive. Even within a family as esteemed as the Chu clan, your aptitude does not warrant significant investment. Of course, if an elder within the family decides to nurture you, the family will not interfere. Since the Chu family has already pledged to assist you in forming your core, I shall candidly share my proposal. Grandfather Joe spoke with a gentle yet serious demeanor, his snow-white hair radiating a sacred luminescence in the dim light, embodying the wisdom that time has bestowed. Given your current condition, your bone age is already 122 years. According to the cultivation plan, you are to begin your first attempt at core formation by the age of 140. Should this attempt fail, you will rest for 5 years before trying again, following the same protocol for subsequent attempts. You are currently at the 7th level of foundation establishment. According to our Chu family's understanding, there are 9 levels in the realms of Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, and core formation. Upon reaching the 9th level of foundation establishment, you may commence preparations for core formation. As for the widely circulated notion of achieving perfect foundation establishment, it is, in fact, a misconception held by most cultivators. At the 9th level of foundation establishment, a cultivator's spiritual energy may have reached that pinnacle, yet their physical strength and consciousness have not yet attained the limits of the foundation stage. In such a state, the cultivator may have an instinctive awareness that an immediate breakthrough could pose a peril to their life, leading them to subconsciously continue cultivating their spiritual energy. As the cultivation technique operates, the spiritual energy gradually nourishes the body and consciousness, thereby enhancing both the physical form and mental acuity. Theoretically, if every foundational cultivator could perfect their spiritual energy, physical body, and consciousness, and adequately prepare for the tribulation of ascending to the golden core stage, they would generally succeed in forming their core. However, the reality is quite different. The resources for cultivation are exceedingly limited, the quality of spiritual roots varies significantly, and each cultivator's lifespan is constrained. Additionally, the myriad of personal desires complicates matters. Alas, time is relentless. Today, I have rambled on excessively. What I intend to convey is that, barring unforeseen circumstances, assisting you in forming your core should pose no significant issue. The voice of Grandpa Gio, although somewhat hoarse, resonated with the weight of time and profound wisdom, each word imbued with boundless experience. Considering your current aptitude, I recommend that you continue practicing the Qingmu formula for your spiritual energy. Switching to another technique at this juncture would require several additional years of effort. While the Qingmu formula may not be the pinnacle of cultivation methods, its benefits lie in its gentle and stable nature. The fact that its combat capabilities are somewhat lacking is inconsequential. If spells fall short, one can always compensate with equipment. Furthermore, there is no immediate need for you to engage in battles with others. Once you achieve the golden core stage, you can transition to more formidable techniques without haste. Moreover, you have nearly 2 decades to progress from the 7th to the 9th layer of foundational cultivation, which, in my estimation, should pose no difficulty. With the resolution of your spiritual energy, the cultivation of your physical body should not be arduous. Simply mastering a body-tempering technique would suffice, provided that resources are sufficiently abundant. Coupled with your current foundation, 20 years should be ample to attain perfection in this regard. In truth, the most challenging aspect lies in the cultivation of consciousness. Techniques specifically designed for this purpose are exceedingly rare and valuable, as are the resources that expedite such cultivation. Thus, most cultivators in the world of immortality do not specialize in this area. This is also a primary reason why the tribulation of the golden core stage is fraught with peril. Nevertheless, our Chu family can provide you with a technique to enhance your consciousness. However, achieving perfection within a mere 20 years is virtually impossible. Thus, you must strive to train your consciousness as much as possible. When the time comes to confront the golden core tribulation, our Chu family will lend you a unique treasure to safeguard your sea of consciousness. In this manner, your spiritual energy, physical body, and consciousness will be secured. Lastly, it suffices to prepare a few golden core spiritual items as a precaution. As for the final golden core thunder tribulation, there is no need for undue concern. Our Chu family possesses specialized formations, spiritual tools, and auxiliary pills designed for this purpose. As long as you adhere to our plan, the chances of successfully forming your core remain substantial. What do you think? Are you satisfied with this proposal? Upon hearing Grandpa Jio's detailed exposition, Wang Bin couldn't help but reflect inwardly, realizing that much of the knowledge regarding the world of immortality gleaned from Qingmu's memories seemed to be flawed. In the esteemed Chu family, a venerable elder of the foundational stage confidently asserted his ability to attain the coveted Dan formation. Although he did not guarantee success, his assertion profoundly challenged the protagonist's previous beliefs and perceptions. Could this be the unparalleled depth of heritage exclusive to illustrious families? In stark contrast, it is exceedingly arduous for independent cultivators to rise above the fray. It is no wonder that in a past life, the offspring of prominent families, if they so wished, could effortlessly gain admission to the nation's top academies. Perhaps their lofty aspirations led them to overlook local institutions, opting instead for education abroad. Conversely, for an ordinary student, the path to elite academies resembles a treacherous gauntlet, fraught with challenges that only a select few can navigate successfully, thereby securing the honor of such prestigious institutions. With a heavy heart, Wang Bin let out a deep sigh, and in that fleeting moment, he silently vowed to elevate his own Wang family to the stature of the Chu family. As the future patriarch, he bore a weighty and enduring responsibility. He envisioned a glorious future for the Wang family, where its descendants would stride confidently along the path of cultivation, their renown echoing throughout the realm, becoming luminous stars in the world of cultivation. A peculiar thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Upon his return, he must ensure that the Wang family flourishes in progeny. If Qin Wenjun and others were to bear children, and he were to awaken a system that bestows the blessing of abundance, he could perhaps alleviate the burdens of his arduous efforts. Though he recognized the slim likelihood of such an outcome, a glimmer of hope and anticipation flickered within him. Yet, while his thoughts roamed freely, his body remained undeterred. He promptly bowed and respectfully declared, "I shall adhere to the elder's arrangements." Chapter 69. Enchanted Artifacts with Skills? Well, since matters have reached this stage, I shall proceed with the arrangements. Young friend Qingmu, continue your cultivation of the Qingmu decision in the realm of spiritual energy. The Chu family will provide you with 100 drops of spiritual liquid to assist your endeavors. With these elixirs, dedicating a decade or so should suffice to achieve a perfected state of spiritual energy. For physical training, you may learn the Thunderlight Body Refinement Technique. This remarkable practice harnesses the power of lightning to fortify and enhance the body, enabling it to withstand greater electrical forces while simultaneously augmenting strength, speed, and agility, thereby fortifying one's willpower. During the Thunderlight Body Refinement, it is imperative to synchronize with specific mental techniques to maintain tranquility and focus. These techniques aid practitioners in controlling the flow of lightning within their bodies, preventing it from spiraling out of control and causing harm. Moreover, the mental techniques facilitate the integration of the lightning's power with one's own, thereby enhancing the efficacy of the training. This method is widely practiced among many disciples of the Chu family, and we possess considerable expertise in this area. Moreover, there are no special requirements regarding spiritual roots or physical constitution. I believe you have encountered various introductions to techniques in the merit hall of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. In truth, regardless of the rank of body cultivation techniques, as long as one can elevate their physical realm to a state of perfection, it suffices. Some body cultivation techniques are indeed formidable, yet they necessitate a unique constitution, as well as rare herbs or specified materials for practice, rendering them unsuitable for ordinary individuals. The Thunderbolt body forging technique encompasses advanced training content within the sect, allowing practitioners to cultivate it all the way to the nascent soul realm. Our Chu family's nascent soul cultivators also practice this. As for techniques aimed at refining one's consciousness, they are quite precious throughout the entire immortal cultivation realm. And our Chu family possesses only two. You may study the starry visualization method, but you must first pledge an oath to ensure that this technique is not disseminated. Otherwise, do not blame our Chu family for being ungracious. You may contemplate this matter yourself. Generally, foundational cultivators can attain a perfected consciousness after about 100 years of cultivation. However, they lack specialized techniques for utilizing consciousness, thus unable to harness it effectively. Only those with exceptionally high innate talent, who cultivate at a rapid pace and have little practical experience, find their spiritual energy outgrowing their consciousness swiftly, necessitating the study of consciousness refinement techniques. The Chu family will arrange all the resources you require for your cultivation from the foundational stage to perfection. Our Chu family has an excellent reputation. If we promise to help you achieve the golden core, we will certainly keep our word. Do you have any questions regarding this cultivation plan? Granduncle G meticulously outlined the cultivation strategy. I shall adhere to the arrangements made by the elder. I am also eager to learn the consciousness refinement technique and will comply with the Chu family's regulations. Wang Bin resolutely decided to pursue the starry visualization method for refining consciousness, having never before encountered a technique specifically designed for such practice. Moreover, this technique bears significant similarities to the Taoist cultivation philosophy from his previous life, which emphasizes the refinement of essence, energy, and spirit. Essence corresponds to body cultivation in the immortal realm. Energy pertains to spiritual energy, and spirit, in the absence of spiritual energy in his past life, must signify consciousness. Now, presented with the opportunity to learn a technique for refining consciousness, he would certainly not let it slip away. As for the prohibition against disseminating the technique, he deemed it entirely reasonable. If he possessed such a technique, he would undoubtedly act likewise. Very well, since Granduncle G has arranged everything, let us proceed to the family treasury to collect these items. Upon witnessing this, Chu Wu did not hesitate, leading Wang Bin and Chu Tianqing to the Chu family's treasury. Wang Bin and Chu Tianqing could merely stand outside the grand hall, awaiting their turn. Chu Tianqing remained silent, and Wang Bin dared not utter a word, both standing quietly. Although the guards of the Chu family were not visible, everyone understood that this was one of the family's most significant foundations. There were surely experts in formations protecting it, but their own low cultivation level rendered them unable to perceive it. After the duration of an incense stick, Chu Wu emerged from the hall. Leading Wang Bin to a secluded side hall, he spoke with utmost seriousness. You shall study the cultivation technique here. The jade slip must not leave this place. Once you have memorized its contents, return it to me. The jade slip contains not only the cultivation methods, but also insights into practice, along with the corresponding array for body tempering. Here, you will find 100 drops of spirit liquid and 1,000 mid-grade wood attribute spirit stones, as well as a complete set of superior grade wood attribute spiritual artifacts. This ensemble, known as the Battle Wolf set, comprises a helmet, breastplate, arm guards, and leg guards, all crafted from the body of a fully matured wood attribute wolf demon, along with other auxiliary materials by an artifact refiner. Though it is merely a set of superior grade spiritual artifacts, its value is heightened by the fact that it was forged from the various parts of an entire demon wolf. The demon core has even been incorporated into the helmet. In times of peril, it can unleash a wolf demon doppelganger, which, while possessing only 30% of the original's combat prowess, is still formidable enough to challenge an ordinary consummate foundation establishment cultivator. However, this doppelganger can only sustain itself for a quarter of an hour. Once the energy stored in the demon core is depleted, it must be replenished with wood attribute spiritual energy before it can be summoned again. Although this set of wood attribute spiritual artifacts is not classified as a magical treasure, its worth is at least equivalent to 2 or 3 inferior grade magical treasures. Therefore, this set is merely lent to you. Upon reaching the golden core stage, it must be returned to our Chu family. Initially, we had no intention of providing you with spiritual equipment, but the elder overseeing the treasury was taken aback to see you adorned in an entire set of magical equipment. Such a sight would be a disgrace to our Chu family. Thus, we have decided to lend you this set of gear. After all, your contributions of the Azure Flame Bird and Blood Spirit Grass have become well known among all factions in West Sea City. If you were to leave wearing a complete set of magical artifacts, what face would be left for our Chu family? Wang Bin forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. One's attire indeed plays a significant role. It was high time for him to replace his current magical gear, which had caused him considerable embarrassment on numerous occasions. Yet, sometimes misfortune can turn into fortune, and indeed, a great opportunity has presented itself. Furthermore, he learned today that spiritual artifacts could be crafted into sets, each possessing its own skills. It seems that the profession of artifact refiner holds great promise. Wait a moment, he thought. He too possessed a demon core, didn't he? Given his current favorable relationship with the Chu family, it would be prudent to inquire whether he might also forge a skill-bearing piece of equipment. Thus, he promptly retrieved the demon core he had discovered within the carcass of a bear demon from his storage pouch and presented it. Master Chu, could you please take a look at this demon core? It was found in the corpse of a mid-stage Foundation establishment bear demon. Chu Wu casually accepted the core, examining it closely before sighing, such a waste for this bear demon. Having only reached mid-Foundation establishment, it already possessed a demon core of remarkable potential. Had I known, I should have captured it and contracted it as a spirit pet. It exhibited signs of ancestral regression, with the potential to cultivate into a nascent soul demon emperor. However, its untimely demise is perhaps for the best. It is not of our kin, and its heart would surely be different. This demon core, when infused with earth attribute spiritual energy, can generate a gravitational field. Within a radius of 100 meters, all objects are subject to the influence of gravity. However, considering it is merely the inner core of a foundation-building beast, its effect on a golden core cultivator is relatively minimal. Moreover, it will deplete its energy after only a few uses, necessitating a replenishment of spiritual power. I have instructed the family's artifact smith to forge it into a spiritual necklace for you to wear around your neck. When engaging in combat with a foundation-building cultivator, activating a gravity spell unexpectedly will undoubtedly yield unforeseen effects. If executed as a surprise attack, even a golden core cultivator, caught off guard, may find their movements momentarily hindered. Wang Bin was elated upon hearing this and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Chu Wu. The Chu family is indeed a prestigious lineage, rich in resources and strength. Furthermore, today he made a new discovery. Artifacts in the cultivation world can possess skills, though it appears they require the demon cores of beasts as materials. Along with the expertise of an artifact smith, it seems he must delve deeper into the study of artifact forging. If he could don a complete set of artifacts endowed with skills, control, defense, attack, and speed, by skillfully coordinating them, would he not become invincible within the same realm? Wait, it seems talismans possess such capabilities. Families like the Chu's must have numerous artifacts with skills. No wonder loose cultivators struggle against family cultivators, lacking advantages in resources, allies, techniques, and training grounds. At this moment, his resolve to develop his family's influence solidified further. Chapter 70. The vision for family development. After offering a few careful instructions to Wang Bin, Chu Wu departed with Chu Tianqing. In an instant, the spacious side hall was left with Wang Bin as its sole occupant. Although referred to as a side hall, its size was considerable, yet at this moment, Wang Bin's mind was preoccupied with other matters, leaving him indifferent to the hall's dimensions. He cautiously extracted the spiritual liquid gifted by the Chu family and examined it meticulously. The characteristics of this liquid, while not identical to his own concoctions, bore a striking resemblance. Observing this result, a great weight lifted from Wang Bin's heart. He understood that possessing this spiritual liquid as a trump card granted him the confidence to expand and strengthen his family, with the current ambition of elevating it to a golden core family. After all, in the realm of cultivation, as long as one possesses ample spiritual stones, the majority of resources required before reaching the golden core stage can be acquired through purchase. Now that he was privy to numerous hidden secrets of cultivation, as long as resources were sufficiently supplied, coupled with the steadfast resolve of his companions to endure the solitude and tedium of the cultivation process, elevating their cultivation to the foundation-building stage should not pose a significant challenge. It is crucial to understand that the pursuit of higher cultivation realms demands an immense quantity of resources. If every item must be collected through personal effort, it would consume an unfathomable amount of time, and there is no guarantee that one could gather everything necessary. This not only significantly impedes the cultivation process, but also poses a myriad of dangers during the resource-gathering endeavor. This is the harsh reality faced by itinerant cultivators in the contemporary realm of cultivation, and it fundamentally explains the emergence of numerous formidable factions and illustrious families within this domain. Although the notion of wielding a sword alone, drifting freely between heaven and earth, may indeed appear exceedingly graceful, one must ponder where the requisite spiritual energy for cultivation originates. Those spiritual veins rich in energy and conducive to cultivation are invariably bound by clear ownership, either firmly held by powerful factions or dominated by formidable beasts. Even if one possesses sufficiently potent strength to seize a spiritual vein, would one truly dare to cultivate without any reservations? Certainly not. One must establish defensive formations to guard against potential ambushes during their practice. However, herein lies the dilemma. Do you possess the skill to arrange such formations? Even if you do, from where will you procure the materials necessary for their construction? And what of the spiritual stones? Where might those be acquired? Who shall patrol and safeguard the established formations? How does one procure magical artifacts? Must one rely solely on hunting beasts for crafting or barter with other items? The complications are indeed countless. Hence, within the cultivation world, it is imperative to either establish a vast power or integrate into an existing one. By occupying spiritual mountains and mines, expanding territory, and relying on the stable annual output of these resources, one can then establish a comprehensive set of regulations, allowing disciples and family members to manage all mundane affairs, thus permitting oneself to focus solely on cultivation. This encapsulates the general structural model of the cultivation world. Although details may vary, the overarching pattern remains consistent. Wang has already formulated his plans in his mind. Once he has resolved matters concerning the Chu family, he intends to visit the Four Seas Merchant Alliance to inquire about the news regarding the pregnancy spirit pill. He intends to procure a considerable quantity of these pills, with the aim of ensuring that upon returning to his family, he will have Qin Wenjun and the other 3 women each bear at least 4 children. Calculating thus, he would eventually have 16 offspring. At that point, should any possess spiritual roots, they would receive focused cultivation, while those lacking such roots, upon reaching the age of 18, would have the opportunity for the male offspring to marry 10 or 8 women each, thereby expanding the Wang family lineage. In this manner, within a century, the Wang family could evolve into a clan boasting a population of at least 1,000. Among this 1,000, it is inevitable that there will be several descendants with spiritual root potential, thus enabling the family to gradually thrive and flourish. Of course, this entire plan hinges upon his ability to support such a populous lineage. Fortunately, he possesses the capability to produce spiritual liquid and cultivate foundational practitioners in bulk, albeit requiring a degree of discretion in his endeavors. As long as he can successfully ascend to the golden core stage and firmly grasp the Chu family's mighty tree, he can comfortably remain at home, diligently cultivating, while allowing the younger generations of his family to embark on their own adventures and trials. Although casualties are undoubtedly inevitable in this process, is this not the very essence of the world's operational rules? The vast resources and techniques amassed in the Chu family's treasury could not possibly have been gathered solely by Chu Yunfei, could they? As long as the family system is established in a comprehensive and rational manner, theoretically, the family will flourish and prosper like a snowball gaining momentum. Wang has generally mapped out his future cultivation direction in his mind, and he is well aware that unforeseen circumstances are bound to arise during the actual development process. However, as long as he can ensure that the overarching direction remains steadfast, significant issues should not arise. For now, it is paramount to address the immediate matters at hand. After properly storing the spiritual liquid, he retrieved the jade slip containing the Thunderbolt body refinement technique. Upon meticulously studying it from beginning to end, a slight frown creased his brow. The principle behind this technique is, in essence, quite simple. One arranges a thunder control formation to generate lightning that strikes one's own body, thereby achieving the goal of physical training. Naturally, the formation can be adjusted according to the cultivator's physical strength, allowing for the modulation of the intensity of the lightning. Furthermore, the jade slip contains several prescriptions that necessitate the preparation of medicinal liquids. After the body has endured the electric strikes, one must immerse it in the medicinal liquid to recover from the inflicted damage, thus gradually enhancing the strength of the cultivator's physique. It is also mentioned that while immersion in the medicinal liquid is not obligatory, foregoing it would necessitate relying on the body's natural recovery, which not only delays the training progress, but also risks leaving hidden dangers within the body. After all, frequent use of the medicinal liquid incurs significant expenses, leading to considerable consumption of spirit stones. Wang meticulously rummaged through the storage bag that Chu Wu had given him, and indeed found a dozen pre-prepared body refining medicinal liquids. The only aspect that left him somewhat dissatisfied was that the Thunderbolt body refinement technique only contained the content applicable up to the completion of the foundation establishment stage. The subsequent methods for the golden core and nascent soul stages were unrecorded. Acquiring these advanced techniques would require a visit to the Merit Hall of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, where contribution points would be needed for exchange. With a resigned sigh, Wang decided not to dwell on this issue. After all, one must tread the path step by step. Even if he were to obtain techniques meant for the golden core and nascent soul stages now, he would be unable to practice them. It would be far more advantageous to wait until he successfully advances to the golden core stage before seeking these techniques. As he held the array disc that aids in cultivating the Thunderbolt body refinement technique, the Jade Slip elaborated on the usage and functions of the array disc. By channeling spiritual energy into the disc, he could activate it, causing the disc to reveal the fundamental structure of the formation. Wang Bin merely needed to place spirit stones in the designated positions, and the thunder control formation would commence smoothly. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Wang Bin's mind. Wait, this thunder control formation can actually generate lightning. Does this not equate to a generator? However, this generator requires spirit stones for its operation. He hurriedly rummaged through his storage bag and finally found a shard the size of a fingernail. This fragment was a remnant from the explosion of the Thunder Pearl, which Wang Bin had intended to keep intact for research purposes. Unfortunately, it had been used during a surprise attack, and he could only find this small piece, which he casually picked up. At this moment, a bold and highly creative idea emerged in his mind. If he could thoroughly analyze the material composition of this fragment of the Thunder Pearl in his hand and combine it with the Thunder Array, wouldn't he be able to mass-produce Thunder Pearls? He had personally witnessed the power of the Thunder Pearl and held it in great admiration. Although a single Thunder Pearl could only deal with foundation-building cultivators, what if he bound 10 or even 100 Thunder Pearls together? Perhaps even Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators would find it difficult to withstand, for indeed, a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative transformation. Wang Bin quickly conceived a plan that could be deemed perfect. In the world of cultivation, while social relationships are important, one's own strength is the fundamental guarantee. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to mass-produce spirit liquid before he could amass a fortune of spirit stones, he might be coveted by others, ultimately becoming a stepping stone for someone else. Chapter 71. The existence of the Thunder Array. Wang Bin held the Jade Slip of the Thunder Body refinement technique in his hand, meticulously studying it. He analyzed it word by word, leaving no detail overlooked until he fully comprehended its profound meaning. The technique was of utmost importance, especially understanding its essence. Moreover, this Jade Slip also thoughtfully included insights into the cultivation of the Thunder Body refinement technique, which filled Wang Bin with joy at this unexpected gain. Each time he practiced body refinement, his body would endure varying degrees of damage. This was due to the immense pressure and impact his body had to withstand during the process, akin to a small boat navigating through a tempestuous sea, inevitably sustaining some damage. Therefore, it was essential to promptly consume healing elixirs or utilize recovery techniques to nurture the body, thereby promoting the restoration of bodily functions, allowing the injured areas to heal quickly and become even more resilient and powerful. Only in this way could he prepare for the next round of cultivation, avoiding the accumulation of injuries that would hinder his progress. Once his body returned to its original state, consolidating his cultivation became crucial. It was akin to building a house. After laying a solid foundation, continuous reinforcement and improvement were necessary. Through daily training, he needed to forge his body, making it even more resilient. Simultaneously, he could not neglect his understanding of the power of lightning. He needed to calm his mind and perceive the wild and mysterious force contained within the lightning, attempting to establish a subtle connection with it, further enhancing his mastery of the Thunder Body refinement technique. In this manner, the body can gradually become adept at adapting to and harnessing the power of lightning, transforming it into a means along the path of cultivation. However, this requires a certain level of enlightenment. Although Wang Bin yearns for this, he decides to prioritize physical training, as all his current endeavors center around breaking through to the Golden Core stage. At the end of the Jade Slip, Wang Bin even discovered a note from Chu Yunfei. The existence of this note undoubtedly highlights the credibility of the Chu family. Wang Bin could genuinely sense their sincere intention to honor their promise and assist him in achieving the Golden Core path. This further enhanced his fondness for the Chu family and solidified his determination to practice the lightning body forging technique. After thoroughly reviewing the operational methods of the technique and the various precautions, Wang Bin dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He diligently adhered to the notes provided, memorizing the entire technique verbatim until it became second nature. Only then did he begin to practice. After all, the cultivation of techniques does not permit any carelessness. Even the smallest mistake could lead to severe consequences, and he was unwilling to see his efforts wasted due to his own inattentiveness. However, body refinement is no easy task. It is distinctly different from ordinary seated meditation. Regular meditation primarily cultivates spiritual energy, enhancing one's reserve and control over it. In contrast, body refinement necessitates external force, akin to a blacksmith forging iron. Only through relentless hammering can one forge an exceptionally resilient physique. The Jade Slip made this distinction clear, which is why he chose not to engage in seated meditation. He took out the Thunder Control Array disc that Chu Wu had gifted him. This array disk is designed to assist in the cultivation of the lightning body forging technique, and the jade slip contains detailed instructions for setting up the thunder control array. Unfortunately, Wang Bin is not yet an array master. His understanding of array layout and manipulation remains rudimentary. Fortunately, the Chu family had thoughtfully provided him with this array disk, enabling him to utilize its power for body refinement. Although his comprehension of arrays is limited, he can grasp the general concept. The thunder control array is indeed remarkable, with different tiers possessing unique structures and strengths. The first tier thunder control array consists of 9 array bases, each requiring a low-grade spirit stone to activate the array. When the array is fully energized, the released lightning power is just right to meet the body refinement needs of Qi refinement stage cultivators. This design is exceedingly user-friendly, taking into full account the physical endurance and cultivation requirements of Qi refinement stage practitioners. The second-tier thunder control array is even more powerful, comprising 18 array bases, each necessitating a mid-grade spirit stone. This configuration can generate a more formidable lightning force, sufficient to assist foundation establishment cultivators in their body refinement. Under the baptism of the lightning from the second-tier thunder control array, a foundation establishment cultivator's body can undergo deeper tempering, continually pushing beyond their limits. As for the third-tier thunder control array, the jade slip does not contain any relevant records. Wang Bin pondered silently, conjecturing that, according to certain patterns, the third-tier thunder array might consist of 27 foundational bases. However, this was merely a speculation, and he had no time to delve deeper into it at present. He was acutely aware that the immediate priority was to master the thunder array before him, even if it proved challenging to fully comprehend at first, and he could only memorize it through rote learning. He was determined to engrave it in his mind. He believed that this thunder array would play a crucial role in his future cultivation journey. In the realm of cultivation, the acquisition of resources was exceedingly arduous, and Wang Bin aspired to progress further along this path, seeking to attain the golden core, the nascent soul, and even the divine transformation. This ambition demanded an immense reservoir of cultivation resources. Lacking a background or a family to provide such resources, he had no choice but to rely on his own relentless efforts. In the world of cultivation, the typical pathways for ordinary cultivators to obtain resources were limited to a few options. One method was to undertake sect missions, completing various tasks to earn sect contributions, which could then be exchanged for needed resources at the Hall of Virtue. While this appeared straightforward, it was fraught with challenges. High-reward sect missions often entailed significant risks and fierce competition, with numerous cultivators vying for limited task slots, leading to fierce conflicts. Another avenue involved hunting ferocious beasts and selling the materials obtained from them in exchange for spirit stones and other resources. However, these beasts were not easily subdued. They were typically fierce and powerful, and even a momentary lapse in caution could lead to fatal repercussions. Furthermore, one could pursue a secondary vocation, such as artifact refinement or alchemy, crafting magical tools or elixirs for sale to earn spirit stones. Yet, this required exceptional talent along with extensive study and practice, not something that could be achieved overnight. Moreover, in these fields, the competition was fierce, and standing out was no simple feat upon meticulous reflection on his circumstances. Wang Bin recognized that he held no advantages in these conventional methods of earning spirit stones. He lacked a formidable sect background to rely upon, possessed no exceptional hunting skills, nor did he have remarkable talent in artifact refinement or alchemy. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the sun, suspended high in the sky. In his view, harnessing solar energy seemed to be the most accessible source of power within the realm of cultivation. If he could discover a method to convert solar energy into a driving force for the thunder array, his path of cultivation would surely experience a transformative turn. He had also contemplated arrays or solar panels from his previous life. As for the arrays, his current understanding was rudimentary. Creating an array capable of converting solar energy would require significant time and effort for study and research. While he recognized that solar panels were effective devices for converting solar energy into electrical energy, their intricate construction left him at a loss. Reluctantly, he decided to set this idea aside for the time being, intending to revisit it after achieving the golden core. After all, in the realm of cultivation, advancements in realm often accompanied an increase in knowledge and capability, not to mention that those at the golden core stage could live for 500 years. When the time is ample, he can meticulously study the formation, seeking a resolution to the challenges at hand. Chapter 72, The Body Refinement System. Ultimately, regarding the utilization of the collected lightning, Wang Bin has developed his own musings. He believes that whether it be crafting Thunder Pearl or creating batteries, both options present themselves as commendable choices. The Thunder Pearl, akin to a disposable spiritual artifact, serves as an offensive means, and its grenade-like convenience offers significant potential for enhancement. Conversely, the The battery can store electrical energy, rivaling the efficacy of spiritual stones, particularly for powering formations, treasures, and flying vessels. Although its efficacy may not surpass that of spiritual stones, its value is undoubtedly greater, especially considering his lack of access to spiritual stone mines. All these schemes are orchestrated to ensure that he possesses sufficient resources in the realm of cultivation, preventing stagnation due to scarcity. The Thunder Control Formation plate in Wang Bin's possession is, in his eyes, an exceptional treasure. Elated, he contemplates bringing this plate back to study it thoroughly. He speculates that since the Thunder Body Refinement technique can be exchanged for contributions at the Merit Hall, there must be a considerable number of cultivators within the sect who are studying it. Additionally, the Four Seas Merchant Alliance might engage in the trade of the Thunder Control Formation, and perhaps the Merit Hall could facilitate exchanges as well. With these thoughts, his worries diminish. As long as this formation is not a unique creation of the Chu family, he need not fret about future cultivation resources and support. He cautiously attempts to channel spiritual energy into the formation plate, hesitating briefly before ultimately deciding to insert only 9 low-grade spiritual stones. Although he is now a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and even without prior knowledge of body refinement techniques, his physical strength, according to body refinement standards, should at least reach the initial stage of the second-tier body of copper and iron. This understanding stems from his study of the Jade Slip detailing the Thunder Body Refinement technique. In the world of cultivation, particularly within the territories governed by the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, the number of dedicated body refinement cultivators is scarce. These practitioners pursue formidable strength through their distinctive cultivation path, with their body refinement levels uniquely classified based on their capacity to withstand attacks from various tiers of cultivators, thus establishing a distinctive body refinement hierarchy. The foundational body refinement level is termed the initial forged mortal body. Cultivators at this level have undergone preliminary honing, resulting in firmer muscles and sturdier bones compared to ordinary individuals, along with remarkably enhanced reaction speeds and agility. Upon reaching full mastery in this realm, their physical strength surpasses that of common mortals, enabling them to endure attacks from low-grade magical tools wielded by early-stage Qi refinement cultivators without sustaining severe injuries. For instance, when confronted with strikes from low-grade flying swords or direct impacts from fireball techniques, they may only experience minor abrasions or transient disruptions in their vital energy. The strength of physical cultivators has significantly increased, enabling them to effortlessly lift weights of several hundred pounds and surpass the speed of ordinary steeds. To mortals, they appear as titans of immense power, representing the pinnacle of human potential. The first tier of the body refinement realm is known as copper tendons and iron bones. Once a practitioner attains the first tier to perfection, their bones become as unyielding as refined copper and iron, and their sinews exhibit remarkable resilience. At this stage, they can not only withstand the full-force assaults of Qi refining practitioners, but also possess a degree of resistance against the ordinary spiritual attacks from foundation establishment cultivators. When struck by the wind blade technique from a novice foundation establishment cultivator, they may merely sustain superficial white marks on their skin, entirely impervious to substantial harm. The strength of a first-tier body refinement cultivator marks a qualitative leap compared to the physical realm. They can single-handedly lift boulders weighing thousands of pounds and leap several yards high with ease, moving through forests as effortlessly as traversing flat ground. This represents the ultimate limit achievable by Qi refining practitioners. The second tier of the body refinement realm is dubbed Spirit Armor Body. Upon reaching this stage, a layer of spiritual armor naturally forms on the surface of the practitioner's skin. This armor is no ordinary material. It is a fusion of long-absorbed spiritual energy and bodily essence. The presence of this spiritual armor allows them to effectively withstand the majority of spiritual attacks from foundation establishment cultivators. For instance, defensive spells like Water Curtain, Heavenly Splendor cast by foundation establishment practitioners struggle to inflict meaningful damage upon a second-tier body refinement cultivator. At this level, the practitioner's strength has escalated to the point where they can shatter mountains and rocks with a single punch, leaving deep imprints in solid rock walls. Their speed is akin to lightning, capable of traversing dozens of yards in an instant. For foundation establishment cultivators, reaching perfection in the second tier significantly enhances the likelihood of breaking through to the golden core stage, marking a crucial step towards higher realms. The third tier of the body refinement realm is known as the primordial barrier body. Practitioners at this stage cultivate a formidable force known as primordial barrier power within them. This power forms an incredibly resilient barrier around their body, offering extraordinary defensive capabilities against the ordinary attacks of golden core cultivators. For instance, when a golden core practitioner casually unleashes a thunderball technique, it merely creates ripples upon contact with the barrier, failing to penetrate its defense. The strength of a third-tier body refinement cultivator reaches a truly terrifying level. They can lift a small mountain with both hands, generating fierce winds as they move, and possess heightened perception, capable of detecting subtle fluctuations in spiritual energy from several miles away, thus establishing themselves as formidable figures in the cultivation world. The fourth tier of the body refinement realm is revered as the holy body of golden form. Upon achieving this level, the practitioner's body and soul become profoundly fused and are thoroughly tempered by potent spiritual energy. They exhibit a remarkable resilience against the formidable assaults of golden core cultivators, with the ability to withstand even certain non-lethal strikes from nascent soul practitioners. For instance, the impact of a common magical artifact wielded by a nascent soul cultivator is unlikely to inflict severe injury upon them. Those with a sacred body can soar through the skies during combat, their speed unparalleled, and their attacks imbued with the power of the laws. Each strike capable of causing tremors in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. They are regarded as the pinnacle of strength within the realm of cultivation, an existence admired by countless cultivators. Chapter 73. The Consciousness Technique. Stellar Visualization Method. Upon encountering the various classifications pertaining to physical cultivation, Wang Bin was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of qi cultivation, and now, a completely new and unfamiliar system of training emerged before him, making the path of cultivation seem increasingly arduous and perilous. It is no wonder that the number of high-tier cultivators dwindles as one progresses, considering the numerous formidable obstacles. If a cultivator's innate talent is lacking, their resources are scarce, and their will is not resolute enough. How could they ever hope to transcend to the golden core or nascent soul realms? Upon reflection, one might realize that the cultivation methods of ordinary practitioners are not devoid of merit. They specialize in spiritual power, and with the continuous operation of their techniques, this power naturally nourishes their physical bodies. Thus, it can be regarded as a form of indirect physical cultivation. Should they perceive deficiencies in their physique or consciousness while striving to break through to a higher realm, they may readily utilize external aids to navigate through these challenges. After all, during each stage of breakthrough, there exist numerous external substances that can facilitate the process, such as foundation establishment pills for the foundation stage, golden core liquor for the golden core stage, and breaking infant pills for transcending to the nascent soul stage. Wang Bin wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time, ultimately resolute in his decision to immerse himself in physical cultivation. Such a rare opportunity lay before him. How could he bear to let it slip away? Furthermore, physical cultivation generally demands less stringent qualifications from cultivators, while also ensuring a safer and more straightforward path during significant breakthroughs. Most importantly, it promises a substantial enhancement of one's combat capabilities, with the sole drawback being the considerable resource expenditure, lengthy duration, and inherent discomfort involved. He contemplated that if he were to perfect his foundation establishment's spiritual power and reach the second-tier completion of physical cultivation, then, at that point, facing a single foundation cultivator would be trivial, let alone confronting 10 at once. After undergoing initial exercises targeting the skin, muscles, and bones, physical cultivators would then delve into profound training of the tendons, organs, and blood. If he meticulously honed each of these areas, he should be able to smoothly ascend to the realm of second-tier physical completion. However, uncertainty lingered in his mind regarding the time constraints. Fortunately, the thunder body refinement technique appeared to be quite extraordinary, seemingly capable of exercising the entire body in one go. Wang Bin mused that if he were to deploy a second-tier thunder array and maximize its potency, the power of lightning could undoubtedly facilitate a profound tempering of his entire being. However, after much contemplation, Wang Bin resolved to proceed steadily and methodically, taking one step at a time. The venerable ninth elder had likely assessed his specific qualifications, although he had never ventured into the realm of body refinement. His physical strength should, in theory, have reached the early stage of a second-tier treasure body. Nonetheless, without specialized training in body refinement, he was unable to fully harness the power of his physical form. Even if he were to undertake a complete retraining, he estimated that 20 years would suffice. After all the necessary materials and resources were now meticulously prepared, which suggested that the challenges ahead were not insurmountable. Ultimately, Wang Bin began by meticulously arranging a first-tier thunder control array, cautiously adjusting its potency to the lowest setting. Adhering to the cultivation method of the thunder light body refinement technique, he donned nothing but a pair of shorts and stood firmly in the center of the array in a horse stance. He then activated the thunder control array. In an instant, without warning, four bolts of lightning, as slender as chopsticks, appeared and struck down towards Wang Bin. However, the intensity of these bolts was remarkably feeble, akin to a gentle tickle, failing to inflict any substantive harm, let alone achieve the desired effect of body refinement. Faced with this predicament, Wang Bin reluctantly increased the power of the array. It was not until he had maximized the potency of the first-tier thunder control array that he genuinely felt the pain coursing through his body. He promptly engaged the thunder light body refinement technique, meticulously following its prescribed route, and cautiously introduced a trickle of lightning energy, allowing it to flow and circulate within him, with the primary goal of precisely controlling the lightning energy to temper his skin and muscles. Yet, within less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the 9 lower-grade spirit stones in the array had been completely depleted. Without hesitation, Wang Bin swiftly replaced them with another 9 lower-grade spirit stones and continued his focused training. After persevering through 4 full hours of cultivation, although the effects of the body refinement were not exceedingly pronounced, there was at least a semblance of progress. He mused that for now, he should familiarize himself thoroughly with the entire body refinement process and, upon returning to Baiyun City, delve into slow and dedicated practice. With the body refinement matters settled, he turned his attention to the cultivation of his spiritual consciousness. Wang Bin retrieved a black jade slip from his bosom, which exuded an aura of antiquity. Clearly an artifact of considerable age, standing apart from ordinary jade slips. He concentrated his spiritual consciousness and gently probed into the jade slip, only to be astonished to discover that it contained but a single piece of text. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he was required to make an oath before he could access the remaining contents of the jade slip. Moreover, the oath was presented in glaring clarity, prompting Wang Bin to furrow his brow and grapple with inner turmoil for a moment before ultimately acquiescing to the demand. I, Qingmu, with spiritual wisdom, vow upon the path of cultivation to never disclose any relevant content of this technique, cultivation methods, or mystical arts to any person outside of myself, whether through words, writing, spiritual imprints, or any indirect means. Should I stray from this path, may my journey in cultivation be severed, my heart of Tao shattered, suffering the wrath of countless thunderbolts. Trapped eternally within the abyss of the 9 hells, my soul forever denied liberation, with my kin and family doomed to share in this calamity, enduring suffering through countless lifetimes, never to transcend. After uttering this solemn vow, Wang Bin felt no extraordinary sensation. He mused that he had never intended to disseminate this technique, and since the oath was uttered by Qingmu, it bore little consequence for him. Nevertheless, he understood that this vow was not as simplistic as it seemed. Yet, at this juncture, he found no desire to ponder further, as he had no intention of revealing it. Upon completion of the vow, the contents of the jade slip unfurled like a scroll. Within it hung but a solitary star, while the surrounding areas remained starkly empty, leaving one to ponder whether other stars were deliberately concealed or if this was the only one that existed. Beneath it was a detailed account of the star visualization technique, deep within a cultivator's sea of consciousness. One must utilize their formidable imagination to meticulously sketch the image of the star, striving to render this image ever clearer and more luminous. Concurrently, one must attune themselves to the flow of stellar energy as it circulates and gathers within the sea of consciousness, thus progressively enhancing their spiritual awareness and mental prowess. Once the star depicted in the sea of consciousness mirrors that within the jade slip, the practitioner's awareness has ascended to the nascent stage of the golden core realm. A delightful surprise awaited below, revealing a secret method of spiritual assault known as mental piercing. This technique requires practitioners to concentrate their spiritual energy, condensing it into a sharp, needle-like form, which can then be rapidly unleashed to directly assault an opponent's sea of consciousness. This method of attack is astonishingly swift and highly covert. Should the adversary possess feeble awareness or be caught off guard, they risk suffering severe repercussions, such as excruciating headaches, momentary disorientation, or even a complete loss of consciousness. However, one must exercise utmost caution and refrain from recklessly targeting those of superior cultivation. Otherwise, backlash may ensue. Should one forcibly employ mental piercing against a higher realm practitioner, it is imperative to sever ties with that portion of spiritual energy post-attack. This will result in a loss of that spiritual force, and excessive losses could potentially lead to a decline in one's own cultivation level, a fact that must be etched firmly into memory and approached with the utmost seriousness. Chapter 74. 2 months of seclusion. With a heart full of reverence and focus, Wang Bin meticulously reviewed the contents of the jade slip time and again. Each character, each phrase, he treated with utmost diligence, reminiscent of his earnest study during his high school years. After confirming its accuracy, he slowly settled into a meditative posture, embarking on the practice of the star visualization technique. With a tranquil mind and an empty heart, he sought a serene space, commencing his efforts at the stroke of midnight. Gazing at the starry heavens, he connected with the primordial void, inviting the stars into his being and gathering their light within his sea of consciousness. Wang Bin softly recited the incantation, striving to calm his mind to the tranquility of still water, purging all worldly distractions and intrusive thoughts. Once he achieved a profound stillness within, he gradually lifted his gaze, fixating intently upon the mysterious star within the jade slip. His thoughts seemed to break free from the shackles of the corporeal realm, extending towards the infinite expanse of the universe. Yearning to connect with the enigmatic force that existed at the dawn of creation, with unwavering focus, he channeled the power of the star. Akin to a devout believer welcoming the blessings of the divine, cautiously inviting it into his being, allowing the resplendent starlight to gradually coalesce within his sea of consciousness. Drawing upon his formidable imagination and resolute will, Wang Bin began to outline the contours of the star deep within his mind's eye. Initially, it manifested as a fleeting specter of light, akin to a mirage in the morning mist, ethereal and elusive. Yet he persisted, breath by breath, meticulously sculpting it, endeavoring to transform the intangible into the tangible, much like an artisan crafting a rare gem. Thus, adhering faithfully to the descriptions within the technique, he diligently practiced for half a month without deviation. However, reality descended upon him like a bucket of cold water, mercilessly extinguishing the flickering hope within his heart. His sea of consciousness remained utterly placid, and his practice seemed ensnared in an abyss of unending darkness, devoid of any signs of progress. A sense of frustration and defeat filled him, leading him to moments of despair where thoughts of surrender loomed large. This visualization technique of the star was indeed excessively difficult and obscure. He felt akin to a blind man groping in the dark, unable to discern even the slightest direction. Yet, he was acutely aware that this star visualization technique was clearly no ordinary method. The paths to cultivating one's consciousness were scarce and precious, akin to rare treasures. Furthermore, this jade slip was likely of significant import to the Chu family, and they would not permit him to carry it away lightly. Such a rare opportunity lay before him. How could he possibly yield so easily? Even if he could not gain entry at this moment, he resolved to imprint the shape of the star and the accompanying mental methods deeply within his mind. Theoretically, as long as he could sketch a rough outline of the star within his sea of consciousness, it would signify his entry into the realm of cultivation. Regrettably, this arcane technique resembled a towering peak shrouded in clouds, dauntingly beyond his immediate reach. Gritting his teeth, he set a deadline of 6 months for himself. He thought that even if he ultimately failed to succeed, he could not withdraw without a fight. In the days that followed, Wang Bin meticulously planned his cultivation routine. He utilized the thunder array to forge his body. Each bolt of lightning that struck him felt akin to the hammer of a blacksmith, tempering his resilient physique. While immersed in medicinal baths, he did not neglect to practice the star visualization technique, seeking to find a breakthrough within the warmth of the herbal essence and the serenity of his mind. In the remaining hours, he devoted himself wholly to the cultivation of spiritual energy, allowing it to surge through his meridians like a roaring river. Simultaneously, he made time to refine the battle wolf suit lent to him by the Chu family. When the Chu family presented the exquisite set of spiritual weapons known as the battle wolf armor, Wang Bin was genuinely taken aback. However, he was not a fool. With such a precious treasure before him, it was only natural that he would not refuse. Yet, during the refining process, he encountered an unexpected revelation. Each piece of the battle wolf set had already been refined by someone else, bearing powerful spiritual imprints that hinted at their origin, likely left by a gold core or nascent soul cultivator from the Chu family. It was evident that the Chu family possessed unwavering confidence in this equipment, unperturbed by the possibility of its loss. Reluctantly, Wang Bin had no choice but to leave his own spiritual imprint on it, enabling him to utilize the set. However, ever since he realized that it did not wholly belong to him, his affection for the armor diminished significantly. Nevertheless, one could not deny that this battle wolf set, being a high-grade wood attribute spiritual weapon, greatly enhanced his cultivation. Upon donning the armor, he could distinctly feel a marked increase in the speed of his spellcasting, as if an invisible force propelled him forward. This rekindled a flicker of anticipation and gratitude within him for the equipment. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before he knew it, 2 months had passed. In terms of body refinement, Wang Bin made astonishing progress, successfully advancing to the second level of the Thunderlight body refinement technique, with his physical strength reaching the early stages of a second-tier precious body. This achievement was not due to any extraordinary talent for body refinement. Rather, his innate physical strength was already at the early level of a second-tier precious body. Now, having learned the body refinement techniques and engaged in targeted training, he could harness his strength more freely. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt the surging power within him, as if he possessed the strength to obliterate anything in his path, capable of shattering the weaker version of himself from the past with a single blow. Moreover, his combat abilities had significantly improved, with both his speed and reflexes accelerating noticeably. Even the speed of executing a complete cycle of the Qingmu technique was now 1/10 faster than before. This realization deepened his understanding that while body refinement and qi cultivation were distinctly different paths, they shared a wondrous symbiotic relationship. Accompanying the Thunderlight body refinement technique was a sophisticated martial art known as the Thunder Fist. This technique allowed the power of lightning to be deftly concentrated in one's fists and feet. Once unleashed, both speed and destructive capability would surge dramatically, enabling formidable prowess in close combat. Although Wang Bin diligently studied this martial art, he harbored a reluctance towards engaging in close-quarters combat. To him, while such battles were imbued with fervor and passion, the inherent dangers were exceedingly high. Nonetheless, he understood the wisdom in being well-rounded in skills, thus resolved to practice diligently in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, the cultivation of his body refinement technique had entered a steady phase. With ample time and resources, he was confident that he could elevate it to the pinnacle of the second tier within 20 years. The practice of qi cultivation was not particularly arduous for him. With his diligence and the support of spiritual liquid, steady progress was assured. The sole source of his frustration lay in the cultivation of his spiritual awareness. Over the course of 2 months, he had devoted immense energy to the star visualization technique. Yet the results were far from satisfactory, as he had not even reached the threshold of entry. Fortunately, he had previously forced himself to memorize the appearance of the star and its accompanying incantation. He thought to himself that even without the black jade slip, he should be able to cultivate from memory without significant difficulty in the future. Despite feeling a sense of helplessness, he resolved to remain in this secluded hall for another 3 months. After all, the tranquility and abundant spiritual energy here, combined with the jade slip of the star visualization technique, offered far greater advantages than relying solely on memory. However, being confined to one place for an extended period was undoubtedly a torment for the freedom-loving Wang Bin. His heart gradually grew impatient. Yet he understood that if he could not calm his mind, the effectiveness of his cultivation would only diminish further. Thus, he endured for another 2 days. But the star visualization technique still yielded no progress. Chapter 75, Chuqingwan, Xuejin. At that moment, the formation within the secluded hall suddenly emitted a sharp warning sound, disrupting the previous tranquility. Wang Bin was startled, quickly rising to his feet and hastily exiting the hall. As he stepped outside, his gaze was immediately captivated by the scene before him. A female cultivator clad in resplendent red stood quietly outside, her figure graceful and her demeanor extraordinary, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. A faint aura of divinity surrounded her, giving her an ethereal presence as if she existed apart from the mortal realm. The instant Wang Bin's eyes fell upon her, he instinctively gasped, Xuejin? To him, this female cultivator bore an uncanny resemblance to the Xuejin from his memories of the Sword and Fairy saga. Clad in the same crimson attire, exuding the same celestial aura. The only distinction was the cold, stern expression upon her face, radiating an air of aloofness that kept others at bay, coupled with an aura far more potent than his own. A multitude of questions surged within Wang Bin's mind. Could it be that the famed actress had also traversed into this world? Qingmu, I am Chu Qingwan, and I thank you for procuring the Qingyan bird for me, she stated, her voice melodious, yet her tone as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Wang Bin pondered in silence. Chu Qingwan? Is she truly the celebrated prodigy of the Chu family? She had come specifically to express her gratitude, yet the rationale seemed somewhat tenuous. Nevertheless, despite his doubts, he dared not voice them. He had originally intended to practice the starry contemplation technique in this secluded hall for an additional 3 months. However, now that the host family had issued an eviction order, he found himself at a loss. Reluctantly, he handed the jade slip containing the starry contemplation technique to Chu Qingwan, expressing his gratitude with hasty words, "Thank you for the care from the Chu family." Yet, upon receiving the jade slip, Chu Qingwan offered no response and swiftly took flight down the mountain. Observing this, Wang Bin could only silently follow in her wake, his gaze fixated on her graceful figure. His mind a whirlpool of thoughts. He pondered whether she, too, had traversed time and space, or if it was merely a matter of striking resemblance. This question swirled incessantly in his mind, yet he dared not voice it. Thus, in a state of bewilderment, he was ushered out of the inner city of Shihaichu. Wang Bin stood in place, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity before gradually coming to terms with this reality. The unfolding events had deviated entirely from the script he had envisioned. He mused that, given his contributions both publicly and privately, the Lord of the Chu should have arranged for him a more favorable position or at least rewarded him in some manner. The abruptness of it all left him somewhat disoriented. With a resigned sigh, he was filled with a sense of disappointment and helplessness. He stood there motionless for a long time, his mind in disarray, as if time itself had come to a standstill. It was not until a gentle breeze brushed by that he snapped back to reality, exhaling slowly. Though discontent lingered in his heart, he had no choice but to accept this unexpected turn of events. He reflected that the Chu family had shown him considerable kindness. His arrival in Shihai City had already presented a multitude of matters to attend to, and being sent down the mountain by the Chu family provided him the opportunity to devote himself entirely to these obligations. First and foremost, he needed to find an appropriate venue to properly dispose of the beast materials piled high in his storage bags. Selling these materials would undoubtedly yield a substantial sum of spirit stones, which he intended to distribute among those who had contributed to his success in Baiyun City. Additionally, acquiring a pregnancy pill was also on his agenda, as it held paramount importance for his subsequent cultivation and the development of his family, propelling him further along the path of immortal cultivation. He also contemplated the possibility of learning a secret technique for concealing his cultivation level, which would be of great benefit. Although he had established a connection with the Chu family and enjoyed their protection, allowing for a quicker pace in his cultivation, outsiders might not raise too many suspicions. Nevertheless, possessing an additional secret technique would serve as an extra layer of security, and in this perilous realm of cultivation, having means to conceal one's strength and identity equated to an additional lifeline. However, this secret technique was not an immediate necessity, and should the price be exorbitant, he would have no choice but to forego it. After all, although the resources at his disposal were not entirely scarce, each was hard-won and required meticulous management. He recalled the invisibility cloak obtained from Inqingmu, undoubtedly a rare treasure that, if employed at a critical moment, could yield unexpected results. Regrettably, for various reasons, he dared not utilize it just yet, opting instead to bury it deep underground, hoping for a future opportunity. In addition to this, he intended to seek out spells for tracking and erasing traces within the Merit Hall of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance. Such spells could prove invaluable in his future cultivation journey, whether it be tracking the movements of adversaries or eliminating traces of his own actions, providing him with significant convenience. However, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Though the Merit Hall possessed such spells, they required sect contribution points to exchange, and a mere 10 mid-grade spirit stones could only procure a meager amount of contribution points, an exorbitant price indeed. He shook his head in resignation, sighing inwardly. While he currently possessed over 1,000 mid-grade would attribute spirit stones, these were specifically allocated by the Chu family for his cultivation, and he was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. After all, while exchanging them was easy, retrieving them would be fraught with complications. Chapter 76. He was no longer the youth tempted by beauty, he then considered the spiritual liquid at his disposal. Presently, he had a total of 200 drops, half of which he had refined himself, while the other half was a gift from the Chu family. This spiritual liquid represented a considerable fortune, its preciousness beyond dispute. With the backing of the Chu family, few dared to trouble him, and he felt it was time to gradually sell a small portion of the liquid. He reasoned that even if the Chu family were to learn of this, it was unlikely anyone would raise objections. After all, he needed to acquire more resources to support his cultivation and development. His thoughts drifted to the azure flame bird he had previously slain. From its storage pouch, he had obtained over 1,000 mid-grade fire spirit stones and 2 precious upper-grade fire spirit stones. These fire spirit stones were of limited use to him, as his cultivation did not pertain to fire attributes. However, he remembered Yang Yuan, who practiced fire attribute techniques but was currently only at the second layer of the Qi refinement stage. Given her current realm, a few lower-grade fire spirit stones would suffice for her. Moreover, the spiritual liquid would be even more beneficial for her cultivation. As for when she would advance to the foundation establishment stage, that remained a distant prospect, and he felt no need to worry excessively about it. For him, the more than 1,000 mid-grade fire spirit stones were undoubtedly a tremendous fortune, and the storage pouch of the azure flame bird contained many peculiar and rare items he had never encountered before. Lord Chu had mentioned that the materials within were of substantial value, sufficient to exchange for a considerable quantity of spirit stones. At the moment he heard those words, he was quite taken aback. He silently calculated that even without the assistance of the Chu family, the cultivation resources contained within this storage bag would be sufficient for him to make a breakthrough into the golden core realm. This clearly indicated that the treasures inside were worth a considerable fortune to a foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, he found himself somewhat troubled, as he seemed to have little need to expend his funds. The Chu family had already arranged for his cultivation techniques and equipment, and given the current circumstances, advancing to the early stages of the golden core should pose no significant challenge. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something of great importance, and his heart jolted. He remembered the mid-foundation bear demon he had slain earlier, and the demon core he had obtained from it. Chu Wu had mentioned he would assist in crafting it into a necklace. Once completed, this necklace would be a remarkable item, imbued with the effect of gravity manipulation. If deployed unexpectedly during a confrontation, it could undoubtedly alter the course of battle in an instant. However, 2 months had passed, and the necklace had yet to reach him. A sense of confusion crept into his mind. Had it not been completed yet? Logically, 2 months should have sufficed. He shook his head in resignation, uncertain of where to seek out Chu Wu. Moreover, he had no enemies at present, making the necklace seemingly unnecessary for the time being. Thus, he decided to set this matter aside for now and attend to more pressing affairs. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Bin resolved to visit the Four Seas Merchant Alliance to seek out Du Xiaoya. His motivation for approaching her was not driven by a desire for her beauty, but rather due to the scarcity of acquaintances he had in West Sea City, with Du Xiaoya being one of his few familiar faces. Furthermore, he intended to dispose of the spoils from the recent siege involving the demon beasts. With numerous items at hand and his ignorance of market prices, he felt vulnerable in this chaotic and treacherous realm of cultivation, where a moment's carelessness could lead to deception. Thus, he deemed it wiser to consult Du Xiaoya at the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, for her wealth of experience would help him avoid many unnecessary troubles. He arrived at the storefront of the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, and before he could step through the door, a remarkable female Qi practitioner approached him with the grace of a butterfly. "Master Uncle, I am your disciple, Li Ziki, at your service. Should you wish to sell or purchase any materials, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Her voice was melodious and crisp, akin to the sound of silver bells. The moment she spotted Wang Bin at the entrance, she keenly sensed an opportunity and rushed over without hesitation. Her gaze swept over Wang Bin and was instantly captivated by the exquisite set of high-grade spiritual artifacts he possessed. The intricate patterns on the artifacts shimmered with a mesmerizing glow in her eyes, and she recognized at once the exceptional nature of this equipment. Especially upon noticing the multitude of storage bags hanging from Wang Bin's person, she felt increasingly certain that there was a 90% chance this esteemed uncle was visiting the establishment to sell materials, and it was highly likely that he would also procure some items thereafter. A secret joy blossomed within her. Should she successfully close this substantial deal today, her commission would undoubtedly be assured. The only flicker of concern in her heart stemmed from the possibility that this steward might recognize others within the shop, or that the magnitude of the transaction could surpass her authority, leaving her powerless in the decision-making process. However, her confidence soon returned. She believed that with her unique charm and striking beauty, most male cultivators would find it difficult to refuse her. Wang Bin observed the approaching female cultivator, who exuded an elegant demeanor, akin to the enchanting fragrance of a rare orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Her features were exquisite, as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands. Even before she drew near, a delicate scent wafted towards him, lingering at the tip of his nose. Wang Bin could not help but exclaim inwardly, indeed. The female cultivators of the cultivation realm, nurtured by abundant spiritual energy, resembled celestial beings, their beauty unparalleled. Upon closer contemplation, he realized that this female cultivator's beauty surpassed even that of Du Xiaoya. Yet, he quickly regained his focus. He was here on business and could not be swayed by superficial allure. "Please help me summon Du Xiaoya," Wang Bin stated with calm determination. Upon hearing this, Li Ziki momentarily stiffened, her smile faltering, but she swiftly regained her composure, maintaining her smile as she responded affirmatively and then turned to convey a few whispered instructions. After a brief moment, she respectfully informed Wang Bin, "Xiaoya is attending to a client. Allow me to escort you to a private room where you may rest. She will be here shortly." "Very well," Wang Bin replied nonchalantly, following Li Ziki into a small private chamber. Li Ziki warmly poured him a cup of spiritual tea before reluctantly retreating. As Wang Bin watched her departing figure, a profound tranquility enveloped him. Having learned from past experiences, he was no longer the naive youth easily beguiled by beauty. He understood well that while physical allure was pleasing, it paled in comparison to his cultivation pursuits. The two Thunder Calamity Pearls that Du Xiaoya had previously recommended to him had saved his life at a critical moment. In his heart, Du Xiaoya was a benefactor of destiny. Now that he had achieved a modicum of success, he contemplated how he might express his gratitude to her. Although Du Xiaoya was unaware of the profound impact her unintentional actions had on him, Wang Bin held this kindness dearly in his heart. He mused that a life-saving grace deserved a reciprocal commitment. A chuckle escaped him at the thought. Chapter 77. Reunion with Du Xiaoya. Time did not keep Wang Bin waiting long, as the door to the private room slowly creaked open. Du Xiaoya's alluring figure caught the eye, her radiant smile illuminating her face as she glided into the room, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. "Qingmu Shishu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Upon seeing you safe and sound, the anxiety that had gripped my heart has finally dissipated. 2 months prior, I had heard of the demon beasts besieging your Baiyun city, which greatly troubled me. However, upon learning that you successfully defended the city and acquired a wealth of demonic beast materials, I couldn't help but wonder if you had forgotten about your humble disciple." Du Xiaoya's gaze lingered briefly on the array of storage bags adorning Wang Bin, and she instinctively understood that today would likely bring her a considerable fortune. Moreover, She had previously heard that Baiyun City had established a connection with the Chu family, although she remained uncertain if the person in question was indeed her acquaintance, Qingmu Shishu. Yet today, upon catching sight of the pristine set of spiritual equipment Wang Bin wore, she recognized that fortune had favored her. She silently rejoiced, grateful for her previous kindness towards him, even recommending the thunder pearl that she had coveted. Haha, Xiaoya, it has only been 2 short years. Yet you have ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement. Balancing the responsibilities of the shop while maintaining such rapid progress in your cultivation is truly commendable. Wang Bin's spirits were also lifted at this moment. After all, how could a man feel anything but elated when welcomed by an elegant beauty with a warm smile? Qingmu Shishu, you are indeed blessed. Surviving such tribulations surely foretells future fortunes. I have heard from my aunt that you have gained the Chu family's favor, and the prospect of attaining the Golden Core realm is within your reach. She is quite envious of you. Du Xiaoya had gleaned some information about Qingmu from her aunt. It was said that the garrison of Baiyun City had presented significant treasures to the Chu family, who had promised to assist Qingmu in his cultivation towards the Golden Core realm. This news had already stirred considerable envy and admiration among the foundation-building cultivators in Shihai City. Today, Qingmu's visit to the shop to seek her out had drawn envious glances from her colleagues. Xiaoya, I have come with an important matter to discuss. I wish for your assistance in processing some materials. Although Baiyun City suffered losses during the beast tide, we have slain countless demon beasts. Though they were mostly at the qi refinement stage, I have brought a substantial portion of the materials. Could you help me process them, converting everything into spirit stones? I must also purchase some items, but let us proceed step by step. First, assist me with these demonic beast materials, and the price must satisfy me. While Wang Bin felt gratitude towards Du Xiaoya, he remained aware that matters must be handled with fairness. These demon beast materials did not belong solely to him. Many cultivators had distinguished themselves during the beast tide and deserved their rightful rewards. Moreover, there are numerous children in the city who have been orphaned due to the beast tide, and he would not dare to withhold any of these spirit stones from them. If he could sell a few more, that would be even better. Rest assured, my esteemed uncle, our Shihai Merchant Alliance has a commendable reputation in terms of credibility. Furthermore, you are also a disciple of the Shihai Merchant Alliance. However, the quantity of these beast materials you possess is exceedingly vast, and categorizing and appraising them may take some time. I shall take them to the back, allowing the staff to assess their quantity and quality. Once appraised, I will present the results to you. What do you think? Du Xiaoya understood that such a considerable transaction had already surpassed the scope manageable by a mere qi refining stage cultivator like herself. Fortunately, her aunt is one of the 2 foundation establishment supervisors on the 1st floor of the Shihai Merchant Alliance, and thus, slightly exceeding her authority would not be entirely unfeasible. Her ability to work in the Shihai Merchant Alliance was indeed reliant on her aunt's connections. Otherwise, she would have to undertake perilous tasks like other outer disciples, struggling to accumulate resources in hopes of establishing her foundation. Only by successfully establishing her foundation could she have the opportunity to become an inner disciple. Otherwise, she would end up like Wang Bin, relegated to a remote area outside of Shihai City as an outer steward. Du Xiaoya took the several storage bags and returned in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. She leaned slightly closer to Wang Bin and whispered, Esteemed uncle, my aunt noticed you when you entered the shop. She asked me to convey that your actions are rather conspicuous, which could attract fatal repercussions. What? Who wishes to harm me? Am I truly too conspicuous? Wang Bin instinctively lowered his gaze to inspect himself. He pondered silently. Could it be due to the exquisite spirit artifact ensemble he wore? Yet, he had concealed its spiritual aura and believed there was nothing particularly eye-catching. Moreover, such spirit artifacts were essential to wear at all times. Should he encounter an ambush, it would be too late to retrieve them. Esteemed uncle. It is not the quality of your spirit artifacts that is the issue. Rather, it is the fact that you have all those storage bags hanging from you. Had this been elsewhere, you would have already attracted unwanted attention. After all, with so many storage bags, no one can ascertain the treasures contained within. Even a golden core cultivator might be tempted upon seeing them. Furthermore, there may already be someone secretly trailing you, waiting for you to exit the city before making a move. Wang Bin felt a chill run down his neck, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had indeed been too careless. No wonder that Chu Qingluan had remained silent throughout their journey, and he had found it odd that Li Ziki had been so overly enthusiastic. It was all due to this. What should he do now? This is far too perilous. He should have wrapped the storage bags in a cloth bag to conceal them. In recent times, it is certain that many have covertly set their sights on Wang Bin. His expression instantly fell, leaving him at a loss, and he could only gaze helplessly at Du Xiaoya, his eyes brimming with desperation. How annoying. Master uncle, you are a grown man. Please refrain from looking at me with such eyes. She remarked, my aunt suggested that you should pay a visit to the Chu family, so that the people of Shihai City are aware of your connection with them. Otherwise, even if you don the attire of the Seahai Merchant Alliance, there are reckless individuals in this cultivation world who, in their pursuit of cultivation resources, would not hesitate to take action against you, even at the cost of their lives. Du Xiaoya felt somewhat uneasy under Wang Bin's pleading gaze. In her understanding, such expressions were traditionally a woman's skill. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Bin retrieved the waist token given to him by Chu Wu from his storage bag and hung it at his waist. What do you think? This is the waist token from the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall, Chu. I was instructed to present it should I encounter trouble in Shihai City. Chapter 78. A lack of cultivation knowledge. Wow. This is indeed the waist token of Lord Chu. He is extraordinarily powerful and has always been impartial in his enforcement of the law. Even if members of the Chu family violate the rules, he shows no leniency. Furthermore, his combat prowess is formidable, having mastered both law and body cultivation, making him one of the most promising cultivators to achieve the nascent soul stage within Shihai City. With this token, it would seem that no one would dare to continue their unwarranted scrutiny of you. However, such actions do seem rather ostentatious. Upon seeing the token marked with the character Chu hanging from Wang Bin's waist, Du Xiaoya was taken aback. Hearing that it was the waist token of the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall further reshaped her perception of Wang Bin's status. Let it be ostentatious. I certainly do not wish to be ambushed the moment I leave Shihai City. The rest is inconsequential. Since it will take time to sort through the materials from the demon beasts, I might as well purchase something first. Do you have any fertility pills available? Please enlighten me about their effects and pricing. At this critical juncture, Wang Bin could hardly concern himself with the notion of being ostentatious. He recognized that this predicament stemmed entirely from his lack of knowledge regarding the cultivation world, an easily avoidable circumstance. Alas, he could only blame himself for his oversight. As a person who had traversed from the modern world into the realm of cultivation, his understanding of the necessary knowledge was woefully inadequate. Presently, he was accompanied by 4 women, including Qin Wenjun, who, on this path of cultivation, served as little more than burdens. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Du Xiaoya, and an idea sparked in his mind. Although she was merely a Qi refinement stage cultivator, her extended tenure at the Seahai Merchant Alliance had undoubtedly made her well-informed. And her discerning eye was vastly superior to his own. Wang Bin mused that if he could enlist her assistance, he could forego the need to personally handle matters such as selling demon beast materials or procuring cultivation resources in the future. Handling these matters independently not only squanders time, but also significantly increases the risk of encountering deceit. Moreover, Du Xiaoya is merely a Qi refinement stage cultivator at present, while I, in comparison, can be regarded as a man of considerable means. With my innate charm and eloquence, I might successfully persuade her to become my partner. After all, in my quest to expand my family lineage, relying solely on myself and the 4 daughters of Qin Wenjun seems rather insufficient. Even if I can concoct spirit liquid, I cannot brazenly sell it in large quantities. I must engage in other ventures to discreetly disguise my true intentions while covertly selling a portion. Otherwise, even with the protection of the Chu family, I may easily attract trouble. However, I have just approached her with a request to purchase a pregnancy elixir. What? A pregnancy elixir? Uncle Qingmu, do you have a partner now? Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoya felt a jolt in her heart, her emotions momentarily teetering on the brink of chaos. It was not that she harbored profound feelings for Qingmu, but rather he was a backup she had deemed promising, who had just begun to ascend. Before she had the chance to contemplate her choices, he unexpectedly sought her out for this elixir, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Of course, I am a foundation establishment cultivator after all, and I have chosen 4 women with 5 spiritual roots as my partners. Previously, feeling that achieving the golden core stage was beyond my reach, I focused on developing my family. Now that the golden core is within my grasp, it is imperative to further bolster my family. Yet, none of them have become pregnant. I have heard that the pregnancy elixir may assist, hence my desire to procure it. Wang Bin explained, albeit with some reluctance. Were it not for the burgeoning feelings he harbored for Du Xiaoya, he would not have felt compelled to elaborate so intricately. However, upon gazing into her clear eyes, he discerned that her sentiments were likely quite naive and thus manageable. And 4? Very well. What are their cultivation levels? Although Du Xiaoya felt a pang of discomfort, she quickly regained her composure. After all, these were merely her inner thoughts, not yet expressed outwardly. Oh, they are all at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Is there anything noteworthy about that? Wang Bin was quite intrigued by this inquiry, for it pertained to the substantial matter of family development. Certainly, while the pregnancy elixir is merely a 2nd-tier concoction, effective only for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and below, its application is rather nuanced. Your cultivation is higher, so your partners must consume it. As for the specific reasons, I shall not disclose them. Humph. You flirtatious rogue. Du Xiaoya felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of explaining the details to a man. I have 4 partners. If each were to bear 4 children, How many pregnancy elixirs would I need? What is the price of the pregnancy elixir? Ah, you actually intend for each of them to have 4? Wouldn't that hinder their cultivation? For one child, the less powerful party can consume a single pregnancy elixir, which lasts for a month and generally yields the desired effects. The spirit pill costs 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Purchasing 16 of them would total 1,600 mid-grade spirit stones, sufficient to acquire a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Du Xiaoya contemplated this transaction in her heart, realizing that if it succeeded, she would amass a considerable amount of spirit stones this year. With this thought, her mood gradually brightened. The spirit stones were not a concern. The 4 of them possessed 5 spiritual roots, so their cultivation would not be significantly hindered. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, establishing a foundation in this lifetime seemed unlikely. However, with my presence, the situation would be markedly different. As Wang spoke, he meticulously observed Du Xiaoya's expressions, noticing that she did not exhibit extreme aversion, which ignited a flicker of hope within him. Xiaoya, how do you believe I should progress in the future? The Chu family has only pledged to support me until I reach the golden core stage. If I wish to advance further, what should I do? Should I become an elder in the outer sect of the Western Sea City? I have calculated that the sect's stipend is utterly inadequate to sustain my normal cultivation needs. Furthermore, I would frequently need to undertake various tasks. And with my 3 spiritual roots, the chances of advancing to the nascent soul stage relying on these resources are quite slim. While the two were engaged in their conversation, Wang suddenly posed such a question. Du Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, but upon regaining her composure, she began to ponder seriously. Over the past 50 years of her life, she had spent nearly all of it in Western Sea City. Although her innate talent was mediocre, she had worked at the Four Seas Merchant Alliance for nearly a decade, enjoying the protection and careful guidance of her aunt in her cultivation. During this time, she had encountered a myriad of individuals, often meeting golden core and nascent soul cultivators, and had heard many of their legendary tales. Thus, she had developed a general understanding of the paths to cultivation. Moreover, she had contemplated her future, which was why she diligently worked at the Four Seas Merchant Alliance, aiming to accumulate resources to establish her foundation and then participate in the assessments. Once she became an inner disciple, she would have the opportunity to strive for the golden core realm. Reflecting on these matters, she felt that her uncle Qingmu was indeed exceptionally fortunate.